Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Rewrite. Kara Zor-El was having a really bad day, which was great since, last she remembered, she had been poisoned by kryptonite radiation and her body had started to cannibalize itself. Mind you, she was still in a terrifying amount of pain and certain she would die alone, her entire race killed after her planet had exploded, but she was alive, she was still here. So, in hindsight, the day being anything was a pleasant surprise. She wondered if her cousin had made it. His ship had left Krypton earlier than hers and she was certain she could have escaped had it not been for the kryptonite shard that hit her vehicle just as it was about to leave the RAW system. She was certain he had escaped. It was just too painful to think otherwise. Then her mind started to get foggy and she passed out once again. It's a kryptoan body, of course it's fucking valuable, said a harsh insectoid voice. Waking up to hear someone discussing the value of your still living body was not the most pleasant of experiences, but, since she hadn't been certain she would wake up at all, it was not the worst that could happen. By RAW, they had even taken the kryptonite meteorite away from her. It's Kryptonian, fucking idiot, said a second, Kryptonian voice, and Kara felt herself being moved. What kind of freak would ever want a body anyway? I got contacts, man. Those psion freaks pay well for this kinda crap. Fuck, after that explosion this gotta be the last Kryptonian they ever see, it's gotta be valuable. Sold a lot of bodies, did you? Asked the second voice in amusement. Fine, put it on ice so it doesn't stink up the ship and get back here fast, this beauty ain't scrapping itself. I dunno how much we can get for the body, but cryptotech is fucking expensive. Kara felt herself being dragged, but she couldn't move a muscle. Her mind screamed at her to get up, to struggle, to activate the ship's defenses and resist it, but she couldn't even open her eyes. Finally, the pain was too much and too exhausting, she stopped even trying to struggle and felt the insect grabbing her body. A minute later, it just threw her into the freezer, the impact sent a new jolt of pain through her body, her mind went blank and she passed out again. Entry number 5, day 102, year 12.528. 5 days since acquiring the subject. Subject still showing signs of cellular regeneration despite having been deceased for at least 6-star rotations, said a cold and calculating voice as Kara woke up to the feeling of something digging into her right arm. It seems the specimen has similar traits to Tamaranine's, at least in the way it absorbs solar radiation. Still no signs of brain activity on the monitors, and the retrieved samples continue showing signs of cellular division even after separation from the body. A second voice answered. Kara heard something moving inside her chest, but she was completely unable to feel it. In fact, she was unable to feel anything on her body. Any signs of full body regeneration? Negative. The subject's cells are capable of limited regeneration, but it requires elevated levels of sunlight radiation with a high energy output. A pity, I had hoped the subject's biology was similar to a Zarnian, but it seems it has truly expired. Kara was feeling numb, despite the horror of having some bastard scientist playing around inside her body, she was utterly paralyzed, unable to even move a finger. Thankfully, she was still unable to feel anything and Kara barely registered as they bombarded her body with synthetic solar radiation. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she started to feel a tingling sensation on her skin. Leave its heart in place, but retrieve the remaining organs and insert it into one of the Tamaranine's solar chambers for further observation, the first voice said and seemed to step away from her. If it's capable of some regeneration, we may be able to study it for much longer. Unable to feel anything, Kara heard one of the scientists carrying her away from the experimental room. Soon, they put her inside a tank filled with some liquid and lifted her into a standing position. The subject really shares many characteristics with Tamaranine's, I wonder if they had interbreed in the past, wondered one of the scientists as he locked her body in place. Somehow, she was able to feel the invigorating sunlight hitting her naked and heavily damaged body. It felt absolutely divine, to the point that she lost several hours just basking in the sensation of the sun hitting every piece of her body, knitting her flesh closed and, together with the fluid around her, starting to regenerate the damage done by starvation, exposition to kryptonite and a vivisection. Then the light started healing her damaged nerves and she started to wish she had died with krypton. The pain was unbearable and she couldn't even scream. It must have lasted centuries, getting worse and worse as her nerves became better and better. Thank RAW her body could still shut down and return to hibernation. Entry number 7, day 107, year 12.528. 10 days since acquiring the subject. Kara woke up with a startle, she was actually able to feel as the knife dug into her chest and the psion pried her ribcage open. She wanted to scream, to shout, to fight back, but her body continued to refuse her. It seems like the subject will need at least a week to fully regenerate its organs. Make sure to harvest them every time it's ready. Kara wanted to cry when she felt the devastating pain caused by exposure to kryptonite. She could feel her veins throbbing and her muscles spasming even as her body didn't move. Intriguing. The body quickly deteriorates once exposed to the exotic radiation. Kara felt the scientist cutting into her flesh. Skin resistance is almost immediately neutralized once exposed. I wonder, does the exposure also cause pain? A second voice said in a tone of conversation. Would proximity or quantity of radioactive material increase the pain? A true pity we can't find out. Suddenly, the pain proved to be too much and Kara just passed out. Next time she woke up, Kara was resting inside the healing pod, her body being constantly bombarded with sunlight radiation. She still couldn't feel her body or even open her eyes, but she swore she could see a petite woman looking at her from behind the glass of her pod. A spike of pain went through her mind and she felt her consciousness becoming muddy. Her life flashed through her mind and she asked herself, was it the end? She remembered her uncle Jor-El presenting her with his own son Kal-El, the new head of House El. The baby had been so small, so fragile, not at all like those released from the birthing matrix. Kara remembered his little hand squeezing her finger as she wondered how she could take care of him by herself. She remembered the first time she had built something worthy of House El. It had been a simple gravity stabilizer that used 1.2% less energy than the average model while using the same materials. Zor-El had been so proud of her, already innovating before ever completing her apprenticeship. She remembered meeting her parents for the first time, the way her mother had actually hugged her, the way her father had nodded his approval with a glint in his eye as she stepped out of the birthing matrix without stumbling. Then she remembered dying. She remembered the hours spent on a hospital bed as her organs failed her after getting hit with a truck. The memories came back to her with the same force as the truck. Years of life on Earth, a different family, different age, and different gender even. She remembered being Jace Brown, a college graduate on his first job, reading about places like DC, Marvel, and thousands of other stories. The memories overwhelmed her mind and she passed out. Entry number 12, day 124, year 12.528. 27 days since acquiring the subject. Jace woke up to a new voice. A different psion scientist was looking at his body. He felt the sharp pain of kryptonite exposition hit him before a needle pierced his neck. Subject's resistance continues to increase with solar radiation. Exposure to material 12A233 is now required to operate on the subject. Starting procedure 9. Jace felt utterly lost. No, he wasn't really Jace anymore, was he? His name was Kara now, Kara Zor-El. She wanted to laugh at the absurdity of the situation. Was she really in DC right now? Reborn as Superman's cousin and being experimented on by psions. For a second, Kara wasn't certain which one was the real her. Was she Jace having a hallucination on his deathbed on Earth, or was she Kara doing the same inside a psion vessel? Then she felt something boiling hot enter her body, filling her veins with head and pain. Her mind screamed and rebelled, and such questions lost all importance. When the pain became too much, she passed out. Entry number 15, day 132, year 12.528. 35 days since acquiring the subject. Kara heard the lizardman say as a new round of experiments started. She had decided she preferred to be called Kara. She had been a man before, but she had lived 16 years as a Kryptonian woman and her memories as Kara were also more recent, closer to her mind. With how much pain she was usually in, Kara was convinced this wasn't some kind of dream or hallucination. She was also pretty sure that both sets of memories were true. At least they felt like it. She had been Jace Brown, she had been born a male and lived for 26 years on Earth, had parents and friends, but she was Kara, and her memories as a Kryptonian were more vivid. Knowing that she'd never see her human parents again hurt, but, to her, it had been 16 years and she had become numb to it. The loss of Krypton was far more painful. She wondered if this was how an amnesiac would feel if he recovered his memories after years. Her memories as Jace were still important, they still affected her, but she was Kara now. The usual pain of kryptonite radiation cut her musings short. It seems like the time needed to fully regenerate its organs has increased. The psion said with some disappointment in his voice. Kara couldn't wait for her body to fully recover. She dreamed of finally opening her eyes and blasting the cursed lizard with her heat vision, reducing him to ash. Alas, no matter how much she struggled, it was not to be. Entry number 20, day 202, year 12.528. 105 days since acquiring the subject. Kara woke up to the pain of kryptonite exposure. Hearing the date, she couldn't help but become worried. It seems like she hadn't woken up for months now. Samples of the subject have finally started deteriorating. The master has ordered minimal exposure to material 12A233 and for one of the subject's extremities to be amputated for further testing. Kara heard the lizard picking up a saw and felt its teeth biting into her leg, but, at this point, she had gotten so used to pain the amputation felt almost relaxing. No, there was no use lying to herself, the pain was still excruciating, but it was far better than the times they opened her chest. In the end, they finished the procedure far sooner than expected and put her body back into the solar chamber. The solar radiation quickly dulled the pain and she felt her mind relax. Entry number 38, day 92, year 12.529. 357 days since acquiring the subject. Kara recognized the Psion's voice as coming from the first one to have operated on her body, but her mind struggled to even wake her up. I have finally discovered the reason the subject's regeneration continues to deteriorate. It seems that constant exposure to material 12A233 has permanently damaged some of the subject's cells and repeated experimentation has overcome its recovery. Not for the first time, Kara cursed the Psions in her mind. Gathering her strength, she made another effort to wake up, praying to God, to Rao, to the presence for strength. It was useless. She couldn't move. Thankfully, the subject still shows promise as its body seems to be able to assimilate most forms of radiation. Starting procedure. The cursed Psion said. Kara felt as her chest was cut open again and the lizard cut off one of her lungs. A second set of hands pried open her eyelid, but she still couldn't see anything as they cut off her eye. Transplant 17 is a failure, no surprise there. Transplanting the new organ and closing up the subject. Master, should I take it back? Yes, the subject is too valuable to continue letting others experiment on it. Leave it in the solar chamber until I come to check up on it again. Kara woke up 2 more times while in the solar chamber. Her body no longer seemed to recover with sunlight. She also felt tired of fighting, of trying to recover, of holding on and hoping for something that was never going to happen. She wanted it to end. Entry number 38, day 92, year 12.529. 1023 days since acquiring the subject. Kara cursed her luck. For a while now she had hoped to never wake up again, but it seems like she was still alive. 193 days after transplant 19, the subject continues to show no signs of rejection. I have decided to halt all experimentation on the subject until the results of the latest experimentation are clear. Transplant 19 is just too important. For a brief moment, Kara tried to gather the will to care about what the Psion was talking about, but she couldn't manage it. I have also acquired 2 new Tamarinine subjects that are far more interesting. The Psion paused as if in thought, then laughed. I had almost forgotten how experimenting on live subjects felt. While Tamarinines are a known species, my work with the Kryptonian subject has given me new ideas and it is far more satisfying when they can actually struggle. Kara felt equal parts angry and terrified when she woke up inside the pod. On one hand, it meant that she wasn't going to be subjected to a new set of experimentations and, on the other, that she was still alive. Suddenly, she started hearing the blaring sound of sirens all over the facility. Kara's remaining eye opened wide at the realization the damn Psions were having problems and she felt a smile on her face. The harsh glare from the artificial sunlight hit her face, causing her to frown. Wait, she opened her eye. Her body responded. Immediately, Kara started struggling with everything she had. At first only her toes moved, then her fingers and then her entire body started recovering, her limbs started tingling and she felt her body come fully under her control for the first time since leaving Krypton. She wanted nothing more than to smash her way out of the chamber and run, escape, scream, do anything. Still, she waited, absorbing more and more sunlight and gathering her strength. She'd only have one chance to escape, she couldn't waste it. Looking all over the room, Kara saw the plain white walls of the ship, with no details, wires, or even devices. The sunlight projector looked like 2 square blocks of white metal sprouting from the floor and connected by a large gray gear. Simple, uninteresting, and cheap. At this point, Kara didn't really care if she died in the attempt, but she absolutely refused to be recaptured, or to die without taking as many of the damn lizards as she could with her. Staying still inside her pod as she heard the commotions around her was one of the hardest things she had ever done, but she spent the time familiarizing herself with what remained of her body. She knew she must have been inside the healing tank for a long time in order to have recovered so much, but she didn't know how much of her organs were whole at this point. Her left eye was still missing and she couldn't feel her left leg. Clearly, she wasn't in perfect condition. When Kara heard the sounds of battle approaching her, she knew it was time. She had never killed anyone before, neither Kara nor Jace had even been in such dire situations, but she didn't think she would have any problems splattering a few Psions around the walls. In her previous life, Kara had always felt that most heroes caused a lot of trouble for themselves by sparing their enemies. Kara refused to make the same mistakes, not now. Gathering her will, Kara started experimenting. It took her a few minutes to get control of her flight ability. When she was confident enough, she willed herself out of the tank, breaking through the glass without any effort. Finally, she took a deep breath of air after what must have been years. Kara couldn't help herself, she screamed. The sensations hit her like a ton of bricks. For the first time in years, she felt the air hitting her skin, she smelt the scent of cleaning products and the dusty must of Psions. The wind hit her and Kara's body registered the cold, even if it didn't bother her. She laughed long and hard despite the situation. For years now Kara had been locked into a Kryptonian healing coma, barely able to register any feelings beyond pain, barely able to hear anything beyond her short periods of consciousness while she tried to wake up. All the sensations overwhelmed her and she promptly lost control of her flight, falling to the cold, metallic floor in a heap. Still laughing, Kara gathered her will and slowly floated up. Finally, Kara managed to get into a hovering position, even if it bobbed around, going up and down as she breathed. She knew she should have been moving immediately, not allowing the Psions any time to make a plan against her, but she wouldn't make for a very imposing, or maneuverable, figure hopping around on just one leg. The very thought of everything the bastards had taken from her caused Kara's flight to grow more erratic, her fists closing tightly at her sides as a strange feeling of heat gathered at her sole remaining eye. The wave of heat she released melted a hole twice her own size in the steel wall. Dazed, Kara looked at the hole and floated closer, lifting a hand. She marveled as she felt the heat on her skin, but it felt more like a warm wind than the result of several meters of molten metal. With a smile, Kara thought of the Psions waiting for her all over the ship. She couldn't wait to get to them. Looking at the hallway, Kara registered the same white metal stretching as far as her eye could see. There were plain metallic doors with strange symbols painted in black above them. They looked the same and, were it not for the huge melted hole, Kara wouldn't be able to differentiate her own room from any other. Moving while flying turned out to be easier than hovering in place. Kara seemed to have an instinctive affinity for flying and, much like an animal can walk a few minutes after being born, she managed to achieve controlled flight at about the same uncoordinated level. Still, trying to maneuver with her fist extended like she saw her cousin do in the comics was a long way off. Kara bounced around the place as if drunk and moved mostly in an upright position. The one time she tried to imitate Superman, she had lost all sense of direction and was left spinning in place like a pinwheel for a few seconds before falling on her side. Fortunately, the advantage of being Kryptonian was that she left dents in the walls instead of collecting bruises from doing so. Hearing the sound of gunshots coming from her side, Kara turned and, squinting her eye, gathered heat before blasting the wall as hard as she could. She melted a hole through it, and the next wall, and the next. Hell, she blasted a hole through what must have been 9 walls to reveal the darkness of space looking back at her. For a second, Kara was left paralyzed. She stared at the destruction until the vacuum started dragging everything and everyone towards the hole. She saw armed Psions and robots flying through the air, as well as 2 bizarre beasts with far too many tentacles for her liking trying to keep themselves in place by grabbing at everything on sight. Kara herself was dragged through 4 openings before snapping out of it and making herself stop. The cold hit her and caused goosebumps in her arms. Looking around, she saw the walls around the damaged sections starting to seal. Just before the breach to her right could close, Kara managed to fly through the shrinking gap. Taking stock of her situation, Kara noticed a minimal but noticeable drop on her stamina from using her vision. With a sigh, she resolved herself to training with the ability a little before using it again, at least when at full power. The fighting around the ship had briefly stopped after her attack, but it returned with renewed vigor and she could hear a female voice screaming with fury only 2 corridors away from her. This time, Kara decided to just fly through the walls, lowering her head and driving her body shoulder first at the metal. The metal gave way. She burst in the middle of what looked like a war. From one side of the place an extremely hot orange girl was releasing bolts of green energy from her hands. Like Kara, the girl was completely naked while blasting Psions in full armor. On the other side, there were Psions and robots with energy weapons shooting at pretty much everything. Their aim was terrible, but there were so many of them that the girl was getting hit almost as often as she shot. Every shot left ugly burns on her skin and caused her to lose control of her own flight. Some of the shots managed to hit Kara as she stood there, but they just felt like hard pokes, annoying but far from painful. Psychopathic sadistic Psions or hot orange girl who was probably Coriandar. Grabbing the closest robot, Kara twisted its head off its shoulders and then threw it through the body of a Psion. The lizard just exploded in a shower of blood and Kara screamed in both rage and satisfaction before using the rest of the robot as a makeshift weapon to bat Psions and robots aside. She attacked the 24 Psions without rest, ignoring every shot that hit her and releasing all her anger and hate, all her fear. When the robot she was using was reduced to a few pieces of scrap, she threw it aside and grabbed a Psion to continue her massacre. At one point, Kara had started to cry. Her screams had turned from roars of rage to those of pain and frustration, but she continued even when they started running away, she continued even when every single one of the monsters was dead and she was left reducing one of their bodies into just so much paste. Panting hard, she released the last robot she had been using as a weapon and lay down on the ground crying, her arms hugging her body as it all finally hit her. She was free and she was going to stay that way no matter what. A touch to her shoulder almost caused Kara to lash out, her single eye glowed red with heat, but she snapped out of her daze just in time to stop herself. Twisting around, she saw the orange girl taking a few steps away from her, her hands held high to show no threat and her glowing green eyes wide with worry but also understanding. Seeing that Kara wasn't attacking, Coriandar approached her slowly and very deliberately wrapped her arms around her. Kara released her flight and just started crying against the naked woman's orange skin for a minute. Eventually, Kara gathered her wits and pushed herself away from the girl. She knew they couldn't stay in place. The Psions may have heavier weaponry, ones capable of hurting even a Kryptonian or, worst case, they may be able to use the kryptonite they had to trap her. Kara knew she still wasn't thinking right, her fear and anger at the Psions still clouded her mind, but she just couldn't care about it at the moment. Coriandar tried to talk with her, but Kara ignored the Tamarinine, unable to understand the strangely guttural sounds of her language. Frustrated, Coriandar grabbed her and forced Kara to look into her eyes before asking a question. Still unable to understand, Kara shook her head. I don't understand. She decided to say in English. Kara knew from the comics that a few humans had made it into this sector, and nobody was likely to know the Kryptonian language here. Coriandar's eyes shone brightly as she nodded in understanding before cupping Kara's face in her hands and kissing her. Kara couldn't help herself, she kissed back, opening her mouth and savoring her taste before snapping out of it and breaking the kiss. With a nervous laugh, Kara remembered about the Tamarinine nonsensical ability to learn languages with a kiss and flushed red. Kara Zor-El hadn't been homosexual when she lived with her parents, but neither had Jace. She hadn't thought about the implications before, being more preoccupied with survival after all, but she found that she was quite attracted to Coriandar's body. Thinking about it, she imagined a male kissing her in place of the girl and didn't mind it at all. Shaking her head, she left that little revelation for later and asked. Can you understand me now? I can, warrior. Have you overcome your grief? Not really, but we have more important things to worry about. Kara said and floated towards a mostly intact Psion body before starting to steal some clothes. Kara Zor-El, nice to meet you. I am Coriandar, Princess of Tamarin. She greeted me before finding some clothes herself. Do you have a plan, warrior Zor-El? Call me Kara, your attack was probably what saved me, in my book that makes us friends. Joy. Admiration. To have an entire book dedicated towards your friendships. She said, her face lighting up once again and her mouth opening into a wide smile. Still, I cannot imagine how those Zarbnarf managed to subdue a warrior of your power, friend Kara. Kara sighed before slipping into a very loose set of pants. She ripped out the missing leg and tied it around her waist in order to keep the piece of cloth in place. I was in a healing coma and recovering from a wound, so they didn't have much trouble just keeping me from fully waking up. Do you have any idea how to get away from here? Do not despair, friend Kara, together we will most certainly be able to claim one of the ships of escaping. Coriandar said and gave Kara a reassuring smile while helping her find a shirt. Kara let Coriandar continue the search and just floated in place, her mastery of the skill growing by the second, to the point that, while it still required concentration to keep herself in place, she could keep her body moving in a straight line without much effort now. Come on, princess. Let's finish this before they have time to prepare any traps. They flew together, slowly picking up speed as Kara got more comfortable with her ability, but they didn't meet any other Psions or robots, allowing Kara to start experimenting with her abilities. Kara tried to shift into X-ray vision to look through the walls for a few minutes before getting fed up with things and just using raw power to burst through them. Eventually, they found the docking bay where the Psions kept the smaller ships, but there were Psion corpses and robots spread everywhere and the two remaining ships were in flames, while a third one seemed to be missing. What the heck? Friend Kara. My sister must have destroyed the ships of escape so they could not follow her, she said with a wide smile, happy that her murderous, traitorous sister had managed to escape. Or maybe Kara was being hasty. She had no idea which version of Blackfire she was dealing with after all. We were separated in an earlier fight, I am most glad to know she has managed to escape. I don't suppose you know a way to call her back for help? Kara asked, already knowing the answer, but with some hope that she was wrong. After all, she was feeling extremely lucky since escaping. I am afraid my sister is very practical. She would not risk coming back even if I could contact her. She said with a sad smile. She would not risk it. Great. Just great. Kara suppressed her desire to curse or lash out at things around herself. She had to remember she wasn't a human anymore, lashing out was very bad now, especially for the environment around her. Fine, if we can't take an escape vessel we're just gonna have to take this one instead. Yeah, she quickly started warming up to the idea. Kara hadn't liked the idea of leaving behind whatever data the Psions had gathered with their experiments. Kryptonian experimentation never ended well in the comics, for anyone. She had still been willing to do so in order to escape but, now that she had an excuse, she was eager to destroy everything and kill every single one of the cursed bastards. Turning back towards the interior of the ship, Kara finally managed to get her X-ray vision to work and immediately started searching for the densest concentration of Psions, or the control room, that would work too. She quickly found almost 40 Psions armed to the teeth with alien rifles and surrounded by security robots. They were getting ready for a fight, at one of the paths towards the center of the ship. Kara took a minute or two to verify they weren't carrying any lead boxes or exposed kryptonite then, when she was sure, she released a hysterical laugh of relief. Ahahaha, the fools still don't know what they are fighting, moahahaha. Moahahaha. Came the exaggerated evil laugh from Koryandar. It caused Kara to turn around and just look at her, dumbfounded. What was that? I wish to partake in friend Kara's customs to show my support. She revealed with a smile that just drained some of Kara's rage and fear away. You have a most intimidating battle cry. They just stood there, staring at each other's eyes. A few seconds later Kara shook her head and snickered. Never mind. Taking a deep breath, Kara accelerated in a straight line towards the Psions. She ignored every wall or floor in her way and acted like a battering ram, opening a path of destruction for Koryandar to follow. When they arrived, it wasn't really a fight but a slaughter. With Kara's resistance blocking most shots, Koryandar was free to show just how capable a warrior she was. Every one of her starbolts sent a Psion flying or pierced right through them when she managed to hit exposed flesh. More than one Psion was decapitated by one of her well-aimed attacks, then they reached melee range and all hell broke loose. Even still wounded and recovering, Kara was faster, stronger and more brutal than Koryandar. She punched through Psion's armor and all, or simply grabbed them and squeezed before throwing their bodies as makeshift projectiles. Sometimes, Kara just ripped arms off and moved on, leaving the Psion to bleed out in pain. She moved from target to target like an unstoppable berserk, but Koryandar wasn't any worse. She had skill. The Tamaranine princess didn't fight like a human would. She didn't use footwork and, in fact, didn't step on the ground even once. Managing to steal a blade from one of the Psions, Koryandar floated around the battlefield with cat-like grace, slashing, stabbing and delivering precise punches and kicks. In the end, she had defeated more enemies than Kara herself, substituting raw power for precision and control. Can you find out where the command room is? Kara asked while wiping some blood off her face. Turning around, she also spit some that had gotten into her mouth. Koryandar seemed a little sad at the amount of death they had caused, but she was a warrior trained by warlords. She wasn't a stranger to the battlefield and its horrors while also having very little sympathy for Psions. Certainly, it should not take very long. She approached one of the disabled survivors and started interrogating the monster. Kara had to continue thinking of them as monsters after what she had done. Thankfully, it wasn't very hard. The wounded male just spit in Koryandar's face. The girl cleaned the spit and dropped him to choose another. Having recovered her breath, Kara floated herself towards a third survivor and dragged his wounded body up by the arm, leaving him dangling painfully in the air. Where is the control room? She asked and then repeated herself in all the languages she had studied in Krypton until the lizard answered. Stupid humanoid, we know what you are now. They will be ready for you. Kara squeezed the lizard's arm until she heard the bones crack. Thanks for the warning, where is the control room? She continued to question him. The lizard hissed in pain and attempted to spit at her, but Kara just used her speed to whip his body around and smash him against a wall. She sighed. Despite all she suffered, she didn't want to torture them. Kara knew she could do it. She hated the Psions enough to break every single bone in one's body and smile at his pain, but that's not who she wanted to become. Knowing she would lose control of herself again if she interrogated another lizard, Kara briefly watched Koryandar question another survivor, then shook her head and concentrated on her X-ray vision to search the ship. She still didn't have full control of her powers, being completely new to their uses. Kara's vision couldn't see through the entire ship and was erratic on how many layers she could look through at every moment. The ship was enormous. Easily the size of one of a small city. No matter how hard she tried, Kara couldn't find any other gathering of Psions big enough to be significant. Friend Kara, I have found the location of the room of control. Koryandar floated towards her with eagerness, green light flashing in her hands. Pulling out a Psion personal computer, she opened a holographic map of the ship and showed her a red dot in the center and another green one where they currently stood. Both young women were about 2 kilometers away from the center of the ship and still near the hull. Looking down at the floor, Kara frowned and tried to take a look with her vision, but it was still too far away. All right, great work. Preparing herself once again, Kara frowned. Her back and shoulder had started to hurt from ramming so many walls, and there were so many ahead of her she had lost count. Suddenly, she shook her head and thought better of it. Shit, alright Koryandar, can you plot us a new path? I don't think I have the stamina to reach it in a straight line. From the comics, Kara thought she should have been stronger than this, but, then again, her cousin's power fluctuated wildly, from comics where he was just very strong, to ones where he was godlike and capable of punching holes in reality. Kara also had to remember she wasn't in the best condition. Her body was thin and malnourished, she felt hungry, thirsty, and every time she fought, she had to catch her breath for longer, to the point she was wondering if perhaps her lung hadn't healed completely. Flying twice as fast as a running man turned out to be a hush. It even managed to bring a smile to Kara's lips despite the situation she found herself in. She followed Koryandar as best she could, going through wide corridors and elevator shafts. Coriandar even took the time to smash some robots and psions whenever they found them on the corridors. Nearly 20 minutes later, they were finally arriving when Coriandar stopped in the middle of the corridor. Kara almost hit her mid-flight before managing to bleed out all her speed. With a flushed face, she had to fly back almost 20 meters to meet the princess. What? She barked harshly out of mortification, then she saw the hurt look on her companion's eyes and sighed. Sorry, I'm not used to looking like a fool while flying. I understand. Coriandar turned towards her left and pointed. We are 2 corridors to the right of the center of command. I plan on breaking the walls to avoid any traps they may have on the doors. Right, good idea, just hold on a minute. Turning towards the wall, Kara looked at the command center searching for any treats. She found many. Despite their precautions, the psions were watching them move, using some kind of surveillance camera to monitor them. The lizards had all turned towards the wall and were waiting for them. Every single one of the bastards also carried a small piece of kryptonite tied to their bodies. A large piece of kryptonite, the size of a large van, was lying in the middle of the room, its green glow illuminating the white walls and creating strange shadows. It must have been sold to the monsters together with her escape pod by the scavengers that first found her. Ah. All right, princess, we're gonna have a change of plans here. Do you have a plan? Asked the orange beauty, completely willing to follow her lead. Not really, but I can see through the walls and the enemy is ready for us. That is most distressing. It will make the battle much harder. It's worse than that. Kara confessed. They have a large piece of kryptonite. It's a radioactive rock that's poisonous to me and can weaken my body almost instantaneously. I can't enter that room without losing all my power. Coriandar. Rage. Fury. How dare they use such repulsive means? Do not worry, psions are not warriors, I will be more than enough to fight them. Coriandar gave Kara a quick pat to the back and readied herself. I'll give you ranged support, but I really can't enter there, Coriandar, I can't be captured again, I just can't. I understand, friend Kara, I will not blame you. Lifting her glowing green hands, Coriandar took some distance from her and released 2 of the largest starbolt yet, managing to blast through both walls separating them from the target. Kara watched as Coriandar flew into the room over a hail of blaster fire. She rammed one of the security robots through an electronic table before starting to send starbolts everywhere in the room. Finally snapping out of her daze, Kara cursed herself for just watching like a stupid bystander. She quickly channeled energy to her remaining eye and released a controlled wave of heat without losing control of the power. It took her a full second to burn through each wall, but she managed to hit a psion holding a huge energy cannon, burning a hole through his chest. Slowly, Kara moved her head and burned a line through the room, forcing the psions to focus more on survival than killing Coriandar. The heat ray was slow enough that some psions managed to dodge it, but they were still forced to stop shooting at her companion to do so. Seeing that it was useful, Kara continued to aim towards the bastards, killing another 2 and destroying 5 robots, but mostly making them pause in their shooting. Coriandar herself wasn't just watching. As the main attacker, she moved through the enemies like a tiger, taking cover behind the psions themselves and returning fire with quick starbolts while growling with anger. She moved with purpose, fully demonstrating her superior strength and warrior training, but she wasn't a Kryptonian. Every time the hail of shots hit her, it caused her to release grunts of pain. Finally, one of the larger cannons hit Coriandar in the chest, sending her body flying and almost blasting her through another wall. Psions may be many things, but they weren't stupid and capitalized on the hit despite Kara's best efforts to cut them down. She even increased the power to her attack. The constant release of power made her feel the strain and her eyes started to water. Suddenly, Kara fully lost control of her heat ray. She made sure to release one last blast of heat that melted a large hole through 4 walls, but it left her screaming in pain and cradling her remaining eye with both hands. Coriandar managed to take the chance to roll aside. Recovering quickly, she flew up and blasted her enemies again, then dived towards one who had been flanking her and punched him in the chest before stealing his cover. Forcing her eye to open, Kara looked at her companion and saw the cannon had left huge burns all over her chest and left arm. There were also dozens of smaller burns all over her body. Coriandar was in a bad situation. Her clothes had turned to rags, one of her fingers of her left hand was missing where someone had hit her with a solid projectile and she was bleeding. Fuck, no, just fucking no. Kara cursed as she flew towards the room. She didn't even manage to cross the wall before feeling the kryptonite affecting her, weakening her, making her retreat as flashes of her time locked inside the escape pod and, later, under the psion's knives, flooded her mind. Wrapping her arms around herself, Kara started to hyperventilate. Coriandar managed to take out another psion with a cannon. She also destroyed some important control, causing red lights to start flashing all over the ship. The sudden loud noise surprised the hell out of Kara, but it also allowed her to refocus on the fight in time to see her partner crying out as something hit her face. Tumbling down to the ground and screaming in pain, Coriandar was pinned down under fire for the second time. The survivors rained down laser fire and projectiles towards her, forcing her to curl up and try to protect herself by hiding behind tables. Just how many of the damn lizards are there? Kara screamed in frustration. Grabbing at the wall, she sunk her fingers into the metal and ripped a wide sheet away. Putting the piece of metal in front of herself, Kara held it like a shield and accelerated as fast as she could, bursting through the walls and smashing the gathered psions around her partner. The attack crushed at least a dozen of them and scattered the others. Before Kara could recover, she felt her body locking up under the kryptonite radiation. A bolt of energy caught her in the shoulder, blowing a hole right through it and causing her to scream from the burnt. Kara howled in pain and fell to all threes. The kryptonite started affecting her more, causing her incredible amounts of pain. Her veins bulged up under her skin and she collapsed under her own weight, actually throwing up from pain. With a grunt, Kara tried to drag herself under the metal sheet, but she wasn't strong enough to even lift it while under the effects of kryptonite and got another hit on the leg. With a second to recover, Coriandar exploded into action. Even extremely hurt and missing some hair, she still managed to blast everything in sight before grabbing a metal support beam that had been cracked and ripping it out to use as a projectile. The attack crushed another 4 psions and finally broke their morale. The few remaining lizards were left running for their lives. Coriandar was breathing hard from exhaustion, but she was still standing, her eyes glowing with green light as she tried to blast the runners. Kara released a low whimper of pain and the princess refocused. "You came." She screamed in happiness before noticing the bulging veins all over Kara's body. "What is wrong, friend Kara? How can I help?" The rock." Kara cried out. Coriandar looked around and saw the glowing green piece of kryptonite lying covered in debris at the center of the room. In a hurry, she gathered Kara's body in her arms and flew out of the utterly destroyed command center. Kara felt the pain starting to go away as soon as they got out of the room, leaving behind only the burning feeling in her leg and shoulder from the shots she had taken. She looked at Coriandar's face and smiled a true smile. They had won control of the ship and probably killed any psion with the power to take it back. Releasing a breath of relief, Kara passed out. Chapter 2, Rewrite. Kara watched with a calm face as the medical robot worked on her missing leg. Psions may not have used anesthesia on their victims, but they did keep some to use on themselves, just in case of an accident, or a rampaging experimental subject. So, she barely felt anything as the robot sliced open her healed knee and started connecting the prosthetic circuitry to her nerves, but she was feeling a little nervous. Kara wasn't really worried about the robot. Despite being somewhat backwards, psions were still far more advanced than humans. Even their worst machines still made modern hospitals look incompetent. Really, the only reason so many of their test subjects died was because they usually didn't care to keep them alive. Finding out just how much trauma an individual was capable of withstanding before death was part of the experiment. No, Kara was worried about the piece of kryptonite resting on top of the medical tray close by. It was an unfortunate necessity if she wanted the medical instruments to pierce her skin, but that didn't mean she had to like it. At least the remaining psions had finally been killed last night. Kara didn't know how she should feel about that. On one hand, she still hated them with a passion, but, on the other, she knew her cousin wouldn't approve. After the fight, the control room had been a huge mess. Computers and delicate devices were melted or filled with projectiles, and there was psion blood everywhere. Still, after Cori had moved the kryptonite into a safer location, Kara had managed to use the controls to reconfigure the ship's security robots, ordering them to hunt down any monster or psion they found. It had been an impulsive move. Kara had been filled with anger, pain, and adrenaline when she gave the order. The result was an empty ship, with every psion executed, but Kara couldn't bring herself to regret it. Kara was used to dealing with crystal-based technology, but she did remember using Earth technology, and she had been raised by scientists genetically engineered to be smart. So, she understood how to manipulate psion's computers fairly easily. Almost a week later, they were still in the Vega system. Their ship was massive, but it was geared heavily towards research and, since they were never supposed to leave the system anyway, had very little in the way of propulsion. Turning her head away from the piece of radioactive rock, Kara looked at her new leg once more. It wasn't very pretty, and it wouldn't hold up to the kind of stress her own body could take, but it was stronger than steel and allowed her to stand without having to rely on her flight. Kara had lived 2 lifetimes being only as strong as a normal human. Having a leg only slightly stronger than steel wasn't all that hard to swallow. It helped that Kara had managed to include a hidden plasma weapon and a short-range personal shield on the prosthetic. The shield was capable of blocking heavy-caliber projectiles while completely ignoring most energy weapons. By Rao, if Kara was gonna be forced to have a prosthetic limb, she was gonna have a badass one. Kara had half expected to be able to regenerate her leg, or at the very least her eye. Unfortunately, it seems like it would take time to fully recover from her healing coma and all the psion's experiments. Creating a prosthetic eye was a little harder. What could she put on a bionic eye that she didn't already have as a Kryptonian? Instead, Kara had just put on an eye patch and accepted that she wouldn't be getting a new eye anytime soon. Finishing the operation, she tested her new leg, moving the individual toes and then the joints before putting it against the floor and slowly getting up. There weren't any problems. Really, Flying was awesome, but Kara had already started to miss just walking around. The leg itself was made from an extremely heavy dark gray metal, but it was still no wider than her own leg. All of its mechanical parts were hidden behind a metal shield, but it still granted her 80% of her feet movement. The prosthetic wasn't perfect, the technology far behind what Krypton could do, but it would serve, for now. Kara and Koriandar found themselves alone on the huge spaceship. There had been other prisoners before their escape, but, when they started flying towards the command room, the Psions had decided to execute every other test subject lest they managed to get reinforcements. Kara refused to blame herself for their actions, but it still hurt to know she could have saved some lives. If only she had been paying more attention to her improved vision or hearing, she could have acted. Walking away from the medical bay, Kara couldn't help but look at her new leg from time to time. In the docking area, she found Koriandar carrying a giant crate of tools from further inside the ship, her arms lifted above her head. The girl's face opened up into a giant smile. Joy. Congratulations on the new leg, my friend. Koriandar's smile was contagious. Kara couldn't help but return one of her own. Thanks, princess, want some help with that? No need, it is just machinery for the automatons. Not very heavy, yes. I suppose. Kara said. She was still unused to the fact that a ton of metal wasn't heavy. By Rao, 100 tons may not be heavy for her right now. You're looking better. And Koriandar was, there was no mistaking that. Kara hadn't noticed before, but a week of good food and rest, coupled with her increased metabolism, had caused Koriandar to recover at a prodigious speed. The Tamarinine had bulked up. Koriandar had looked like a beautiful but anorexic teenager before, now she was a very fit young woman, with obvious muscles and great curves. Thank you. She said and laid the crate down so the maintenance robots could get to it. Thankfully, while Commandar had laid waste to the remaining ships when she escaped, she hadn't left them completely beyond repair. By focusing on only one of the ships, the both of them had managed to get it working without much trouble. In only a few more hours, the robots would be finished with the essential repairs and they could leave this cursed place once and for all. Friend Kara, we have gone through battle together, shared the breaking of the feast and lunch for days. Please, why have you continued to refer to me by title? I suppose I just didn't think about it. Kara confessed, a little embarrassed. Krypton didn't have royalty, but her previous life had taught her to treat royals with respect. How about I just call you Kori then? That is more than acceptable. Kori nodded and then floated up. That should be enough to finish the maintenance, I believe. I am going to take one last sunbath. Kori floated away while Kara sat down atop another empty crate and continued to play with her new prosthetic, deploying the shield or practicing taking out the small handgun hidden inside. When she finally reached Earth, it would probably be full of people who knew her cousin's weakness. Kara wanted to be ready for them no matter what. A few hours later, the mechanical bots beeped and started entering the repaired ship. It looked terrible, with patches of different colors all over the hull. Some of its guns were missing and it used mismatched propellers, but it would work. The robots would have to continue repairing the non-vital parts still damaged inside, but it was ready to depart. Kara sent Kori a message and started gathering her things. They had managed to find what remained of Kryptonian technology on the ship, as well as all kryptonite, which they kept in a lead box created by Kara using her heat vision to seal any openings. Soon, they were both comfortably sitting inside the ship and watching the research center from a few million kilometers away. Kara took a strange sense of pleasure in watching the reactor of the large research station overload and explode. The ship actually broke apart in at least a dozen pieces then, with a flash of light, exploded with devastating power, shattering into millions of pieces and destroying all Psion research inside. In Tamarin, we do not like to live in the past or hold grudges, but I must confess I am glad to see the place gone. Kori said as she hugged Kara's neck from behind, finding and giving support. They watched quietly while their ship picked up speed away from the station. Eventually, even Kara's enhanced vision couldn't make up the pieces anymore. With a sight, she tapped Kori's arm to be released and turned towards her. Are you sure you don't want to be left in Tamarin? Correct, the Citadel is still in control of my home. To return now would only force my parents to turn me away once again. Kori started to float away slowly, but Kara grabbed her by the arm. Come with me to Earth then. She asked and dragged the orange girl away from the window. I'm sure we can get some help for your people there. Truly. Earthlings must be mighty warriors indeed, if they are willing to face the Citadel just because someone asked. Ah, well, you'd be surprised what people would do for a hot girl. Kara laughed. Kryptonians didn't really have romance, but she had been a teenage male in her previous life. She still remembered how horny it made her. As for being great warriors, they have some, but the majority is very far from a Tamarinine. Then, please, how can they help me fight? Well, let me explain a little about their heroes. It took nearly a week for the ship to leave the Vega system, but, after that, the maintenance droids inside finally finished fixing the ship's drive. It allowed them to travel much faster, arriving in the solar system in only another 2 weeks, despite the huge distance between them. Kara and Corey spent some of that time sparring, with the Golden Princess teaching Kara how to fight while flying, how leverage worked when you had no need to keep your feet on the ground, and even just how to face a resisting opponent. Kara didn't become an expert in less than a month, but at least she was no longer restricted to ramming things very fast. She also managed to get a handle on her improved strength. Kara hadn't broken a glass cup in nearly a week. Kara had also spent at least an hour every day teaching her companion about Earth culture and what to expect when they arrived. Making sure Corey remembered how fragile most humans were was a work in progress, and the princess just couldn't understand why humans would frown on too much exposed skin. It took only a moment for their ship to land on the dark side of the moon. Kara had chosen the location because she didn't want to risk getting detected by any villain like Luthor, Vandal Savage, or Brainiac. Also, she supposed she wasn't ready to meet her cousin just yet, not without knowing which version of him she would find. Kal-El hardly ever went bad in the comics, but, when he did, it was always bad, Injustice and Justice Lord's bad. Grabbing a bag filled with gold and platinum she had found while passing through the asteroid belt, Kara put the ship under camouflage and took a small tank of oxygen. Ordinarily, she thought she could hold her breath long enough to make the travel between Earth and the moon, but, while her lung had healed from being harvested by psions, it wasn't working at full capacity and she didn't want to risk it. Corey herself didn't even need to breathe. "We're here," Kara said to her companion, noticing how Corey held her own bags of precious metals. Excitement. Eagerness. "I cannot wait to finally meet an Earthling. Do you think they will like me?" "Nobody could dislike you, Corey, it's impossible." Kara laughed. She took one last, deep breath, before holding it in and flying away from the ship, Corey quickly flying after her. Kara took some distance from the hidden ship, not wanting to draw any attention to its location. Finally, she really let her power flow. For the first time, Kara started flying as fast as she could, quickly gaining speed. In less than a minute, she stopped feeling the moon's gravity pull. Seeing as she was alone, Kara stopped for half a minute so Corey could catch up. When the Tamarinine stopped beside her, Kara pulled out her communication device and typed, "Will I have to wait for you?" A few seconds later, Corey tipped back. "No, I seem to be much faster than usual. I can also fly much easier in space." Giving her a nod, Kara flew away, accelerating from 0 to 100 in a single instant. If she wasn't in space, there would have been a sonic boom. Even without a suit, the cold of space didn't really affect Kara. She was also managing to hold her breath fairly easily and feeling pretty great. Then Corey flew beside her and bumped her shoulders, making her lose control and tumble through space for a second. Regaining her orientation, Kara saw her friend waiting for her and laughing quietly before flying away, leaving a trail of light from her hair. Oh, she didn't. Kara thought and narrowed her eyes. Corey's figure quickly gained distance. It took her less than a second to take out her communicator at super speed and type again. "It's on." Kara started giving it her all, flying faster than a bullet, much faster. The planet itself seemed to become bigger and bigger after each blink of her eye, soon filling her entire vision. With a silent laugh, she tackled Corey and started tickling her. Princess Coriandar of Tamarin was very ticklish. Kara took her victory with grace, leaving the squirming golden girl lying in the air. She pulled out her oxygen tank and took a few breaths before putting it away. Lifting her nose at the recovered princess, Kara smirked. Corey pouted. They returned to their journey, quickly entering the atmosphere and making sure to decrease their speed so they weren't flying fast enough to gather visible heat. Kara may have lost Krypton, but she had been an Earthling in her previous life. She still had fond memories of the planet. In a way, they were much better than her current ones. Her human parents had been much warmer than her Kryptonian ones. Also, their memories weren't tainted by the pain of her entire planet exploding. Taking a long breath, Kara smiled. She was finally home. 2 hot girls flying down in spacesuits was not something one saw every day. It would certainly draw a lot of attention, but it was already dark. Kara just made sure they weren't caught in any cameras and dropped right in front of a lone teen with glasses. She looked him over and dismissed him from her mind, but Corey hurriedly floated over. "Greetings, Earthling. Please, what is your name? Where are we? What are you wearing in your face? Do you want to be my friend?" She bombarded the poor guy with her questions while his eyes were glued to her breasts. Ahem. Kara had to intervene, making the guy snap out of his daze. "Ah. I guess we're in the United States, Fawcett City. I am Ed Baker." He swallowed hard at Kara's unamused face, forcing his eyes away from Corey's exposed skin. "I guess we can be friends." Joy. "You were right, friend Kara, Earthlings are very receptive." "I bet he wants to be receptive. She answered, narrowing her single eye at the teenager before releasing a sight and dropping to her feet on the ground. "I suppose you'll do." "Aw. I have to tell you, I'm too thin, very sickly, not at all a good probing candidate." He took a few steps back. "Do not worry, friend Ed. I have been told probing is not a traditional alien greeting, no matter how many times it is portrayed in your history." Corey nodded in understanding. "Those were fiction, Corey, make-believe." Kara sighed while pinching the bridge of her nose. "There will be no probing for you, boy. Do you have any money?" "You're robbing me?" he asked, incredulously. This was DC. Kara didn't know why he was so surprised. "No, but we need some normal human clothes." Kara took off her backpack and opened it, showing him the metal bars inside. "We can pay you. We just don't have any of the local currency." As he saw the amount of gold on her backpack, the boy lost all color, retreating a few steps and then falling on his ass. "I don't want anything to do with STO stolen goods." There was no stealing. "By Rao, we're aliens, we come from space. Why would we steal when we can just go to the asteroid belt and mine some gold?" Kara was starting to regret ever talking with the boy. Ed looked from the two girls to the bag filled with precious metals twice, his face growing relaxed, and then turning into a smile as greed overcame his caution. "Look, I don't have any money, but you both are just about my cousin's size. I can get some of her clothes for one of those bars." "Ha! I'll give you half a bar of gold." "3 bars. Half a bar. And we get to choose the clothes." Kara countered and laid an arm over his shoulders, whispering. "Next offer will only be a quarter." "Fine. But, if you guys want to choose, you're gonna have to talk to Amber." "That is acceptable, friend Ed." Corey nodded, far too eager to meet another Earthling. "Please, do you think she will be my friend too?" Seeing the boy's suspicious return, Kara gave him a break. "Don't worry. While we don't want to draw too much attention, we aren't really hiding. Going to a full mall and paying with gold bars is too much, but meeting a few people inside a house isn't a problem. Curiosity abounds." "Please, what is this mall you speak of?" A shopping mall is a big building, usually filled with smaller shops, where people gather to purchase things, eat or simply to have fun. Kara explained towards her companion. Ed took off his hoodie and handed it to Corey. It was a little too small, but still helped them to not stand out as much. As they walked, they alternated answering Corey's constant questions while the boy led them towards his cousin's house. They still got quite a few looks from some of the people on the streets, especially the males, but were easily dismissed from their minds. They did look more or less human. The hoodie covered most of Corey's more exotic details and they weren't doing anything out of the ordinary. Reaching a medium-sized traditional house, Ed opened the small gate and led them inside before pressing the bell. When his cousin took too long to answer, he pressed it again. I'm coming. The girl shouted from inside the house. Amber Joyce was a young girl of about 18, her hair was held up in a towel and she was already wearing plain white pajamas. She took one look at her cousin and the two girls hanging around him and frowned. Nope, you're not doing this. Then she slammed the door on their face. Amber. Come on, Amber. Ed started banging on the door and pressing the bell for a full minute, leaving two very amused aliens smirking at his desperation until Amber opened the door again. Look, Ed, just because my parents are out of the city, it doesn't mean you can just bring your cosplay girlfriends to fool around. Hey. What are you doing? She shrieked as Ed pushed his way inside the house. Kara decided to make the conversation easier, floating after him and smiling when Corey did the same. Just, what? Edward Jonathan Backer, what's going on here? She shouted and dragged her cousin away from the two floating women in her living room. Kara just let herself fall down on the sofa and started searching for something to watch on the TV, but Corey floated around the room, looking at everything just like a curious cat. What the hell have you gotten yourself into? Amber whispered in his ear after they finally got to the kitchen. Look, Amber, don't ruin this for me, please? Ruin what? Her whispering got louder. Are you some kind of henchman now? What? No. I mean, technically. The boy shook his head. Alright, look, they just arrived on Earth and don't want to stand out too much, so I thought they could borrow some of your clothes. Are they aliens now? I thought they were just metas. What the hell are you doing with aliens? Then she registered what else he was saying. And who the hell are you to lend my clothes to strangers? Have I told you they have 2 bags full of gold and are totally willing to share? The boy poured himself a cup of water. Look, they just dropped down from the sky right in front of me. What was I supposed to do? Call the police. But. Come on. Ed pouted at her and Amber sighed, stealing his cup of water. She drained it and massaged her temples. HAAA, but they were 2 hot girls, so you didn't want to. Fine, how much did they promise you? Half a bar of gold. Where the hell did they find gold anyways? They said it was the asteroid belt. He replied, now with some hope in his voice. Fine, fine, but I get 80%. They are my clothes after all. What? No way, 50-50. 80%, and I don't tell your parents what you have been doing after school, she told him, and Kara smiled. Yeah, it would work out. Fine. He whined. Suddenly, his phone started ringing. Shit, it's Mom. Hi Mom. Ah. I kind of forgot, at Amber's place, no. I mean, I can just walk, it's not too late, alright. Ed was forced to hand the phone over to Amber. She smirked at him, not moving for a second and making him think she wasn't gonna say anything. Then she took up the phone. Hi, Auntie, yeah he's here, don't worry he's not that annoying, love you too, bye. Look, can you stay with them? He asked her, giving a few glances where Corey was floating up at the ceiling and poking the lamp. Yeah, I can deal with them. Seeing her cousin's reluctance, she punched him in the shoulder. What were you gonna do anyway, flail your arms at the flying aliens like you did Carlos? Don't worry, anything happens I'm running away while screaming for Captain Marvel. Thanks Amber. He kissed her on the cheek and gathered his own backpack. When they reached the living room again, Kara turned off the TV. Hey, in the interest of being honest, I kind of heard everything you guys said. They both swallowed, but Kara waved their fear away. So, this is Captain Marvel's city, huh? Cool. Ah, I'm just gonna go then. Ed said, making his way towards the door. Corey managed to intercept him, giving him a back-crushing hug which left the teenage boy equal parts happy and in pain. Goodbye friend Ed, we must meet again. Corey released the boy. He was left breathing hard and cradling his back in pain, but still had a huge smile when he left for the door. Amber just stopped at the kitchen's door with a hand on her hips and looked at her two guests. Aren't you awfully comfortable here? She asked, raising an eyebrow as she saw Kara's laid-back posture. Comes with no one trying to kill or experiment on me. Kara answered, just to see her reaction, a smug smile on her face while Corey nodded beside her, equally happy. Yes, Earthlings seem much better than Psions, I am glad we came here. Alright, I'm gonna pretend I didn't just hear that. Amber shook her head, not knowing how to deal with them. So, you want some clothes then? I did hear you saying your parents aren't home, right? Right. Amber answered warily. So, how about another deal, you lent us some clothes now, let us sleep here today, then help us for a day or two and I'll pay you a full gold bar. Kara opened her backpack and pulled out a small and rough bar of gold from inside. I didn't really weigh the thing when I made it, but it had about 10 kilos of pure gold, should make for $250,000 at least. Holy shit. Amber stumbled away, staring at the gold bar with huge eyes, then at Kara's backpack. Holy shit, that's a lot of money. Why the hell are you paying me so much money? Convenience, mostly, we got a lot more in the bags, and it isn't exactly hard to mine some more if we need it. She confessed and Corey nodded by her side. Without knowing a lot about Earth's culture, the Tomaranin was letting Kara make most of the decisions, at least for now. We're from another planet Amber, we don't have to value gold the same way Earth does. Amber's eyes kept glancing towards the gold, but she seemed to steel herself, lifting her eyes, she asked. And why have you come to Earth? We're an advanced scouting party. We're here to study your heroes so our army will have it easier when they arrive. Corey gave her a mean look, but Kara let silence fill the room for a few seconds before laughing. Just kidding, we're refugees. Corey's people were subjugated by assholes and she couldn't go back while my planet exploded. It still hurt to talk about Krypton like that, the wound still felt fresh despite the time that had passed. Kara's new memories of another life made it easier, but not by much. In a way, it was just something else she had lost. With a sigh, Kara let herself fall back on the sofa and covered her eye with an arm, just waiting for an answer. Fine, you guys can stay, but only for today. Great. Kara smiled, adjusting herself on the sofa. She couldn't help but appreciate Corey's new clothes. Amber had been smaller than her, so the clothes were very tight and showed her every curve. It most definitely didn't help that the princess chose clothes which left a lot of her skin exposed to the sun. Contrary to Kara, the Tomaranin princess had healed and recovered very well, her body filling out in all the right places. Even her finger had been easily reattached. Kara herself chose some baggy clothes which hid her features. No longer looking like a supervillain, or an alien, Kara asked for Amber's phone in order to do something she had been eager for since recovering her memories. She ordered pizza. Chapter 3, Rewrite. Kara was lying on the couch with her new notebook on her lap, searching for everything she could find about her cousin and Earth's other heroes. Thankfully, she had already dismissed concerns of an Injustice or Justice Lord's situation. She also wasn't in any DC movie universe she could recognize. In fact, the Justice League had been formed for quite a few years already and had a very diverse cast of heroes. Kara also wasn't in the DCAU, the Justice League's holster was both too big for JL and too small for JLU. Her cousin seemed to be a well-established hero, having been active for a long time now. People on the internet suspected he was around 30 to 35 years old. Kara did find a Clark Kent working at the Daily Planet as a reporter and a Lois Lane acting as his partner, or well, more like the other way around. With Flash and Lois still alive, Kara wasn't really concerned about his mentality, she just didn't know how to approach him after so long being absent. Instead, she had spent her time establishing herself in the city. Kara had broken off pieces of her gold bars and sold them to different pawn shops for some immediate cash, then rented a loft for her and Corey to stay at, before getting some new clothes for them both. Corey really came to like Amber. They both hang out together a lot of the time, having even bought some bad superhero costumes so they could go out dressed like that despite Amber's shame. With the bad costumes, they could say they were cosplayers whenever Corey's skin color and hair were questioned. It worked surprisingly well, or at least seemed to, since Kara couldn't find anything about her on the internet and no hero or villain had turned up on their door yet. Kara had already spent a lot of time searching the internet for the known identities in the DC universe. Bruce Wayne, Oliver Queen, Wally West, Selina Kyle, Lex Luthor, and many others. Not that she could remember everything about every character from DC, but she did get a general idea of how things were. Closing her notebook, Kara left a message for Corey and put on some party clothes. Opening the window, she flew towards Gotham City. Kara wanted to get herself fully established before contacting her cousin and the Justice League. It would just feel better to cover all her bases and make some alternative options for herself. Far too many people knew her cousin's weakness for her liking. Using her improved senses to make sure she wasn't caught by anyone of the Bat family, or one of his many deranged villains, Kara dropped on an alley and patted down her clothes, making sure they were all in place. She was wearing a skin-tight pair of jeans with knee-length boots, a white tank top showing her midriff and a leather jacket. Approaching the bouncer, she gave him a smile and he waved her into the Tin Roof Club without even checking her ID. Sometimes, it paid to be a very hot woman. She'd never have gotten away with this in her previous life. The club itself was full. Kara had to distract herself from her hearing so she could withstand the loud music. She walked aside, freeing the club's entrance and then searched the room until she found Selina Kyle. Even hotter than on her pictures in the internet, the woman was acting like a bartender at the other side of the room. Kara could definitely see how Batman kept letting her escape. Probably a case of, hate letting her go, but love watching her leave. The woman wore leather very well. Squeezing through the full dance club proved very easy when one had super strength. Even if she had to slap a few male hands away, leaving them with painful reminders to mind their manners or push away some females until she arrived at the bar. "Hey baby, wanna have some fun?" asked a young man sitting at the bar. The guy was a little too drunk for his own good. Kara just shook her head, but the inebriated idiot didn't take the hint and tried to warp an arm around her waist. "Come on, don't be like that." Holding his arm with one hand, Kara grabbed him by the shoulder and pinched him painfully before lifting him from the chair and looking him in the eye. "I think it's time you went home, Romeo." The guy just grimaced, nodding his head furiously until she released him. Kara turned to see Selina giving her a curious look. She sighed. "I don't mind the looks or pickup lines, but touching without my permission is a big no. Taking the guy's place, Kara sat down at the bar and smiled. "Give me a neat Johnny Walker." "You sure you're allowed to drink?" Selina asked, but she was already grabbing a bottle and glass. "I'm much older than I look." Selina raised an eyebrow and challenged. "And if I asked for some ID?" "I'm afraid I don't have one of those, not yet at least." Selina's face became far more serious at that. She poured the whiskey and handed Kara the cup, but narrowed her eyes and took some distance. "I think you're in the wrong place for that kind of thing." "Oh, I don't really need or want an ID right now." Kara took a sip of the drink and grimaced. Her Kryptonian body stopped the drink from affecting her in any way, a true pity. "But, I do come with an offer you can't refuse." "I don't know what you mean." Selina's voice hardened. Kara's enhanced senses caught the barely concealed tension in Selina's every muscle and she snorted. Sorry, I just always wanted to say something like that." "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." "What makes you think you could?" "Oh, I could, I really could, but I won't. I don't want my cousin to get mad at me when we finally meet." Kara looked down at her glass of whiskey and sighed at the tragedy. She would never be able to enjoy a good drink again. Draining the glass, she continued. "What I really meant was, I have an offer you won't refuse, particularly since money is not a problem." "I believe you." Selina relaxed a little and just stared at her for almost a full minute, clearly still out of balance at a stranger knowing who she was. "I don't usually take jobs from anyone. It's more trouble than it's worth, but you got me curious and that's always been a problem with a cat. Stay here after the club closes and we can discuss things without any interruptions." "Great, don't worry, you won't regret it." Sliding her glass back to Selina, Kara got up from the bar and joined the dance floor. As a man, she had always though she looked stupid dancing, but she did enjoy the attention she was getting. Kara spent quite a few hours just enjoying the music, changing partners from time to time. She was forced to give painful pinches when some guys got a little too happy with their hands, one even got a very painful and private lesson when he insisted, but Kara did enjoy her time, dancing with girls as often as guys until, finally, her chest started to hurt and she was forced to sit down despite not even having started to sweat. She'd really have to spend more time sunbathing. Half an hour later, the club started to empty out. Selena finally joined her in the private stall Kara was occupying, leaving an employee to finish dealing with the bar. "I'm surprised a little dancing wiped you out already." Turning towards the woman, Kara tapped the flower designs on her eye patch. "Don't tell anybody, but the eye is not the only thing I'm missing." Selena looked her over, but didn't seem to notice her prosthetic leg, still she nodded. "I see, still, I have to say, you're acting awfully sure of yourself for someone without a reputation to back it up. Let's just say, I'm new around here." Kara made some small talk, she didn't really mind revealing things about herself. The only thing anyone could really use against her was her cousin and, well, she'd like to see them try. "Truth is, I was supposed to come years earlier, but I had an accident and couldn't make it in time." "Must have been some accident then." "Yes, a vehicle collision, I almost died." "Club is closed, boss, do you need me for anything else?" asked a giant of a man. "No, thanks Roberto, you're free to leave." Selena waited until the man locked the club's door behind himself before leaning over the table, her moves becoming more fluid and predatory. "Now, tell me, what is this job you're offering me? Have you ever seen Hawkwoman and Hawkman's maces?" Selena just made a motion with her hand indicating for Kara to go on. "You may not be aware, but they're made from a very rare and valuable metal called nth metal. It's originally only found on their home planet but, over the years, various small amounts have made their way here to Earth. I need you to find and retrieve at least 200 grams of said metal." And I suppose you don't know where I can find such metal?" Selena asked while tapping her nail against the table. "I have some ideas, but nothing certain." Kara thought about things and tried to remember anything else from the comics. "It's quite possible there's an entire Thanagarian ship buried down on Egypt. It would be full of nth metal, but I don't know its exact location, it should have crashed there thousands of years ago. Batman also has several knuckled made from the metal in his cave and Despero used large amounts of the metal when he fought the entire League some time ago. After that, the most likely place would be in the Hawk couple's houses and their maces. You're not asking for much, are you?" She mocked sarcastically. "Dealing with members of the League isn't easy. I understand, that's why I'm willing to offer almost anything for it." "Why almost?" Selena wondered out loud while dragging her nails on the table and narrowing her eyes. "As I said before, my cousin wouldn't like me killing anyone and I don't really want to disappoint him but, short of that, any favor you ask I could probably do." Kara thought about it a little before completing. "And, as long as you accept precious metals, I could pay any price you want." This metal must be very valuable then." Selena wondered out loud. "It's not the rarest, nor the most powerful, but yes, it is very valuable." Kara leaned towards Selena and used her own nail to tap the surface of the table, leaving holes that went all the way through. "Let me be clear here, Selena, when I say I will pay any amount of money I really mean it. No need to offer it to others, no need to search for its true value. Just say your price and I will pay it. And if stealing it earned me some trouble, I'll back you up. Don't worry, short of provoking Black Adam himself, I should be able to deal with anything and, worst comes to worse, I can ask for my cousin's help, or leniency. You'll understand if I take some time to decide if I want to take this job. Of course, just try to not take too long." Kara replied and pulled out a small piece of paper with a pen from one of her pockets, writing her number on it. "I guess we're done here for now. One last question if you will, that's some claim you're making and I can see you're strong." Selena stared at the small holes in her table. "But, how can I trust you're that much of a heavy hitter?" Kara folded the piece of paper with her number and threw it at the table with a smile. She knew what she was about to do was a little over the top, and probably revealed more than she should, but she was in a world which had become a comic book in an alternate reality, she could indulge. "Oh, I'm sure you're aware I'd prefer to keep this between us, Selena, but I think I can convince you." Slowly, Kara floated off her seat. Her single eye glowing red with ominous heat, she turned her head up and shot a heat ray towards a window, melting the glass completely before flying out through it. With tremendous speed, Kara rose up into the sky, using the cover of darkness to hide her body, almost out of the atmosphere. She made a parabola towards the European continent. Kara had planned to spend quite some time exchanging her gold in pawn shops all over the world for some time now and, after her meeting with Catwoman, it was the perfect moment. Since she could fly to anywhere on the planet, the fact that it was night wasn't an excuse to stop. When she finally found a city where the shops were already open, Kara was in England, which was very convenient. She only spoke 2 Earth languages right now. Kara spent the next 3 hours going from pawn shop to pawn shop, selling pieces of her gold in every city she could. Eventually, she got fed up with the activity. There had to be a better way to do this, but she hadn't thought of it yet, not without getting in contact with worse criminals than Catwoman, and she wasn't willing to do that. On her way back, Kara couldn't help but be happy with her work. Hopefully, Catwoman wouldn't take too long to get back at her, and, although she had only gotten a few thousand from each shop, she had gone to enough of them to gather almost $250,000. It was more than enough for her expenses for the next month. It's really a pity that people who accepted getting paid in gold were usually on the wrong side of the law. Things would be so much simpler if that wasn't the case. Arriving back to Fawcett City, Kara committed her first mistake. She let her guard down. The entire time, she had been flying under the radar, keeping her senses focused so she could avoid anyone getting a good look at her while moving too fast for most people to even see her figure, but she was almost home, so she relaxed. Kara collided with a wide chest floating right in front of her, bouncing off and almost hitting a building before recovering her balance. Captain Marvel stood in front of her. Almost 2 meters tall and with a wide chest, the brunette looked to be around 25, with perfect hair and well-defined muscles filling his skin-tight red outfit, a white cape hanging over his right shoulder. He looked hot as hell and, for a moment, Kara hoped this version of him was already grown up, but, since she hadn't heard anything of the Marvel family, she didn't find it very likely. A pity. Ahem, hello there. He said with a charismatic smile. Kara could even see the shine in his teeth. Hi. She made the greeting sound more like a question before looking around. I'm sorry, did I do something wrong? Oh no, you've done nothing wrong, miss. He said, embarrassed before scratching at his neck. It's just, I don't see someone flying in the city every day. Oh really? Kara answered and leaned closer to the men before lowering her voice. Are you making a pass on me? No. No, of course not. Ah, not that I wouldn't. And you are very beautiful. Ugh, that's not what I meant. He floated back, his face going red as an apple as he desperately tried to justify his actions and immediately looking several years younger. I mean, HAAA. Yep, definitely still the kid version, Kara thought and sighed in her mind. With a smile, she laughed at him. Don't worry, I was just kidding, come on, let's get inside. She motioned for the young hero to follow her since they were very close to her loft. I don't actually want to draw too much attention, and hanging out with a hero isn't very stealthy. Of course, miss, lead the way. He recovered from his flustered moment and waited for her to gain some distance before whispering to himself. Stupid, this is Busha all over again. Kara couldn't resist. The best Kryptonian power had to be her ability to mess with people, because she really loved it. I heard that. You know. Ugh. The captain stumbled in the air, but recovered almost instantly, closing his mouth before he said something else incriminating. Flying fast enough nobody would have time to take a picture, Kara entered her own flat through an open window and settled down, waiting until Captain Marvel followed her in, looking around himself curiously. Taking off her jacket, Kara threw herself down on the sofa and opened her boots before kicking them away, revealing her metal leg. So, what exactly did you want from me? Sorry, I'm really not used to new supers just inviting me over. He said while searching for a place to sit. They usually just want to kill me, you know. Kara sighed. The kid looked so earnest right now, she couldn't keep her distance. Floating up from the sofa, she made her way towards the kitchen. Fine, come on, I think my roommate left some chocolate cake in the fridge. What? Cake, you want it? Yes. Captain Marvel was initially wary of the food, but Corey always took her food very seriously and always bought the best cakes in the city, so he soon forgot about his worries. You know, this is turning out far better than I expected. Yeah, I'm not much for starting fights with superheroes. Kara said and pointed at him with her fork. Besides, my roommate is a fan. She'd be mad if I beat you. Alright, so. What are you doing in the city? He finally asked between bites of cake. It's more or less where I landed. Kara poured herself some milk and offered it to the superhero, who nodded happily. You're an alien then? He asked while lying back against the chair and wiping his mouth with his sleeve. Yep, don't worry, I'm just here to meet one of my relatives and won't cause any problems. Turned out, Captain Marvel was a pretty okay guy. He accepted her answer fairly easily and they spent the next half an hour just talking with each other, with him telling her about his fights with Dr. Savannah or Black Adam, while she spoke a little about her life on Krypton, without revealing any details of course. Hi, Kara, you home already? Amber shouted from the entrance. Ouch, watch it, Corey. I am sorry, friend Amber. Corey floated towards the kitchen, her arms filled with grocery bags, and then she froze, her eyes going impossibly wide while looking at Captain Marvel. Zal's breath. I am your biggest fan. Corey flashed in front of the captain and proceeded to fly around him like an overexcited bee. Curiosity abounds. Please, who is your greatest enemy? Why do you call out Shazam? Who is stronger, you or Superman? Do you like cookies? May I have an autograph? Whoa, that's a lot of questions. He said to try and buy himself some time while the orange girl continued to buzz about. Corey threw the shopping bags on the kitchen's counter, spilling out an intimidating assortment of snacks before grabbing a bag filled with cookies and dragging the captain by his arm, surprising him with her strength. Of course you like cookies, what kind of terrible creature would not? Yes. Please, have you ever eaten the strawberry-flavored ones? The geniuses of your earth knows no bounds, to be able to invent something so divine. Kara shook her head at the scene. The huge man couldn't resist and was physically dragged towards the living room where a new girlish scream came from Amber herself. Looking at all the bags, Kara sighed. Corey had probably bought a lot of ice cream again, so she better start organizing things before they melted. Kara finished putting away the groceries when it hit her. Shit, I knew the cake was too much. Flying past a laughing Corey playing arm wrestling with Captain Marvel, Kara dashed into the bathroom without anyone noticing and proceeded to spill her guts out. Thankfully, she remembered to keep her hair out of the way, but her stomach was hurting like hell. Once again, Kara cursed the psions with every fiber of her being while spilling what little food she had managed to keep. Really, she was very thankful that Kryptonians under a yellow sun ate more out of habit than necessity. Taking her clothes off, Kara took a long bath, making sure to clean her face especially hard. Her missing eye still bothered her and she knew she should make a prosthetic, if only to fix her problem with depth perception, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Somehow, a missing eye was harder to face than a leg. Using one of the psion's medical devices, she made sure to check her health to see how the constant exposure to the yellow sun was affecting her. The device was far too primitive to truly diagnose Kryptonian DNA, but it still gave her a base to work from. Kara sighed, her missing limb and eye really had stopped healing. It seems like even the effects of sunlight had limits and her body had reached them. At least her insides were still recovering, if slowly. Kara felt slightly better every day that passed, but it would still take a long time until she was fine. In a bout of anger, Kara almost punched the wall but managed to stop herself and take some deep breaths. The psions were gone, she was on Earth, she was safe, she was safe. Kara finished her bath and put on a robe before briefly glancing at Captain Marvel. The hero was still being bombarded with questions by Corey and Amber. Kara smiled, both Corey and the captain seemed to be having a lot of fun. Too tired to interact with them, she went to the bedroom and took the time to check her phone. She knew Catwoman wouldn't have called her so soon, but she couldn't help but hope. Nth metal would fix a lot of her problems. Throwing herself on the bed, Kara knew she should get changed, but she just didn't care. Before long she had passed out. Chapter 4, Last Rewrite. Kara squinted her eye and moved her hand with extreme care, every movement precise and calculated. Slowly, she rotated the machine's arms and released another burst of radiation into the small piece of kryptonite. It flashed with green light for a second and then started to vibrate, absorbing more and more radiation. With a loud bang, it exploded into hundreds of pieces which quickly lost their colors. Taking her hands off the controls, Kara wiped her forehead and sighed. She wasn't stupid enough to experiment with the radioactive rocks while in the same room, but using remote control handles and cameras in a faraway room worked, even if it still caused her some stress. In truth, she knew she should really be working on a prosthetic eye, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. She was still hopeful her eye would start to grow back, despite the fact it was showing no signs of doing so. Still, putting on a prosthetic could delay or even stop the regrowth. Perhaps her healing was prioritizing her internal organs and would shift back to her eye eventually. She had been feeling better lately. Glancing aside, she saw her prosthetic leg was still only at 60% charge and sighed before also checking her robots on the computer. Her mining robots were still working, they weren't very efficient, being just repurposed security and maintenance drones instead of specialized equipment, but they could still find precious metals inside the asteroids and bring them back to the ship fairly easily. It wasn't a long-term solution, but she wasn't looking to start a true mining operation anyway, and could still get a fortune before they broke down. Catwoman had called her 2 days after their meeting in order to accept the job, but her asking price had been a little too large for what Kara had in hand. She hadn't thought she'd need 50 million in gold when she had first mined the asteroid belt with Corey. Still, it wasn't all that hard to do, even with the technology she had at hand. Finally, she looked at her data recovery program. The psions had damaged the data crystals in her ship while trying to extract information from them, and it was taking a long time to get it all fixed. Stretching her back, Kara yawned and went back to her experimentations. She had already managed to turn a tiny piece of kryptonite red by bombarding it with radiation and accelerating its half-cycle, but any more and the damned rock simply degraded too fast to be of use, quickly becoming inert. As a Kryptonian, very few things threatened Kara, and she wanted to be ready whenever one of them showed up. Magic was already being dealt with by obtaining nth metal, and it would even have the bonus of helping her finally heal, but there was always a chance of another Kryptonian showing up. As far as she could find, her cousin hadn't dealt with General Zod yet, and an evil doppelganger was always a possibility in DC, what with alternate realities and mad scientists. So, she was trying to find a way to deal with them, and she doubted Superman would let her use the more permanent solutions. As a result, she was killing some time trying to create golden kryptonite, relatively harmless to her people, but able to reduce them to human level for a long period of time. Perfect for safe incarceration. She wasn't having much luck. Damn it. She cursed as another small piece of kryptonite lost its color and stopped radiating any harmful waves. It hadn't exploded this time, but Kara finally decided that just radiation wouldn't be enough to create anything other than the red variety, and that one only drove Kryptonians mad with rage. Changing her approach, Kara tried to increase the rock's half-life instead, expending another hour and a half trying various ways of doing so until she finally got a nail-sized piece of blue kryptonite on the table. She memorized the precise method of fabrication before erasing it from the computer. Even if she lost 2 entire days of data gathering and studying, Kara wasn't willing to allow anyone even the slightest chance of getting their hands on kryptonite research. Sending a drone to put away both red and blue pieces of kryptonite, she watched as they put them in small lead boxes. Kara checked the more long-term experiments with pressure and chemical baths, making sure they were running correctly before pushing herself away from the chair and grabbing her prosthetic. With a turn of the wrist, she locked it in place and wiggled her metal toes. The metal wasn't capable of transmitting sensations, but she always felt better when she had all her parts in place, almost like she was whole again. Putting on her socks and boots, Kara dropped down on the floor and cracked her neck. How strange, in both her lives she had always wanted to fly and, now that she could, she had the odd desire to walk everywhere. Looking over everything one last time, Kara made sure the mining process was automated and working as expected before grabbing her respirator and walking towards one of the ship's hatches, then she flew out into space picking up speed towards Earth. She didn't fly as fast as she could, or even constantly accelerate. She wanted to let herself rest since it was a much greater distance than just from the moon. Still, since her mask allowed her to breathe easily, and there was no air resistance, her body moved with ease, picking up speed slowly but constantly, allowing her to finish the trip in less than 2 hours. She had to bleed out some speed before re-entry, lest she burn her new clothes, but, in another 20 minutes, she was dropping down behind an alley in Fawcett City. The sun was still up in the sky, so she was a little early getting home and, since she hadn't eaten in a day and a half, decided a little ice cream wasn't too much. Fawcett City in the afternoon was beautiful. It had a peaceful feeling Kara had only ever felt in Kandor when the military was away from the city, a sense that no matter what happened, everything was gonna be alright. People walked the streets and just felt safe. Captain Marvel was doing a good job. Whoa! Screamed a teenager as he almost hit her with his bicycle while she was waiting in line for an ice cream. Watch it, you punk! Shouted a man from behind her. He put a hand on her shoulder and tried to support her and stop her from falling. It was completely unnecessary, but Kara appreciated the thought. You alright, miss? I'm fine, thanks. She gave him a wide smile before noticing the little girl hiding behind his leg and holding one of his hands. And who's this? Anna. The little brunette squeaked from behind her father, hiding her face on his pants and causing Kara to laugh out loud. Kara really couldn't see herself raising a kid like that, no matter how cute she seemed. Perhaps it had been for the best that Kal-El had found such caring parents as the Kents. The young father lifted the girl up into his arms and kissed her on the cheek before smiling at Kara. Come on, honey, say hi to the nice lady. Hello. The little girl said and then buried her face on her father's neck while mumbling something. Nice to meet you too, Anna. Kara couldn't help messing with the kid's hair. Hey, cute kid. Thanks, said the proud father. I've never seen you here before, are you new here? Yep, just moved into the city a couple of weeks ago. Really, hope you like it here then. They continued to make small talk as the line advanced, Kara asking about what to look out for in the city, and him kind of bragging about his daughter. It wasn't anything important, but she found it nice to be able to have a simple, normal conversation. Hey, I think it's your turn. The father pointed and Kara saw he was right. Thanks, nice to meet you. She waved the little girl goodbye before approaching the ice cream truck and passing the attendant a bill. Get me a vanilla cone. Right away, Mississippi. Hi honey, did you wait too long? Said a female voice from behind her. Turning around, Kara saw what was probably the girl's mother joining them to wait in line. Getting her cone, Kara waved back one last time and left. Hi mommy, daddy was flirting with the pretty lady. Kara almost spit her ice cream as she heard the eager little girl tattling to her mother. Lowering her head, she increased her walking speed while snickering at the flustered man's response. Kara should have known things were going too well. Her experiments were going well, all her projects were working as expected, she should have known something was gonna go wrong. Looking up, she saw Captain Marvel flying towards a tall building before being hit by a huge lightning bolt and losing control, falling heavily into the asphalt only 4 blocks to her right. Damn, was Livewire or weather wizard in the city. Using her X-ray vision, Kara found the captain already recovering before a second discharge of electricity passed through the cables in the street, hitting the hero in the chest, driving him back into the ground and revealing a blonde teenager sparkling with electricity, her boot on his chest. Well, looks like you're not so marvelous after all. The girl, who couldn't be older than 14, gloated before the captain recovered and tried to grab her. With a flash and a few bolts of electricity, she disappeared, only to appear on the sidewalk. Ha! He did say it wasn't going to be easy. Seeing the girl lift her hands in the air and they starting to gather another electric discharge, the hero dodged. Shah, darn it. He started to say, but cut himself off, clearly not knowing how resistant the girl was, and unwilling to really hurt her. Kara noticed the hero seemed to be holding back a lot, even avoiding causing damage to his surroundings despite the battle. Kara kept an eye on the fight and started walking towards them. She wasn't actually worried, Captain Marvel was about even with her cousin in power, but it wouldn't hurt to be close by, just in case of any accidents. Plus, it was her first superhero fight, she didn't want to miss it by getting distracted. Both fighters started playing a kind of keep-away game, with the super-powered teenager flashing away every time the captain got close, and he enduring her electrical discharges while grunting and grimacing. Fortunately, the girl didn't seem able to actually hurt him, even when her revealing outfit started helping, shining with orange light as it channeled her power. Noticing it, the captain started aiming for her suit, managing to damage it without hurting the girl inside and causing her teleports to become erratic. One of said teleports fell short, leaving the girl just a little too close to the hero. He managed to use his speed to grab her before she could reorient herself, destroying the electronic devices in her suit and causing her to scream in frustration. She beat her fists at his arms fruitlessly, her hair floating up as her electrical discharges became weaker and less controlled. The fight seemed to be over when the girl grabbed at the captain's arms and they both flashed with electricity, causing every lamp in 3 blocks to blow up, and one of the generators in the closest lamppost to explode in a shower of sparks. A thunderbolt hit them from above, causing the closest windows to explode. When Kara's vision finally cleared, she saw 5 stunned kids in the place where the two had fought. The oldest-looking girl recovered first, she shook her head and looked at her own hands in wonder before releasing a laugh. Ah, I beat Captain Marvel, I actually did it. How cool is that? Pointing with her hand, she released another thunderbolt towards an empty car and caused it to explode. And this power, we had never absorbed so much power before. Kara's stomach dropped, she could put 2 and 2 together and come to a terrible conclusion. Somehow, this Livewire wannabe had absorbed Captain Marvel's powers. Discarding her half-eaten ice cream, Kara flexed her foot and tried to alpha strike the oldest girl by going as fast as she could. Somehow, the girl caught her movement, her eyes widened and she released another thunderbolt right at Kara. The strike hit her in the chest with the power of a truck, arresting all her momentum and sending her flying back to hit a car, causing the metal to bend around her. The impact drove the air out of her lungs and sent a jolt of pain all through her body, somehow bypassing her natural resistance. Worse, it carried enough of a charge to fry the electronics on her leg, despite the amount of isolation she had on it. Crap, Captain Marvel's powers were magic, weren't they? Ugh. Kara grunted, grabbing the metal around her. Kara pushed, freeing her body from the car and glaring at the girl. The little shit just laughed and lifted one of her arms, releasing another bolt. Kara wasn't fast enough to dodge lightning, but she could certainly dodge someone aiming at her. Flying aside, she watched the new attack hit the car and make it explode before having to fly up in order to dodge another bolt. Will you just stay put? The girl screamed, stomping on the ground from anger and aiming another bolt towards Kara. The Kryptonian dropped down from the air, letting the thunderbolt pass harmlessly over her head while taking the opportunity to charge right at the girl. Before the brat could gather another bolt, Kara was close enough she could slap some sense into her. Ack! The girl screamed, her eyes going wide from fear and, just before Kara could hit her, disappeared in a flash of thunder, hitting the clouds above them and discharging thunderbolts towards all directions. Even Kara's enhanced senses couldn't see which one was the real one. With the immediate treat gone, Kara grabbed the unconscious 10-year-old boy in the middle of a charred street. She first checked his vitals and released a breath of relief, then turned towards the other 3 girls. They all looked like different versions of the same girl. One of them was crying in a sitting position, her heart beating like mad from fright. She had slightly longer hair and no piercings or tattoos. The second had short spiky hair and used the same piercings as the original, but had a wild look in her eyes and seemed very angry. The last one was still trying to recover, wearing the destroyed suit. Kara guessed she was the original, since there was nothing different on her body. Ugh, what happened? The boy in her arms asked, holding his head in pain. Kara laid his body on the ground and prepared herself to fight. The little brats weren't that powerful, but she was still wounded, and they were damn fast. Wait, Captain Marvel is a kid. Wah, how? The original girl asked, dumbfounded. At her side, the wild-looking girl started flashing before turning into a stream of electricity and flying into a nearby energy cable, her travel so fast Kara was unsure she would have caught the girl, even if she didn't have to protect the unpowered boy. At least she didn't seem to have been supercharged like the older clone. Kara. What are you doing here? Hi, fancy meeting you here, Cap. Kara said and smiled in relief, at least the boy didn't seem to be damaged in any way. Oh crap. He scrambled away from her before taking everything in, then he lifted an arm and shouted. Shazam. Nothing happened, he tried jumping up and screaming the name again, but his body refused to change, then he noticed all three of them looking at him and scratched his neck sheepishly. Can we just pretend that didn't happen? Sure. Said the original girl, then she looked from Kara to the captain, and her still crying doppelganger before sighing. Shit, I didn't even want to do this, but the others convinced me and now I'm hurting children. Ugh, I knew it was too good to be true. The girl let herself fall on her ass and crawled closer to her double before putting an arm around her for comfort and covering her own eyes with a hand. Kara didn't know how to deal with one crying preteen, much less two. Giving a glance to Cap's civilian identity just to make sure he wouldn't break out in tears on her, Kara approached the twins and said the first thing that came to her mind. Come on, let's go before someone else gets here. I have cake at home. Flying while carrying 3 kids was kind of awkward, but Kara managed it fairly easily and, soon enough, the more childish of the girls was giggling in her grasp with both arms open wide. Wee! She screamed and almost wiggled free of Kara's grasp. It wasn't the stealthiest thing to do but, at this point, Kara was beyond caring. She entered her apartment and dropped all 3 of them on the ground before throwing herself face first on the sofa and releasing a loud groan. So, what now? Whispered the boy beside her head and she waved him away like an annoying fly. Turning in place, Kara started fiddling with her fried leg. Taking off her boot, she tried to manually disengage the locking mechanism with one hand while waving the boy away with the other. You're the hero, you find out what's going on. In frustration, Kara managed to get a nail between the jammed locks and rip them free, finally getting the destroyed leg out of her body. The prosthetic itself seemed to be a total loss, but at least the port seemed to be salvageable, so she wouldn't need a new surgery. 15 minutes later, Kara pinched the bridge of her nose and could already see the headache coming. Long story short, the girl was called Amy and she could absorb electricity, but hadn't been able to truly use her ability until someone made her a power suit and told her to fight Captain Marvel. Damn, and the stupid girl actually did it, thinking the worst that could happen was she lost and, as a minor, would get a slap on the wrist. To make matters worse, the girl suffered from multiple personality disorder and, when she absorbed the captain's power, her body had split into 4. So, who are those personalities again? Ah, only Amber has a name, really. Amy told her while trying to appear smaller by keeping her head down. Amber is the mad one, right? Kara asked while massaging her aching stump in annoyance. She's not mad. She's just angry. Amy protested and took another bite of her sandwich before grumbling. She's the one who always protects me. Fine, so we have the protective one, the childish one. Kara pointed towards the other girl who was happily eating cookies in the kitchen while swinging her legs on the stool. And the one who ran away was what? I don't know, she just always wants me to do dumb things, like, she's kind of impulsive. Turns out everyone in the league is busy right now. Billy told her as he finished texting on his phone. Kara released another groan, a louder one this time, she just knew it was gonna be her problem to fix this. So, I think I know why I can't transform. I think Amber absorbed the power of Zeus, so I can't use the magic lightning to summon my transformation. Kara looked from Amy to the little boy and lifted an eyebrow. And it has to be magic lightning, normal lightning won't do. Still can't believe Captain Marvel is a kid. Amy whispered to herself and finished her meal. Licking her fingers, she asked. Can I have another one? Kara nodded and Amy eagerly started opening the fridge. Looking closer, Kara noticed the girl was far too thin, her ribs visible under her suit and her limbs more like sticks. Damn her bleeding heart, she was gonna have to do something about that too, wasn't she? I don't know. This never happened to me before. Billy said and dropped down beside her on the sofa. I mean, we can try, right? I'm not hitting a 10-year-old with lightning. Amy shouted in outrage from the kitchen before lowering her head again, as if afraid she was gonna get hit. Didn't seem to bother you when hitting Captain Marvel with lightning. Kara joked and the girl flinched. I didn't think I could hurt him. The girl confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. And that was mostly Amber anyway. Well, thankfully, both missing personalities don't seem to be doing any damage. Kara said. Amy, do you think you could face them if they make problems? Amber was the one who always dealt with problems. The girl said with a shaking voice. I'm too weak, too ugly, too useless, I am only good for my power. The girl quickly started to tremble in place, her nails digging into the flesh on her exposed tight until they drew blood. Kara didn't know how to react. Amy. Billy cried out and held her hands tightly with his own, snapping her out of her funk. Amy, you're not weak or useless, you fought me, you defeated me, and nobody weak could do that. Besides, you're far from ugly. Looking at Billy's eager expression, Amy couldn't help but take some deep breaths and calm herself, then she gave a little giggle. I don't think heroes are supposed to cheer up their villains. Ugh, all right, enough sweetness already. Kara mocked them. She had lost a very expensive prosthetic, had a killer headache and was probably gonna have to fight someone with the power of Zeus. To say she was in a foul mood would be a huge euphemism. Do you at least have any idea where your two missing doppelgangers would go? I don't. Amy started to say when an enormous thunder interrupted her, rattling Kara's windows and causing every light in her apartment to go out. Looking out of the window, Kara saw another 10 meters wide thunderbolt hit the top of a building and blow every one of its windows, leaving a short, spiky-haired teenager with several piercings on her face laughing maniacally on top of it. With a maniacal laugh, the girl lifted both hands up and rained thunderbolts down on the streets at random. Never mind, I think I found her. Chapter 5, Chapter. Kara looked at the power-drunk teenager on top of a building and sighed. She had briefly hoped the girl had escaped the city or something, but she should have known she wasn't this lucky. One of the thunderbolts streaked from the girl's hand and struck Kara's own building, exploding her windows and making her hair stand up straight. It seemed she'd really have to deal with her before she really hurt someone. Kara could already hear the shouting of fear and distress coming from the streets, but Amber wasn't aiming at people, yet. She had wanted to become a hero anyway, but she didn't want to do it by punching people in the face. For Rao's sake, she was from the House of El, they had been scientists for generations now and, with the study she had on Krypton, she should be able to find better ways to deal with enemies than punching them. She could understand why her cousin, without a proper education and having all the power of a yellow sun, would decide to fight in the front lines, but she wanted to show a Kryptonian's power didn't come just from his body, but also his mind. Even if it was very satisfying to just punch people who annoyed her. Alright, I'll deal with the angry one before she really hurts someone. Can you guys wait here until I'm back? Without your powers, you shouldn't risk going after the others alone. But she shouldn't have the power of Zeus. Billy said, his face looking determined. We can deal with her. Then she shouldn't be able to cause any trouble before I'm back. Kara answered and prepared herself for the fight. Right now you're just a kid, you don't have to deal with this. Billy made a face and Kara resisted the sudden urge to pinch his cheeks before flying out the window, her mind trying to come up with a way to deal with the girl. She'd have to do it without her ranged abilities. There were hundreds of metahumans and aliens with flying brick powers, but if she started using heat vision or ice breath, her heritage would be pretty obvious. She really didn't want to meet her cousin looking so damaged. It was enough that she couldn't be there for him for decades, there was no need to make him worry about her too. Taking care not to scare the girl away, Kara floated towards the building she was standing on and decided to try to fix things without violence. Not everything had to be a fight after all. Hey, it's Amber, right? She called out as she approached, causing the girl to stop creating lightning and turn towards her. Look, can we talk? You. Amber pointed at her and Kara tensed, but there was no lightning bolt. Instead Amber started gloating. Come to grovel, have you? I defeated Captain Marvel, a little third-rate superhero like you won't even be a challenge. Great, she was talking, what now? Kara realized that, despite living 2 lives, she had no experience dealing with rebellious teenagers, much less rebellious teenager supervillains. Amy is worried about you, you know. She tried and saw a flicker of worry on Amber's eyes, but it was quickly crushed. She was always weak, it was always me who had to deal with father, always me who had to take the beatings, always me who had to carry the others. She screamed in anger and thunder rumbled in the clouds above. But I'm free now, they can't hold me back anymore. Amber, you know that's not enough. The girl shouted and waved her hands, releasing a wave of lightning. Kara tried to dodge, but even her speed wasn't enough and 3 bolts struck her in the chest, sending a wave of pain through her body, locking her muscles and sending her flying back to smash into a building, leaving her twitching body on the floor of an apartment. It took a second for Kara to recover and she shook her head as Amber started showering the city with her power once again. Taking stock of the situation, she saw that the attack hadn't actually damaged her, it just hurt a lot. Rao, it just had to be magic, lightning already hurts, it had to have magic too. Floating up, she patted the scorched spot on her shirt and saw a couple huddled against the wall in fear, the man trying to shield his wife away. Ah, sorry about that, supervillains, you know. They stared at each other for a second before Kara flew away as fast as she could. Flying around the building, she approached Amber from behind. Unwilling to risk punching the kid's head off, Kara grabbed her from behind and flew away as fast as she could, trying to take her away from the city before she killed anyone. Alright, I tried to do this the easy way. Kara said they flew, the annoyance clear in her voice. How dare you? Screeched Amber before discharging lightning from all around her, making Kara grunt in pain and annoyance. Release me. Do you want to kill someone? Kara screamed in her ear. Look around, you're going to kill someone if you continue throwing a tantrum. Shut up. They deserve it for not helping us. Amber lifted an arm and another large thunderbolt hit her from the dark clouds above. Kara gritted her teeth and speed up, finally breaking the sound barrier and driving both of them outside the city. They were just about to smash into the ground when Amber remembered she could turn into electricity and slipped out of Kara's grip, appearing 100 meters away and trying to blast her. This would be so much easier if I already had nth metal. Kara grumbled as she dodged Amber's aim again and tried to close up with the teen. It quickly became a game, with Kara trying her best to grab the girl and Amber flashing away at the last second. They covered miles in seconds when Amber finally managed to nail Kara with a bolt and drove her into a road, creating a small crater. Tires screamed as a car attempted to dodge her body, but bumped into her and went tumbling down the road. Kara could hear 4 people cry out from inside the van as it crashed to the side. She tried to lift up and rescue them when another bolt struck her chest and hammered her body into the ground. Her muscles twitching from the charge, Kara felt Amber flash down a few meters beyond her reach and call down another bolt. See, I'm so much stronger without them, they held me back. The girl screamed and raised both arms to call down more and more lightning, further destroying the road and overcoming Kara's resistance to start actually hurting her flesh. I defeated Marvel, I defeated you, I can defeat anyone. Nobody can hurt me anymore. Kara could smell her flesh burning from the magical lightning as it devastated the road and blinded her vision. She had to escape, and she had to leave before the girl actually managed to do permanent damage. Then she heard the child crying from inside the van and smelled her blood. Mommy, it hurts. The child whispered, her voice weak. By Rao, she was so little, just like the child Kara had met when going out for ice cream. Gritting her teeth, Kara's fingers dug into the asphalt and, even under the assault, she managed to take a breath. Then she used all of her power to briefly overcome the lightning and turned towards Amber. Raya. She screamed, concentrating her voice in front of her and releasing a shockwave. Her shout shattered the van's windows, causing the family to cry out once again, but also hitting Amber like a speeding truck, sending her body flying away and cutting off her attack. Twisting around, Kara hacked, her lungs hurting almost as much as her skin before her hands closed into fists and she flew towards Amber. The girl was trying to get up, but the blow had left her confused and disoriented, with blood coming off her ears. Dropping in front of the girl, she was absolutely bursting with anger. Kara grabbed Amber's head and lifted her. Unfortunately, she didn't know how to safely make the girl pass out, so she forced her to look at the van and screamed. Look what you're doing, look at her. She pointed to the little girl with a crushed arm inside the van. Amber's eyes finally managed to focus again and she stared at the little girl. Barely 5 years old, the kid was crying and too afraid to move as she bled out under the car. No. She cried out in horror and struggled away from Kara's grip, her eyes never leaving the little girl. I didn't want this. Kara saw the fight go out of the girl and just dropped her. She felt like she'd kill the villain if she held on for much longer, and she had more important things to deal with anyway. Flying towards the car as fast as she could, Kara saw the father finally crawl out from under the van. Grabbing a piece of the door, he used it as a weapon and tried to shield his family. Don't worry, I'm here to help. He still looked at her suspiciously, but Kara just made her way towards the car and used her X-ray vision to see if she could move the people inside. I'm with Captain Marvel. At the name of the hero, the father relaxed and dropped the makeshift weapon. Oh, thank God. Falling to his knees, the man tried to crawl back and to help his family. Stop, let me do it. Grabbing the car with both hands, she started tearing it apart like paper, prying it open without moving the people inside. What? He swallowed hard. What about her? Kara gave one last glance towards Amber, but the girl was still trying to get to her feet and didn't look like she wanted to continue fighting. I don't have a way to contain her right now, and I'm not willing to kill. Kara told him and helped his wife out of the car. They looked at the lost girl and frowned, but nodded. I'm gonna call for help. The teenager boy had passed out inside the car, but he hadn't broken any bones and his brain wasn't swelling, so Kara pulled him out of the car. The little girl was a different matter. Her arm had been crushed and the weight of the car was keeping her from bleeding out, so Kara had to be careful not to move the car or take too much weight off. From behind her, she heard another thunder and turned around to see Amber gone in a flash, leaving another dark spot on the road. Row damn it. Hopefully, that had snapped the teen from her power trip. Kara just cleared a path towards the wounded girl so the paramedics would have an easier time when they arrived and stepped back. You shouldn't move her, the car's weight is keeping her from bleeding out but... Unable to do anything else, Kara heard the sound of the ambulance coming and decided her work was done. Flying up, she still waited between the clouds as the paramedics safely rescued the girl before finally going home again. Without Amber attacking the city like a maniac, she had time to think about things. Flying inside her home, Kara didn't see anyone there inside. Children, I swear Uncle Jor-El was mad for wanting to raise a kid the old way. Cloning and help with education was far more effective. Flying a few centimeters off the floor, Kara took off her destroyed clothes and threw them in the trash before taking a hot shower. She grimaced when the water hit her body, but her muscles soon relaxed as she washed herself. Finally, she stood in front of a mirror and looked at the damage. Her entire chest was filled with electrical burns, her belly was blackened with large exposed spots of red, but she could see they were already healing. Everything looked painful and scary, but it wasn't actually very deep. She'd recover. It'd still hurt like hell for a week or two, but she'd heal. Touching one of the spots, she winced. Magic was such bullshit. Her cell phone was just a melted piece of metal, so Kara grabbed her landline and dialed Billy's number in a futile hope. The boy didn't answer. With a sigh, she dialed Corey. Greetings. Hey Corey, how are you? Most wonderful. I did not know the mall of shopping had such a diversity of nourishment. Holding the phone against her ear with her shoulder, Kara started putting on her provisory armor. It was far weaker than her natural resistance, but, when dealing with magic, it would act as a barrier and take the blunt of any attack, she hoped. Either that or it'd melt against her skin and make things so much worse. So, I take it Captain Marvel didn't call to ask for help or something. Nay, he did not. Corey answered seriously, her voice losing some of her usual cheer. Please, do you mayhap require my help, friend Kara? You know what? Yeah, I could use some help. Pulling the phone off her ear, Kara finished putting on her armor before continuing. Can you meet me at the apartment? I will be home in a moment. By the time Corey finally arrived, Kara was fully armored and had managed to use her ship's computers to hack a government site, finding a blueprint for a prototype inhibitor collar. The principles behind its functions were simple enough for her to copy. In a moment, she had cannibalized some of her technology and adapted it into an inhibitor shackle. She doubted it would hold up to the power of Zeus, but it should keep Amber from turning into lightning for a few minutes. Alright, this should be able to disable Amber for a moment if she still wants to fight. Kara said towards Corey. Wonderful, humans are not so dissimilar to Tamanarians, thus I should be able to disable her if she cannot escape. Despite being slightly weaker, Corey had the training needed to make someone pass out without hurting them. Corey and Dar used a purple sports bra, gym shorts with a small skirt to cover her ass and ankle-high boots, leaving most of her light orange skin exposed to the sun. Kara couldn't help staring as her friend finished putting on the boots and floated up, her long, curly red hair floating around her like fire, then she shook her head and smiled. Good, let's go. They both flew off the apartment and Kara made a mental note to try and find another house. No way had people missed several heroes coming and going from her place. Even with all her powers, Kara still couldn't find two kids wandering alone in the entire Fawcett City. She didn't know if that was because her powers were still growing with exposure to the yellow sun, or if she was in a version of DC where Kryptonians just weren't that strong. Friend Kara. Corey called from her back. Over there. Turning around, Kara saw her friend pointing towards a hospital without lights. Activating her X-ray vision, she scanned the building and finally found everyone standing around the bed of an adult male. Dashing through the air, they both burst through the window to stare at the scene. The man on top of the bed was clearly related to Amy. They had the same hair and face, but he was still asleep and had a respirator over his mouth. Beside his bed was Amy's missing personality, a kitchen knife held over the man's throat in her shaking hand. Amy and her childish copy were huddled against the wall and trembling in fear. The girl was frozen in place, quiet tears falling from her eyes as she stared from Amber to her father. Finally, Amber held Billy up in front of herself like a shield and smiled with a cruel light in her eyes as she seemed to take pleasure in everything. Do it, end his pathetic human life already. Amber said with eagerness, lightning cracking around her head. Come on, don't be a weakling like Amy. Kara frowned. Amber seemed different. The girl no longer had any hesitation in her voice and seemed to act with deliberate cruelty as she squeezed Billy's throat to keep him from speaking. Stop, you don't have to do this. Kara shouted, but didn't dare attack. Even with her speed, there was no way of knowing if she could disable Amber before she fired Billy. Kara didn't actually know if Amber's lightning would be able to hurt Billy, being fueled by the power of Zeus as it was, but she really didn't want to risk it. Don't listen to her, she's an adult, you know how they are. Amber mocked and approached the girl. Finish it, you know we all want it. Throwing his head back, Billy managed to smash it against Amber's nose and escape her grasp. The rebellious teen lifted her arm and started gathering electricity when Kara moved. Flying as fast as she could, Kara broke the sound barrier again, making everyone but Corey wince. She grabbed Amber's arm and put on the shackles. A second later Corey hit the girl and grabbed her neck, squeezing it for a few seconds until Amber passed out. Well, that was easy. I can teach you. Corey smiled at her. It can be very dangerous if you do not do it right. Amy, stop. Billy shouted as he recovered from his fall. You know she wouldn't want this. He hurts us. The girl with the knife said, her voice shaking. He always hurts us and nobody does anything. I know you don't want to do this, and you don't need to. The 10-year-old said and slowly approached her. I'll protect you, you know I can. No, you're not a hero anymore, she shouted back. Kara considered interfering, but Billy was the hero and, even without his powers, he still had the experience. Instead, she went to help Amy while Corey made sure Amber wouldn't wake up. It's all right, I know you don't want to do this. Billy finally reached the girl and held her arm. He was much smaller than her, but he managed to gently pull her arm away from the man's neck. Look at me, I swear I won't let him hurt you anymore. The girl stared at Billy's blue eyes and finally dropped the knife. Kara relaxed and helped Amy get up. Now they just had to find a way to return Billy's powers and help the girls unite. Utterly pathetic, said Amber, her voice cold and without feelings. And to think I had some hope for you still. Turning around, Kara saw Starfire floating in the air before being launched at the bed. Billy managed to grab the girl and throw himself aside, but Corey still smashed into the men and sent them both sprawling to the ground. The man's head bounced against the ground and Kara could hear his neck breaking. What? She whispered in confusion, looking from Corey's face to Amber's fallen body. I mean, what? This was only supposed to be a test, but once the girl came to me to complain and I saw how successful it had been, I couldn't resist. Amber said and got up from the floor, a smug look on her face even as her eyes stayed closed. Without another word, Kara launched herself at Amber, but she suddenly smashed against an invisible barrier in the air and bounced back, her face stinging. To think that, after all this time, all the pawns I threw at you, you'd be defeated by a new kid. Amber looked towards Billy and mocked. With a crack, the floor under Amber broke off and started flying, carrying her body up. Slowly, everything started floating up in the room and then flying around Amber's body like a hurricane of debris. Shaking her head, Kara tried rushing the girl again, but she was struck by the metal frame of the bed. A number of wires and pipes burst from the walls and warped around her limbs like snakes, pulling her away and trying to choke her to death. Glancing around, Kara saw Corey grabbing Amy and her childish copy and trying to fly towards Billy, but the breathing machine hit her in the head and forced her back. Twisting in the air, Billy screamed and managed to throw the girl in his arms towards Corey before Amber motioned with an arm and he was held beside her body, his limbs locked in place. You know, I think I'll enjoy watching your face as I wipe this city off the face of the planet. Amber said as her eyes finally opened and they flew out of the building. With a scream of rage, Kara pulled herself free from the rubble and growled. All right, this is getting ridiculous. Flying straight towards Amber, she pulled her arm back and prepared to hit the girl as hard as she could, then a telekinetic blow hit her in the chest and sent her flying back with a sonic boom. Kara's body broke through the hospital building, smashing straight through the walls and floor and causing terrible damage before she hit the street on the other side and carved an enormous trench, sending parked cars flying and damaging every building in 2 blocks. With a groan, Kara lifted her head to see Amber waving a hand and causing her inhibitor shackle to burst apart. Lifting an arm, the girl released a house-wide stream of lightning towards the sky which spread around the city before coming back down. All around her, Kara could hear the sound of explosions and shouts of pain as the sky itself rained down death and destruction. Looking around, she saw a building get hit with one of the lightning bolts and violently explode, sending pieces of debris raining down around it. Come, let me give you a front row seat as I destroy your beloved city. Amber shouted at Billy and they started rising in the air while she laughed out loud. Only then will I end your pathetic human life, ha ho he ho ha he. Chapter 6, Chapter. This wasn't supposed to come out so soon but, as I hit a block on my other stories. Kara pulled herself from the ground with a small groan of pain. All around her, she could hear people screaming in pain and despair. Amber's last attack had caused a terrifying amount of damage. Throughout the city, hundreds of buildings had exploded from the divine bolts and there were entire blocks demolished or on fire. Shaking her head, Kara decided she didn't have the luxury of hiding anymore. In a burst of speed, she flew towards the burning buildings and let out a long breath. A wave of icy wind blew through the rubble, smothering all the flames. She spent the next few minutes rescuing people in dire need until Corey dropped by her side, releasing Amy and her 2 alternate personalities on the floor. What now, friend Kara? The Tamarinine asked in doubt. Now we find Amber and make her stop, no matter what. Kara growled even as she lifted a huge piece of building and freed 2 adult men from under it. No more holding back, no more being gentle. Corey just nodded. She was from a race of warriors and didn't see killing the same way most humans did. No. Amy shouted and threw herself at Kara's waist to no effect. That wasn't Amber, she'd never act like that. I agree. Kara told her and shook her head in sadness. But we just don't have the luxury of taking it easy. Kara knew the girl who taunted them in the hospital couldn't be the same one who fled in shame at hurting a little girl. Even sick people didn't change so fast, but whatever she developed yet another personality or was being controlled didn't matter anymore. Not with this level of destruction. The girl had killed hundreds, possibly thousands and, if left alone, would kill millions. She had to be stopped no matter what. Keep helping people and, if you see Amber, call out to me immediately, I'll be listening. Corey nodded and flew away to help at another destroyed building while Kara dragged the girls towards a police officer. Stop. The officer shouted while pointing his gun, so Kara lifted her arms up. A few moments later, Kara managed to calm the men down and get him to take care of her teenager problem. Flying back, she took off her helmet and wiped the sweat away from her face. Why the hell was no one from the Justice League showing up? Frustrated, Kara grabbed a phone and tried to dial their hotline once again with no luck. She almost crushed it in her hands when she remembered another number. "Hello, who's calling?" said Catwoman's voice from over the phone. "Selina, this is your new employer," Kara said with a tired voice. "Do you have any idea why the Bat or one of his friends isn't in Fawcett City right now? I'm a thief, not a spy. Information on the Bat's location wasn't in our deal." "For RA, never mind, just turn on the TV or something," Kara said as she pinched the bridge of her nose. "Someone stole Captain Marvel's powers and is trying to destroy the city. Can you get in contact with someone from the League?" "What?" Kara heard the woman scrambling over the phone. "I can try, but I'm not exactly trusted." Turning off the phone, Kara put it back into her armor and continued to work. Using her super senses, Kara worked tirelessly to rescue everyone she could, lifting cars and buildings, stopping fires and carrying the wounded, all the while keeping an eye out for Amber. 3 hours later, she had started feeling the exhaustion from overusing her powers while not fully healed. Her lungs were killing her and the electrical burns on her chest had started to ache under her armor. With a blast of heat vision, Kara melted a few metal beams, creating a solid structure to hold one of the demolished buildings in place and helped the rescue workers by creating some stairs from rubble. Kara's phone finally rang. Fishing it out of her armor, she turned it on without looking. "Did you manage to call someone in the League?" "Good evening, young lady," came a gentleman's voice from the phone. "This is Giovanni Zatara speaking. Your criminal friend managed to interrupt one of my shows, so this better be important." "What?" Kara asked with some confusion. If Selina contacted Zatara, why he wasn't here already. "Don't you have a TV or something? Fawcett City is in flames, it has got to be on TV by now." "No, it isn't." Giovanni's voice suddenly became hard and to the point. "Explain." Kara stared at her own phone. What the hell, was there something blocking the signal around the city? At least it didn't seem capable of blocking her repurposed alien tech phone. "Someone stole Captain Marvel's powers and is using them to destroy the city. This better not be a joke or you're spending a month as a frog, young lady," Zatara said, and Kara heard him scramble for his costume. "The rest of the League is dealing with an attack from Despero, but I'll be there in a minute." 3 minutes later, Kara heard chanting somewhere in the city and Giovanni floated up on a metal disc to hover over one of the spots she hadn't taken care of yet. Cyagnets ate some off. Fires went out all around the men, drawing both Kara and Corey's attention. The girls flew towards the older hero and stopped in front of him. Zatara had never been one of Kara's favorite heroes, but he was still a powerful member of the League and worked with her cousin, so she could barely contain herself. "Pots 8 dolb, lay 8 self," he said, and a blue light enveloped the victims, causing some to relax and helping the field medics. Turning around, Zatara took them both and with only a disapproving glance at Corey's clothes. "It appears you were truthful. Seems like someone is blocking notice of this from getting on national news," the magician said while scratching at his chin. "Do you have anything of Captain Marvel I can track?" "Just a moment, I think I have something." Flying towards her house only took a moment, and Kara soon found a discarded jacket Billy had left behind before flying back. When she came back, Giovanni was speaking to Corey about what happened. "Very well, I think I have a general idea of the situation. Do you have anything to add?" "Kara, was it?" Marvel said the girl only took the power of Zeus, not his other sources, but, while wearing an inhibitor shackle, she also had powerful telekinesis. "I see, let me see if I can locate them." Throwing the jacket up, Zatara enveloped it in a blue light and started chanting, his face closed in deep concentration. "Woes M8 Renwo FO Site Tekkage." The jacket dissolved into motes of light that spread in a circle and formed a vision in front of the three of them, revealing Fawcett City before zooming in on the edge of the city. On top of a building, Ember stood and discharged a continuous stream of power towards a mechanical device. Billy was tied up to a chair, a gag on his mouth and desperately trying to escape, his face a mask of fear, but also determination. Around him were several people Kara didn't recognize. There was a giant humanoid with gray skin and sharp ears. Bulging with muscles, the man was enjoying himself by threatening to crush Billy's fingers one by one. Another shirtless man with a mohawk sat at the edge of the building and waved a rustic mace around as if he was a music conductor to the city's screams. A metallic robot with a conical head stood at Amber's back like a bodyguard. By their side was a giant beholder, its tentacles wiggling in excitement and its huge eyes staring right at Billy with delight. The last member of the group made Kara stop and scratch at her own eyes before looking again because she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Flying around the building and crackling like mad was the Wicked Witch of the West, from Oz. Kara had no idea Oz was in the DC universe. What the hell? I don't see Marvel. Zatara said in confusion, making Kara wince. When not transformed, he's a 10-year-old boy. Zatara's hold on his cane tightening, almost breaking the wood. I see, I'll need to have a talk with the League. Do you have a plan or should we just attack? I recognize some of our enemies and they are by no means weak. Alone, I am no match for all of them. The men said and cut off his spell. I must know what the two of you can do if I am to have an idea of our chances. Kara frowned and swallowed, she really wanted to take her time before revealing herself. A glance around and she shook herself, every second they wasted, more people would be in danger and she couldn't justify keeping her secret at their expense. I'm a Kryptonian, my friend is a Tamaranin. Giovanni did a double take. I'm sorry, did you just say Kryptonian? Yes, my full name is Kara Zor-El. The hero took a second to process that, but then nodded, he had his priorities straight. And what can a Tamaranin do? Basically, a slightly weaker Kryptonian capable of throwing bolts of concussive light instead of heat vision. Or chances just became much better. Giovanni smiled viciously. All of our enemies have fought Marvel before and managed to escape. The alien man is called the Mighty and is a physical match to Marvel. The second man is called Ibak and he made a deal with some demon or devil, it works much like Marvel's own powers, only drawn from evil humans of the past. The robot is called Mr. Atom and he has super strength and can shoot radiation but, without a source of nuclear power nearby, he shouldn't be as strong. The Wicked Witch of the West is a powerful magic user and can overcome most foes if they give her time. The last member is Evil Eye, he can mind control people, it supposedly doesn't work on Marvel but we have no such protections. Are Ibak and Oom's powers magical? Ibak's are, but he shouldn't have anything truly exotic, he's mostly a brawler. Friend Kara, I must remind you Amber was not acting as herself in our last encounter, do you think it possible this Evil Eye was controlling her? Evil Eye's power shouldn't work on Marvel. Zatara interjected. With the power of Zeus behind her, the girl should have become immune as well. Looking around the city, Kara couldn't help hearing the crying from the wounded and the grieving, she squeezed her hands tightly and released a long breath. Considering what they have done, are you going to stop us if we don't hold back? While I don't condone killing, I'm not as opposed to it as some of my friends in the League. Zatara confessed and sighed. I have seen far too much to hold myself back like that. Alright, we should be able to surprise them and take out some of their members before the fighting even starts. I'm listening. Kara sighed, she wouldn't be holding back, she wouldn't be nice. Briefly closing her eyes, Kara smiled, it wasn't a nice smile. They approached the spot from the air, all three of them flying above the dark cloud of rain that was covering the city. From her spot there, Kara could see hundreds of people guarding the building, most were holding guns, but some were using iron pipes or even chairs as weapons and walking around like zombies. Amber somehow had an invisible shield around herself and Kara wasn't entirely sure she could break through it on a single strike, so she decided to leave the girl for later. Are you ready? Giovanni asked the both of them and they nodded at the same time. Lifting his cane, Giovanni pointed it at Kara and Corey and started laying spells, protections against magic, evil, and mind control were the main spells he used. They wouldn't block everything, but Giovanni said it would make any blow they received weaker for a time or until his magic was overwhelmed. Tel Ray swole bekreep lasigam srerab. He finished while pointing at Kara and almost fell down from his floating disc as the cost of his latest spell hit him. Stretching her neck, Kara took off her helmet, it had been dented by Amber's previous telekinetic blow, and she didn't want it getting in her way. Then she fell, a second later she put all her power in her flight and burst right through the sound barrier, flying like an arrow towards her target. Ibak and snapped their heads up and started to straighten when Kara flew fist first into the Wicked Witch, Giovanni's magic clashing against some kind of barrier and breaking right through. Somehow, the witch managed to survive the blow, but Kara still drove her body into the ground creating a huge crater and breaking all of her bones. Kara was equally disappointed and relieved that the witch's magic had managed to reinforce her body. With the woman completely defeated, she didn't feel right delivering a killing blow to her defenseless face. Turning around, she flew up to see dozens of white birds dispersing the clouds and turning into shining projectiles that rained down on their enemies. Ibak waved his mace and destroyed a few of the spells, but one hit him in the shoulder and sent his body spinning. The few that hit only caused the alien to stumble, but the spells were far more effective in the others. A few holes were punched right through Mr. Atom's iron armor and the Evil Eye released a loud screech of pain, his huge bulk catching most of the spells. Amber didn't even move, an invisible shield covering her body and blocking every blow until one of Corey's starbolts struck her from behind and sent the girl flying. Flying up, Kara concentrated and released a ray of heat vision as hot as she could, burning through the building before hitting the evil eye. The giant monster's flesh boiled under his skin and he exploded like a balloon. It wasn't Kara's first kill. That dubious honor belonged to some of her captors, but it was the first time she made a conscious decision to do it. Back then she had been running on pure instinct, a desperate need not to escape, to eliminate her captors so they would stop hurting her, and she had barely thought about her actions. Killing Evil Eye was different. It had been a deliberate action. She could have done something else, she had time to do something else, but chose to eliminate him to stop the villain from using his civilian thralls. Kara expected to feel horror, to throw up or at least lose her breath, but there was nothing. She just felt numb. It had been so easy, a single stare and the villain was gone. Kara gave a little giggle when she realized she could literally kill most beings on this planet with a look, then she stopped herself and swallowed. It had been so easy, barely an inconvenience, a single look and a life was gone completely. Glancing back, she saw the mind-controlled humans regain their senses and start running away from the fight as fast as they could, almost trampling each other. With some hope, she turned to Amber, but the girl didn't regain her mind and started throwing bolts of lightning towards Giovanni. It was worth a try. Nrub. With barely a second to react, Giovanni pointed his cane and released a wave of fire towards the girl. The flames hit Amber's telekinetic shield and stopped dead, but it couldn't fully block the heat. With a scream of pain, she stumbled back and gave the magician a break from her blows. Distracted, Ibak's mace hit Kara upside the head and sent her flying back, her ears ringing from the blow. Ah, and just when I started to think it would be boring. Ibak laughed and patted the head of his mace with a hand. I'm going to enjoy destroying you, little girl. Despite having her hands burnt, Amber recovered fast and released another bolt of lightning back at the sky, interrupting Giovanni's next spell before she turned to Kara and smiled. Interesting, to think I'd be able to have a Kryptonian at my hands. The girl said and started walking towards her. First, I get Marvel, now you. This day just keeps getting better and better, a pity Thaddeus couldn't make it. Kara dodged a lightning strike and flew back when Ibak almost hit her again. Taking a second to look around herself, she saw Corey in a heated battle with The alien seemed stronger, but Corey was more skilled, dancing around his blows with beautiful martial arts moves and blowing him back with starbolts, a wide smile on her face despite their situation. Izur DNA Nyadid met. Zatara shouted as he approached the building and concrete golems started rising from the floor before charging the enemies. A blast of radiation hit Kara in the side and drove her back a few meters before she turned her head and struck Mr. Adam with another heat ray, melting his left arm. Another lightning bolt hit her chest, but Zatara's protection held and she retreated behind Ibak's body, making it impossible to strike her without also hitting the men. Briefly glancing aside, Kara burned the ropes tying up Billy's arms and desperately dodged another of Ibak's blows, the maniac laughing all the while. Pathetic, at least the other one is a male and a worthy opponent. Ibak mocked and grabbed one of the golems, throwing the entire thing at her. Will you keep running, little girl? Or will you let me catch you and show you your place? Looking at Ibak's impressive physique, Kara trembled and slowly floated back. She released another heat ray, but Ibak managed to block it with his weapon and smirk. With a roar, the villain charged and Kara flew up trying to escape from him. Filled with confidence, Ibak actually dropped his mace and jumped up, grabbing her leg and trying to drag her down with his weight. Oh, I'm gonna have fun with you. Kara smiled. She didn't think anyone would be stupid enough to underestimate a Kryptonian so much, but Ibak deserved a prize. Dropping her pretense of fear, she turned around and kneed him in the nose. With a grunt of pain, Ibak's hand released her leg and he started to fall, whipping around. She grabbed his wrist and punched his face as hard as she could manage. Blood flew everywhere. The blow was so strong it sent Ibak's body flying, only to be stopped by the hold she had on his arm. With a loud snap, his shoulder was dislocated. From the side, Mr. Adam had recovered and delivered a strong blast of radiation, so Kara swung her villain around by his loose arm and blocked the blast, then used him as a weapon to pummel the robot through the building. Lifting the screaming villain, Kara punched his face again and then thought about what he said. Oh, I'm going to enjoy this, little boy. Dropping him to the ground, she flew down as fast as she could, causing another sonic boom and hitting him between his legs with her booted foot, folding his body in half before breaking through the roof and several floors until they hit the ground. Ibak was left disabled and foaming at the mouth. His body seemed to deflate as whatever power he held fled and he became just another street thug. Satisfied, Kara flew up from the hole they had made and cracked her fingers. To the side, Corey blasted off the rooftop with a starbolt, but the alien managed to grab her and drag her down with him. They hit the ground with a devastating impact. Worried, Kara couldn't help but use her X-ray vision to look through the building and see punching her friend in the face twice before Corey kicked him off, sending him flying away and flying after him. A bolt of lightning struck Kara's armor and sent sparks flying as the armor started melting on top of her body. Do I have to do everything myself? Amber screamed and the rubble started flying around her, blocking another of Zatara's spells. Turning into a bolt of lightning, Amber flashed to Giovanni's side and struck him with lightning. Zatara's protection blocked the lightning, but he lost control of his disc and fell down. Billy had finally managed to fully escape his bindings and was running away from the fight when Mr. Atom burst through the roof in front of him. The damaged robot almost managed to grab the boy when Kara dropped on its head and dented the metal with a kick. "No, cease this action," the robot shouted and tried to pry her off with his one good hand, bolts of radiation flying from his eyes. Grabbing Mr. Atom's head, Kara twisted it aside, making the metal scream until she pulled it right off. Adjusting her grip, Kara used the head as a projectile to try and hit Amber, causing the girl to turn into lightning again and appear a few meters away. Despite having defeated most of her allies, Amber didn't seem all that worried as she stood there and watched Mr. Atom's head flying away. "How disappointing, I really should have waited for Thaddeus, at least he is competent." "It's over, my dear," Zatara said as he stepped back into the roof and straightened his suit. "You're strong, but you can't hope to defeat the both of us." "He-oh how he-ho he-hoo, you really think you have defeated me?" Amber turned her head sideways and sighed. "I admit I got a little greedy. After obtaining the power of Zeus so easily, I wanted to try stealing the other attributes too, and so I kept the boy alive and the damage to a minimum." Before she was finished talking, Kara was already moving. Unfortunately, with a wave of her hand, Amber released a giant thunderbolt which struck the building. It was so powerful it made the ground shake and actually disintegrated whatever it hit, turning it into dust and leaving a scorched hole in its place. Dodging another spell from Zatara, Amber forced him to block a smaller bolt and struck him from behind with a head-sized piece of rubble pulled by her telekinesis. Kara took the chance to strike, punching the girl's smug face. Her fist hit a telekinetic shield with so much force it created a shockwave, then it broke through, hitting Amber's face and sending her stumbling back. "He-ha-a-a-a-he, really impressive, Kara," Amber said, massaging her face. "Kryptonians really are a step above those pathetic humans. I almost don't despise you. Come on, hit me more, hit me harder." She did. This time she kicked the girl and sent her body flying back. Her body bounced twice off the ground and started falling off the roof before Amber flashed again and appeared back at the edge, one of her arms holding her chest and the other broken. She still managed to gather another bolt of lightning. "Pots, tell Roy rewap eb Dellas," Zatara said as he pulled himself up, managing to cut off Amber's attack and creating a magical barrier around her. "How cute, you think your weak magic can really contain the power of Zeus? You think it can contain my power?" Opening her arm wide, Amber released lightning from all around her body. It hit the barriers and bounced back quickly, increasing in brightness until they could barely see her body inside. "What now, do I kill her?" Kara asked. She didn't want to kill the girl if she was being controlled, but didn't see a better option. No, without the full blessings, her body shouldn't be able to channel much more of Zeus' power. Zatara sighed and pointed his cane at himself. "Lay ym snuo." A blue light washed over his body and he slowly straightened his back, his wounds closing, but taking a lot out of his magical reserves. Cracks started forming around the cage and it finally burst, releasing another massive thunder towards the sky and revealing exhausted Amber resting on her knees. Kara was worried about her friend, but she trusted the Tamaranim to overcome her enemy, so she walked with Zatara towards the panting Amber, her eyes downcast. "Accept you, duh. Let's not raise any more flags, will you?" Kara interrupted. "Very well." Zatara almost laughed as he recovered his breath. "Snyak call race mill." Magical chains burst out from the ground and encircled Amber's arms and legs before grabbing her by the shoulder and forcing her up. "Now let's just find out how to return Marvel's powers." Amber finally lifted her face and Kara's eyes widened at the sharp look in her eyes. In reflex, she started jumping away as the teenager opened her mouth and spewed a wave of hundreds of small green maggots. Dozens of the creatures got into Kara's body and gripped her armor with tiny little claws, but she burned them away with heat vision as fast as she could, their tiny bodies bursting like popcorn. When she finally stopped, Kara saw Zatara covered in the maggots and stumbling around. Before she could help, one of the creatures climbed inside his ear and he fell to his knees for a second, then smiled, dissolved his chains and helped Amber up. "Well shit. Crude, but aptly put," they said at the same time while staring at her. "A pity you managed to escape." Using her X-ray vision, Kara stared at their bodies and saw a tiny maggot resting inside the heads of both of them. The one inside Giovanni even had some kind of device around its neck. Great, now there were two magical enemies to fight against. "Wolves nud, emiseb keu," Zatara whispered before Kara gathered herself and she felt her body becoming heavy. Lifting her arm, Amber pointed her way and started gathering a bolt. Kara tried to fly aside, but her movements were sluggish. The bolt hit her in the arm and locked her muscles. She fell to the floor twitching and out of breath, but managed to look at them and release her heat vision. The shot went over their heads and Amber hit her with another bolt before she could adjust. "Ah, the delicious sound of pain," Zatara said as he started walking towards her. "What was it you said?" mocked Amber. "It's over, my dear, you're strong, but you can't hope to defeat the both of us. You should know, ugh, how that turned out for you." The worm inside their heads laughed with that ridiculous laugh once again, and Kara recovered enough to start flying away at a slow speed, but her muscles still felt like jelly. "Who are you anyway?" "You may call me Mr. Mind, my dear," Amber said with a smile. "Leader of the Monster Society of Evil. Are you for real?" "Ah, I know it's a little cliché, but I find those pathetic humans need all the help they can get making sense of things." The worm inside Amber talked using her voice. "You know, I usually prefer to act as the chess player, moving things from the shadows, but, with dear Amber, Giovanni, and now a Kryptonian under my power, I may need to rethink my approach." When another bolt of electricity was thrown her way, Kara dodged and started flying away, using the rubble to block Zatara's line of sight and avoid his spells. She tried to burst into the building to hide, but Zatara's spell had temporarily stolen her strength. Using blasts of heat vision and throwing rubble, Kara managed to keep the worm from flanking her while she hid behind the pieces of the destroyed rooftop and tried to think about a solution. If Lossid 8 Elber Ni Tnorf Fom. Zatara's magic blasted from his body on a cone, and every piece of rubble Kara could hide behind was turned to dust. Feeling exposed, Kara gave a burst of speed and flew towards the destroyed hole Mr. Atom had made. Behind her, she could hear Amber laughing and gathering another charge. The villain pointed with her finger and started to release the bolt of lightning. She was just starting to fly into the hole when she saw Billy jump from behind a boulder, his limbs trembling and his eyes squeezed tightly in fear. Shazam! No! Kara screamed and tried to throw herself on the way, but she was too slow. Then Amber's bolt struck him in the chest and there was a huge flash of light as a stream of lightning flowed into his body, sending the boy flying over the edge of the roof. "No!" Kara cried out. Ignoring the worm's amused laugh, she flew toward the edge with no care for any evasion, expecting another bolt. It never came. "Ah, damnation!" Amber and Zatara said at the same time. "Troplet ot ray." Suddenly, Kara felt Zatara's body hit her from behind. Grabbing her waist, the magician threw up another wave of worms over her body and she heard their little claws digging into her armor as they hurried towards her head, some of them spilling over her body to fall on the ground. Shazam! Another bolt of lightning hit her body, this one washing over her without damage and destroying all of the worms while pushing Zatara away. A second later, Zatara's spell broke and Kara shot over the edge of the building like a speeding bullet. When she managed to turn around, she finally saw Captain Marvel floating there. From over the other side of the building Cory arrived. She had a black eye and a split lip. Her hair was a mess, but she was smiling in satisfaction, having clearly won her fight. "Ah, this is truly a pity," the worm said from both of its hosts. "Perhaps I shouldn't play so much next time." "There won't be a next time, Mr. Mind," Captain Marvel said, his voice deep and reassuring in his transformed form. "Ah, but that's where you are mistaken, Captain. Even if you manage to capture me, which I highly doubt, I have seen your prisons, I'll escape before the year is over." Kara winced. This was DC, so the worm was probably right. Even the Joker escaped every year and he didn't even have powers. "Anyway, I think I'll escape now. Despite my miscalculation by having a little too much fun, I'll still like to keep both my prizes." Around them the entire building started shaking before the upper floor broke into huge boulders and floated up around Amber and Zatara. Marvel tried to charge in, using his body to break through the rubble, but he was hit by another telekinetic strike and his trajectory was changed. All three of them started dodging the boulders, Cory blasting starbolts to try and break them into tiny pieces. With a giant breath, Kara screamed, releasing a wave of sound which blasted a path clear towards the duo and made them stumble while grabbing at their ears. "Ah." Amber and Zatara screamed as they fell to their knees. Taking the chance, all three of them flew through the opening. The captain grabbed Amber and held her in a tight hold while Kara and Cory went for Zatara. Kara was about to punch Zatara's throat to stop him from casting when his next spell completed. Seizure 8 Mro. A green worm was sent flying from inside his ear and Zatara sagged in relief. Seeing the creature flying away, Kara blasted it with heat vision and both girls helped keep Zatara up. With a sight he smiled at them. "I must thank you, your shout disrupted the creature's control and gave me the opening I needed," he shouted, his ears still bleeding from the blow. Hateful little thing, but a powerful telepath, he was on pair with John. "Can you get rid of the one inside Amber before it recovers?" "What?" the men shouted and Kara just pointed at the girl in Captain Marvel's arms. "Ah, right." Then Zatara coughed up some blood and his limbs lost strength, his body almost slipping from the girl's grip. The cough, the creature used too much of my magic. Ugh, even I can't use so many spells or make a Kryptonian so weak without paying a price." "Release her, Mr. Mind, release the girl," the captain ordered. "I won't allow you to keep controlling her, don't force me to burn you out of her." "Wee-hee-hoo-hee, and what will you do, Marvel, kill me?" Amber said with the same dispassionate voice as before. "That will not be possible." "You don't think you can still escape, do you?" the captain asked, but became worried when Amber just passed out in his arms. With a sudden realization, Kara remembered the worm that had just flown out of Giovanni's ear didn't have a device at its neck. Still escape. Kara barely heard a smug robotic voice from inside the building. But I already have. Wiping her head around, Kara saw through the walls of the building to find a worm standing over Ibak's body, a small electronic device held in a collar around its neck, and the device Amber had been charging with lightning when Satara had cast a search spell resting beside him. Contrary to you stubborn heroes, I know when to make an exit. The worm mocked even as Kara burst through the floors in a straight line towards the thing. Pathetic, even the Kryptonian didn't notice when I traded places with one of my brood after trying to snare her the second time. No. Kara screamed in rage as Mr. Mind activated a device on Ibak's body. Boom. A huge portal opened behind them and Mr. Mind lifted Ibak's body with his telekinesis, ridding the unconscious villain inside the portal. Kara refused to allow it. How dare he kill so many people, hurt so many, and think he could just escape? Bursting through the last floor, Kara saw she was too late to stop then. In a burst of rage, she released another ray of heat from her single eye aimed directly towards the little worm. Mr. Mind's telekinetic barrier distorted the heat from the ray, dispersing it into a large area but not stopping it entirely. It washed over their bodies, burning both the worm and Ibak as if it had been a wave of flames. The villain screeched in terrible pain as its skin swollen and blistered and the little voice box on his chest exploded, taking off a chunk of his small body. Then the portal disappeared, cutting off Mr. Mind's telekinetic control and dropping everything he had been holding up with a devastating impact. Breathing hard, Kara lashed out in rage, punching the ground and creating another crater. She hoped the heat had killed the monster, but didn't really think it would happen. Finally calming down, she floated up, her hair in disarray around her. Sometime in the fight, she had lost her eye patch and her armor was almost entirely melted. When she finally flew out of the building and hit open air, she froze. All around her, looking a little tired and filled with minor wounds, was the entire Justice League, her cousin floating in the center, a gash on his forehead and some of his costume destroyed. Ah, hi. Kara's mind froze and she tried to wave a hand over her messy hair, her eye taking on Earth's mightiest hero. Long time no see, little cousin. Chapter 7, Interlude. Clark picked himself up and sighed. He was tired and, for a Kryptonian, that was saying something. Defeating Despero the first time had been hard. The alien tyrant was cunning and had an extremely powerful mind, but, this time, they were supposed to be ready. With John acting to fight off the alien's mental influence and Bruce's countermeasures, it should have been far easier. Instead, the League had almost lost. Despero himself seemed to have been ready for them. With men like Luther and Savage always finding counters to his powers, Clark really shouldn't have been so surprised when an enemy adapted. They had gotten ready to face a powerful mind controller and, instead, they faced a brute just as powerful as him and capable of endlessly regenerating. That could also mind control people. Thank God Bruce had been able to disable Barry before the Speedster did any damage. "Hey guys, can you release me now?" said Speedster begged, his teeth shaking from the ice covering his body and keeping him from using his speed. A flash of heat vision later and Barry was freed. The Speedster blurred in place until he was dry and no longer in danger of freezing. "Damn, didn't know you had one of Captain Cold's guns, Bats. We were about to face a telepath stronger than Manhunter. I made preparations," the Caped Crusader said as he got up. "Besides, the gun is Victor's work, much safer to use. And what if you had been controlled first?" "I wouldn't." "Yeah, but, what if you did?" "Robin was monitoring the situation and could have disabled me if needed." Clark sighed. That was just like Bruce. The last time the men relaxed was probably at their double date with Lois and Selena. Looking at the pictures still brought a smile to his face. Diana managed to lift a car, freeing Catter from under it, and they all converged on John, who was still holding the baby. Barry was the one to ask. "Now what?" Flashing towards the Martian, Barry started working his finger in front of the red alien and avoiding his little hand. "I mean, we have prisons and we have orphanages, but I don't think we have prison orphanages." "Well, he is an intergalactic criminal," Hal finally said. "The Guardians are eager to get their hands on him." "Hey Soups, where's your cape?" Barry asked, flashing to Clark's side. "Somewhere safe." "Can they contain him?" Catter asked while trying to get his right wing to bend the right way. "Well yeah, they're the Guardians. I'm pretty sure they only need us lanterns because of our numbers," answered Hal as he dusted himself. Clark stared at the baby in John's arms and shook his head. "The better question is, can they raise him?" "The Guardians? No way, but I think Kilowog would make a great dad." "Call them." Bruce finally decided. Desperos Rampage had no fatalities on Earth thanks to our quick response. The government won't complain if we hand him over. With that decided, Clark turned away from the League and towards the evacuation line until he found what he was looking for. Flying quickly, he landed in front of the kids still holding onto his cape and smiled. "You came back." The kids whispered and took a step away from his mother's side. "I told you I would," Clark said and caressed the kid's head. "Thank you, Superman, thank you." The blonde woman cried out and hugged him, her tear-filled eyes soaking his damaged suit as she held him and her son close. I see you've managed to find your family without my help. Clark smiled at the kid, using his fingers to comb his hair into place. Yeah. Can you still fly me around anyway? It would be so cool. There's another League emergency in Fawcett City. Zatara answered a cry for help from Captain Marvel, but they've both been out of contact since then. Clark heard Bruce say to the other League members. He also heard Barry and Hal's groans at the announcement and almost snorted. Sorry, there's another emergency I have to help, maybe another day all right. Oh man, villains are such buttheads. Jason. Clark knelt before the kids and took his cape back before nodding with a serious face. Yes, they certainly are. Clark arrived back with the League right as they reached the Zeta Tube, his cape at his back the only piece of his suit still intact. With a flash of light, they arrived in Fawcett City and Clark was immediately attacked by the sound of thousands of humans in pain. All around the city were cries of pain or misery. Zatara and the captain appeared to have managed to stop the worst of it, but the city was still in a much worse state than the one attacked by Despero, and that was saying something. The League's flyers quickly floated above the buildings to reveal the full scope of the devastation and Clark's cheer fled, his face becoming serious. Everywhere he looked he saw destruction. Zatara and Marvel had managed to stabilize things, but there was still so much to do. Clark wanted nothing more than to start helping out, but he knew he had to stop whoever caused this before that changed. A quick look around and he was certain there was nobody in immediate risk of dying, so he fully concentrated on finding Zatara. My ring is picking up large amounts of energy coming from the edge of the city. Hal told them and Clark turned towards where he was pointing. I see it, both Zatara and the captain are hurt. He warned them and accelerated. He was exhausted, he had been working without sleep for a few days already and the fight with Despero had pushed him farther than he has been pushed in years. Still, he was the first to arrive, ready to face anything he found. They arrived to find Captain Marvel holding a wounded kid in his arms and Zatara sitting down on top of a piece of debris. The building they were on was in shambles, the top floors were gone and there were scorched marks everywhere. There was also an orange, alien girl floating above a hole in the building. She was cradling her ribs and looked like she had been in the fight of her life. I apologize for not being there to fight Despero. Zatara sighed and pushed himself up. He looked around for his hat, but it was crushed under a piece of the roof. I'm afraid the situation here proved no less dire, however. What happened? Asked Bruce as he dropped beside the captain and started looking the girl over. Before any of them could answer, a blonde girl flew up from inside the hole and froze when she saw them. Clark could see she looked even worse than the orange alien. She was missing a leg and an eye, there were burn marks all over her face and limbs and her armor was half melted to her chest. Then she stared right into his eyes and spoke, making his heart skip a beat. Ah, hi, long time no see little cousin. Hundreds of thoughts flooded his mind. Was it true? Was this another trick by Luther or another of his enemies? Then he saw the girl's eyes start to roll on her head and her flight failed her. She fell directly into his chest, having moved faster than all but Barry and Marvel could follow. His arms wrapped themselves around her and he lifted her wounded body just as he had done to others he had saved 1,000 times before. Bruce would probably have a fit of paranoia about a new Kryptonian just showing up right after he had met with Icon, but Clark didn't care about that. Lifting the girl in a princess carry, he looked around the city and didn't know what to do. He wanted nothing more than to help the girl, his cousin. But there was so much to do. Fawcett City had faced so much destruction. Clark. Diana called, making him turn towards her. The woman had a smile on her face, her eyes filled with understanding. Go on, we can deal with things here. But this is why the League was formed, Clark, so we could help each other in times like these. He looked at the entire League standing around him and his eyes finally stopped when they met Bruce's and saw happiness there. Oh, it was buried in a lot of suspiciousness, paranoia, apprehension, and just a little bit of envy, but his friend was happy for him. The Dark Knight just nodded. Go. He went, his flight taking him in a direct path towards the fortress as fast as he could. He got to the fortress in only a few minutes and made his way towards the medical wing, lying the girl inside one of the med chambers. Even if the girl wasn't a Kryptonian, it should be able to heal her wounds. You brought someone inside the fortress again. The AI said from behind him, manifesting into the image of his father and coming to stand by his side. Yes, what can you tell me about her? A light flashed inside the med chamber and the AI started looking over her body. Ah, it seems she has finally arrived on Earth. The AI said and walked around the med chamber. Your father theorized there may be some time dilation during the flight, but never this much. Who is she? He asked with far more hope than before. Clark wasn't as desperate to find another Kryptonian as he had once been. With the League behind him, he had found the companionship he craved and felt like he had accepted his place in the world. He still had a wide smile on his face as he looked at her resting body inside the chamber. Maybe he wasn't the last Kryptonian alive after all. Kara Zor-El, daughter of Zor-El and Alara Inze, your cousin. Why didn't you tell me about her? Kara Zor-El was supposed to have arrived on Earth a few minutes after you. Your father wanted her to be the one responsible for your care and education. The hologram said with no emotion in its voice. As she hadn't arrived by the time the fortress was activated, it was likely she had failed to escape Krypton or somehow perished on the way. There was no need to mention her existence and raise false hope. He sighed. Sometimes he still couldn't understand what was going through his birth father's mind when he made the damn AI. Clark touched the glass on top of the chamber and watched his cousin's face with a warm feeling in his chest. Then he remembered the state she had been when he found her and clenched his fist. What happened? What kind of fight had she been in to be so wounded? Why had it taken so long for her to arrive on Earth? With 100 questions in his mind, he paced in front of the chamber. To think he had almost lost her before they even met. Shouldn't she be awake by now? Kara Zor-El is in constant pain. The fortress is keeping her asleep in order to do a deeper examination of her state. What's wrong? An exotic energy source was found in her newest wounds and the fortress has detected remains of kryptonite radiation filling her entire body. Some of her organs are missing or changed and there are signs of cell degradation. More time will be needed to reach a full diagnosis. He froze in place, his hands clenching tightly and he even felt heat starting to gather at his eyes. With a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. Can we purge the kryptonite? No. The hologram of his birth father put his arms back and entered what Clark called his lecture mode. Kryptonian cells absorb energy in order to function. They do this most effectively with the emissions from a young star, but can absorb any energy. That is why the mere presence of kryptonite can affect a Kryptonian so fast. The fortress is not capable of directly purging such energy, usually letting your natural regeneration overcome it as soon as you're no longer exposed. Unfortunately, constant exposure to a large source of kryptonite radiation, coupled with constant cell regeneration, has caused Miss Zor-El's cells to be overwhelmed. The resulting deterioration does seem to be improving under exposure to Earth's yellow sun, but, until it is complete, her body will prioritize the restoration of her cells' energy absorption ability over any other wounds. He pulled a chair from another room and sat beside his cousin's chamber feeling very conflicted. His anger and indignation at her situation were only matched by his happiness. He had a cousin. And someone had hurt her. He took another deep breath and let it out slowly. He had time to be angry later, when she was well. Pulling out his phone, he started making calls. Hi Lois, about that, I won't be able to go to work tomorrow. No, it's a family emergency. Yeah, my parents are all right, it's my cousin. Clark sighed. I didn't know either, that's part of the emergency. Thanks Lois, I'll tell you about it later. Yeah, it was going to be a long night. For a few minutes he stayed there staring at his phone, then he dialed again and laid back against the chair. Hi Pa, I miss you too, can we talk? Clark arrived back at the watchtower through the Zeta tube in his fortress. He didn't really want to leave Kara's side, but it had been 2 days and his computers were still busy analyzing her body. They also showed no signs of finishing. Besides, even without the Zeta tube network, he could be back at her side in a minute or two. Thanks for coming, Clark. Bruce received him and they started walking towards the meeting room together. How is she? The computer is still looking over her situation, but it's not good. Clark covered his eyes with a hand and only felt Bruce's hand patting him on the shoulder. She's not going to die, the fortress has assured me she'll heal, eventually. Is there anything I can do? No Bruce, she just needs time. Clark smiled at his friend's support. And how's her friend, the orange girl? That's one of the things we need to discuss today. Alright, let's go then. They entered the League's council room and the window towards the planet started to close, making sure they were secure and unobserved. Clark looked around the room. Both lanterns were in attendance. Hawkman and Hawkwoman sat side by side. Arthur, Red Tornado, Barry, Diana, John, Captain Atom, Black Canary, Green Arrow and Satara. Only Captain Marvel was missing from the table. Are we starting without Marvel? Clark asked. Captain Marvel chose not to attend this meeting. While it is no longer an emergency, he is helping with the rebuilding efforts at his city and trusts the rest of the League's judgment. Nobody said anything else, making Clark raise an eyebrow, but he didn't complain. If something happened to Metropolis, he'd probably skip a League meeting to help out too. Everyone is present, started Arthur and they all focused. Our agenda today is unusual, however no less important to the survival of the Justice League. Please, take your seats, said Bruce and waited until they were all ready. Let's start with the less important news, Hal. The Guardians have taken custody of Despero. According to them, there is still a chance he may regain his memories and powers, so they'll have to keep an eye on him, but he'll be raised as a normal child in the meantime. Let's hope turning our enemies into babies doesn't become a habit then, Diana said with a frown. Like Clark, she believed in second chances, but this may be going a little too far. Yeah, sheesh, I didn't know Martians could do babalities, man, that's scary, Barry said, drawing sighs from all around him. Even John seemed annoyed this time. Despero becoming a baby was a result of the backlash from his own power, not the Martian right I executed. Martians cannot do babalities, whatever that is. What about the ones who attacked Fawcett City? Turning on the hologram on the center of the table, Batman started showing images from Captain Marvel's attackers. The team of supervillains identified themselves as the Monster Society of Evil. A little on the nose, aren't they? Yes, but also incredibly dangerous. After the battle, we were able to apprehend Mr. Atom, who many of you are familiar with, and the Mighty, an alien serial killer who can match the upper levels of super strength and martial ability. Evil Eye perished in the battle, but several members managed to escape. The Wicked Witch was wounded, but used magic to return to her plane. Eyeback and Mr. Mind escaped together through some kind of teleporter. Worse, we have reason to believe those were not all the members of the society. A shirtless dude and a worm don't seem that dangerous to me, Hal said, earning a glare from his partner and Zatara. Now that Clark thought about it, Zatara had been glaring at everyone ever since the start of the meeting. The shirtless dude, as you so eloquently put it, is empowered by the spirits of some of the worst men on Earth's history, Zatara said, and started tapping his fingers at the table. While he is weaker than Captain Marvel, and the actual host of the spirits hold them back, Eyeback is still incredibly brutal and more than a match for most of the League. As for the worm, it was a telepath as strong as John and capable of telekinesis, powerful enough to shatter a building and throw Captain Marvel himself around. I am told the creature was able to hit a Kryptonian through several buildings too. Clark did not know that. Mr. Mind was it? He'd have to remember to thank the being for how it treated his wounded cousin. Regardless, the Monster Society of Evil shows that our villains are adapting. Just as we have come together to face greater threats, they have come together to face us, Bruce said. I'll be sending each of you a document with information about villains each of you usually face alone. It is not impossible such team-ups may attempt to swap enemies in order to surprise you. Clark noticed the room starting to become disquiet, a tension growing at every member. He really didn't think he was gonna like what this was about. Before we address the elephant in the room, we have one last problem to deal with. Diana took control of the hologram and showed them an image of the orange girl who was his cousin's friend. This is Corian Dar, princess of the planet Tamarin. She's a refugee hoping to enlist the League's help to free her people from enslavement. Isn't that within the Green Lantern's jurisdiction? Arthur interjected. The League was created to protect Earth, not some distant planet, especially not when there's already a police force for such things. The Green Lantern Corps are barred from entering the Vega system, John Stewart explained. Our rings refuse to explain why, but it is common knowledge the system has become a refuge for criminals and other, even worse, types. What exactly does this princess want? Hawkman asked. Depending on the circumstances, we may be able to get support from Van Agar. For now, she only asks to be able to stay on Earth, but she's looking for help with retaking her planet and repelling the forces of the Citadel. Diana tapped a few keys and the console in front of them started receiving data. The girl is a fierce warrior and has been staying with me while her friend recovers. This is all the information she has on the Vega system situation. Clark read it all and grimaced. It was worse than he thought. Armies of cloned and brainwashed soldiers, a race of cannibalistic spiders, pirates, another race of amoral scientists. It was not a simple case of fighting once and being done with. Wow, what a shit show, Barry said as he too finished reading and lay back in his chair. So, when are we going? Everyone else was still on the first page, but they had finished the resume and could comment on the situation. Do we even have the right to interfere? Red Tornado spoke for the first time, his voice impassive. This is not an earthly matter. You all know I have a kingdom to govern. I can't simply leave Earth to fight for another nation and abandon my own, Arthur said. More than that, the League has a policy of non-interference. Deciding who does or does not rule a planet is not in our charter. Can we live with ourselves if we do nothing? Clark finally asked, making them all lift their eyes from the data. We don't save people because a charter allows us to, we do it because we believe it's the right thing to do, because it's what we have been taught to do. Would we stop being heroes if the government declared our work illegal again tomorrow? That made them all stop to think for a few seconds. It was Bruce who finally broke the silence. It is clear we need time to review the information we have just received. There will be no vote on this issue today. They all nodded in agreement. Extending the League's actions beyond Earth was something they all had to take time and think about, and, while the situation on the Vega system was dire, it seemed to be stable for now. So, what's this problem that's got everyone on edge? Clark finally asked. Captain Marvel, Zatara said with an odd voice. The 10-year-old boy who has been lying to all of us and how he is part of the League. Marvel does possess an adult body and the wisdom of Solomon, Red Tornado said. Wisdom does not equal maturity, countered Arthur with a frown. His lies about his situation are not exactly a good proof of character. Diana sighed in frustration. Yes, because we all revealed our names and entire story to each other and came to work without masks, Barry mocked. Come on, some of us still haven't revealed our actual names to each other. Who knows, Captain Atom there may be a convicted murderer for all we know. His age was exactly why I allowed Captain Marvel in the league. Batman said from his seat, causing everyone to turn to him. Wait, you knew? Giovanni lost his cool and got up, his cane hitting the table. You knew and still let a 10-year-old into the league. I tolerate your sidekicks because they at least have adult supervision, but to put a 10-year-old on the league. Why did we even allow him in the league? He was clearly immature and far too flippant about every situation. Captain Atom complained. I allowed Marvel into the league for his own protection. Bruce answered without cowering and in the same tone he always spoke. The captain's situation is very different from one of our sidekicks. While our partners are getting training from us, they have no enemies of their own, no cities to protect or the experience to deal with it. Captain Marvel was accepted in the league long after he had been active as an independent hero. He had already gathered a collection of supervillains who see him as an enemy, including the likes of Black Adam and Thaddeus Savannah. Refusing to allow him into the league would only endanger him more and leave him with no backup. So that's why the captain was never dispatched alone, huh? I always wondered about that. Barry said, smashing his fist at his open palm as if he had solved a great mystery. We can't allow him to continue in the league. His immaturity and lies are proof he doesn't deserve to be here. The room descended into chaos as the league started arguing about the captain's situation, some complaining about him and pointing out his mistakes while others defending his inclusion. Enough. Clark finally shouted, causing everyone to stop. He's 10 years old. He looked around the room and let them all take this in. He's a 10-year-old boy trying to be a hero. We are not blaming him for not revealing his age to us. He took a moment to gather himself and look down at the damage he did to the table. Shaking his head he continued. We are the responsible adults, it is our failing not his. They all seemed to finally realize just how young the boy was and Clark nodded, then turned to his old friend. Who did this to him? I think I need to have a talk with whoever is responsible. He draws his powers from the wizard Shazam. Batman answered, tapping a finger against the table. I'll send you the location later. With their tempers cooling down, the League took some more time to deliberate on things. In the end, they decided to keep the captain. Not only would it tarnish both the League and Captain Marvel's names to have him kicked out, but the entire League agreed it would feel like too harsh a punishment for a little boy who was only trying to do what was right. Despite that, since the captain was a magical champion and most of his enemies were magical in nature, Giovanni would take him under his wing. To the public, the magical powerhouses would be teaming up, but Zatara was effectively taking the boy as his apprentice from now on. The League would meet in a month to decide about Princess Coriandara's situation and, until then, the girl would be under Wonder Woman's care on Themyscira. The Amazonians seemed to have really taken a shine to the young warrior. With the meeting finished, Clark said his goodbyes and returned to the fortress as soon as he could. Any change? No, the fortress is almost done analyzing her situation, but it should still take her a year for a full recovery. When can I wake her up? Now, if you wish to, but her wounds will still cause her pain. In another 4 days, the healing chamber should be able to heal her electrical burns and most obvious wounds completely. Sitting back at his chair, Clark leaned back and stretched. Technically, he didn't need to be here for at least another 4 days, but he couldn't bring himself to leave her side for very long. He was still keeping an ear on what was going on in Metropolis, and the League would contact him if he was needed anywhere else, but, until then, he'd stay by her side until she was better. He felt something wet and cold touching his hand and looked down to see Krypto nudging his hand with his nose. Sitting down, his dog whined at him. All right, come here, boy. Pulling the large dog into his lap, he waved a hand through his fur and started caressing his head. Krypto licked his face, causing him to laugh out loud and embrace the dog. The dog's support dispelled the last of the anger he had been holding and left only hope in its place. He had a cousin and she was going to be okay. With a wide smile on his face, Clark lifted Krypto by his front legs and put them on top of Kara's medical pod's glass. Here, I want you to meet my cousin Kara. I really hope you're gonna like her, boy. https://www.patrayon.com/user?u=. Chapter 8, Chapter. Kara woke up slowly. Her eye felt heavy but her body was feeling good, as if a weight she didn't know she was carrying had been lifted from her shoulders, then something jumped on top of her with enough strength to drive the air out of her lungs and she fully woke up. Ugh. She groaned, feeling a wet tongue furiously licking her face and, on instinct, pushed the creature away and opened her eye. Krypto. The large white dog squirmed on her lap and continued to try to lick her face, causing her to laugh out loud as she fended off its advances. I see you've met Krypto, said the mature male voice, and Kara finally looked to the side. Kal-El looked good, very tired, but good. He had a warm smile on his face as he observed Krypto's antics on top of her. Kara didn't know what to feel. Awe at being in front of one of, if not the greatest hero ever written. Relief to see her little cousin was doing well. Or perhaps guilt for not being there when he needed her. She had absolutely no idea. Looking at her current situation, she sighed. She was supposed to be there for him, damn it, not the other way around. I met him when I first saw you. She confessed and laid back down, putting an arm over her eye and remembering the old memory. You were such a cute kid too. Kal-El's warm hand touched her arm, slowly held her hand and squeezed, causing her to open her eye again. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Kal-El told her with a soft voice. Krypton's destruction still hurts. And I can't even remember it. I can only imagine how it is to have seen it. Krypton wasn't that different from here, besides how cold and distant everyone was, that is. She confessed with a sigh. Did you know Uncle Jor-El got Krypto because he was worried he wouldn't be able to give you affection? Krypton had been a very distant planet. Its people were too logical, to the point that Kara doubted her own parents had kissed more than once or twice in their whole lives. She still remembered her parents putting her inside the escape ship. They hadn't been able to shed a single tear, and the strongest sign of affection was a single kiss on her forehead from her mother. She knew they had loved her, but showing it was just not done on Krypton. Kryptonians just didn't know how. Were it not for her previous life's memories, Kara doubted she herself would be this expressive. Turning away from his smile, she squeezed Krypto's fur. I should have been there for you. I'm glad you're here now. Kal-El said and squeezed her hand again. She squeezed it back and finally smiled. Thank you. They stayed together for a few minutes, only Krypto's breathing to break the silence. Finally, Kara pushed herself up from the healing chamber and looked at her body. She no longer had any of the wounds she received from Amber or Mr. Mind, but her leg and eye were still missing. She wore a skin-tight dark blue Kryptonian solar suit that left only her head, hands, and foot uncovered. Suddenly, Kal-El embraced her, his large arms enveloping her body and pushing her face against his wide chest. For a few seconds, Kara didn't know how to react, but finally, her arms moved and hugged him back. I really am glad you're here now. He told her when they separated. What happened? After Krypto's test run, the Kryptonian Council became even more alert to any ships leaving the planet. Kara explained as she leaned against the healing chamber and remembered. Both Father and Uncle Jor-El had to include stealth equipment on the ships, and mine was the larger one, more noticeable and harder to make modifications. Your ship was launched only a few hours before Krypton exploded, but mine almost didn't make it. I was still inside of the planet when it exploded. She stopped as her voice started failing her. Kal-El's hand never left her shoulders, giving her strength, pulling her into another hug. The man whispered. It's all right now. You don't need to say any more. A piece of kryptonite hit my ship, disabled it and wounded me. She continued anyway, feeling like she had to tell at least this part of the story. I entered a healing coma, but the close proximity to kryptonite never let me wake up until I was rescued. Then I made my way here. I see, is that how you lost the leg and eye? She looked at his protective face and couldn't bring herself to put even more on his shoulders. Kara never wanted to put anything on his shoulders, she just nodded. Why not come to me when you arrived? I would have been happy to meet you. Kara's hand went up slowly and touched her missing eye for a second, then she sighed again. I was supposed to be here for you. Uncle Jor-El made it my responsibility to raise you, to guide you and teach you about our world. She took a deep breath and gave him a somewhat bitter smile while pointing at her missing leg. I didn't want you to meet me like this. I would have liked to meet you no matter how you were, your family. Kal-El told her with a laugh. After so long, I never thought I'd meet someone else like me and, well, you may be a little late, but I think things turned out all right. Yeah, your parents would have been so proud of you. Kara finally smiled back at him and then she laughed as something occurred to her. Well, Uncle would probably tell you to use a little more of the fortress technology instead of punching bad guys, but he was always an intellectual. Not that different from the fortress AI then. Kal-El sighed, equal parts frustrated and amused. Come, I got you a change of clothes and I have some food stored here if you want. What happened to Corey after I passed out? Wonder Woman says your friend is having a lot of fun in Themyscira, but she asks about you every day. He told her as he led her through the crystalline fortress. Also, the girl you saved is still in 4 bodies, but Star Labs is doing the best it can to help her. And Mr. Mind? The League is still searching for the mutant worm. He said, and Kara heard some anger in his voice for the first time. We're gonna find him, I promise you. Just how long have I been recovering? Just a little over a week. He said as we approached a table. Kal-El flashed around faster than Kara could move and set the table at record time. Here, Ma made some pie for when you woke up. Kara sat down and took a small bite from the meat pie. It was delicious. She still didn't trust her stomach to eat as much as she could, so ate with small nibbles. Can I meet them? My parents. Kal-El lifted an eyebrow, his mouth already filled with pie. I wasn't really sure you'd want to see them so soon. You look so young, I didn't know how much time it has been since you woke up. They did raise you and I couldn't, I have to thank them. Sure, they'd love to meet you. They made some small talk while eating and, when her stomach couldn't take it anymore, she pushed her plate away and saw Kal-El getting serious. About your situation. He said awkwardly, as if he didn't know how to start. Did the fortress find anything about it? I had looked at my situation but, without Kryptonian technology, I wasn't able to find out a lot. A hologram of her uncle formed at her side, his usual impassive face looking at her. Greetings, Kara Zor-El. He nodded with his arms crossed behind his back. The fortress did its best to heal your wounds, but some of the problems are beyond the current medical data available. Your ability to absorb radiation has been damaged by the years you spent exposed to kryptonite. In your healing coma, your cells were constantly healing, but also being damaged by the harmful radiation around you, until most of them suffered permanent damage. Permanent. Kara interrupted the hologram, her hands gripping the table. You mean I won't recover? Incorrect, most of your cells were permanently damaged, not all of them, and your body is slowly renewing itself based on the healthy remains. Jor-El's hologram told her as he showed a display of her body. Most of her body was a dark gray color, but there was a core of blue in several locations which was slowly spreading. Exposed to yellow sunlight, the healthy cells in your body are capable of absorbing it more effectively and multiply faster than the unhealthy ones, such that, in 15 months, your entire body should be healthy. Unfortunately, that also means usual healing methods for Kryptonians can't accelerate your recovery. Why not? Kara asked, frustrated. She hadn't wanted to get her cousin's help because she didn't want him finding out how hurt she was. Now that it was no longer a concern, she was eager to get back into shape. While a healthy Kryptonian cells don't have a limit to the amount of sunlight radiation they can absorb, it is not the same for your damaged cells. As we do not have any means of delivering radiation directly and exclusively to your healthy cells, there is a risk of overloading your damaged body and causing it to fail, resulting in death. What about my eye and leg? As explained, usual Kryptonian healing is not possible. The next best option would be to clone your missing limbs. However, the fortress currently does not have such facilities. It would take 2 months to build them and another 3 to fully grow them until they're ready for transplantation. She just stared at the holographic representation of her body, at its missing leg and the gray color. Kara. Her cousin's voice snapped her out of it as he put a hand over her own. You're safe now, you can take your time recovering, there's no need to hurry. She huffed, easy for him to say, he didn't know what kind of horrors were out there in the galaxy. Ah, who was she kidding? He probably knew them better than her since he was the one stopping many of them. Here, I got this for you. Kal-El put a large box on top of the table and pushed it towards her. I know it's not exactly what you wanted, but it's the next best thing I could manage. Opening it, Kara found herself looking at a new prosthetic leg. It looked sleek and had a coat of paint matching her own skin color. There were no visible joints and it could pass as a normal leg even from a close examination. The casing is made from what little kryptium I had left, so it should actually be able to match your durability while the programming was done with sunstone. He scratched the back of his neck a little embarrassed. Kara touched the prosthetic. She could still feel the coldness of the metal, but the texture was a perfect match for her skin. Thanks. Taking it out of the box, she quickly found the sunstone control system and floated in the air while adjusting it to her missing stump. With a click, it connected to the receptor and she could feel her lost limb again. It wasn't the same feeling as that of a real limb, but it was the next best thing. She wiggled her toes with a smile on her face as they obeyed her commands with only a barely perceptible delay, one that she was sure she wouldn't even notice if she wasn't a Kryptonian and her senses weren't so much faster than the average human. Really, thanks. Then she looked at Kal-El's sheepish smile and narrowed her eyes. Alright, what else did you do? Well, I noticed you had some extra functions on your previous one and I just couldn't resist. He said while handing over his tablet with information about her new leg. She quickly read everything. It seemed her cousin had put a lot of modifications on her leg. While the external casing was made from hard metal, the insides were mostly sunstone and modular, capable of reorganizing themselves in order to generate a protection field around her body that blocked external radiation. In the right configuration, it could also absorb and store electricity or kinetic energy for later release, hold a small amount of medication and, at the cost of the limb itself, teleport her back to the fortress by overloading its internals to generate enough energy. Kara approved. If she was gonna have a metallic leg for a few months, it damn well was gonna be a cool one. Seeing his embarrassed face, she lifted an eyebrow and joked. What, you didn't put any weapons in there, not even a rocket kick? A rocket kick would be cool. He nodded as he saw she wasn't angry. But it would be kind of unnecessary, don't you think? I'd have found a use for it. I'm glad you liked it. I was afraid you'd think I was being too overprotective. Kal-El, I'm on this planet for only a few days and I already got attacked by a megalomaniac caterpillar. I'll take every protection I can get. As they finished putting the dishes away, Kara got dressed in some normal clothes over a solar suit, a black shirt and jeans, then the both of them flew out of the fortress and started making their way back to the mainland at a leisure pace. "So, Corey is staying with Wonder Woman?" she finally asked when they were approaching the coast. Diana took a liking to the girl, and they were spending some time together on Themyscira. He nodded and turned her way. "But Corey and Dar heard you were waking up today, so they are waiting for you in Greece." They flew in a straight line over the cities and landscape, too far above it to even be noticed by the people underneath. Kara just followed her cousin until he started to fly down. Suddenly, a red comet shot from a beach below them, trailing fire behind itself. Kara braced herself, but she was still bowled over as the Tamarinine princess hit her, sending them both tumbling through the air. Corey's arms wrapped themselves around her body and attempted to squeeze the life out of it as the girl started talking without stop. "Friend Kara, I am so happy you where will I went to say you but they would not help me. I am sorry, I am a terrible friend." Corey, calm down, breathe," Kara said when she finally managed to push her friend back and draw some air back into her lungs. Corey let herself be pushed away a little so they could really look at each other. The giant smile on her friend's face warmed Kara's heart, then she saw the glint in her eyes. "No, Dawn." It was no use, Corey hugged her again and it was all Kara could do to keep them in the air and not crash down on top of the house. Kara briefly glanced at her cousin to ask for help, but the bastard was just floating there laughing at them. "Corey, I missed you too," she said as they finally dropped down on the sand. Her cousin dropped beside Wonder Woman and a young woman who was looking at them with disapproval. "Friend Kara, I really missed you. I tried to see you but they would not let me. I am terribly sorry, I am a bad friend." "No you aren't, foolish girl," Kara said as she flicked her friend's forehead. "It wasn't even that long. It felt terribly long to me," Corey said as she rubbed her forehead. "All right, I spent a week healing but what about you? I heard you stayed with Wonder Woman in her country." "Yes, Princess Diana allowed me to enter her country, and she even introduced me to her sister." Pulling at her arm, Corey led her towards the waiting heroes. "Greetings Kara Zor-El, I'm Diana Prince and this is my sister, Donna Troy." "Hi." Wonder Woman's sister said grudgingly, earning her a glare from the older woman. "Greetings, I'm Kara Zor-El. It is an honor to finally meet one of my cousin's allies." Beside her, Corey could barely contain herself, causing both her cousin and Diana to give her amused glances. "Come on Diana, I think we can let the two of them catch up a little," Kal-El said with a laugh. "I do need to talk to you about something." "Very well, this is my private property Kara, feel free to enjoy the beach." Diana nodded and the pair of them walked towards the house while talking with each other. Kara made sure not to focus on them. She was sure they wouldn't be talking out in the open if it was anything truly important, but she wanted to give them some privacy anyway. "So, how was Themyscira?" "It was most wonderful. The Amazons were all warriors, they invited me to the arena of fighting and even Diana herself sparred with me." "Did you win?" "I did not, Diana was very powerful." "Cheating alien girl." Kara heard Donna cursing under her breath and turned her way. "Something wrong. Friend Troya is still angry she lost to me," Corey said as if it didn't bother her in the least. "My sister was much the same when we spared back on Okara." "Is that so?" Kara gave the young woman a glare, but Donna seemed immune to it. "Friend Troya, I already told you there is no need to feel bad, yes. The Amazons are mighty warriors indeed, but the warlords of Okara are the fiercest warriors of the entire Vega system," Corey said in a calming tone. "Even better, they are the best teachers of the Vega system and I have been trained by them for years." "Fine, I get it already." Troya waved Corey's concern away. "Look, I only get so much time away from home all right, I'm going into the city, tell my sister I'll be back by night." Kara watched the girl fly away with a frown in her face, but it quickly went away as she dismissed her from her mind. "She didn't defeat you even once, did she?" "Do not dismiss her friend Kara, Troya is quite skilled, she is just not as skilled as her sister," Corey said as they continued walking along the beach. "Oh, I know, you two should become sparring partners, you are stronger than her by a large amount, but she is a far more skilled fighter, she is just too and used to facing stronger opponents." "We'll see," she said, having no intention of actually doing that. Kara did need to get more training using her powers and someone who wouldn't fall dead at the first blow was ideal, but she already had Corey and her cousin to do it. "Alright, now that you meet with the League, did you get their help?" "They are still discussing it, Princess Diana tells me many of them have obligations on Earth they cannot abandon and are divided. Still, she has offered to mentor me and introduce me to earthly customs. She wants to make you her sidekick." Kara was surprised, she didn't remember Corey becoming a sidekick in any version of DC she knew of. "Good for you, you must have impressed her." Then again, her knowledge and actions must already be making changes, so it wasn't a total surprise. "Indeed, I was most excited at the offer." Princess Diana has been a hero for years now, I cannot wait to learn from her. Unable to contain her excitement, Corey started floating beside her, causing Kara to smile in amusement. She even wants to introduce me to the other sidekicks at an assembly at the Hall of Justice in 2 weeks. Kara frowned. Did that include Robin? Dick Grayson's Robin? For some reason, Kara didn't know if she really liked the idea of such a meeting. Just a tip, don't call them sidekicks, they probably won't like that very much. Kara warned, then she thought about it a little and corrected herself. No, on second thought, make sure to call Robin a sidekick, do it as often as you can. Please, why would they not? Is it not a venerable human tradition to learn from those with more experience? Yes, but they're teenagers, I'm sure they won't see it that way. Kara shook her head in amusement just imagining the meeting. Thank you, friend Kara. I really cherish your opinions. After that they found some beach chairs and laid down to enjoy the sun. Kara couldn't help but appreciate Corey's figure as the girl actually took her top off and laid with only the bottom part of her swimsuit to increase how much sunlight she was getting. After a few seconds, Kara finally snapped out of her daze and took off her own jeans and shirt, leaving only her skin-tight Kryptonian solar suit. It seems like, in her situation, getting more sun wouldn't really do her any good, but that didn't mean she couldn't enjoy it. Chapter 9. Kara looked at the drawing in front of her and sighed. She had finally finished designing her prosthetic eye. In truth, she had been procrastinating for nearly a week now, refusing to work on the thing and hoping for an alternative while hanging out with Corey. Unfortunately, Zatara himself didn't have any magical means of accelerating her recovery, and, even when she got her hands on nth metal, it would still take a long time for her to regenerate the eye, far too long to justify staying crippled, especially when she could easily remedy that using the fortress capabilities. Her cousin didn't mind her using his home away from home, he barely stayed at the place anyway, and Kara felt comfortable inside the crystalline building, among the Kryptonian sunstone computers and equipment. It kind of reminded her of home. Not that she didn't enjoy human housing, but, after living so long on Krypton, the lack of crystals around felt just a little bit odd. Kara had debated for a long time about what to put on her eye. Laser eyes or X-ray visions were classics, but she already had those. In fact, she already had pretty much everything in her own biological eye. There was no need to improve it. If she was even capable of doing so, that is. She had been raised to be a member of the Science Guild, but she was still only an apprentice. More than that, she didn't want to get used to having anything special in her eye, since it was most likely going to be the first thing she healed when she could. So she went with a disposable device, a modified version of the Sunstone programming on her leg. Instead of teleporting her back to the fortress, the eye would start the teleporting sequence and then fail, catastrophically. The resulting explosion wouldn't be the biggest, and, considering she wanted to be a hero, that was a good thing. Instead, it would break the space around itself, shattering everything caught in the explosion regardless of how tough it was or what defenses it put up. It probably wasn't the best idea to carry around something so dangerous, but, if she was going to carry a secret weapon, it damn well was going to be something that hit harder than just her fists. Sending a copy of the design to the Fortress AI, she ordered it produced and stretched her arms above her head, laying back against the chair. Just as she was getting ready to leave, her uncle's hologram appeared by her side. "Miss Zor-El, are you certain you wish for such a device to be produced? I did send it to you, didn't I?" Kara sighed and got to her feet. "Don't worry, I made sure to put plenty of safety precautions on it. It has proximity sensors and can't even detonate too close to me or Kal-El, or if the sensor fails." "Very well, it will be ready by tomorrow." "Say, how is the data recovery from my damaged ship?" Kara took the chance to ask. She still found it extremely uncomfortable to talk with the image of her dead uncle, so she had been avoiding getting the information. "It is going well. Despite how damaged it was, the fortress is recovering and decoding more information every day, and it should be 85% done in another 29 hours. What about the remaining 15%? The last 15% of the information was either permanently lost or will require significant computational efforts to restore. There can be no expected time for completion." Walking away from the computer, she cracked her neck and left the room. Entering the main hall, she briefly stopped in front of the giant statues of Jor-El and Lara Lorvan. Did Kal-El build this? No, the statue was part of Jor-El's original design for the fortress. Uncle was a good man but very prideful. It was just like him to make a giant statue holding our entire planet in his hand. No wonder he was friends with General Zod. She considered the figure for a little longer before shaking her head and turning away. What kind of information was in it anyway? Just a copy of Kal-El's. No, Kal-El's ship was filled with information about culture, art, religion, and civilian technologies. Jor-El considered them more important and more fitting for his young son. The hologram told her as he pretended to walk beside her, "Your ship's data is far more focused on the less idealized side of Krypton, military technology, war records, political information about the sector. I believe it was Jor-El's intent for you to safeguard such information until such time as you felt prudent to allow Kal-El to see it." Well now, that was interesting. Kara already started to daydream of a Kryptonian war armor fully protecting her from anything and enhancing her power even further while wielding futuristic weapons. Can I see the military designs then? She tried to keep her voice neutral, but there was no mistaking the eagerness there. Unfortunately not, as Kal-El is now of age, and was the one to activate the fortress. He has been recognized as the current head of the L-House. As a result, the clearance for looking at the information has automatically passed to him. No, her army of modular Sunstone military drones. Shoulders dropping, Kara made a mental note to ask her cousin for the information and check the time on her new phone. Corey would be meeting the other sidekicks today and Kara wanted to accompany her halfway there to show her support. Waking into the huge cylindrical chamber, she selected Fawcett City and activated the Zeta tube. Feeling the Zeta beam hitting her body, she frowned for a few seconds. Next thing she knew, she was stepping out of a door in a dark alley. Taking a second to see if anybody was watching her, Kara put on a simple blank mask just to make sure and floated up, flying towards her apartment. The building had been damaged at Amber's rampage but, lucky for her, it was minor, and it was already in working order after only 2 weeks of repairs. A miracle since almost everyone who did such repairs was busy fixing the worst of the damage on the city. "Hey, Corey, I'm home," she called out as she stepped inside from the open window. "Hello, friend Kara," Corey yelled. She was holding a bag of cookies in one hand and applying a large coating of mustard on top of them. "Please, would you care for a cookie? This yellow condiment is truly delightful when put on top of it." "Nope." Kara grimaced. She may have wanted one, but that was before it was covered with mustard. "So, are you excited to meet the other sidekicks?" Exultation. Joy. "I am indeed most exhilarated to meet the others." She almost screamed as her hair started floating behind her and the tips started catching fire. Zal's breath. "I am late, hold this friend Kara, I have to get ready. Princess Diana is going to be here at any moment." Dashing away towards her bedroom, Corey started throwing her civilian clothes around as she rushed to get ready. Kara followed after her, giving some calming words. "Don't worry, I'm sure Wonder Woman would wait a few minutes for you to get ready. Besides, even if you are a little late, it's not like it's an official event, there's no deadline." Then she considered who her friend was meeting and decided to disperse some sagely advice. "And remember Corey, a nickname is a good way to close the distance and become fast friends. If you're not certain how to give someone a nickname, you can use someone's characteristics like, for example, calling Robin Shorty or Little Guy, something along those lines." Floating out of her room, Corey's hair trailed a fiery aura behind her as she finished adjusting her superhero costume. Her armor was very close to Wonder Woman's. But it left Corey's midriff exposed and didn't have the bracelets. Kara still found it strange that she didn't have a belly button. "Apologies, friend Kara, what did you just say?" "Never mind, it was nothing important." Kara sighed. Sabotaging Corey's ability to make friends wouldn't sit well with her. "Do you think they are going to like me?" Corey asked, her hair finally going back to normal as her feet touched the floor. "I'm sure they're going to love you Corey, you have nothing to worry about." "Thank you." The girl started fidgeting making Kara give her a hug. "Come on, let's go." Kara put her mask back on. They flew out of the apartment and back towards the Zeta tube, this time stepping out on Washington, D.C. half an hour before the meeting date. "Good to see you're here on time," said Wonder Woman. She was waiting for them beside the Zeta tube exit, her shoulder leaning on the building and her full gear on. "Good to see you too Kara." Kara nodded at the woman. "Say, does your invitation for a spar have a date of expiration? Corey and Kal-El are still teaching me how to fight, but I'd like to test myself later." "It doesn't." Wonder Woman smiled. "But since you're a beginner, perhaps you should come with us to Themyscira one of those days. I'm sure Starfire and Superman are great teachers, but you'd benefit from a larger pool of opponents." "Really? I'm finally meeting Kal-El's parents later this week, but I'd love to go." The island of the Amazons was one of the places that still intrigued her. Kara really wanted to go but, at the same time, she was kind of afraid she'd draw the attention of the gods. Also, she had been a man in her previous life, could she step into the island without earning someone's ire? She really hoped so. "Please, are you sure you do not want to attend the meeting with me?" Corey asked, holding her hands. "Another day, Starfire." Kara shook her head and called her by her superhero name for the first time, making the girl beam. "Besides, you know I have a meeting later." "Well, this is where we part ways then." Wonder Woman clapped Kara on the shoulder. "Do take my offer one of those days, we'd love to have Corey's friend over." Seeing Wonder Woman's affectionate gaze towards her new protege, Kara had to laugh. Yep, the woman had fallen for Corey's infectious personality all right. With another hug, Corey and Wonder Woman flew away towards the Hall of Justice, leaving Kara alone once again. Kara took the Zeta tube back to Fawcett City and grabbed the backpack she had left at the house before flying up again. Instead of taking the Zeta tube towards her meeting, Kara found a deserted place and quickly ascended high above the clouds and beyond the sights of almost everyone. She didn't want to leave an electronic trail and, despite her technological skills, she was pretty sure she couldn't erase her details from the Zeta Tube network. DC's technological geniuses were such bullshit. Soon, she started approaching Gotham City and dropped beside a little gas station just outside the city limits. She doubted Batman would have a way to track individual flyers entering his city, but, seeing as he fought such beings fairly often, and was, well, Batman, she wouldn't put it past him. It was better to be safe than sorry anyway. Pulling out her burner phone, she called a cab. Almost an hour later, she stepped out of the car in an alleyway close to Catwoman's bar. The establishment was still closed, but, using her X-ray vision, she saw the woman sitting alone in one of the tables. Selina also had a lead box below the table and another, much smaller one, in her pocket. Well, that was the problem with having such well-known weakness. People who were going to deal with you tended to acquire it. At least it was a fairly obvious thing. After all, she may not be able to see inside a lead box, but she could certainly see the lead box itself, and it was pretty easy to guess what was inside. Kara really didn't know how her cousin kept getting surprised on all those comics. With the possible exception of Lex Luthor, people didn't build everything around them with lead, so it was pretty easy to see when something was suspicious even if he couldn't see what exactly it was. With only an effort of will, she reconfigured the sunstone inside her new leg and activated the environmental shield inside it in order to block radiation. It had the unfortunate side effect of also blocking most of the beneficial effects of solar radiation, but she was working to remedy that. Maybe then Kal-El would accept his own version of the shield instead of being stubborn about it. She understood that blocking his sunlight absorption would decrease his power, but he had been living under the yellow sun for decades now. He had enough reserves to function without it for a few years even while fighting someone, much less for a few minutes. The shield covered her entire body with a shimmer, but then settled. It made her look slightly discolored, her clothes just a little less bright, her skin a little whiter, but it was hardly noticeable. Approaching the bar, she knocked on the door and waited a few seconds. On her vision, Selina put a hand on the lead box in her pocket and got up from the table. Damn, she really had scared the poor woman in their previous meeting. Kara knew she shouldn't have continued her deal with the thief. She was pretty sure Kal-El could lend her some nth metal if she asked, but, well, Catwoman was already trying to steal the metal, and asking him for every little thing still left a bitter taste in her mouth. "You're early," Selina commented, but quickly shook her head and motioned her inside. "Never mind, come in before the bat comes knocking. Batman should be out of Gotham today, the sidekicks have a meeting. The bat is finally letting the pipsqueak have some fun, huh? Good for him." They entered the building and Selina promptly grabbed a bottle of whiskey, pouring 2 glasses and handing her one. "Come on, I got you what you asked." "Good, you had any trouble?" "Some. I found some remains of the ship you mentioned in Egypt, but it had already been looted and I only managed to steal a small sample." "How small?" 1.852 grams, to be precise." Selina finally let go of the box in her pocket and pulled out the larger container from under the table. "Plus, I think I got the attention of some powerful people when I did it." "I see. Do you want to renegotiate our deal then?" Kara narrowed her eyes at the woman and Selina sighed. "No, did you bring the money?" Kara took her time opening the box and inspecting the metal. It was a broken piece from some computer. Using her vision, she could already see only about half of it was nth metal, but it was well worth the price in her mind. "Here, 50 millions in gold and jewels." Kara put the backpack inside the table, almost breaking the wood over its weight. "It's up to you to find a way to use it though." Selina eyed the backpack, but didn't move to take it. A few seconds later she sighed, "Could you at least move it behind the bar, please?" Ah, right, despite being half filled with jewels, it was still not something a normal human could comfortably lift. With a snort, Kara moved the backpack behind the bar. "Say, is your offer of help still on the table?" Selina asked as she drained her glass of whiskey. "Exactly what kind of trouble did you get for this thing?" "I heard about the kind of battle that went on in Fawcett City 3 weeks ago after your call, you know." She commented without answering the question. "About how a bunch of villains had joined forces to deal with Captain Marvel while the League was busy. The problem is, I don't think that's the only villain alliance around anymore." Well, now Selina had her full attention. "Is that the kind of attention you attracted?" "It's not certain, I don't have any proof of this, but it just doesn't make sense for it to be only a single villain." She confessed and pointed at the box with the nth metal. "Stealing that attracted far too much heat, and from far too many sources for it to be just one person. I barely got back into the country alive." "I see," Kara said, seeing the signs of exhaustion on Selina's face for the first time. The woman hid them well, but there were bruises all over her body and she had bags under her eyes. "Do you need a safe place to stay?" "No, Gotham is the Bat's home. They won't be as brazen here. Even if they manage to get me, it would still attract his attention and they don't want to be discovered just yet, it seems." "Makes sense, with how united and powerful the League was, the only chance a villain alliance could survive is by remaining hidden. Kara wondered which version of such an alliance they were dealing with. The Legion of Doom, the Secret Society, Injustice League, the Light, or something completely new. There were so many villain teams in DC she'd have to get a better idea of where things stood before she could say. Damn, Kara didn't even remember there was a monster society of evil before meeting Mr. Mind for the first time. She had always been more of a Batman than a Captain Marvel fan. It seems you're mostly safe here then, what exactly do you want from me? A favor, you promised help dealing with any heat from the job, so I want the ability to call on once if something turns up, she said while pouring herself another shot. Kara considered it. Selina was a fairly benign thief all things considered, and, if Kara got the woman killed for a job she ordered, Batman would never forgive her. Plus, she'd probably only ask Kara to steal something or protect her from someone. It could even be fun, probably. Batman wouldn't keep letting her escape if she was the kind of woman to hurt innocent people. Then again, Talia al Ghul was a thing. Fine, you get one favor, but don't be using my name to intimidate people. I don't want every one of my cousin's enemies knowing I exist by next week. Don't worry, you'll be the nuclear option in case everything goes to shit. Selina confessed and relaxed against the back of her chair while putting a hand over her eyes. It wouldn't be in my best interest for them to be able to make countermeasures before I called you. Grabbing the piece of nth metal, Kara spent a few seconds prying the less useful materials from it. It was pretty easy to do since the nth metal was the only one capable of resisting her Kryptonian strength. When she was left with only a pure sample of the thing, she put it in her pocket. Snatching the fourth glass of whiskey from Selina's hand, Kara drank it all in a single gulp and pulled the bottle away from the woman. Come on, you're looking like shit, go to sleep, Selina. What are you, my mother? The older woman complained, but got up and stretched her back. Ugh, I really should have left this meeting for another day. Kara started laughing at Selina's annoyed face. I don't know why you called me if you have just gotten back in the city. I know I was in a hurry, but I could wait another day or two. I just wanted to be done with this whole thing. She turned to glance at the bag full of money. It was almost not worth it, almost. Kara left the Tin Roof Club very happy with her purchase. It may only be a small amount of nth metal, but it was just what she needed to make herself safer. Better yet, it was something nobody but Selina knew she had, and so, nobody knew they had to counter. She took a cab back out of the city and then flew as fast as she could towards her hidden ship on the moon. Kara may have started using Kal-El's fortress as a second home, but she still kept the ship hidden in order to have some privacy on her own projects. Working on nth metal without ruining its properties was hard, and not something her Kryptonian education had covered, but the Psions had some information about it. At least the damn mad scientists were good for something. Soon, she was able to separate the sample into 4 pieces and integrate one of them inside the casing of her prosthetic leg. Besides putting it under her own skin, it was the safest she could keep it. Inside the kryptium casing and very hard to separate it from her. Not that nth metal needed protection, but it would keep someone from simply stealing the metal from her. The second piece she turned into a simple ring to wear around her fingers, something to help in her healing and so it could start getting acclimated to her body. It would also allow her punches to affect magic beings, which was always a good thing. The other 2, larger samples she simply left on the ship. She needed to study the metal after all, and she wasn't certain some of its more exotic properties could be activated simply by wearing the thing. Plus, it would be good to have some nth metal in store in case she somehow lost what she was carrying. When she finally arrived back home, it was already long past midnight and the lights were on in her apartment. Eager to find out how Corey's day had gone, Kara accelerated and entered the building. Her smile dimmed a little as she saw Corey sporting a split lip, again. Corey was one of the best martial artists on the planet, and nearly invulnerable. Kara had to wonder how the heck did she keep getting hurt like this. What the heck, it was supposed to be a friendly meeting, not a free-for-all. Did any of the sidekicks even have the kind of strength needed to give her a split lip? What happened? Fury. Scandal. Vile trickery. Friend Kara, someone has violated your cousin in a most foul manner. What? Violated as in? Kara said in utter confusion, her temper already starting to rise. By Rao, if something had happened to Kal-El right after she met him. Some craven scientists acquired the Superman's DNA and cloned him, trying to create a weapon. Corey stomped on the ground in indignation. Worse, Superboy was not allowed to even see the sun while growing up. I see. Kara said in a measured tone. She was starting to get a suspicion she knew where this was going and she didn't like it. She didn't like it at all. And what exactly was my cousin's reaction to this news? Young Justice wasn't the worst DC setting to be in, but it certainly didn't do the original Justice League any favors. The Superman was very affected. He seemed extremely hurt by what had happened. Friend Kara. Corey laid a hand over her shoulders in support. He refused to face the clone at their first meeting. Ah, it seems that, despite arriving so late, Kara would still have to teach her little cousin some lessons. Chapter 10, Chapter That same morning, Kara floated in front of the mountain, her mind deep in thought. She was feeling very conflicted right now. It's not like she didn't understand her cousin's reaction. She had been human once, a long time ago. She got why finding out you had a clone made in secret would affect him in such a way. Well, in a manner of speaking anyway. There weren't any human clones walking around in her previous world after all, but she imagined the experience was kind of like finding out you had a son from a drunken one-night stand years after the fact. Only, since Kal-El didn't consent to having his DNA taken, it was probably much worse. Still, she kind of expected Superman to rise above such things. It was not like Superboy asked to be created after all. Kal-El could be mad at the scientists who created him all he wanted, but the boy needed help, now damn it. Plus, she was Kara Zor-El and this was a DC universe. It didn't take her long to come to terms with the probable fact she'd have a clone made by one supervillain or another somewhere down the line. Her Kryptonian education also didn't help in this aspect, at all. On Krypton, nearly all Kryptonians were born on the birthing matrix. The DNA used was carefully selected and modified not only so they'd be more capable in the caste they were supposed to belong to, but also so they'd get joy from doing it. Kryptonians didn't rebel against their imposed roles not because it was forbidden, but because they didn't want to. They were genetically designed to like their jobs. Looking at things from a Kryptonian view, Superboy's birth was almost normal and only his accelerated growth was an anomaly. It was not like every Kryptonian pairing loved each other or wanted to be parents after all. In fact, love between pairings was the exception, not the norm and, sometimes, their guild just needed a new member. So, 2/3 of Kara's mind was screaming at her that her cousin's actions were wrong and illogical and she should be giving him the beating of his life for abandoning a member of his own race like that. There weren't a lot of them left after all. Still, she knew it would do no good right now and, more importantly, Superboy's situation came first. Kara would give her cousin the time to think about things in peace. From the YJ show, she knew he'd take a long time to accept the kid but, maybe, just maybe, her presence had changed things for the better. Right now, she had a newborn Kryptonian to deal with, even if he wasn't really a child. Since her cousin wasn't gonna be there for the kid, it was her job to take care of him. Using her X-ray vision, she pierced the layers of earth and stone over the secret base and sighed at the lack of protections it had. She really shouldn't be able to observe Superboy watching static on a TV, not from outside the building itself at least. Why the hell was the League even still using this place for anything when every 2-bit villain knew it existed? Well, it had some defenses and very advanced facilities for something a human could build, so it was better than any random house, but still. Dropping fast, Kara stepped in the front entrance to Mount Justice and watched as the computer scanned her body before slowly opening the underground entrance. She floated down the mostly empty building while watching some robots doing a few last-minute repairs and cleaning. She followed the calming sound of static towards Superboy's location. The kid was sitting on a sofa in the mountain's living room while ignoring the robots working around him and concentrating on the TV. "Hello there," Kara called out awkwardly as she dropped back to the ground beside the sofa. Superboy wasn't surprised. He had probably heard her breathing or even her beating heart as she approached. He just grunted and gave a quick glance her way, then he jumped 3 meters into the air and fell back down with his fists lifted into an aggressive stance. "Who are you?" he growled. "You're not a member of the Justice League." Kara sighed at his aggression and sat down on the sofa. Crossing her legs, she looked at him without her X-ray vision for the first time. He did look a lot like Kal-El. Well, the Young Justice cartoon had established that already, but it was one thing to see it in a cartoon and another to see it in real life, with all the small little details. "You're right, I'm not with the League. I'm here to find out how I'm gonna deal with you." Slowly, Superboy lowered his fists, then he crossed his arms over his chest and glared at her. "Where is Superman? I thought he'd be the one to deal with me." Was he pouting? Yes, he was pouting, cute kid. "Kal-El is being a little stupid right now," she told him and turned off the TV. She didn't see the problem revealing his Kryptonian name since he didn't use it anyway. "I do somewhat understand his point of view, but that doesn't mean it isn't stupid." "Is that his name?" "Right, you don't even have a name yet. Fuck, what were they thinking?" She covered her eyes with a hand and sighed again. "Come on kid, let's talk a little." "Stop calling me kid," he shouted at her and refused to obey, his anger already starting to rise. Damn, she really didn't know how to do this. All right. Sorry, correcting her posture, Kara tried to be a little more serious since her approach wasn't working. "First, let me introduce myself. I'm Kara Zor-El, I'm Kal-El's older cousin." "What?" "Yeah, interplanetary travel and being frozen kinda inverted that order, but I was definitely born first," Kara told him with a nod. She looked around all the working robots and the empty space and came to a decision. "Nope, come on, we're leaving." "What?" he asked again, still flabbergasted to be meeting a second Kryptonian. "This place may make for a good base of operations, after installing some better security that is, but it's definitely not a home. Come on, you're staying with me from now on." The The Justice League told me to stay here, he protested weakly, but Kara just got up and started pulling him away from the room. The Justice League stashed you here, you mean? Yeah, I'm gonna have to have some words with them too. She started to walk towards the exit when she remembered the boy couldn't fly right now. Turning around, she went back towards the Zeta tube. She didn't really like using the things too much, she didn't have the time to study the network and she wouldn't put it past the light to be able to access its records. Thankfully, Batman had approved of her initial paranoia and gave her a fake name. Brika was a good name for an average flying brick package, wasn't it? Kara took the kid back to Fawcett City but, instead of going directly back home, she stopped at an empty restaurant where they could have some privacy without having the kid become too defensive. They sat at a booth and Kara pulled a device from one of her pockets, throwing it inside the table. She activated the sound blocker so nobody could hear their talk. Soon a waiter came around and she ordered 2 plates of beef bourguignon. Come on, eat up, she told him as she thought about what to say. Superboy actually dug into the meal with gusto. It seemed he had inherited her cousin's love for the meal after all. Alright, first we'll get you a name. Do you want to choose one for yourself or for me to give you one? Kara asked. I mean, if you have anything in mind it'll be great. But it's not like people usually choose their names, so there's nothing wrong about not knowing. Kara had thought long and hard about Superboy's name. In the end, she decided there was nothing really wrong about Connor or Con-El, and she didn't need to change it just to be different. In some continuities, Con meant abomination, but that had not been its first meaning, and it was not the meaning in this reality. There hadn't even been a clone war in her Krypton, much less a prejudice against them. I really don't know, he asked in confusion as he looked at his own hands. Hey, I just said it's okay, remember, no need to be worried, she calmed him down. How about this, my cousin is called Kal-El, El being the house name. I'll call you Con-El since you're family. Con-El, the kid said with a little smile on his face. I'm family. Kara knew she was throwing a lot on his plate right now. The kid was barely out of his tank before, so he didn't have much experience, but he did have the knowledge necessary to understand things. Hopefully, getting him in school and interacting with a wide variety of people would help with his emotional development. Also, no member of the L house would live without a proper education. But, I'm a clone. Alright, wanna know a secret? For a Kryptonian, you're actually more normal than Kal-El. She let Kal-El digest that as she ordered a serving of ice cream as dessert. Scoping a spoonful, she commented, most Kryptonians are like you, born from mixing DNA. Kal-El was the odd one, he was actually born the old school way, can you believe that? Kara continued to eat her ice cream as Con-El slowly started to understand the situation he was in. Truth be told, Kara really didn't want to be involved. Con-El was created by the light, and chances were high they'd find out about her existence if she got involved, but she just couldn't leave the kid alone. She, Kal-El and the boy may have been the last Kryptonians alive today. No way could she let a member of her own race fend for himself like that. Well, there was the Phantom Zone to consider, but that was a whole other can of worms. I guess this is a lot to take in, right? So, what do you want to do? She finally asked him with a welcoming smile. I confess I was a little hasty to just take you out of the mountain. If you want, I can take you back while you think about things, but I'd really like for you to stay with me. I wasn't there when my cousin needed me, but I won't make the same mistake with you. Despite her dislike of the place, Kara was willing to recognize Con-El would probably be safe at the mountain for another few days, and her main reason for taking him out of there was to have a frank conversation without Batman or anyone else peeking. I need some time to think. I understand. She finished her ice cream and laid back against the stuffed chair. How about this then, let me tell you a little about your family, and Kryptonians in general. I'd like that, yes. So, she told him about their original planet. About how most Kryptonians were like him, born through a machine in order to fulfill a purpose in their society, but they could still grow to like different things, all in order to get him to relax a little and maybe help him find himself sooner instead of being angry because he wasn't Superman. It was painful to talk about her home, but she managed to hide that from him without much trouble. She wasn't even lying, spending a few months or even years training in a different guild was a common form of teenage rebellion on Krypton. It was even beneficial, they'd inevitably discover they liked their original guild more and the experience would make them better when they came of age. A member of the Science Guild who spent a few years training in the military guild would understand their needs better after all, and Kryptonians lived long enough for the lost time not to be a problem. She also told him about the House of El, their story, their customs, and their achievements, all in the hopes of catching his attention. That damn cabal of clowns used telepathy to fill his mind with thoughts of filling Superman's shoes and fighting for Earth like that was all he could do. Kara did her best to change that assumption. Con-El was created from Lex Luthor and Kal-El, a member of the El House. It was impossible for him to just be an angry musclehead who punched things, and she'd make damn sure of that. Eventually, she left a much happier and, perhaps, a little less confused with life, Con-El back into the mountain with a new cell phone holding both her and Corey's number. She flew away from the mountain for a few minutes before her smile fell off her face. Ugh. That was a mess. I kept confusing him and barely let him talk. She lifted both arms up and almost yelled in frustration. And I didn't even talk with him about the examinations. Kara knew for a fact there were mental commands implanted on the kid and she wasn't about to let them stay. Also, she didn't remember anything being wrong with his biology, but Kryptonian DNA was incredibly complicated. She wouldn't put it past Cadmus to have missed something that's only gonna show up decades later or, worse, left something on purpose. She'd have to talk with Kal-El about letting Kon-El into the fortress, but, if he said no for some reason, she'd just have to sneak the boy inside. Worst case scenario, she'd use her ship's medical bay, but it wouldn't come to that. She had already left a message with the Martian Manhunter asking for a meeting, but the male was busy with something at the moment and would get back to her sometime tomorrow, probably his niece arriving on Earth. Now, to deal with the second problem. When night fell, Kara stopped far above the clouds and over the damaged Cadmus building. There wasn't anyone fixing the entrance, but the heavy machinery lay all around the place. She tried peering inside the building, but Luther was one of the owners of the place. Of course it was filled with lead. She considered her options. At first, she had thought about just mining enough gold to buy the entire thing, but not only would that reveal her existence to the world, it would probably not work. The Light, or even just Luther himself, had enough political power to block any such move. She also couldn't risk the Light moving the things inside when they learned of her attempt. She'd bet Luther had filled the place with all sorts of contingencies in case her cousin snapped and actually attacked it. The man was far too used to dealing with an angry Kryptonian. Too bad for him he wasn't used to dealing with an angry Kryptonian's tech. Lifting a small pouch from her waist, Kara opened it and turned it upside down, releasing a deluge of metal balls half the size of her fingernail. They fell through the air, but stopped right before hitting Cadmus' surface, floating a couple of centimeters above the ground. A second later, they activated their non-disturbance mode and disappeared from view. Kara may not have access to Kryptonian military drones, but high-grade civilian gear could work just as well when dealing with Earth's technology. Every little drone she released was equipped with a camera capable of mapping terrain and keeping track of living beings, a wireless transmitter untraceable by Earth's current technology, and a cloaking device. On Krypton, they were used to float above a Kryptonian and help them navigate without being lost, take pictures or recordings of important moments and information for later use, keep track of children and remain inconspicuous during everyday life. Here on Earth, they were nearly undetectable stealth devices. Opening a tablet in front of her, she ordered the devices to start infiltrating the facility and map out all its rooms. It wasn't instantaneous, but, after only a couple of hours, she had a complete map of Cadmus underground and the drones were keeping track of all organic movement. Thousands of xenomorphs of all shapes and sizes, dozens of scientists all currently working, and even Guardian himself taking a nap in a resting room, all unaware of the machines watching them. Ordering one of the drones to connect to an empty and unobserved computer wouldn't usually be possible, but Kara had made a few modifications so the drones were compatible with Earth's tech. Soon, she had access to Cadmus systems through her tablet and released a wave of malware. Small, inconsequential programs that were so alien to Cadmus computers they wouldn't be detected as viruses and slowly took over every aspect on their systems, using the Light's own hidden programs to do so. That's the problem with leaving backdoors in a computer system so you could interact with them without detection. Someone else could make use of them if they had the right knowledge and equipment. Kara had no doubt someone like Oracle, the Brain, Dr. Evo, or Dr. Morrow could quickly adapt against her programming. They were just that good, but Cadmus computers weren't really their focus, and Kryptonian tech was an out-of-contest problem the system just wasn't capable of fighting against without supervision. With control over the building's computer system, Kara started downloading a copy of all the information they had, even the ones kept hidden on Luther's secret little server. She also took the chance to install a program that would erase both her image and voice from any recording device in the building. Alright, now what? Despite her efforts, Kara's skills at stealth were about the same as her skills at fighting before meeting Corey. That is to say, she didn't have them. Yes, she could avoid meeting anyone on the mostly empty upper floors, but the lower floors were a hive of activity and she still didn't have the time to adapt the drone's stealth tech to work with her clothes. Worse, some of the xenomorphs were telepaths and she had no way to hide from them. Alright, mental note, find a way to hide from telepaths, or at least block their powers. Well, if she couldn't hide from the xenomorphs, she'd just have to get their help instead. She quickly lifted her tablet to her face and changed the view to watch Dubilex. Since she already controlled their computer, it was easy to generate a message requiring his presence on one of the upper floors. Then she dropped down. Using her speed in the darkness of the night, she managed to remain undetected by anything outside the building. The ground floor was still filled with rubble, but she found an easy path down into the first underground floor, which only had a couple of human workers. Kara avoided them and found an empty room. Before long, she felt a weight settle on her mind. She knew she still didn't have the mental fortitude or training to resist his intrusion, but, luckily, she didn't have to. Instead, she tried to think about Superboy, their family connection and her intent to free the xenomorphs from their imposed slavery, and hoped he wouldn't delve deeper. She had to admit, it was somewhat of a gamble to let someone have access to her mind, but the second she felt him trying to delve where he wasn't invited, she'd use her speed to burst out of the building, even if she had to go through him. She was pretty sure he wasn't a powerful enough telepath to incapacitate her before she was out of his range, or plastered him all over the hallway. She even made sure she was actively thinking about that too. The automatic door to the room opened with only a small noise and the tall xenomorph stepped inside, his arms crossed behind his back. "Greetings, Kara Zor-El. I apologize for the intrusion into your mind," he told her in an emotionless voice. "I can only say it seemed necessary from my point of view." "I can see that, yes," she nodded to him in greeting and massaged her temples. "You didn't try to peek for too long, so I forgive you." "Well, the image of my inside spread on the hallway in case I tried was most illuminating," he told her as he awkwardly extended a hand, then he continued. "It also seemed disturbingly likely, with the way you were thinking. I'd really like to avoid killing again, but mind control just leaves me on edge. Were you able to see why I came while you searched my mind? I could see you're attempting to help my kind, but I have to confess, I retreated somewhat hastily after that vivid image. Yep, Kryptonians were scary. No doubt about that. Well, I have 3 options for you, Kara told him while keeping an eye on the surveillance system. First, I can just call the League again. I'm pretty sure the damn idiots were too tired from fighting Votan, or too busy gapping at my cousin's clone to think about things, but, after a round of yelling at everybody, I can get them to help free you guys from slavery. Still don't know how they let that one pass. The second option is probably the safest. I'm pretty sure you guys qualify as a race of your own, so, if I call the Green Lanterns and ask for asylum, they'd come over in a heartbeat to help you guys settle somewhere else. Heck, maybe Mars would take you guys. They're all telepathic shapeshifters, so it could be easier for you guys to settle there. The third option would be a little riskier. I can help you guys take over," and here Kara leaned towards Dub-Ilex with a predatory smile. "I already have control of the building's surveillance systems and, with your telepathy, you can turn the tables on your so-called owners without anyone even finding out." "That is 3 more options than I was expecting," Dub-Ilex said with a sigh. "I always believed Superboy would be the one to help us, and meeting the Justice League only enforced that feeling. Even your heroes didn't really see us as anything but tools." Kara's hands tightened into fists at his words. She really would like to argue with that, but she couldn't, not when what he said was right. "I can only apologize for how the League dismissed you guys. I could say they're too overworked to pay attention to the little details. But it is no excuse, and slavery is never just a little detail." "Why are you so willing to help us?" he asked, narrowing his eyes at Kara in suspicion. "Many reasons. I'm pretty sure you were the one who organized things so Kon-El would be freed, so I feel indebted to you. Plus, as I said, I don't consider slavery to be a small thing and I have the power to do something about it," Kara said and scratched the back of her head, somewhat embarrassed by her next reason. "But I'm also doing this to stop whatever plans you creators have for you. That's why I'm a little partial to the third option. I do need a base of my own, and a little help dealing with the bastards that created you. Having that help come from you guys and the base being one of theirs would feel somewhat poetic." "I see, and if I don't trust you, will you leave us alone?" "I'm sorry, but no. I'm willing to let you choose how to do this, but I can't leave you guys as slaves no matter what you say." She considered things a little bit and completed. "Besides, I know for a fact there's another Kryptonian and a little boy hidden somewhere down here, so I'm raiding this place anyway." "Impossible. I'm aware of every one of Cadmus' projects. There are no records of another successful clone. Superboy is the only one." "Wrong." She quickly browsed through the data she stole and turned her tablet towards the mail. "They called him Project Match. He is in dire need of help and I will provide it." Dub-Ilex didn't release his arms from his back but, with a light tug, the tablet slowly floated away from Kara's hands and towards his face. He quickly read the information about Match but, instead of giving it back, he started searching for information about xenomorphs themselves. Kara let him. Dub-Ilex's face became angrier and angrier as he read on. Finally he reached his own information and Kara swore, if she had been using a normal tablet instead of a Kryptonian one, it would have cracked in half as it was flung across the room. "We accept," Dub-Ilex said without any hesitation in his voice. "They need to be stopped." Kara grabbed the tablet back and couldn't help herself. She read what had bothered him so much. Well, damn. Chapter 11, Chapter. Well, damn, Kara couldn't help but say as she read the information on the tablet. She took a minute or two to read about the other xenomorphs and felt sick to her stomach. She too wanted to throw the device away. The only thing stopping her was the fact its Kryptonian metal would probably break through the wall and kill someone, or at least alert the building to her presence. The entire thing just hit far too close to her previous experiences at the hands of the Psions for comfort. It seems like Cadmus didn't just create the xenomorphs from nothing or from a single genetic sample from an unknown race. During Cadmus' creation, the US government saw some merit to Luthor's goals and quietly supported the project in exchange for data on the emerging metahuman threat. The xenomorphs were actually created by using DNA from previous experimental subjects, humans who were experimented on by Cadmus in one of its smaller branch laboratories until they either escaped or died. The scientists had taken the DNA samples with the most promising powers and created the xenomorphs from them. The current xenomorph types weren't the only ones created, just the only ones stable and useful enough to be mass-produced. Kara didn't recognize most of the names, but one of the subjects drew her attention. It seems like Ilex himself was created by using the DNA from Ace in the hopes of replicating her reality-altering powers. They were greatly disappointed, but not surprised, when he only showed signs of having her telekinesis. It only left Kara angrier. She had been willing to give the Justice League a chance, but damn, for them to have missed the xenomorphs even after Batman himself had shut down Cadmus' human experimentations, how could they have fucked up so badly? Later, she could deal with that later. Now she had to focus on getting Match and Roy out of here, preferably, but not necessarily without anyone noticing it. Alright, do you need my help taking over? Depends, Ilex said in thought. How exactly are you planning to take over? We could easily take over the building if we work together and there are enough genomes to mind control every employee, but, either way, we would quickly be found out if we did so. I was thinking more along the lines of just nudging the researchers away from anything we didn't want them to do, let them work on things we want while we gather information on their misdeeds. Kara confessed, she may have been a Kryptonian, but she wasn't really a mastermind or criminal genius. Someone will still find out, but, hopefully, when they finally realize there is something wrong, we will have enough information to get them all in jail, and it would buy me enough time to find a safe place for the xenomorphs. Kara didn't think she could fool the light indefinitely, but she hoped they could do it long enough to be able to prove their identities to the Justice League and, more importantly, a court of law. Worst case scenario, she'd still get some work done by Cadmus employees and Luthor would be paying for it. It wasn't exactly a lawful thing to do, but Kara had long decided she cared more for what was right than for the law, and she didn't really think her cousin would mind too much. After all, he had been flying around and fighting crime long before the Justice League formed and had a UN charter. Vigilantism wasn't exactly legal either, as far as she knew. We can definitely do something like that, the leader of the xenomorphs said. Usually, messing with someone's mind doesn't sit that well with me, but, for those people, I don't think I'll have any problems. Good, I'll make sure to alter their electronic communications while you make sure they just forget to do anything too unethical. Hopefully we get a few months without detection. Likely, Ilex nodded while considering the people he worked for. We have been their servants for so long, the scientists have become used to just ignoring us. Nudging them away from noticing our activities will be easy if you can make sure we aren't caught on camera. Kara wasn't exactly a programming genius. Her education had been more focused on producing hardware, not software, but adapting the program she was using to delete her image so it would also include a few genomes was easy to do. I can make it so no security camera notices any genome where he isn't supposed to be, but if you want to do something big, you're gonna have to find a blind spot or warn me beforehand. Then she pulled out a small casing and wrote her number on it. If you need anything, just use one of the employees' phones to call that number. Also, inside the casing, there's a panic button. Press it if you need immediate help. Thank you, Ilex bowed his head, his horns pointing her way. This means a lot to us. It's nothing, I'm really sorry my cousin didn't do this earlier. With their deal sealed, Kara decided it was time to deal with the other problems in the building. With access to Luthor's own secret server, she was able to find Match and Roy's locations with no trouble, and, with Ilex and the genomes, it was laughingly easy to traverse the building. She only had to modify the elevator data to indicate it wasn't moving and then walk towards it as if she owned the place. Right now, she kinda did. It was incredibly easy for Ilex or any genome to keep the human workers from even noticing her passage. As they descended towards the storage area where Match was kept, Kara read about his situation. It seemed like the complexity of Kryptonian DNA made his body really unstable. Not only did it have to be kept frozen in stasis to avoid further deterioration, it also had to be constantly fed with solar radiation to stop Match from dying. Kara wasn't specialized in biology and she really didn't know if the fortress had a solution for his problem. Krypton itself didn't deal very much with clones, much less failed Kryptonian clones made with xenomorph DNA as glue. Although, Krypton scientists had been masters of biological, and even DNA manipulation, so there may be information about it on the fortress. She'd have to see what could be done, but there was a real chance she'd need to find someone trustworthy to help her solve it. It's really here, Ilex commented as the secret door opened, revealing hundreds of stasis pods with failed experiments inside them. You didn't believe me. You already proved how easy it was to infiltrate Cadmus computer systems, the xenomorph confessed with a blush. It was entirely possible everything I read was something you put there. Well, he wasn't wrong. Kara shook her head and quickly located both Roy Harper and Match's stasis pods in her tablet. Both were locked in place, but could be moved with the use of a battery to temporarily power their systems. She went towards Match's first. Despite being created through different methods, Match looked exactly like Kal-El. It made Kara wonder if that was how Kal-El had looked at their apparent age. Mental note, make sure to ask for some photos from the Kents. She made sure everything was in order with Match's pod, but didn't deactivate it. She remembered how the boy had reacted in the show and, despite her strength, she didn't know if she could subdue him without causing too much damage. Kara stood there looking at the pod for a long time, her head twisting from side to side as she scratched at her chin and thought. Ilex eventually approached her side and asked, "Is something wrong?" I may have been a little hasty coming here," she confessed with some shame. She had just been staring at the clone with a single thought going through her mind: how was she going to bring the giant pod to the fortress? I was thinking who I could call that wouldn't ask questions about a giant pod with a person inside and help me move it. Do you know if Wonder Woman has an invisible jet? I do not. Kara sighed. Well, it wasn't like she couldn't carry it there with her own arms, but, well, flying around with an almost car-sized pod above her head would be incredibly awkward. Maybe she could call Batman. She could ask for help after she shouted at him about missing all this just a day ago. The only problem was that she still wasn't very familiar with the Caped Crusader of this universe. Would he keep it a secret? Or would he try to take over the operation in the name of the League? Did she care if he tried? Kara was surprised to discover the answer was no, she did not. He could try all he wanted, she wouldn't let him. In her mind, she had been making excuses for the way the League had just missed an entire race of slaves right in the middle of the U.S. But, after meeting and talking with Ilex, she could no longer pretend they hadn't royally screwed up. Deciding to make a decision later, she went to check on Roy's own pod. Even frozen as he was, the boy had a scared look on his face. He looked far too young to be captured by villains, and his missing arm tugged at Kara's own strings. She briefly glanced down at her own prosthetic and swore she'd grow him a new arm as soon as the fortress cloning facility was ready. He wouldn't need to get a prosthetic from Luther, with who knew how many backdoors inside. Then she glanced between the boy and Ilex and had a thought that brought a new smile to her face. It wasn't a very nice smile. Say, just how good of a telepath are you? I have to confess I'm a fairly strong telepath for a genomorph, but there are genomes who are both stronger and more skilled, he answered as he stared at the boy with some pity in his face. Why do you ask? Can you find and modify mental commands? She asked, her mind working hard to think about the opportunity. Didn't the Light like to use double agents to infiltrate the Justice League? She was already taking one of their facilities, so maybe she should take one of their plans too. That depends on how strong of a command it was and how deep it's been buried, Ilex said with a thoughtful voice. I certainly couldn't disable a command created by someone like the Martian Manhunter, but if you can bring the subject to us and know what to look for, the genomes are used to working with each other and there's enough of them to overcome just about anything. How interesting. She suddenly couldn't contain herself and started snickering, and then she laughed. Mwahaha, wait, where are you going? Ilex had retreated from her side and taken quite a few hurried steps away from her. At her question, he stopped and righted himself, but his red eyes avoided her own. Apologies, Desmond used to laugh like that and it brought to mind some unpleasant memories. Ah, right, damn, she really had to stop with the maniacal laugh. It was cathartic, but she didn't want to give her cousin the wrong impression. Anyway, that's for later. Can we unfreeze him right away? I can get one of the scientists over if you need. No, let me check their information first. It seems Cadmus did indeed have the facilities necessary to unfreeze Roy, but it wasn't like Kara could just take him out of the pod. The entire process would take at least a day and his recovery a few days more to be safe. With a sigh, Kara decided she would be flying with not one but two pods towards the fortress. Her takeover of Cadmus was far too risky and she wanted to leave as few vulnerable targets on the facilities as she could manage. Ilex, get their pods ready for transport, please, I'm gonna have to make some calls. Very well. I'll have a G-Troll bring the batteries over and move the pods. Nodding to the male, Kara went back towards Match's pod, sitting down on an empty spot where another pod should be, dialing his number on her Kryptonian tablet. She smiled as his phone started to ring. She really did love Krypton technology. No way would a human cell phone work this deep underground. Hello Kara, did you need anything? Her cousin asked with a tired voice. Kara didn't know if she had ever seen or heard him when he wasn't tired. The League really was overworked. I'm just getting home from League work, if you could wait a little. Hi, Kal-El, we need to talk, she said with a serious voice. When were you going to tell me there was another Kryptonian alive? Kara, it's complicated. He gave a huge sigh and Kara could feel the amount of frustration and exhaustion he was feeling even from across the phone. He was made, Kara, made by my enemy to replace me. I just didn't want to get you involved and at risk. Kal, you have Krypton's cultural data. You know being made isn't exactly odd for a Kryptonian. Letting her body slip towards the floor, Kara rested her back against the support. He's dangerous, Kara. He's a kid, Kal, he needs help. Kara hit her head against the support in frustration. I have seen what you have done for this planet, what you stand for, you're better than this. I know, I'll talk to him all right. Another sigh, another long pause. Look, can we talk about this in person? You're still coming to the family dinner on the weekend, right? Only if I can take him too. When there wasn't a response, Kara cursed in her mind. Cal, I won't say you're his father, but he is a member of the House of L, he's family. Alright, I guess I can introduce you two then. Cal, I already met the boy. What? I just said he was family, did you think I was just gonna leave him alone on that mountain? Kara almost screamed back and had to take a second to calm herself, to remember her cousin was a failed being just like everyone else. She took another glance at the second clone inside his pod. Look, don't think about him like he's your son, he isn't, just think of him as any other kid who suffered because evil people messed up his life. Right now, he just needs help, Cal. You're right, Kal-El eventually said as she heard him throw himself on the sofa. You're right, is he still on the mountain? Yes, I offered for him to stay with me but he needed some time to think. I'll talk with him tomorrow then. I really need to rest right now. That's all I ask, she told him and smiled. She'd still have to get back at him for his fuck-up so he wouldn't think she'd just let it pass, but at least it wouldn't need to be anything drastic. I'll see you on the weekend then. Alright, yeah, yet another frustrated sigh as Kara heard something breaking in his hand, then he relaxed. And, Kara, thanks for calling me out on it. My pleasure, his name is Con-El by the way, can't believe none of you guys even thought to give him one. She turned off the phone and went back to looking at Match's pod. She had gotten her cousin to at least talk with Khan, but she didn't think he needed to face a second clone right now, one who was dying too. Kara didn't have Batman's phone and a quick search on the internet with her device didn't uncover Bruce Wayne's personal cell phone, but she did find the Wayne Manor landline on some private database. She was still angry at the Justice League but, now that she thought about it, she couldn't justify keeping Roy hidden away from his adopted family. With some luck, Batman would manage to see the advantage of keeping the boy hidden and convince Green Arrow. She'd hate to see her newly formed plan be ruined because of her ethical standards. By Rao, being a supervillain must be so much easier. You've reached Wayne Manor, how may I help you? Hi Alfred, this is Kal-El's cousin, Kara, can I talk with Batman? There was a beat of silence over the phone and then Alfred took a deep breath. Master Bruce will not be happy with this. Alfred, put Bruce on the line, please. Very well, it will be just a moment. Kara heard him walking for a minute or two before talking with someone. Master Bruce, Superman's cousin wishes to speak with you. Clark wasn't supposed to share my identity, he said in a harsh, angry voice. My cousin didn't tell me you were Batman. She huffed. How did you find out? I'm a Kryptonian under a yellow sun, how do you think? What did you need? I was just curious, you guys had a Kryptonian, 2 Green Lanterns and the world's best detectives, how did you miss a second Superman clone and a frozen kid when you searched Cadmus, she said in a conversational tone, particularly when it was the second time you guys dealt with the Cadmus problem. There was a long silence filled with barely contained tension before Batman spoke a single word. Explain. Kara was certain her device was secure from anyone trying to hear their conversation, both because her technology was so advanced and because nobody knew they had to counter it yet so, she did. I'll be there in 20 minutes, was the only thing the Bat said before turning off the phone, but Kara's enhanced hearing managed to hear a lot more. The slight tremble in his voice, the shaking of his hand on the phone, the beating of his heart, the harshness of his voice, Batman was absolutely furious, almost beyond reason. Without even touching the ground around her, Kara floated up and back to her feet. From the side, a huge G-Troll came around the corner carrying a portable battery. Can I get a G-Gnome to help me bring Batman inside and make it seem like everything was in order? Kara asked Dubilex. Does he approve of our actions? I doubt it, but he isn't saying anything yet and, after the way he dropped the ball here, do you think he has the right to say anything? Chapter 12, Chapter. Kara watched as Batman approached Roy's cryopod with sure steps, her X-ray vision going over his body on instinct. He was actually already wearing a lead mask, plus his utility belt had several lead pouches, but his armor was mostly made from different materials. She could also see he had a recently broken rib and a cracked bone in his leg. She was impressed, the guy wasn't even limping. Wow, did you make a lead mask in just 15 minutes? I had it prepared as soon as I found out someone managed to clone Superman. He grunted back and stopped in front of the pod. For quite a few minutes he just stared at the boy frozen inside without moving a muscle, even his breath was calm making Kara think he was doing some kind of mental exercise to keep his anger in check. Finally, he asked. How long until it's safe to release him? It'll take a day or two, but I was planning on moving the pod to a safer place before I started, she told him and handed them the tablet with Roy's medical information. I'll also be moving Match's pod before releasing him. The second clone? Batman asked, but it didn't wait for her answer. Good, we're gonna have to call Green Arrow and hunt down the copy soon. About that. Kara started to talk, but almost swallowed her tongue when Batman's burning gaze turned her way. Damn, the man was intimidating, and he didn't even turn his head. The current Roy has no idea he's working for your enemies. That is obvious, the Bat said and turned his gaze back to Roy. As much as the League messed up here, the boy couldn't fool us for 2 years if he was aware of what he was doing. Is it drugs or telepathy? The later. It seems Batman could be sharp when he was focused on things. You know who's responsible? Besides Luthor, you mean? I have some idea. Kara put the few mentions of the light she had managed to find in Luthor's private server and showed them to the Caped Crusader. I have a few suspicions about who the members are, but it will take some time to confirm them. I'll start looking into it, Batman told her as he turned his eyes back towards the pod, almost as if he was unable to turn away from it for too long. Kara knew she really should tell him about her knowledge of the YJ show, but she couldn't do it. No, she didn't want to do it. She didn't want to tell anybody how much she knew about things, about the world and the monsters hiding in it. She liked keeping it a secret, that way she would have an advantage against anyone she faced. Batman himself had counters to the entire League hidden away, she could have her little secret too. It was another advantage keeping her from ever getting used or captured by anyone else again, and she really didn't like letting go of those. Plus she could still tell him their identities in a few days, after she had time to think about things, then she could justify her knowledge by claiming she had investigated it or something. Shaking her head, she decided to change gears. How did you guys miss this, the slaves, the secret rooms? We were tired and they played us, the Bat confessed, his voice becoming even harsher as his free hand closed into a fist. Fighting Votan had been challenging and Luthor worked quickly. His political power meant we only had a limited amount of time to search the facility before turning the case over to the authorities. Only Superman and Flash could have found this place in so little time, and they probably had countermeasures specifically made to counter them. When we didn't find anything dangerous inside the facility, we trusted the legal authorities to deal with everything else, including the xenomorphs. We failed here, all of us. And the Green Lanterns. In order for the UN to accept the League, the Green Lanterns had to work under several restrictions. They can't use it to break into private or government data banks unless there's a life at risk. The situation here was already resolved by the time we arrived. The countries were afraid you'd find all their dirty little secrets. Kara asked. Yes. You know, you guys are called the Justice League, but are you really fighting for justice or just the law? As they quietly observed things, a G-Troll approached them and actually lifted Roy's pod with a single hand, then connected it to a portable cart with its own energy source, making sure everything was in order. The League has to change, Kara continued as Batman didn't give her an answer, her voice hard as she made the ultimatum. I'm not an expert and I don't have your experience, so I can't tell you how to do it, but it has to change. You can't drop the ball like this again. Yes, was Batman's single-word answer. That's it, that's all you're gonna say. She threw her arms up and started walking away from the men. We fight for what is right, Kara Zor-El, Batman finally said. We fight so no child has to see their parents die in front of their eyes again, so an evil man can't take a kid and force her to fight until her own power kills her, and, sometimes, that means following the law. I want nothing more than to arrest Luthor right now, but what do you think is gonna happen if I do so? I could capture him, I could gather all the information on his computers, I could spread all the terrible things he had done to every corner of this world, and he would still not stay in jail a single day because I didn't follow the law. The frustration on the Bat's voice was clear for anyone to hear. Kara didn't even need her super hearing. But you're right, the League has to change. We are making too many mistakes. Our enemies adapted and we did not. Kara just stared at the men for a few seconds. Finally, she sighed. I still feel like punching you. Do you still need any help with the xenomorph situation? He asked, ignoring her latest sentence and looking at Dub-Ilex. I noticed no human bothered with me coming down here. A lawyer for when they inevitably have to come out in the open would be nice. I'll get it ready. He watched as the G-Troll started wheeling the pods towards the elevators, then turned back to her with a considerate look. I can see you have a plan, tell me about it. So she told him. She spoke as they went up to the surface without interference, or even the notice of any worker, then up into the Batplane and right back towards Gotham City. What you're proposing will be risky, even for a Kryptonian. You'll be going against enemies that could give even your cousin a fair fight, he commented when she finished, and Kara snorted. I'm not asking for permission. Even if Roy and Green Arrow don't agree, I'll still do it. It will just be harder, she answered as she thought about things. I'm also not going to do this alone. They'll agree. I'll just have to keep them away from Luthor until they regain their senses, and they'll agree. Batman lowered the Batplane inside the cave and opened the hangar door. Who are you thinking of recruiting? Your friend? She was really excited about teaming up with the sidekicks, plus she isn't really the most discreet girl, Kara said and sighed. Not that I am a master spy or anything like that, but I can remain hidden when needed. Corey is a warrior at heart. I have a few ideas about that, the Bat told her, and took a few seconds to send her a message with an address. If you want to investigate the light, go there, they'll help you. Kara didn't recognize the address, but a quick search showed it was just a large house beside a cemetery in New York City and owned by someone called Kane. Settling the plane down, Kara saw there were already people waiting for them with medical equipment. Beside Alfred, there was also an old, white-haired woman waiting for them inside the cave. She had an incredibly annoyed expression on her face and barely lifted an eyebrow as Kara floated out of the plane holding both pods above her head. Leslie Tompkins, my trusted physician, Batman explained as he started walking inside the cave. The woman's frown deepened and she tried to hit Batman's head with a cane. What did I say about leaving with those wounds? Don't. Exactly. So why did Alfred just wake me up asking for my help? Kara almost snickered as she watched the old lady berate Batman. Now, let me see what I have to work with. Kara carefully deposited Roy's pod beside the woman and made sure to send all the information about his state to the Batcave's reserve servers which Batman had given her access to. They were completely isolated from the main servers even by her equipment, so he probably felt safer that way. Do you have a Zeta tube in the cave? Kara asked. Yes, I'll give you temporary permission to activate it before calling Green Arrow. Thank you. I appreciate it. Green Arrow will probably need some time to process this, I'll inform you when we're ready. With a nod, the bat just left her there and continued walking inside the cave until he was outside of her usual vision. Kara turned away and started looking for the Zeta tube, but she still heard his steps becoming uneven as he started limping outside her view. Finally, his steps stopped and she heard him punch the wall, then lay his back against it and release a deep sigh, filled with frustration. Trying to ignore it, she finally found the Zeta tube and activated it, leaving the cave until Batman called her back. Kara manipulated the fortress controls and finished adapting the solar chamber to be able to house March's stabilizing fluid. Throwing herself back against the chair, she sighed. How long until you can fully understand his biology? 3 days, his cells seem to be mostly defective Kryptonian cells, but there is an alien DNA mixed in and holding it together. The fortress database may not have the information needed to fully cure him. Not even by cloning him a new body, she asked the AI. It would certainly increase his lifespan, but not solve the issue completely. His brain would still be composed of defective cells and eventually deteriorate. We could clone his brain tissue, but even Krypton was unable to ascertain if that would solve the issue or just create a new being. I see. Would exposure to nth metal solve the issue? Again, it would delay the deterioration, but the cells are fundamentally wrong. It is unlikely to fully solve the issue. So, either I get a geneticist good enough to fix it, or I find a mage capable of transferring his soul. Kara wondered out loud. Does the fortress have any information about anyone who could help me? Unfortunately, the great majority of such individuals are known villains. Several scientists at Star Labs may be able to solve the issue given enough time and investment, but it is likely the clone would have already died by then. As for transferring his soul, again, the field is mostly dominated by villains, but Giovanni Zatara may be able to help with it, the former Dr. Fate or John Constantine, however, are far more certain options. Ugh, right, there was that Fate debacle to deal with. Kara wasn't completely against Fate. Yes, the YJ version was a mind-controlling asshole, but it could have easily been avoided if people didn't keep ignoring the man. Creature? Eldritch being. The Lord of Order was a necessary presence in the universe. Kara doubted she could befriend the being. She'd always remember what he would have done by taking over Zatara's body, but she could respect it, somewhat. Its situation could have been handled so much better. She could only imagine the state of the world's mystical problems after so many years without a Lord of Order to balance Clarion's influence. No matter how much of an asshole Nabu truly was, a Lord of Order was still needed and, at least, he was somewhat heroically inclined. It would really suck to get rid of the helmet and get saddled with a dictator or mass murderer. Not all order was nice after all. Kara was starting to see how the Justice League could be overwhelmed. She didn't even know where to begin solving problems. No, that was a lie. She knew where she had to start. She had to get more allies. She had to get her own team, a team of heavy hitters capable of dealing with the likes of Clarion and Mr. Mind and coming out on top. Maybe then she could make her cousin's life a little easier. She did briefly think about getting the help from the team, but there was a problem. They were kids. Sure, it was fun to watch them work in a cartoon, but she just couldn't put them in the kind of situation she was planning on getting. In truth, the team was composed of kids with ages between 14 and 16 years. They most definitely should not be facing people like Vandal Savage and Sportsmaster, much less the eldritch abomination that was Clarion. No matter how much they protested, they were ready. For fuck's sake, they weren't even over the age of majority. They should not be risking their lives. She respected them for it, sure, but that doesn't mean she'd let them do it. This is why there were child labor laws, damn it, and to think that she was mostly on the team's side when she watched the show for the first time. At least she had to admit, most of the team's troubles weren't the League's fault. At face value, their missions weren't anywhere as dangerous as they turned out to be. Yes, they weren't ready for an infiltration mission on a foreign country, but Superboy, Miss Martian, and Kid Flash were strong enough not to be in any danger from average drug dealers, and Robin and Aqualad had the training to deal with it. More than that, almost all of their missions were like that, things they shouldn't have any problem with that went to hell because of things impossible to know were happening. At least this time they'd have Corey with them, so they shouldn't get overcome by most dangers. Starfire may not have been the stealthiest of heroes, but Kara would actually give her a fair chance against almost any member of the Justice League. The girl was just that good a warrior. With another sigh, Kara stepped away from the control panel and stretched her neck. Now it was up to the fortress to examine the clone in depth and try to find a solution to his defective genetics. Who knows, it may not even be that problematic and its Kryptonian database may have a ready solution. Stranger things had happened. It had been almost 2 hours since she arrived at the fortress and Batman hadn't called her back yet. Kara was starting to feel uncertain. Had Green Arrow not agreed with their plan? Or was he taking his time beside his newly found foster child? Kara's plan was simple, to use the Light's own creations against them. She had already taken over Cadmus and, with the genome's help, she could deprogram both Con-El and Speedy, getting both an uncompromised half-Kryptonian and a double agent. The Light's main advantages were their anonymity and the fact nobody knew where they hid. With Speedy freed from their mental commands, he could continue to act as if he was following orders and find out where they were. The Light's main dangers were Clarion and Savage. If Kara could take out those two, it would solve half her problems. Not that she was underestimating Lex, freaking, Luthor, but the main driving force behind this particular alliance were the two immortals who had been working behind the scenes for millennia. At least she could trust Lex's xenophobia to turn him against someone like Darkseid in the end. She couldn't say the same about Savage, much less Clarion. Unwilling to stay in place just waiting for an answer, Kara made a quick search on the internet and found what she was looking for, hopefully her first teammate. Say, does the fortress have a shovel? I'm sad to say Kal-El never felt the need for a shovel, but the fortress can easily produce one in a few minutes. No need. It'll probably be faster without one anyway. Kara waved him and entered the fortress Zeta tube, adjusting it to send her to New York. As always, the Zeta tube left her in a small, closed-off alleyway where she could easily fly up, taking advantage of the night and her blank mask to keep her identity a secret. From the air, she had to squint a little to be able to find where the Queen's was, but finding the memorial cemetery was actually pretty easy. Making sure there were no guards around, she dropped on an empty patch of grass and tried to be as respectful as possible as she searched for one particular grave. Finally she found it. It read, "In memory of Danette Riley, 1924 to 1945. Looking down at the ground, she used her X-ray vision and gave a sigh of relief to see the body was still inside, if a little bit deeper than she expected. She hadn't been sure just when the woman had been exhumed and there was a chance she had come a little too late. Considering the situation, Kara had been hoping the coffin would be closer to the surface and she could just grab it and pull it up, but it was actually buried deep into the ground. It seemed she'd have to get her clothes dirty. I guess they did bury people 6 feet under back then. With both her flight and the resistance of her body, a little bit of earth couldn't even inconvenience her, but she was annoyed she'd have to take a shower later. With a sigh, she used her flight to start sinking into the ground until she could reach the coffin and pull it open. Getting earth on her eyes felt kind of funny, but it didn't actually bother her. Her eyes could bounce off bullets after all, and she had X-ray vision. She quickly pried the coffin open and found Firebrand's body completely intact inside the wooden casket. Pulling her up by the arm, she lifted the limp woman up and out of the hole in less than a minute. Then she looked at the mess she had made and sighed again. The grave was less disturbed than if she had actually excavated it or pulled the entire coffin out, but there was still a large, uneven hole going down which was impossible to miss. Lowering Firebrand's body beside her own gravestone, she considered the situation. I do hope your problem is only a matter of hardware. I'm nowhere near as good at software stuff and I wouldn't want to mess up your personality. Her clothes were already a mess, so she just started filling the hole she had made. Then she got some grass from under a tree and laid on top of the bare earth before getting up and patting herself down. The grave was still a little lumpy, but nobody would notice it had been excavated unless they came very close. Grabbing Firebrand's body, she smiled. Now let's see what Old Man Mora was capable of when he built you. Kara couldn't wait to see if she could improve the woman with Kryptonian tech. Red Tornado may be one of the League's heavy hitters, but when she was done with her, Firebrand would leave him in the dust. Chapter 13, Chapter. Kara crouched under her bed trying to find where she had put her Robbie-damned Sunstone adapter. She just knew she had left it somewhere in her bedroom. Then she actually remembered who she was and almost cursed. Using only one hand she lifted the bed all the way over her head and finally found the damn thing resting just beside the wall. There you are. She gently kicked the device towards the middle of the room and lowered her bed back into place with a sight. She really should have thought more about her actions. It would have been so much better to use her cousin's Fortress of Solitude to get Firebrand back into a working condition. In fact, she had been halfway towards the building before she realized she didn't have a justification for how she knew about the android. Now she had an inert android on her living room and had to make do with the technology she had on hand or in her spaceship, and not all of it was capable of interacting with human technology without help, even Mad Genius's technology. Kara grabbed the adapter and took the chance to also grab some discarded clothes lying around her room, throwing them into the washing bin. Finally, she started to make her way back towards the android. From ahead of her she heard the apartment door opening, then a little girl's scream followed by a shout of Shazam. Kara's eyes went wide as the large superhero burst through her door, damaging the wall and breaking the wooden frame with a worried look on his face. Electricity was still coursing through his muscled form. Mississippi Zor-El. Are you all right? His eyes looked all over the room taking in her messy bed, the book spread around the floor and a sunstone crystal floating above a pedestal in the middle of the room with cables spread all around it. Are you aware there's a body in your sofa? Hi Billy, Kara sighed and took the chance to mess up the kid's hair. It's not a body, it's an android. Ah, I didn't know you could build an android, cool. His serious expression melted from his face and he glanced at the damage he had done with a sheepish look. Sorry about this then, I thought someone had attacked you. Don't worry about it. It really was Kara's own fault for leaving Firebrand just lying there anyways. Is Corey with you? Yeah, she invited me in after a joint training with Wonder Woman. Great, come on then. Kara made her way back towards the living room to see Corey looking at Firebrand's body with a curious gaze. Hi Corey. Hello friend Kara, please, was this some vile miscreant you had to take down? Nope, this is Danny Riley, better known as Firebrand, she told them as she kneeled in front of the android and laid the adapter against its back. I guess you can call her Red Tornado's older sister. The crystal tip of her adapter pierced right through Firebrand's false skin and connected to one of the cables inside her body. Quickly, it pressed itself against her form and started sending information directly to Kara's computer. So, you can't build androids? Billy asked and Kara could hear the slight tone of disappointment on his voice. Billy, I can indeed build an android, Kara bragged and started reading the diagnosis from her device. I'm not skilled enough to create a sentient AI like Firebrand or Red Tornado, but I bet I can build a much better body than this one. Kara hadn't completed her studies in Krypton, but her home planet had been so advanced she could be considered a genius in both mechanical and electrical engineering, and at least decent in many other fields of study. Not biology though, she had always hated biology. Shazam. Billy said and turned back into his 10-year-old body since there wasn't anything dangerous. Cool, so, why do you have Red Tornado's sister in your living room? Kara thought about her answer. How much did she want to tell the boy and how much could she get away with hiding? By now, they had already found her with the android in her home. It was kind of too late to hide everything. From the side, Corey released a gasp and turned her shining green eyes towards her. Exultation, delight, friend Kara, have you rescued the Red Tornado's sister from some nefarious villain and will attempt to reunite them? I mean, I guess that's kinda right. Kara said, she had wanted Firebrand as an ally but she wouldn't keep her from meeting old friends if she wanted to. I actually wanted Firebrand's help with something, but giving her a second chance in life was a huge part of why I choose her. Kara had always thought Firebrand had gotten a raw deal in the show, sacrificing her life to save a friend only to be awakened several decades later, mind-controlled, and forced to sacrifice herself again to stop Red Volcano. At least Red Torpedo had gotten an entire life of his own before he was controlled by Moro's robotic clone and had to sacrifice himself to stop his younger brother. Joy, I always knew you had a most righteous spirit. Corey's giant smile made Kara turn her eyes aside and blush from the praise. Please, do you require any help? Not right now. Kara took another look at Firebrand's body and sighed. Look, can you two keep this quiet, at least for now? I don't want too many people finding out about me or what I am doing. I don't know, are you sure you're alright Mississippi Zor-El, you know the League can help you. Ah, are you worried about me Billy? How cute. Her equipment finished Firebrand's diagnosis with a flash and sent the information to her tablet. Don't worry, Batman and some other people are gonna be helping me, so I'm not doing this alone. Also, I told you to call me Kara already Billy. Yes Miss Kara. Ought I help you with your goal friend Kara? Corey asked as she tried to read the information in the tablet. It is avowed I am not a discreet person, but I can restrain myself if needed, and no villain yet knows of my existence. Perhaps I could be of help. Thanks Corey, but don't worry about it. Kara smiled at her but shook her head. I know you're very eager to work with the other sidekicks and learn about Earth. Plus, I actually trust you to protect and help to train my new family. Truly. Has the Superman accepted Superboy as a member of the family then? It's a work in progress. Kara said and sighed. He let me bring the boy to meet his family this weekend at least, so there's hope. Ah, his name is Kal-El by the way. The Superman is a great hero, yes. He will not turn the boy away, even more so as you have acknowledged your familial relationship with him. I certainly hope so. Looking over the information, it seemed like Firebrand's memory was intact inside the android and Kara wouldn't need to touch her programming. Her supposed death was only a hardware problem. Kara would need to take the heroine's body into her spaceship to do the repairs, but it was nothing beyond her abilities or resources. Anyways, how goes the training? Kara asked as she carefully settled Firebrand's body into a chair and freed the sofa for her own use. Giovanni is great. Billy said as he grabbed a bag of chips and started eating. I thought he'd just lecture me, but he's actually teaching me spells even without transforming. Then we had a joint exercise with Wonder Woman. Diana is a great teacher. Today we went to the mall of shopping and partook of some of humanity's ancient customs, the sharing of frozen treats and procurement of varied clothing while sharing stories. She took you shopping, then you had ice cream? Kara asked incredulously. Indeed, Princess Diana said my martial ability was satisfactory and we should work on acquiring social skills. Corey said while sucking on a straw inside a bottle of mustard. She also informed me there will be a meeting in 2 days with the entire team. Well, she wasn't wrong. Taking in the information, Kara nodded. The League was probably ready to give their sidekick some freedom in 2 days then. Kara wondered if they'd still form as a Black Ops team now that she had interfered, or would they become more like Teen Titans now that they had Corey. I'm gonna have to take Firebrand to the ship if I want to repair her. Kara informed the two of them as she picked up the android once again and put on her blank mask. Alright, Corey, do you mind if Connell comes to live with us sometime this week? I do not, the apartment is of considerable size and his presence will be greatly appreciated. Right, see you later then. Welcome back, Mistress Kara, said the robotic voice of her ship's AI as Kara entered the bay. Kara had been improving her ship's capabilities a little bit every day since getting access to the fortress and Kryptonian tech. She may not have access to military-grade equipment, but even civilian tech was an improvement over what the Psions had. The ship was almost entirely covered in sunstone, with some of the mineral growing outwards from its side like a huge pimple. Kara had high hopes for how this particular project would turn out. Sunstone was great like that. Not only would it grow simply by absorbing sunlight, Kara could also program how it would develop, making it take the shape of a second ship attached to the Psions vessel. In a month or two she'd have her own Fortress of Solitude parked on the outer side of the moon. Only, it wouldn't have her cousin's base of information and be mobile. Then she could throw the Psion ship into the sun and be rid of the last of those assholes. How goes the experimentation? Kara asked. She hadn't actually named the AI, it was far from being sentient and most of its programming was still made by Psions. She didn't want to get attached. 70% of your projects have resulted in failure, another 22.33% have remained inconclusive and 2 new wavelengths of kryptonite have been found. The computer informed Kara with no emotion on its voice. She'd have to improve that when she finished growing her new ship. The cold and robotic voice gave her the creeps. Which experiments were inconclusive? She asked as she laid the android on top of a metal bed and started gathering the necessary tools to open her up. One of the kryptonite shards is still being subjected to experimentation and the current computers can't fully monitor the changes on the nth metal samples. Well, seems like she'd have to get better sensors then. Could she make something capable of monitoring magic too? Cutting off Firebrand's clothes, Kara revealed the hole on her chest where Dragon King had shot her. At first look it really was no different from a normal human. Since she was a Kryptonian, Kara didn't even need protection equipment. She used a saw to clean the damaged section of organic material, revealing the android's red painting underneath, then slowly cut her back open and revealed a myriad of damaged cables. Thankfully, it seemed like the energy source for Firebrand's flame control wasn't damaged, only its connection to her central circuitry and other essential equipment. It seemed like Morrow had made it so any large damage to her chest area that pierced her organic coating would almost immediately turn her off. It caused her body to appear dead and prevented anyone from finding out she had been an android. I guess it was better to just recover the android later and then change its face. Kara muttered while working. No need to risk revealing he had been able to infiltrate the Justice Society and get their guard up against his next attempt. Repairing all the damage was impossible and producing suitable substitutes would take time, so Kara made sure to keep Firebrand's memory and personality safe while taking out her pyrokinetic core for study. In fact, instead of getting a substitute, she'd study Firebrand and reprogram some sunstone to be compatible to her core design. Yes, the Kryptonian technology would give Firebrand far more energy to work with and actually allow her to regenerate from damage while also making her more resistant. A pity Kara didn't have access to Kryptium or she'd truly make Firebrand a monster. Still, with how modular Sunstone was, it would be easy to allow Firebrand to change configurations. Kara's mind was immediately filled with cannons and fire jets. Wait, could she pack enough energy inside Firebrand for her to create a plasma sword? It would be hot enough to explode people like Kara had done with the evil eye, but Firebrand could keep it as a last resort. She was so giving the woman a plasma sword. 3 hours later she decided to take a break from working with the Sunstone and take a look at the kryptonite variations. She was almost done with the damaged part of Firebrand's circuitry, but she still wanted to swap everything else before waking her up into a new body. Making sure to activate her radiation shield, Kara looked through the reinforced glass and smiled when she saw the 2 shards of kryptonite she had created. It would need testing, but a smile grew on her face as she got the perfect way of punishing Kal-El for abandoning Connell like that. She was pretty sure Connell wouldn't be able to appreciate the prank today, but in a few years, when he developed a little more, Kara would take photos, so many photos. Of course she'd have to think about something worse if Kal-El didn't get his act together after their family meeting, but until then, she could take it easy on him. He was her little cousin after all. Her phone rang on her pocket, causing her to snap back to reality. Pulling out the device she saw it was from Batman, so she hurried to answer. Speedy will be in Star City tonight, meet us there by 7. The bat actually hung up on her before she could answer, causing Kara to huff in annoyance. At least Lex had already informed her, the genomes would be ready to work on Connell and Roy anytime she wished. Satisfaction filled her. She tried not to think of the genomorphs as her minions, she really did, but it was hard. No, bad Kara, they're sentient beings you're currently helping escape slavery and fight against their oppressor, and you're trying to be a hero anyway. She chided herself as she looked at the time, she'd have to get moving soon if she wanted to make it. Heroes don't have minions, they have sidekicks. Could Lex be a sidekick? He was certainly young enough for it. Kara grimaced as she grabbed the respirator and opened the ship's hangar. As a Kryptonian she shouldn't even need to breathe when under a yellow sun, but her damaged cells still needed oxygen far more often than she liked. It took some time to finally reach Star City. Batman hadn't actually left her an address, but, with how good her hearing was, a little bit of concentration was all she needed to sense him and Green Arrow talking on an empty rooftop. She gently stepped into the roof and saw both heroes waiting for her there. Batman was busy reading something on his communicator, but Green Arrow was pacing from one side to the other, his arms crossed and his fingers digging into his skin in a way Kara was sure would have drawn blood had he not been wearing gloves. "You're here," the Bat simply said as he glanced at her. "Speedy should be here in half an hour." "Why would he come here?" "Across the street is one of Brick's bases of operation. Speedy is trying to gather information on his activities and will be here to install monitoring devices," Green Arrow said as he finally stopped pacing and scratched at his tired face with both hands. "He's still using some of my supply spots for equipment." "So, are we just capturing him then?" "You're the one who found Roy, Big Blue's cousin, right?" Green Arrow said and actually warped his arms around her body in a heartfelt hug. "Thank you." "Ah, yeah." Kara was left without knowing what to say. She patted the man's back and looked towards Batman, but he was ignoring her. "So, the Bat managed to keep you from killing Luthor?" She really had no idea what to say. "Yes, God knows I wanted to, but..." Releasing her, the man stepped away and shook his head as if it would help dispel his anger. "I don't even know what I should do. I think I know the clone for almost as long as I trained Roy." Kara turned her eyes away from the awkwardness of the situation. What could she say to that? "Are we taking him to Manhunter or the Genomorphs?" she finally asked Batman. The man glanced at Green Arrow for a second and turned off his computer. "I spoke with Manhunter. While he could deprogram the clones, he informed me the Genomorphs would be a better, safer choice." Kara lifted an eyebrow at this information. "Isn't John far stronger than them?" "Yes, and, if we wanted to break his mind, that would be useful," Batman said as he approached the two of them. "Manhunter informed me unraveling, and even finding, such commands is more about knowing the mind you're working with and being careful than raw power. And the Genomorphs have far better knowledge of the clone's mind." Kara realized as the man explained, but Green Arrow was still unsettled by the idea. "Don't worry, Manhunter promised he'd look over their work once it was done, but the Genomorphs really are the best option in his opinion." Not that Batman himself seemed to be any happier about the prospect, from the way his body tensed at the thought. He probably still didn't trust the Genomorphs. "How are we capturing him?" Kara asked. If she had been alone she probably would just use his mental commands against him. She still remembered the clone would freeze if she said, "Broken Arrow," but the information wasn't anywhere on Cadmus' computer, so she couldn't justify using it. She had already messed up enough, no need to make everybody even more suspicious. "I'll try talking with the boy," Green Arrow said as he scratched at his beard. "Clone or not, I still trained him for years, he'll listen to me. In case Green Arrow fails to convince him and Speedy manages to escape, we'll intervene and subdue the boy," Batman said and handed her a small black injector. "This should cause him to pass out in a few seconds. We can't risk him escaping and warning his handlers, willingly or not." Kara nodded and they all retreated inside the building to wait for Roy to arrive. Green Arrow started pacing again while Batman just continued reading something. Kara started thinking about her future. She had been making do with asteroid mining and selling gold in pawn shops, but it wouldn't work for much longer. There are only so many pawn shops in the world before she had to find some, even less legal, other means. There was also only so much gold she could sell before she crashed the market. More than that, hauling gold back and forth just took too much time and felt like grunt work. There were far better things she could be doing. How would she go about creating her own company anyway? She'd have to get an Earth identity and documents, then start hiring people who weren't too arrogant to work for a young woman. There were so many Kryptonian devices that could improve life on Earth. It would still take a lot of work to adapt it so humans themselves could both understand and produce the technology, but she could really make a difference. She smirked. It would be so satisfying if she could use her own company to corner the market and drive LexCorp into bankruptcy. Better yet, she could work towards buying LexCorp and turn it towards improving the world instead of killing Superman. By Rao, with how much more advanced Krypton had been, she could even succeed. Did she know any smart businessman beside Luthor in the DC universe? She'd need one of those as CEO if she wanted to take him on, no matter how good her tech was. She knew she had gotten the advantage over Luther in the light right now, but she'd need some smart people on her corner when they started plotting against her. Suddenly, Kara's head turned towards the side and she immediately looked through the building to see an arrow poking from the side of the brick wall, a thin rope tied to it. Not even a minute later, Speedy came sliding down the rope, using his bow as a handle. Green Arrow traded glances with the two of them and nodded, then left the shadows of the building and started walking towards his sidekick. Roy had leaned over the edge of the building and was watching Brick's employees working on the illegal building. "Hello Roy, I heard you aren't answering your friend calls." Roy's head turned towards his mentor and snorted, "If they want to play house with the League I won't stop them, but I have real work to do." "Come on Roy, you know that's not what the League wanted to do." Green Arrow sighed and sat on the edge of the building. "Look kid, you know that's not why we kept you from the space station." Kara grimaced, "Nuu, don't call him kid you idiot. Don't patronize me." Roy slapped his mentor's hand and stepped away, "I don't need you cuddling me when I know I can do better. I'm tired of your bullshit." "Roy, look, we really need to talk alright." "There's nothing to talk about." The boy snapped and pulled out another arrow from his quiver. "First you keep me away from any important mission, now you're even interfering when I'm doing something for myself. Stop trying to keep me down." It seemed like Roy really was done talking because he shot his arrow towards a street lamp, a second rope trailing behind it and growing taut when it hit something solid. For a second Kara thought nobody would do anything and got ready to catch Roy herself as he put his bow over the cable, then Green Arrow moved with surprising speed. A second arrow flew straight at the line and cut right through it, causing the cable to snap and almost making Roy fall on his ass. "Look Roy, we really need to talk." Green Arrow's only answer was an arrow to the face. He dodged the projectile and closed the distance between them, using his bow as a club to hit Roy's legs and cause him to fall down. "Stop it kid," he jumped over Roy's sweeping kick but got a punch to the stomach while in midair. "Uff, think about what you're doing, this isn't you Roy." Turning towards Batman, Kara asked, "Should we step in?" "No, Green Arrow has it handled. We're just here to watch. We're here in case he manages to escape, or has reinforcements." Batman said and finally turned away from whatever he was reading to watch the fight in silence. Green Arrow and Speedy traded blows, using their bows as weapons to try and disable each other, but Kara could see they weren't trying to really hurt each other. "Enough." Roy managed to push Green Arrow away. Faster than Kara thought possible, they pulled arrows from their quivers. The kid was faster and shot his arrow at his mentor's feet, then jumped away to avoid the result. It exploded, expanding foam and covering a large part of the rooftop in an instant. Green Arrow had been ready. He knew his protege was actually a faster shot than him and was already twisting aside before the foam had covered him. Then he released his own arrow, which split into 4 ropes to encircle Speedy. The boy was still in the air and couldn't dodge, but he still managed to interpose his bow between the arrow pieces and stop the rope from completely locking his arms. Falling to the ground, Speedy managed to reach another arrow and started to cut the cable, but Green Arrow was faster. Grabbing Speedy's bow with both hands, the older man pressed the boy down into the ground. Roy tried a few tricks such as using gadgets in his legs or fighting dirty, but Green Arrow had taught him everything he knew and managed to overcome it all. "Sorry about this Roy," the archer said and pulled away from his protege, an empty injector in his hand. "How?" Roy asked in the ground, his voice already failing him. With a hurt look on his face, he only managed a single other word before falling unconscious. "Why?" "Come, we're taking the Batplane towards Cadmus." "Not gonna use the Zeta tubes?" Kara asked with a raised eyebrow. "Too risky. Speedy had access to the network, there's no way to know how compromised it is." Approaching the sleeping boy, Kara made to grab him, but Green Arrow stopped her. "No, let me do it." He wiped his mouth on his sleeve and got up from his sitting position. "Damn, I'm not as young as I used to be." He looked down at Roy and sighed deeply, his face becoming a frown. "Sorry kid." Then he lifted the boy in his arms and adjusted his mask with unusual gentleness. The flight towards Cadmus was a quiet one. Batman wasn't exactly talkative even in his best days, and even Green Arrow didn't seem up to talking. Finally, Kara couldn't stand it anymore and spoke. "Don't worry, we're fairly sure we can undo the mental commands without causing damage." "Thanks, but what about Roy, the original one I mean?" He covered his face with both hands and quietly screamed for a few seconds. "God, this is such mess. You do know Kal-El's fortress is creating a cloning facility as we speak, right? Human body parts are far easier to make. Roy can have his arm back in a few months." Then she tapped her metal leg with a finger, causing it ring. "Until then I can make him a substitute." "Ugh, didn't we have enough of a mess with clones already?" "Well, it's not really the same thing," Kara explained. "Krypton didn't deal with full-on cloning of sentient beings. The religious guild came down on that really hard, but we could create tissue samples, organs, and limbs for medical purposes. We used the patient's own DNA to prevent rejection. So, you just grow him a hand." It wasn't my area of expertise, but I think it was more like building him a new hand using biological material. She said, but it was more like a question. The entire thing wasn't really common back then. It was not like many Kryptonians even needed such medical procedures in the first place. I never really saw it in action. Right. Sometimes I forget you guys are aliens with interstellar travel and other such things. He shook his head and lay back against the seat. And, thanks, I'm sure he'll appreciate that. An hour later Roy was inside one of the Genomorphs pods with 10 genomes all around him, their little horns glowing brightly as they worked. How long is this going to take? Once we knew the situation, my brothers were able to locate several of the genomes responsible for the initial work on the boy. Ilex told the worried hero. None of us were responsible for his mental commands, but we are familiar with his mind. It will only take a few hours to undo his commands. Turning back to Kara, Ilex continued speaking. Once we are done here, it should be easy to go over our brother Khan's own mental commands, in about the same amount of time. Thanks Ilex, we appreciate it. One last thing, one of my brothers informed me there was yet another clone of the boy on the facility. What? Green Arrow whirled around to stare at the Genomorph, and even Batman started paying attention. Where is it? It seems like Guardian himself was an aged clone of Roy Harper the Light decided to use as a bodyguard. We have already started looking over, and scrubbing away, any commands on his mind. Fuck. The hero cursed and kicked the wall with his full strength, only his steel-caped boots preventing his toes from breaking. Gods damn it. Batman turned away from the room and Kara decided to follow his example, leaving the incensed hero alone to vent his frustrations. You know what, I think I can let them recover for a week or two before I pitch my idea to them. Kara commented to the caped crusader. As long as the Light doesn't find out we have their mole, I'm not in a hurry, and I do need some more time to improve my plan. It was not like Kara had anything on paper yet. She had an idea she wanted to pitch to them, but it would take a long time to iron out all the little details and refine the idea into a working plan. Without turning her way, Batman eventually started talking almost in a wondering tone. Over the years I have come to trust the League. We aren't perfect, we aren't infallible, and this showed just how much such failure can cost, but I have come to trust it enough that I don't need to watch over their shoulders for everything they do. Kara wondered why he was speaking like this. Yes, the Justice League needed to be better, but he didn't actually owe her the explanation. That means I'll be trusting Green Arrow to act as your connection to the League. I'll be too busy restructuring the League to micromanage your team. He said and finally turned around to look her in the eye. His eyes were hard and filled with a newfound conviction. That also means I trust Superman enough not to immediately disable and interrogate you, despite all your little slips and the inconsistencies in your story. Don't make me regret it. Kara gulped. Despite being a Kryptonian and having all sorts of contingencies in her costume, the Bat still managed to be intimidating. As the hero started walking away from her, Kara watched his retreating back remember something else and lifted a finger to call his attention but couldn't bring herself to speak. Batman stopped anyway. What? I kinda need some human documents. She told him and the Bat nodded. I'll hand them to Superman when I next see him. patrayon.com/capcaverna. Chapter 14, Interlude. Bruce Wayne stood in front of a grave. It was a simple grave, with only a name and the dates of birth and death, with far too few years between them. As he knelt, he had to control himself to avoid crushing the bouquet of flowers in his hands. Releasing it in front of the gravestone, he lowered his head and closed his eyes for a few seconds. Since when had he become so careless? So trusting as to leave matters in the hands of the authorities, not making sure they were followed through. He was from Gotham City. He should have known how corrupt the police and government could be. He had mellowed out, working with the Justice League, people he both respected and, even rarer, trusted, had made him careless. It would not happen again. Who was she? Clark asked in a soft voice as he approached from between the trees. Bruce sighed. He hated being so predictable that his friend could so easily notice what mood he was in. Then again, the Kryptonian missed very few things despite not being a detective himself. Ace, she was one of Cadmus' previous victims. You knew about Cadmus? Not the main laboratory, no, Bruce said and sighed again, but didn't explain further. Once upon a time, Bruce had faced the Royal Flush Gang and, later, accompanied Ace in her last moments. That particular division of Cadmus responsible for the gang had been isolated from the main laboratory, in another city and under government supervision. It had been built thanks to a government contract and, while still holding the Cadmus name, had very little to do with the current source of their problems. More than that, Batman had made sure it wouldn't be active ever again. Luthor had managed to escape the crime too, quickly shifting the blame onto the government and the supervisor while denying any direct involvement. In his defense, not all of Luthor's companies were criminal in nature, and it really had been the government's fault that time. Batman had made sure of that. Not that the business tycoon hadn't managed to profit from it anyway by the looks of it, the Genomorphs themselves were proof of that. I'm calling an emergency meeting of the League. Another one. Clark lifted an eyebrow and handed him a coffee cup. We need immediate changes. Bruce took a sip of the coffee and continued to look at the grave. We also need to vote on the League's expansion, fast. What are you thinking? We need to include normal people, delegate some duties and follow up on our work. You, delegating. Clark snorted and shook his head in disbelief. The League has grown too big and too busy. I've started missing things, Clark. I can't afford to miss things. Well, I can't say I don't agree. Lately, I've been acting as Superman too much. I miss just being myself, the man said and sipped on his own coffee. How was she? You were right, Bruce told him as he touched the tombstone one last time and turned away from the grave. Her wounds weren't just from the accident. And hadn't he made a mistake there too? The entire Cadmus situation had left him disoriented and confused, and he had fallen back on old habits, threatened the girl as if she was one of his criminals in need of a shakedown. Even worse, it was a mistake with so much potential to hurt his friend, his best and, perhaps only, friend. He should have done better. At the time, he had seen a superpowered Kryptonian far too comfortable with killing her enemies, and far too hasty on her actions, going after the clones and dealing with the xenomorph situation by herself, with no thought for the consequences of her actions. So, he had threatened her and, only later, connected the dots. He almost immediately regretted it. You're sure? She's fidgety, she doesn't realize it, but she flinches at small noises and keeps looking around as if afraid, he told his best friend while they walked back to his car. She's also incredibly uncomfortable inside Cadmus, actively avoids looking in the direction of the scientists there and empathizes far too much with their experiments. It's not just, her having empathy. Not this much, she acts harshly and lets things slip when dealing with the experiments, Bruce said and looked his friend in the eyes. She also knows more than she's telling us, Clark. I won't look into it, but be careful. She's family, Bruce. The Fortress verified she existed and its medical exams would have discovered if she was just a clone or another kind of trick. Clark sighed and looked up in frustration. I know, and I'm happy for you, just don't let it blind you. I won't. Clark accompanied him in silence for a while, his own anger barely contained at what his cousin must have gone through. Diana's new protégé had been clear on her information about the Psions and, given her reactions, Kara must have been in their hands for some time. I also acted harshly. Her keeping secrets rubbed me the wrong way after everything that happened, he confessed as they reached his car and stopped. Ugh, this entire thing has left us all out of balance, Clark said and put a hand on his back for comfort. She's bringing the clone to our family dinner this weekend. I didn't, but I approve, Bruce told him. I knew you would, it's just so. Despite being a reporter, Clark didn't have the words to describe what he was feeling. Bruce didn't press, letting his friend gather his thoughts. Finally, he pulled a folder from inside the car and handed it over. Here, your cousin's documentation. She's Kara Danvers now, adopted by an old couple. She inherited a small tech business in Pennsylvania. How'd you even get it so fast? I already had it. It was a contingency in case I ever needed money without using the Wayne name. I have a couple dozen, Bruce told him with a smirk. He liked being ready. I only had to make small changes to the name and gender to make it work. Thanks, Bruce. Clark patted his shoulder for support and Bruce nodded, but his smirk fell away soon after. He wasn't feeling very happy right now. He drove home, his mind working overtime as he thought about everything he had seen, heard, and read today. Reaching his home, he went directly to his office and made sure to read about the League's activity today. After that, he also checked how Gotham was doing and if his presence was needed in the city. A broken rib wouldn't stop him from doing his duty if it was needed. Lastly, he checked up on Richard. The boy was still out with Kid Flash and would only be back by night. Bruce liked that. He liked that Richard still had a life outside the costume and wasn't driven by revenge. He liked that he wouldn't end up like him. Hopefully, this new team would allow him to make friends, people he could trust at his side, and that would keep him from growing bitter with the world. Then he got to work. First was the new direction for the team. The League knew the teenagers wanted more responsibility, to get away from their mentors and work for themselves. It was also clear they wouldn't take no for an answer. They were teenagers. Bruce wanted nothing more than to keep them under his wing for as long as possible, to protect them and teach them so they wouldn't have to make the same mistakes he did when he had started out, or face the same problems, but, sometimes, that was impossible. The team was supposed to be the League's Black Ops division, giving the teens something important to do which couldn't be done better by more experienced heroes, for the simple reason that the more experienced heroes couldn't do it. It was important work, which the League really couldn't do if they wanted to keep their UN charter. They'd be working on League information and their missions would be carefully chosen, so they wouldn't have to face anyone too dangerous, in theory. Batman knew how things could escalate suddenly when things went wrong. The truth was, nobody would be fooled. The team didn't have the necessary training to remain undetected and their powers were very distinctive. Even if they succeeded in a mission without immediate detection, it would still be pretty obvious who was responsible. The team would leave evidence behind, but so what? They weren't League members. Of course everyone would know who sent them there. Not only would it extend the League's reach without causing public or legal backlash, but, hopefully, it would also stop villains from just flaunting their activity and daring the League to do anything. It was against the spirit of their charter, but, in truth, only Captain Atom would care, maybe, if he was forced to deal with it. The League worked under the charter because it made things easier, made their arrests stick, kept their villains behind bars for longer and gave them access to more information and resources, not because they would be forced to stop saving people without it. Now, Bruce was starting to change his mind about it. With proof that there were entire teams of villains monitoring League activity, and some had even managed to infiltrate the League, it became too dangerous for the teens to work in the shadows. Plus, with Kara working to make her own team, it may also be unnecessary. No, instead of a Black Ops unit, he'll truly make them a team, something even better than the League. The League, for all its ability and cooperation, was still a collection of individuals. They worked well together, yes, but they were still individuals. In a fight, the League was only as good as its members. The sidekicks could be so much more. When he finished typing his proposal, Richard had already arrived. He took a small break from work to have dinner with him and went right back to the computer. Time to deal with the League's new outlook. The Watchtower would still have to be kept isolated and restricted only to full members, for obvious security reasons, but the Hall of Justice would have to stop being just a tourist attraction. They'd have to hire clerks, detectives, office workers, medics, military advisors. It would take months of background checks to make sure no mole was inserted in the new chain of command, but it would be worth it. Not only would it make the League's work much faster, it would also introduce the necessary human element to their work. Clark may manage to keep his country boy outlook on life, but Bruce knew their colleagues could grow distant from the everyday people, and that wasn't a good thing. He worked throughout the night, typing away at his computer almost constantly, using his experience as owner of Wayne Corp to create the bare bones of the new League. He knew he couldn't let things continue as they were. He also prepared his own presentation to the League. It would be harsh, a crash course on everything they had left undone. Bruce was sure it would hit the League almost as hard as it had hit him. A punch to the gut that left him reeling, made him reevaluate his own actions and find them wanting. It wasn't pleasant, it wasn't easy, but it was needed. It would also force them to be better. A gasp of surprise made him look up from his desk to see Alfred entering the office. "Master Bruce, what are you doing still working at this hour?" Bruce looked through his windows to see the sun already rising through the curtains. He squinted his eyes and turned back to Alfred as his old friend handed him a light breakfast and his pain medication. "I am capable of waking up early, Alfred." Bruce tried to lie, but he knew it wasn't going to work on his old friend. "Master Bruce, only a vampire is more averse to the sunrise than you," said Alfred with a frown while standing beside him, looking him over with a judgmental gaze. "Go to sleep, Master Bruce, or do I have to drug your drink again?" "Fine, Alfred, I can finish this later." Alfred still kept checking up on him as he took a shower and only stopped when he was properly in bed, refusing to hear any of his protests and promising to take Richard to school in his place. His mind was still working like mad when he laid his head against the pillow, but, despite that, he felt his eyes growing heavy almost immediately. His last thought was that he wasn't entirely sure Alfred hadn't drugged his breakfast after all. In a nearly empty room, Lex Luthor stood in front of the images of his fellow conspirator. Their true faces were hidden, but he knew them well. He wouldn't get involved with them without first knowing who he was dealing with. Vandal Savage, a man he could respect, to a certain extent, the nominal leader of their little cabal. The Immortal thought he was in complete control, and Lex allowed him to continue such misunderstanding. Clarion, some kind of manifestation of chaos, a childish and distasteful ally, but also a magical powerhouse nearly without equal and necessary if they wanted to remain beyond discovery. Ocean Master, an arrogant man that the rest of them barely tolerated, his contest of Aquaman's control over the oceans all that guaranteed his place amongst them, his lack of intellect only surpassed by the next member. Queen Bee. In truth, Lex could barely tolerate the woman's stupidity, but her complete control over her country was useful, and any other puppet they put in her place would probably suffer from the same failings. No, he could accept the woman's ego when he knew she was the one taking the greatest risks, and the one they'd all throw to the wolves in case anything went wrong. Ra's al Ghul, the ancient assassin, another man Lex could almost consider a peer. A pity their goals didn't really align. Lex stood for progress, while the old immortal kept to the past, as if it was somehow better. Finally, the Brain, an impressive scientist, if a little too happy to take shortcuts on his studies, Lex would happily employ the men if given the chance. He was also the only one Lex wouldn't eventually have to deal with. Truth be told, Lex highly disliked their little group. Savage was an arrogant and condensing leader who thought he could fool him with some fake rhetoric with no substance. Ra's, clinging far too much to the past for his liking. They both believed in humanity, but Ra's thinking was far too primitive, too focused on nature and too little on what humanity could achieve. The others weren't even worth mentioning, too stupid or too chaotic for his comfort. Eventually, he knew he'd have to get rid of them all but, until then, he could use the group to finally eliminate the damn alien. Superman really was so terribly annoying. For a second, Lex considered just eliminating his companions now. If some of their true goals were successful they could grow into a real treat. He knew he could do it, even Clarion wasn't beyond his reach. But no, that would be such waste when they could still be of use. And he did dislike the alien slightly more than he disliked pretending to respect Queen Bee. So, the League discovered the clone. Did they find out anything else? Vandal asked. No, the safeties against them worked well enough until I could get the authorities involved, Lex told him dismissively. The legality of the League's actions was a tool he was an expert at using. Good, did Votan escape after the fight? Was the Immortal next question. The Sorcerer's escape wasn't necessary, but it would be good to be able to use him again. The old mummy is very cunning. He managed to slip out in the confusion, Clarion answered while petting his damn cat. Plus, I lent him a hand. The planned assassinations were all successful without the League to interference, Roz revealed, and all of them turned to their last goal for this particular action. Did the deal with our partner go well? Their technology is still being calibrated, but Simon informs me we should have steady trade in a few months, Queen Bee said with a wave of her hand, her imperious voice almost making Lex wince. Another thing Lex didn't like, deals with technologically superior estates never went well for the natives, and he had no doubt he was being handed the equivalent to shiny trinkets from their partner, but he did need the information such trade allowed him to gather. Gentlemen, our plans are going well and I have managed to contain any information leaks from Cadmus, Lex told them. I'll send our employees the latest data on Blockbuster's effect from Desmond Desperate Act, but, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do. They nodded to him and he stepped away from the monitors, the smile leaving his face. All monitors turned off and, not even a minute later, Mercy walked into the room with the information about the assault on Fawcett City. The others didn't really care about the city, or the villains responsible, but Lex had been alarmed to find the League had made 2 arrests and allowed another 3 to escape. That was 5 supervillains working together. Would their little Injustice League trick still work when someone else had done it first? Would the Bat be able to come up with countermeasures until then? Sitting down, he started reading the report about the location of the final fight, reports of 2 new flying heroes, one of them capable of using sonic attacks, putting out flames and getting thrown through buildings. How interesting. Relaxing against his chair, Lex tapped his finger against 2 particular pictures, one of a dead evil eye, its body exploded from a sudden discharge of heat, the second was of a single, thin, scorched line in piece of rubble, a very familiar scorched line. Is there another one of those damn creatures on the planet? Far away from there, in a completely different plane of existence, a blonde being in the shape of a man sat on a throne of skulls. He wore tight, white clothes and a green cape that billowed out from behind him in a dramatic fashion to fall over his shoulders and down towards his legs. He looked exactly like a typical supervillain, with sharp eyebrows and eyes that shone with green flame. Green flames also sprouted to life around him as he scratched at his chin and thought, he did not like the way things were going. Originally, he was supposed to have plenty of time, his target would remain unprepared, his potential untapped, but something has changed. His target was learning much faster than he expected, growing in unexpected ways. The being was still confident he could succeed, and time would make his eventual success better, but there was always a risk his prize would no longer be worth it if he took too long. Innocence was such a fragile thing after all, so easily lost. With deliberate consideration, the being willed into existence 5 candles, 5 unlit candles. Looking up them and started searching for just the right people to ignite them up. Behind him, Satanus and Blaze traded glances, a barely contained eagerness on their faces. In a hidden base on the surface of Venus, Dr. Thaddeus Savannah watched over his old companion. The worm was grievously wounded, part of its body was missing from where its voice box had exploded, and there were burns all over its skin. The single ally Mr. Mind had been able to escape with had also died. Once disabled, the spirits that powered Ibak had fled his body, leaving only Stanley behind, and his body was only human. The heat had burned his flesh and Savannah hadn't cared enough to save him, paying far more attention to Mr. Mind himself. I should have killed the boy, Mr. Mind confessed from his regenerating pod. I wanted to find a way to drain the other aspects of his power, but I should have just killed him. My old friend, I confess that, now that I know Captain Marvel is just a kid, I am no longer as interested in him as I used to be, Savannah told the worm while playing with the storage of magical power they had recovered. Not that I have anything against hurting children, mind you, but I just don't find him a worthy challenge anymore. Thaddeus, I'll have my revenge, I'll destroy both him and that cursed Kryptonian, the worm coughed into the minuscule microphone amplifying its voice. Right after I destroy everything they have ever loved. I suppose I still need something to test my inventions against, Savannah said and finally managed to settle the box containing part of the stolen power of Zeus inside one of his machines. And I have never studied a Kryptonian before, would their flesh still be as resistant even when separated from the rest of the body? Unable to help himself, Mr. Mind's telekinesis rattled the little pod he was in with his anger. Another one who will feel my wrath. Still, we will need to gather the rest of the society if we want to enter the game, my friend, Savannah said as he put on his goggles and started studying the magic. Vandal is very protective of his little planet and, failure that he is, he does posse's impressive allies. Bent over the information on his computer, Savannah couldn't help but appreciate all the data on the device. Despite his failure, Mr. Mind hadn't left the place empty-handed. Magic really was an interesting source of power, so versatile and yet so potent. He'd have to better study its effects and rules. Very well, old friend, perhaps I have been away from Earth for too long, he told the worm and approached the healing chamber and smiled down at the worm. I have already sent out a call for our allies, both the Justice League and the Light are just so filled with interesting specimen, I can't wait to get my hands on them. Heh. Stepping away from the recovering work, Savannah turned towards the square box suspended inside another of his experiments. There were thousands of cables connecting to the device and part of its edges had been greatly damaged, but it still worked. Pulling out a controller, he started pressing buttons causing the captured father box to spark, release a loud whine and, with a loud explosion, a boom tube formed in front of him. Far away from Earth, in a small corner of the Vega system, one of the myriad of Psion-searching vessels finally retrieved the small beacon lodged into the side of an asteroid. Quickly, the man-sized cylindrical device was grabbed by the vessel and brought aboard the larger Psion ship waiting close to the remains of their research station. As fast as they could manage without damaging the thing, a team of the lizards started working on retrieving the information inside. Months ago, this particular ship had received the distress signal from the research vessel, but it had been too far away and arrived far too late to render any aid. It had scoured that particular part of space to gather all the destroyed pieces of the station, but the loss of data had been complete. Someone had made sure all their computers were destroyed beyond any ability they had to repair it. Still, the Psions hadn't completely given up. It was normal procedure to release several dormant devices containing copies of important information in case a Psion vessel was in danger of being destroyed or taken over. If there was one thing Psions hated above all else, it was the destruction of valuable information. With how big the research station had been, there was no way any such device could store all information inside, but it could have valuable data and contain clues about what happened to the vessel. Finding such devices in the emptiness of space was almost impossible, at least until they started broadcasting their signals, years later. It was actually an integral part of their survival strategy to prevent the attackers from finding them, but this particular one had gotten stuck on a nearby asteroid. Such things weren't uncommon since the station had probably released thousands such data caches in every direction. With a beep, the beacon received the correct password and started dumping its information all over their computers. It was exactly what they were searching for. A/N. If you guys like my work, do take a look at my other stories here on Webnovel or even on my Patreon.com/Capcaverna. Chapter 15. Kara approached the door at a slow pace. She could hear Crypto barking inside the house and Kal-El talking with his mother. Her steps faltered as she thought of that. Would they like her? She still found it hard to conciliate Superman, the hero, with her little cousin, the same baby she had held in her arms and swung around before getting scolded by her uncle. Quickly, she stopped paying attention to her increased hearing so as to give them at least some privacy. It wasn't an active power so she couldn't just turn it off, but she had learned to shift her attention towards something unimportant and whatever she didn't want to hear just faded into the background. Finally, she turned to her companion. Kal-El looked great. She hadn't managed to get him wearing formal clothes, but his wardrobe already included more than just Superman t-shirts and she had managed to make him wear an elegant black shirt and jeans. Kara took a moment to adjust his collar, then she combed his hair with her fingers, weaving them through his hair causing him to grumble. She just smiled. Did you have to do that? He asked in an annoyed voice, an improvement from his constantly angry one, and tried to wave her hand away. Yes, I did. She laughed as she pulled the boy closer. Come on, they're waiting for us. Finally, she knocked at the door and felt some butterflies on her stomach. Don't worry, I'll get it, said a male voice from inside. A few seconds later the door opened to an older man appeared. He looked at both of them, smiled. God, you really do look just like Clark. Come on in. Excuse me, Kara said and started walking inside when Krypto's white body flew right into her chest. The Kryptonian dog actually made her take a few steps back as it licked her face, causing her to burst out laughing. Putting the dog down, Kara cleaned her face and stepped inside, Krypto having smashed through all the tension on her body. Thanks for having me, she told him as she walked inside. Nonsense, your family, Martha called in from the kitchen. Come in, dear, I heard you liked my pie. I did. She nodded. Kal-El followed her inside, his head waving from one side to the other as if he couldn't believe where he was. Kara, good to see you here. Kal-El appeared, causing Krypto to immediately dash to his side. He scratched behind the dog behind his ear. You know, I always dreamed of something like this happening. Kara looked at him. There was a smile on his face and the usual tension was gone from his shoulders. His posture completely relaxed even as he briefly glanced at Kal-El. He really was at home here. Good. Kal-El. She greeted him with her own smile. Hope we aren't late. You know you can just call me Clark, right, or Cal if you prefer. He said as he walked closer, taking a second to see she was feeling fine. Krypton wasn't exactly an informal place. She confessed sheepishly. I have no problem with human names, but it just feels odd to use only first names for Kryptonians. I don't think I did that even for father. I see. Well, you can take as much time as you want. Kal-El hugged her with a wide smile on his face. She managed to hug him back but soon pushed him away and glared at him, causing him to tense. Finally, he turned to the clone. Con-El, right? Taking a deep breath, he released a long, slow breath of air and laid a hand on Con-El's shoulder. I'm sorry for how I reacted on our first meeting. I hope you know you're welcome here. I am. Kal-El just stared, his eyes shifting away from the boys with embarrassment. Then, as he looked at Con-El's face, filled with both hope and fear, he drew another breath and finally managed to smile. It was a true smile. Of course you are, as Kara told you, your family. Now come on, help me put on the table. Warping an arm around the boy, Kal-El pulled him further inside the house. Kara just smiled as she saw the both of them walking together, then she looked to the side to see Jonathan smiling too, his face full of pride. I'm glad to see the kid managed to get over it. You raised him right. She told him, then took both of his hands in hers and bowed her head. Thank you so much. For a second, the old man didn't seem to know how to react, then Martha poked her head out of the kitchen and scowled. Jonathan Kent, what do you think you're doing treating the poor girl like that? Ma, I just... Come here girl, have you been eating well? You look a little thin. With a smile Kara let herself be swept in the moment. Con-El seemed almost completely lost as Kal-El and Jonathan started getting the table ready, a small, confused smile on his face while Kara started helping Martha prepare lunch by cutting vegetables. Later, after she helped wash the dishes, they all sat on the porch and just talked. One of the cows on the farm was eating nearby and Jonathan pointed it out to them. They're used to it now, but you should have seen how confused the cattle were the first time the kid lifted it up in the air as if it didn't weigh anything. He joked, as he balanced himself on the chair. His strength was still spotty back then and it slipped, dropped right on top of him and almost scared me to death. Was he hurt? Kara couldn't help but ask. Only his pride, he wanted to show off so much and fell face first in the mud. I think we still have the picture I took. The old man laughed out loud. I think he glared at that cow for a week later. Oh, pictures, can I see them? She tried to disguise her eagerness but, by the looks on the old couple's face, she wasn't having much success. Of course, I'm gonna go get them. Martha said with unusual cheer and walked inside the house. All right, I think that's my cue. Kal-El pushed himself up and looked at the farm. Say Pa, you still wants that old tree gone? Yeah, the new farmhand we hired killed the poor thing. Jonathan sighed with regret. Pa, you know you can always call for help, it wouldn't take me more than an afternoon to help. Ah, you're busy boy, plus it helps the local folk to hire from here. He waved. Cal just shook his head and stretched his back. Kara took a second to adjust her thinking. Calling him Cal had felt so strange, to be so informal with another Kryptonian. She still loved Krypton but she could admit it, the planet had been very cold. Come on Khan, help me out here. Cal called out, causing Khan to almost jump out of his skin. Cal was still a little uncomfortable with the boy, but he was trying, he really was. Khan turned to her and Kara nodded with a smile, causing him to jump to his feet and follow Cal, waving around the cows and further into the farm. Jonathan waited until his wife was back before turning to her. You know, we talked about it, but we wanted to hear your opinion first before we made it official. What? Kara asked with curiosity. When Clark told us somebody made a clone of him, we were surprised. Martha said as she handed her the picture album and sat beside her while looking around for the boys. But we talked about it and are considering adopting the poor boy. If you agree, of course. The old man continued with a hurry. Kara didn't know what to say. She had plans to get things ready for Khan, get him into school, find him a therapist to help develop his feelings and everything else, but she couldn't deny it felt overwhelming. Being sent to take care of Cal had also been overwhelming, but, at the time, the imminent destruction of her home world had left her numb, to the point she couldn't even think about it. Could she let the Kents raise another member of her family? What would her parents think of letting a human raise a member of the L house, again? But, the Kents had done such a good job with Cal, could she be even half as good with Khan? Honey. Martha called out as she laid a hand over her own, causing Kara to turn towards her. Honey, we know you just arrived on the plane, you're just getting your life in order. I know you want to take care of him, but we're here. And you don't have to stay out of his life, you know. Jonathan said with a kind voice. We can provide him with a human identity and a place to stay while you teach him about your planet. Could that work? It was not like she couldn't fly here in less than an hour, from anywhere in the planet really. In the end she nodded. Khan had the chance to have parents, real parents, she couldn't take that away from him. If he agrees. Of course, honey. Whoosh. Attracted by the sudden noise, Kara turned her head to see a large tree flying up in the air and towards the horizon. A few seconds later, Krypto almost broke the sound barrier as he flew after it, barking like mad. There they go again, was all Jonathan said before completely ignoring the wooden missile. Boy's right, Martha commented with a sigh. Concentrating, Kara thought the cows to see Cal patting his hands with a satisfied smile while Khan was staring after the dog. Then Krypto came flying back with the tree on his mouth. The enormous missile was so large he couldn't even see where he was going and smashed into the ground, causing both Cal and Khan to wince. The dog dropped the entire thing at their feet before flying around, the both of them barking again, his tail wagging so fast it caused a small wind to blow on the grass. With a laugh, Cal pushed Khan towards the tree and nodded. Khan looked between the tree and the dog a few times, then his fingers found purchase on the wood. He lifted it up on his shoulders, but Cal stopped him. No, throw it point first to avoid air resistance, like this. The older man adjusted the tree on Khan's grip and nodded. Whoosh. The remaining of the tree flew again, a little slower but still flying out into the sky for quite a few kilometers. With an eager bark, Krypto flew after it. Kara turned back to the older woman and nodded. Boys. Now, let me show that time. Clark decided he was the second coming of the Flash. From the corner of her eyes, Kara caught the sight of Cal stumbling on the empty field. Khan decided to stay with the Kents. They still had Cal's bedroom ready to receive the boy, and, since he still wasn't certain what to do, Kara convinced him to try and stay with them instead of being alone on the mountain. Together, she and Cal flew away from the farm and up towards space. They flew close together, so close that Kara managed to smile at him and speak. You may have redeemed yourself, but you know I'll still have to punish you for neglecting the kid, right? What? Yep, it's my prerogative as the older one. She nodded with a smile. I get to punish you when you do something stupid. You're serious, but I... Cal looked at her with amusement, then it became worry. Wait, what kind of punishment? I guess you'll find out. Kara. He said in a warning tone, but she ignored him. Seriously, what kind of punishment? She just ignored him and accelerated quickly, breaking through the clouds and further still, until their presence couldn't possibly bother any planes. A second later, Cal stopped beside her. Wanna make a stop at the fortress? He invited. I gotta leave something there first, but then we can stop on Metropolis for your documents. Batman left them with me. About that, did Batman talk with you about it? She asked him with an uncertain voice, her face changing from amusement to a far more serious look. About what? He asked back. I went to Cadmus after discovering Khan's existence. She scratched at her neck and decided to just say it. There was a second clone, Cal. What? He just said with a stunned face, his body dropping a few centimeters in the air before his flight stabilized. No, I searched the place. They made sure you and the Flash couldn't find it easily. What happened to it? He asked, almost afraid to know. It was a prototype. They couldn't get Kryptonian. I left him on a healing chamber in the fortress, but it doesn't have the information needed to heal him. They floated there in the air, Cal almost frozen between fury and horror. Finally, he gathered himself and asked. Is there anything we can do? I'm looking into it. If you know a genius geneticist, you can ask him. She said and took the chance to embrace him. He let her. I can already think of several people that could help. He's gonna be okay. I'll see if anybody can help. He said after a few minutes. Will you be coming to the fortress with me? You're still going? Kara said, surprised. Yeah, his voice had a newfound conviction as he stared down towards his home, and towards Khan. I'm not running away from this anymore. Good, Kara released him and looked him in the eye. You really make your parents proud, the two sets of them. Thank you. Are you still coming with me? No, I have a different meeting waiting for me in another hour. See you tomorrow then, he asked, and she nodded. I'll drop by your house to get my documents. With that, they said their goodbyes and Kara watched Cal flying towards the fortress, his acceleration almost immediately breaking the sound barrier with barely an effort until he was beyond even her sight. Kara sighed. If he continued to make her this proud, she'd have to rethink her prank. Putting on her mask, she followed his example, exploding into action, going from 0 to 100 in barely a second as she made her way towards New York. It wasn't that she was in a hurry, or showing off. Even wounded, she was just that strong. The only thing keeping her from flying faster was the atmosphere of the planet. The heat generated by the air resistance wouldn't actually hurt her, but it could hurt things around her. Eventually, she lowered herself gently in front of a cemetery, a large, old house just beside it. It was at least 4 floors high, made of wood and looked almost like a castle. Looking at the old monstrosity, Kara thought it wouldn't be out of place in a Scooby-Doo cartoon. Approaching the front door, she saw the sign that read, House of Mystery. Kara wasn't familiar with the name, but she briefly wondered if it had anything to do with the House of Secrets from DC. She didn't remember it correctly, but there was an episode on the first season where it had showed up. Making sure nobody was watching her, she took off her blank mask and made her way towards the house, then she climbed the wooden steps and knocked. "Come in, Miss Kara, your companion is already waiting for you inside." Kara immediately activated her X-ray vision. Her hackles were immediately raised when she couldn't actually see through the walls. They weren't coated with lead, but, even with her vision activated, she could only see the wooden door in front of her. With a tap of her finger, her radiation shielding went up and input a communication signal towards the device on her bedroom. It sent a pulse towards the device every 2 minutes, revealing her location, and, if it stopped transmitting for more than half an hour, it would alert the entire league with her last known location. Finally, she took a breath and entered the house. The man who received her was short. He had brown hair combed up as if to make 2 horns on each side of his head. He had a pair of small glasses and held an oil lamp on his hand. "I'm sorry, Miss Kara, but I'm afraid the house current lacks electricity." The man smiled and waved her inside. "Still, I think we make do." From inside, the place was enormous. Its lavish wooden floors shone with care, and there were large candles on the wall giving everything an orange light. In the middle of the entrance there was a large set of stairs going up the first floor, and, at both of its sides were 3 sets of doors leading inside the house. Kara caught a glance from one of the open doors and saw an old woman carrying a tray of food towards someone in a bed. Then she looked again. The old woman's face had cracks in it from which she could see a dark shadow almost leaking. Her skin seemed as gray as granite, and Kara swore something moved under her wrinkles. Kara gulped and started preparing herself. "Please don't, dear Alice is terminally ill. I'd hate to bother her with your fight." "But that's," she said and shivered. "Her housekeeper, her only desire is to heal," the men said and led her up the stairs. "A very interesting story, that one, but we're here." For some reason Kara believed the men. Still, she dropped a couple of surveillance drones while he wasn't looking and sent them towards the room. He opened the door to a huge room. There was a fireplace lit and a single occupant sitting on a comfortable seat, a large cigar in his mouth and half a bottle of alcohol resting at his side. "Come in, it's good you've arrived early," he said and glanced towards the bottle. "I was trying to think of 12 good reasons not to finish the bottle, but could only come up with 7. Kara walked inside the place and couldn't help but stare at the figure before her. He was large, much larger than she expected, to tell the truth. He was also a chimpanzee, a talking chimpanzee wearing an old detective costume, cap and all. "Go ahead, stare all you want, not like it hasn't happened before." The chimpanzee mumbled and took another eager glance towards the bottle. "Sorry, I know it shouldn't really surprise me, but..." Kara shrugged and took a seat beside the chimp. It really shouldn't surprise her. She had seen stranger things since arriving on Earth. "Story of my life." The chimp shrugged and dragged on his cigarette, then he spilled it out. "So, what did the furry send you here for?" Even as he asked, the chimpanzee's eyes were taking everything in, paying very close attention to her body posture and reaction. "Furry," she tilted her head in confusion. "Tall, dark, likes to pretend he's a bat," he said with a tired voice. "Should leave being an animal to those born into it if you ask me." Kara snorted and relaxed back against the chair. "All right, I'm Kara Zor-El, pleased to meet you," Kara said. "I'm in need of a team. I guess Batman thought you could help me with that." "Well, I'm not much of a hero, mind you, but, if you have someone in mind, I can definitely find them for you," he said and finished his cigar before straightening his back. "Bobo T, chimpanzee, but you can call me Detective Chimp. The Bat may be the best human detective in the world, but I'm better, it's just fact. Big thanks to Exaust Hero, Akuma SMAG, Iori Dimona Angel, Carlos Barba, Comics, Icewing, and Eric Faust for supporting my work. You can currently vote for Kara's future costume on patrayon.com/capcaverna. https://www.paypal.com/donate/?button_ID =$8EVXGFH49RVUS. Chapter 16, Chapter. Better than the Bat, huh? Kara lifted an eyebrow at that. She had only been vaguely aware Detective Chimp existed in the DC universe and had no idea what kind of animal he was. "Well, you'll understand if I don't just take your word for it." Bobo just shrugged as if he didn't care, and maybe he didn't. "What does the Bat want from me anyway, sending someone with superpowers like you? And how do you know I have powers?" Kara asked, brimming with curiosity and trying to come up with a way to test the chimp. "All right, guess we're doing this then." His large hand grabbed the bottle and he took a swig, whipping his mouth with a hairy arm. He leaned forward. "I could smell grass and farm animals as soon as you entered the room. It's far too recent of a smell for you to have come from anywhere near here the conventional way. That means you either flew, ran, or teleported here. I could see you arrive from the direction of the cemetery, yet there isn't a paved path between the graves and yesterday was a rainy day. Since your boots aren't completely covered in mud, I tend to think you're capable of flight." The chimp released the bottle and put a hand under his chin. "There's some kind of field around your body disrupting the refraction of light, yet I can still smell you." You aren't floating above the chair and you're wearing metal, which means you wanted protection when you entered the building, but your shield doesn't fully block mundane particles or protect against physical objects, even metallic ones. It's possible that the field blocks bullets and other such kinetic projectiles based on the speed they're moving, but why would you use such a specific shield when you could block far more and be far safer with a more generic protection? The most logical explanation is that this shield blocks a particular form of attack, probably mental, magical or a unique weakness. Given that you're paranoid enough to activate it before even meeting me, but equally unworried about the protection not blocking physical attacks, I would say you don't fear them. Following flight and fearlessness towards bullets, the most likely complementary power would be super strength. And since you aren't carrying a weapon, you believe you're strong enough to face any human you may encounter without one. You could arguably do this with martial skill, yes, but your overall movement and posture nullifies that notion almost outright. A slight bulge in your clothes indicates a mask of some kind, but you aren't wearing a costume under your clothes, even a temporary one, and your body doesn't match any of the well-known heroes. You're clearly new to the business, but since the Bat himself sent you here, you're probably a heretofore secret relative of one of the League's members, most likely Superman, Wonder Woman, or the Martian. Lying back against his chair, the chimpanzee looked at her with a smug smile to which Kara could only respond with a sigh. She had to get better at hiding things if there were people like this just running around in DC. Impressive, she said and thought about her situation. Had the chimp approached her of his own accord, she'd probably be getting really paranoid and would start to consider silencing the guy, but she was the one looking for help. It seems like Batman couldn't directly help her, so he sent her to someone with a similar skill set. She could use that, particularly against people like Luthor or Queen Bee, both of which had behind the law to block the League's actions. Investigation and public exposure was the most straightforward counter. As soon as she got out of here she'd have to do a more in-depth search on Bobo, but she decided to outline about her goals without revealing too much of her hand. Alright, I'm creating a team, people who can be discreet, but hold their own in case they're discovered. She began while watching the chimp's reaction. The Bat finally decided he'd had enough, did he? Bobo said and scratched his face. Must be annoying, having to keep to the charter. More like, I decided I'd had enough, and Batman agreed with me. Kara answered, frowning at him. The chimp nodded, conceding her point. The way I see it, it's not that the League is unwilling to deal with the problem, just that it's best they don't have to. Problems like this one could easily spiral out of control and set their cause back by decades. Alright, and how exactly are you thinking of dealing with those problems? I'm not looking to form a team of cold-blooded murderers. Arresting people will always be the preferred option. Kara sighed and thought about the situation. But I don't want the law stopping us from doing what's right. No Boy Scouts then, do you already have anyone in mind? I already have a member, and maybe two more, but I could use your help looking for some of my candidates. She said and squinted her eyes. You can find people, right? It's not just pretentious presentations of your logical prowess. Yeah, I'm a fully trained private eye. The chimp pushed himself up and pulled a pack of cigarettes from under his seat, then put it in a pocket in his chest for easy access. Want to give me a hint as to what we'll be dealing with? So, Kara started talking. She didn't tell the chimp everything or even every name, that would require more trust than just a referral, but she did talk about the Light, a cabal of supervillains working and manipulating things from the shadows. Detective Chimp had questions, a lot of questions. Eventually, she ran out of things she was willing to divulge without doing further research on the hero. From the look on his face, Kara had no doubt he got far more from her than she did from him. But then again, she couldn't really be blamed for having a lot of trouble judging his reaction since he was, well, a chimp. I'll start asking around. He told her when they were done talking about the team and its goals. Something like that doesn't start from nothing. You sure you want to risk it before I get the team ready? Kara asked with worry. The Light were quite capable of silencing the chimp. I can only provide so much protection by myself. Kid, I've been doing this for a very long time, and if there's one thing I have learned, it's that criminals don't like being controlled. He took a drag from his second cigarette and blew it towards the fireplace. The fact these characters have stayed hidden for so long means there's some powerful people involved, but it also means their minions will be all the more eager to backstab them at the first chance. Well, at least take this. She handed him one of her drones. Squeeze it and it'll send a signal to me with your location. The chimp rolled the little metal ball between his thick fingers and brought it close to his eye, critically looking at all its little details, then shrugged and put it in his pocket together with the pack of cigarettes. It's not like I'll go around asking for this Light of yours by name, kid. I'm sure the bastards won't say anything about a shadowy secret organization, but they'll still be eager to point me at their bosses in hopes of stealing their places. With their meeting concluded, Kara shook the chimp's hand and made her way down the stairs. Alice's door was closed and Kane was nowhere to be seen. Kara swore there was something watching her inside the house, but, even with her improved senses, she couldn't find anything. Feeling goosebumps starting to rise on her skin, she hurried out of the house. The sun had just set and the lights on the street were already on, but the cemetery itself seemed much darker than the hour indicated. The feeling of being watched vanished, but she still hurried to follow the path out of the damn place, her steps becoming faster and faster as she walked. "Leaving so soon, Miss Kara?" said a voice from her side, causing Kara to jump up in fright and turn around. She had been focusing on the house so much that she hadn't been paying attention to the rest of her surroundings. Kane appeared from between the graves, a small smile on his face and a shovel in his shoulder. Kara's eyes narrowed as she saw old, dried blood on the shovel, but she couldn't tell if it was just some animal blood. He did interact with a heroic detective fairly often, so it probably wasn't nearly as bad as it looked. "Yeah, I don't think the house likes me very much," she joked. "It likes collecting stories," Kane said while looking back at the house. "Maybe tell it a story next time you come." "I'll keep that in mind," she said, and hoped it would never come up. Finally, Kara left the property and released a sigh of relief. She walked a few blocks away from the place before finally deactivating the beacon on her leg. Then she pulled out her phone and started watching the images recorded from her drones. Despite its looks, the thing pretending to be an old woman really was acting as a nurse and housekeeper to the woman inside the room. Her devices still managed to start mapping the house, but, despite how long she had been talking with Detective Chimp, they just weren't done, and the information they had gathered made no sense. Kara tried to retrieve the drones, but, as they followed exactly the same path they used to explore, they ended up in new rooms in the house. After waiting for 10 minutes, Kara was forced to order them to self-destruct, only then did she release the breath she had been holding. Magic, she hated magic. Kara started walking again before releasing a frustrated sigh. No, she didn't hate magic, it was actually incredibly cool. But, as a Kryptonian, things would be so much easier if it didn't exist. Getting into a little coffee shop, she ordered a cup of it and started looking at the information on her phone again, deciding if she should approach her next meeting or ditch it for another day. She was confident she could escape in case things went sideways, but this recruit was a powerhouse, and hadn't always been on the side of the angels. Also, as Detective Chimp just showed, her identity was far too vulnerable. She had planned to appear as just a normal human, someone completely independent from her heroic persona, but, if Detective Chimp could determine she had powers with a simple glance. Not like there'd be a lot of detectives on his level, at least if his claims of matching Batman had any validity, but the concern remained. In the end, she decided to go. She didn't know if she'd have any chance of another meeting if she ditched this one, and the man wasn't only a powerhouse, but also provided incredible utility. She'd just have to wear her mask while there and hope it was enough for the time being. Paying for the coffee, Kara found an empty spot on the street. She put on her mask and flew directly up, too fast for any humans or common cameras to register more than a blur rising through the air. Then she made her way towards Opal City. She had a meeting with a certain Richard Swift and his girlfriend Hope O'Dare. Kara's search hadn't turned up any criminal activity for the Shade at this time, but her computer had found some suspicious historical records that indicated he had been active, using his powers on and off again around the world for hundreds of years now. She wasn't entirely certain it was him, but, even if he was only a metahuman in this version of DC, getting access to his powers before the light would be a win. Still, he did have a record of pretending to be weaker than he actually was and having fun by playing the villain, or hero, from time to time. At least she had spoken with his girlfriend and confirmed the woman would be there during the meeting. It was unlikely he'd try to kill her with a loved one close by, and O'Dare didn't seem hostile to her. Quite the contrary, in fact. As she approached the city, she made sure to activate her beacon once again, then reconfigured the sunstone on her leg to act as an emergency teleport in case the men did turn out to be hostile. It would ruin her prosthetic if she had to use it, but better it than her really. O'Dare's home was a loft in a quiet corner of the city. Kara knocked on the door and the beautiful redhead answered. She was around 35 years old and still extremely fit, wearing a white shirt and common jeans. "You must be the one who called about Richard. What gave me away?" Kara asked with some amusement as the woman led her inside. "I don't know, maybe the mask. I'm surprised he even agreed to speak with me." She only knew the men from what little information she had gathered, and from her previous life, but he didn't seem the type to entertain a stranger. He didn't. Then, why am I here? Why invite me inside? Kara could see the woman didn't have any animosity towards her, but springing a surprise superhero on someone like the Shade was never a good idea. Maybe she really should leave. Then again, Shade never killed a good superhero before, at least none that she could find. The men seemed to actually admire them. "He's getting restless again, he thinks I don't see it, but he's been out of things for more than a decade now." O'Dare offered her a chair and sat in front of her at the table. "If he's gonna go out there again, I'd prefer he gets to adventure for the good side this time." "So he is immortal then?" she asked in curiosity, trying to confirm if her information about his actions was correct. "I don't know, but he hasn't aged a day since we first met." She sighed and supported her face with a hand. "It's hard, aging and watching him remain the same." Kara didn't know what to say, then the room suddenly became a little darker, flakes of darkness started behaving as if they had mass, gathering in the shape of a man in the middle of the room. Finally, the shade teleported inside, his eyes hard as he stared at Kara with barely contained malice. Then he looked at O'Dare and seemed to understand the situation. He sighed, causing Kara to relax the grip she had on her teleport device. Richard Swift looked like a slightly pale, but not unnatural 40 years old. He was well-muscled and his hair was darker than any Kara had ever seen, his eyes filled with affection and frustration as he looked at his lover. He was only wearing an overcoat over a simple black shirt and didn't have his signature top hat or cane, but Kara's eyes caught the sight of tendrils of darkness quickly retreating down his coat and out of view. "I see you're having guests today. Hope, you should have informed me." "Would you have come?" she huffed. "For you, my dear?" "Yes." He sighed and took off his jacket. "I feel more and more alive with every second I'm with you. I wouldn't pass it for anything." He bent down and gave a light kiss on the woman's forehead before elegantly sitting down at the table with them. "I know you've been itching to get out, to have fun like you used to do in the past." She glared at him. "Hardly like I have done in the past, no. I was thinking of acting as a metahuman in another 5 or 6 years, one of the ones whose powers change their bodies. There's such convenient justification." He replied with amusement and turned towards Kara. "What do you think, white skin and black eyes to go with the shadow motif? I don't think I have clashed against any of this current Justice League yet." Right before Kara's eyeshade's skin lost color, darkness filled his eyes and it consumed even his eye sockets until they became round circles with red dots in the middle. His hair was covered with shadows and his cheeks sunk into his head until he resembled a skull. "See, I knew you were eager to start your little games again," O'Dare accused, and with an amused laugh, Shade reverted back into his original form and combed his hair back. "I can't deny that," he said and adjusted his perfect posture. "I thought I'd handicap myself, not use constructs very well and limit my portals to a certain weight or size." "How about a different game then?" Kara interjected, if she could get him interested. "I'm creating a team to fight against certain villains. They call themselves the Light. Ra's little group, yes. I'm aware of them," he told her and appeared to consider it before smirking. "It's just not the same, facing against a hot-blooded hero, one filled with conviction and an iron will. I miss that." "Well, the team isn't exactly supposed to be well known, so you can still play with the heroes if you want," she offered. She didn't really want to condone villainy in any form, but the Shade always seemed to take it easy when playing around, and it could make for good training for Corey and the sidekicks. The Shade looked towards his lover and O'Dare laid a hand over his own, nodding her head with a smile. He smiled back. "I suppose it could be interesting to fight without restrictions for once, and Ra's little group includes many who could face me even at full power. Do you have a way for me to contact you?" "Here," Kara tossed him another of her drones, "you can get in contact with me by just squeezing the metal ball." "Very well, I suppose our meeting here is concluded?" he asked and, after Kara nodded, got up and offered O'Dare an arm. "Come my dear, you did offer me a relaxing walk in your company, didn't you?" Kara went out of the loft and watched as shadows covered the couple, then it dissolved like ashes, leaving no signs of where they had gone. Not believing her luck, she deactivated the beacon once again and flew back to Fawcett City. The Shade was a little more cold-blooded than any of her other candidates, and perhaps a little too much even for her goals, but he also had standards, and she may need someone of his caliber to take on the Light. She arrived home and, seeing as there was nobody inside, took a quick shower before going directly to work. Using the Kryptonian crystal in her bedroom as a computer, she searched the internet for information on Detective Chimp. What she found was promising. He was far less known than Batman, but, amongst certain groups, there was serious discussion about whether he, the Bat or the Question, was the best detective. It quickly became clear the Chimp was a hopeless alcoholic, sometimes incredibly rude, but also incredibly competent and trustworthy. Not ideal, but workable. It also seemed like he was actually more experienced than Batman in dealing with magical mysteries. Coupled with the Bat's support, Kara decided to give a little more trust to the ape. Her computer had also managed to get the information for several addresses for people she had flagged as interesting. Victor Stone was still a kid, Ted Cord was a business magnate with no interest in heroics, Maxwell Lord showed no signs of supervillainy, yet. More importantly, she had found the location of the Tower of Fate. Dr. Fate was an essential force of the universe, a natural enemy to Clarion, and, in the worst case, someone capable of helping Match. Plus, Kara couldn't help but want to ask a few questions about her own state of being from the Lord of Order. She also found the address for the future elongated men. The guy actually lived in the same city as the Shade. A pity that he was still just a kid, his ability to shape his body was second only to a Martian, and the Plastic Men. Perhaps she could get Plastic Men involved instead, he still wasn't a member of the Justice League, right? Still, there were a lot of names she couldn't find and she had no way of knowing if it was for lack of information or just because they didn't exist in this universe. "Friend Kara, are you home?" Corey called from the living room as she arrived back from her training with Wonder Woman. "In the bedroom, just a sec." Stretching her back, she noticed she had been reading for 2 hours and decided to take a break. Turning off her screen, Kara floated up in the air into her feet. She stretched her neck and opened the door with a wide smile on her face. Welcome home, Corey. How was the training? Wonderful. Friend Troya finally managed to best me in a contest, the redhead informed her with a nod. It was a truly inspired match. I am proud of her improvement. Corey had already taken off her boots and hung a coat at the door, leaving her dressed in a comfortable set of shirt and pants. So, you don't have anything else to do right now? Kara asked with some amount of hope. I do not. Come on then, let's relax and watch a movie or something. Kara's visit to the House of Mystery, then facing someone like the Shade, it had left her exhausted and she needed to recharge a little. Having lunch with Cal's parents had been wonderful, but it hadn't been very relaxing for her, always wondering if she was leaving a good impression. What a great idea, I will prepare buttery explosive grains while you choose the movie. It's called popcorn, Corey. Kara shouted after her and started looking for something to watch on the internet. Eventually, she decided a silly horror comedy was just what she needed. The House of Mystery had left her rattled and making fun of something scary would help her relax. Soon, Corey came floating from the kitchen with a bucket of popcorn and sat down on the sofa. Kara stopped thinking about supervillains, or anything really. She just decided to relax, take the rest of the night off. Kicking off her own boots, Kara threw herself on the couch, her feet hanging off the side of the sofa while her head rested on Corey's lap. It made for a surprisingly comfortable pillow. So, when is the new psychic meeting taking place? She asked as she lifted her arm and stole a handful of popcorn from Corey's bucket. Kara couldn't remember any of the show's exact dates even if her life depended on it, but she knew the team formed very soon after Khan's rescue. Now it had already been over a week and there was nothing. The Batman has asked us to meet in 9 days, she said and lifted her bucket to keep it out of Kara's reaching hands. I am most excited to start training with them. The joint training with Billy was very enlightening. Pointing the remote at the TV, Kara started the movie and adjusted herself, turning her face towards the screen and curling her legs until they fit on the sofa. Corey dove into her popcorn, her 9 stomachs working overtime to consume the entire bucket. Kara still managed to steal some every now and then, but Corey ate like her life depended on it, finishing the entire thing in less than 10 minutes. She wiped her hands on a tissue and turned towards Kara, eyes shining with interest. Friend Kara, may I perform braiding maneuvers on your hair? Diana informed me it is a common form of bonding between sisters, but I have never had the opportunity with Commandar. Kara glanced at Corey's fingers and, after checking if they were clean, nodded. Sure, go ahead. She too had never been this close with a friend. It would be unthinkable on Krypton and just, not something she had been interested in as a man. As she felt Corey's gentle fingers running through her hair, Kara felt the last amounts of tension leaving her shoulders. Releasing a breath, she closed her eyes and just enjoyed the sensation, the atmosphere. She felt safe, welcome, her body wasn't even hurting that much at the moment. As Corey separated her hair and started braiding it without much skill, Kara actually fell asleep. Almost an hour later, Kara woke up feeling better than she had, ever. Her body wasn't in any amount of pain, she had a sense of peace around her and there was a pleasant scent in the air. Hearing the TV still on, Kara remembered where she was. Without opening her eyes she asked. Sorry about sleeping on you like that. How goes the movie? I do not know, I dare not open my eyes. Came the squeak from above her, causing Kara to glance up. The movie was right at its climax, with zombies running after the main characters and tension-filled music. Corey had a hand over her eyes and her shoulders were stiff with tension while her other hand gripped the sofa's arm, almost pulverizing its wooden frame. Kara wanted to laugh out loud at the sight, but instead she carefully grabbed at one of her new braids, one of the more well-made ones. Slowly, she brought the end of her hair up and towards Corey's trembling face, then she tickled her. With a scream, Corey jumped into the air until her body hit the ceiling, her movement throwing a laughing Kara to the ground. The shining green glare she received back only made Kara laugh harder. Corey attacked, her fingers finding purchase under Kara's clothes and starting to tickle her. Oh, it was on. 15 minutes later the both of them lay on the ground breathing hard and the house was a complete mess. They had managed not to break anything, but it would still take quite a while to put everything back into place. Kara's hurting lungs took a little bit of the joy away from her, but not much, and she still had a huge smile on her face when Corey floated up. Humph, now I will have to take another shower. She complained, but there was no bite to it. I shall forgive you if you assist me to put everything back into place. Corey extended a hand to help her up, which Kara ignored. Don't wanna. Kara denied, the carpet was incredibly comfortable and she wanted nothing more than to fall asleep again. Kara Zor-El. Corey scolded, causing Kara to release one last snicker and float up to her feet. Fian. She said to show how reluctant she was, but, when they started working together, they finished surprisingly fast. When they were done, Corey took her shirt off revealing her white bra and sweat-filled chest. Kara gulped and averted her eyes, not wanting to perv on her best friend, but, after she turned around and started walking towards the bathroom, she couldn't help staring at her back as she went. Unlike Corey, Kara had better resistance even wounded. She hadn't managed to sweat quite so much and decided to take her bath in the morning. With a happy smile, she went to sleep. Chapter 17, Chapter. The next day she woke up late. Taking a few minutes, she stretched her limbs and took a quick shower before looking for Corey, but the girl had already left the house, her training keeping her busy almost every day. She decided to start her day by visiting her cousin while he was at work and finally get her documentation in order before she started recruiting again. And maybe get his permission to look at the Fortress Military Tech too while she was at it. Also, she wanted an excuse to see the famous Daily Planet and meet Lois Lane. She also had to get her power armor ready, even if it was only the civilian version. She had thought she could get by as a normal human, but Detective Chimp had guessed her powers with barely a glance, so she didn't want to risk meeting anyone else without hiding her identity. As she stepped out of the Zeta Tube in Metropolis, she made a note to see if she couldn't crack the teleportation network and make her own version. It was just too convenient. She'd probably get rich enough to be able to buy the entire LexCorp if she made teleportation affordable to the common people. That, or get assassinated by the transport industry. She smiled as she saw the enormous skyscraper with the globe rotating on top of it, marking the headquarters of the Daily Planet. Kara walked through the doors and paused to look at the building's interior. The entrance was an enormous open floor with panels showing prize-winning reports written by the journal's own reporters, dozens of workers walking purposefully to and from the stairs and elevators. From behind her, a young man came running inside the building. Kara heard him approach and stepped to the side, but the guy still managed to hit her back and bounce off, falling on his ass. "Hey!" she scolded, turning around to see a young redhead with a photograph camera around his neck. "Sorry, I didn't notice you." He sheepishly apologized as he looked at her face and flushed. Kara smirked. She hadn't been bad looking in her last life, but she did enjoy her new and improved looks too. Extending a hand, she helped pull the young man to his feet. "Thanks." Jimmy Olsen, photographer, he introduced himself as his flush faded. Checking his camera to see if it was still okay, the man looked back at her. "Sorry for running into you." "Don't worry about it." So, this was her cousin's famous friend. He was surprisingly cute. "You know, maybe you could help me find my cousin." "I'm sorry, who are you again?" he asked in confusion. "I'm Kara Danvers, Clark's cousin." She introduced herself as the two of them walked further into the building and stopped blocking the doors. "What? I didn't know Clark had any more family," he exclaimed in surprise, clearly confused by the way things were turning out. "You're talking about Clark Kent, right?" "Yep, you know Clark's adopted, right? I'm his biological cousin." Usually she wouldn't be so open, but she was in a great mood and felt like she knew the men from the comics. "We reconnected a few weeks ago." "Huh, you know what, sure. Come on." He pressed the button to call for an elevator and turned towards her with a smile. "So, are you his only family, or is there a whole Clark clan out there?" Kara thought about the question, and about both Con and Match, then avoided his eyes and shrugged. "It's complicated. I guess it'd be better to ask Clark about that." "Yeah, I get that, don't want to step on his toes or something, right?" He nodded and dropped the subject. "Hey, what kind of photos do you take? Is it just people for the planet?" "Yeah, I mostly take photos to go with the articles, but I love to take art photos and nature shots." "No nudes?" she teased, causing the young man to swallow wrong and start to cough away from her, his face becoming red. Hey, teasing people was surprisingly fun. When the doors finally opened, a flustered Jimmy practically ran away from the enclosed space, buying himself time for his embarrassment to fade. Using her vision, Kara looked through the walls until she found her cousin bent over a table, discussing an article with Lois and an older male inside a private room. Kara smiled. She just knew he'd be with Lois. "You all right, Jimmy?" she asked as she patted his back. As soon as she spoke, Cal's head twitched, then he briefly turned towards her. Even through the walls she saw him giving her a small smile and motion for her to wait before turning back to Lois to finish their talk. "I'm fine," he said and glared at her, but there was no heat to it. "Come on, Clark should be at his desk right now." She followed him inside the building, entering a wide open space filled with individual desks. Jimmy frowned when he didn't see Cal anywhere in sight. "Come on, which desk is his?" Jimmy looked at her eyes for a second, but shook his head. "Sorry, could you just wait over there?" He pointed to a comfortable waiting chair close to the wall. He was still in a hurry, but didn't want to just leave her alone at Clark's desk without supervision. "Sure, I sent a message right before I arrived, so he should be here soon anyway." She lied. Glancing back towards Cal, she saw he was almost done with the discussion and decided to wait on her feet. Jimmy seemed conflicted, looking between her and a room further inside the building. "I'm really sorry to just ditch you like that without Clark, but I really am late." "Don't worry about it. Kara waved his concern away with a smile and watched him dash away towards his employer. Not even a minute later Cal left the room, followed by Lois Lane. Mississippi Lane seemed completely distracted by something she was reading, but Cal motioned for her to come over as they walked towards their desks. Kara, good to see you. He gave her a hug and turned towards Lois as the reporter raised an eyebrow and looked at him suspiciously. Lois, this is Kara Danvers, the cousin I told you about. Kara, this is Lois Lane, one of the Planet's star reporters. So you're the famous cousin. She took a moment to look Kara from top to bottom with a critical eye. Yeah, I can see the resemblance. Weren't you in the hospital? Lois seemed to be really suspicious of Kara, her gaze never leaving Kara's face, as if searching for any signs of guilt. Kara couldn't blame the woman. A new relative turning up out of nowhere with a medical emergency was suspicious even on her previous world, much less this one that was filled with supervillains and other ridiculous plots. I got better, still have to get treatment, but I don't have to stay in the hospital anymore. Expensive treatment, I take it. The reporter squinted her eyes, her feet tapping against the ground as she thought Kara was taking advantage of her. Wait, were they already married? Kara remembered they had a son together but, since the focus was never on Superman, she didn't remember in which season they'd gotten together. Lois. Don't be like that. Clark begged while covering his eyes with a hand. It's fine Clark, I can see why your girlfriend would be worried. Kara patted Clark's back causing him to trip, almost dropping the papers on his hand. And I guess you could say it's expensive, but I have the money. Oh, tell me more. Lois tried to shoulder Cal away and get to her, but her cousin grabbed her by the shoulders and gently guided her away. Lois, she's not here for an interview. Lois frowned at him, but still let him guide her towards her desk. Fine, I'll drop it. Rolling up one of the papers in her hand, she used it to hit him in the forehead to show her displeasure before walking away. But don't you dare do that again or there will be consequences, Smallville. Cal had a small smile on his face as he watched her go, then he turned towards Kara's smirking face. Not that I'm complaining but, what are you doing here Kara? Getting my documents back, mostly. I'm just starting to get my life in order and I kinda need them to even get started. She told him as she continued to look around the place with interest. By the way, you and Lois. I tentatively approve. Kara still hadn't had time to properly get to know Lois Lane, but what little she had seen was promising. The woman did seem to care about Cal and was very protective of someone she thought was taking advantage of him. Things with Lois are complicated. He told her as he guided her towards his table, I actually brought everything here since I was thinking of finding you later today. Pulling one of the drawers, Cal handed her a thick folder. Kara took only a few seconds to check everything, but she trusted him and Batman to have things in order. It seems that things would be even easier than she had first thought. Her new identity already had an established tech company in her name, one that was seeing at least moderate success in the communication field. And Bruce's just giving me this. The factory alone must be at least 12 million and, from what I can see, there's quite a lot of cash available to my name. The amount of money here was spare change compared with something like Wayne Tech, but Kara hadn't expected Batman to just give away millions. The factory only exists on paper, or well, there's a building but it's really in need of repairs. Cal explained and looked around to be absolutely sure nobody was listening. Bruce said the money in the accounts could be paid off some of the metals you already mined. Batman sometimes needs that kind of procurement done off the books. She just nodded. Batman could have afforded to just give her the money anyway, but she didn't mind paying him back with the material she had already harvested. He probably didn't need it, but it would make her feel better not to owe him more than necessary. Right, thanks anyway. And about the access? She probed. Kara. Krypton was very advanced, their military tech was dangerous. He said as he sat down. Kara bristled at his tone. Does that mean you won't give permission? Look, I have yet to go through everything on the database, but I know there are some things in there that are just better forgotten or destroyed, or at least sealed away. He sighed and adjusted his glasses. How about this, I'll give you access to anything defensive and, later this weekend, we can go over everything else together, then you get access to anything you can convince me you can safely use. Kara frowned. She hated how patronizing he sounded despite trying his best to be diplomatic. Taking a deep breath, she tried to think about things from his point of view. Krypton was an advanced civilization, its military probably had access to planet-bursting weapons and she was only 17. More than that, she hadn't been on Earth for even half a year, he barely knew her really. It was still incredibly annoying, but she too wouldn't give a 17-year-old she barely knew access to military gear, even if they were family. Fine. She huffed in exasperation and glared at him. I was already planning on working on my armor first anyway. Cal stared at her with a strange look on his eyes as she said that. He started to say something, then closed his mouth as he thought better of it. Shaking his head, he got back up and gave her a hug, holding her tightly against his chest. Kara was confused, but she did hug him back. I know it wasn't exactly what you wanted to hear, thanks for understanding. he finally said as he released her and sat back down. So, how's Khan taking living with your parents? Surprisingly well. Cal told her, his face going back to the happy smile he usually had. Bruce is helping with the adoption papers and he seems to enjoy helping out on the farm. What human name did he settle on anyway? Kara asked with mild curiosity. With the way things were going he'd probably end up with the same name after all. Connor Kent. It's close enough he isn't likely to get confused. Cal glanced at a calendar on his table and tapped his finger against the table for a few seconds. Say, do you have anything on the 21st? Not really, why? I'll have to cover something with Lois, so I thought you could take Connor to his meeting at Mount Justice. He told her with a sheepish smile. You couldn't make it? Kara lifted an eyebrow in annoyance. I mean, it would be a little tight, but I could do it. Scratching the back of his neck he avoided her eyes, but continued to speak anyway. I just thought, maybe you'd like to spend more time with him and meet the entire team together. You know what? Sure, I'll bring him there. Corey would be there too, and she could take the chance to find out what kind of changes Batman was making. Great, I'll update your fortress access as soon as I'm done with work then. Right, thanks Cal, guess I'll leave you to your work now. She said her goodbyes, took her documents, then kissed him on the cheek and turned around. While she was leaving the floor she caught sight of Jimmy getting yelled at by a fat guy and happily waved him goodbye. As soon as she was out of sight she properly read all her new documentation, then decided to check her new property personally. Her new headquarters was in a small rural town in Pennsylvania. The building itself was one of the biggest in the city, but it was currently almost empty, with only a couple of office workers dealing with some documents inside. Kara would have to take some time to find out what really happened, but apparently, without any oversight, the CEO had stolen as much money as he could and fled, leaving management of the company, and the fallout, for someone else to deal with. Without access to the money left from the owner's accounts, whoever was left was just doing their best to delay declaring bankruptcy. Bruce probably didn't have the time to manage such a relatively small business and may have even forgotten he had acquired such a fake identity until Kara had asked for it. He probably had hundreds of covers he could use. It wasn't the end of the world if one was burned. After checking on things Kara made sure she had access to the computers still within the building before she went towards the second building she now owned. Her new factory was really just a huge abandoned building. Most of its heavy equipment had been sold off or stolen and the remaining machines were just gathering dust while locked inside the expansive, mostly empty building. It would take a bit of effort, but the location was good and Kara could already see the bare bones of her future technological empire here. Kara had been thinking about her future a lot. As a Kryptonian she had access to incredibly advanced technology, but just giving it out didn't sit well with her. Just the thought of freely distributing crumbs of her knowledge like a benevolent overlord left a bad taste on her mouth. It had also probably caused damage to human society, making it dependent on alien knowledge and materials they couldn't even produce. No, she wouldn't just give away her technology. Instead she'd focus on getting a great team and have them reverse engineer various safe items until they could be easily replicated. Breaking things down until even the average human not only could understand and use her products, but also replicate them without her exotic equipment, materials, or even her input. She refused to follow the Reed Richards is useless trope. Any improvements she made wouldn't just stay with her and die out if she was gone. It would take far more time to get everything in order, but it would also allow her to make long-lasting changes without causing damage. And maybe, if she made some of her tech accessible to the common man, other advanced scientists would be forced to adapt in a positive way unless they wanted to go bankrupt. For Rao's sake, Cadmus had been able to clone people and even create entire new species. But no, instead of working on making it cheaper so the average person could have access to the obvious medical uses, they just spent their time trying to clone Superman. What a waste. In fact, it was the first order she had given as the new controller of Cadmus. Her own experiences and situation made transplants something of particular interest to her, so she had gotten most of Cadmus working on adapting its clone technology into developing affordable to produce transplant organs that wouldn't have a chance of rejection. Strangely enough, even with cloning, transplanting a limb was still harder than an organ. Limb transplanting wouldn't really save lives like producing a heart would, but it was the second priority for Cadmus anyway. Using her vision, Kara started surveilling the land surrounding her factory, making sure it had solid bedrock foundation. She was surprised to find there wasn't any water or mineral deposits anywhere close to her property. With her technology, the entire thing would make for a great underground facility, just like Cadmus. Now that was an interesting thought. Eventually, the Light would find out about her takeover of Cadmus and it would be good if she already had an alternative place for the xenomorphs by then. This small town was almost ideal. A safe place to stay, a safe job at her factory so they could start their new lives and trustworthy employees she could use in her secret base. Who knows, depending on the people of the town they may even be able to integrate without much trouble down the line when Bruce's lawyer got the xenomorphs' legal situation in order. Until then, Ilex and the other genomes could hide with illusions or she could give them holographic disguises. With a smile, she made the call. Dubilek seemed eager for the chance. Some of his more active xenomorphs were just begging to leave the facility and start exploring the outside world, even some of the G-trolls, which would make things complicated. Most xenomorphs wouldn't have much trouble if they had a holographic disguise, but G-trolls couldn't even leave Cadmus. The upper floors were just too small. Kara promised that she'd have a teleportation device ready to bring them out of Cadmus without having to destroy the upper floors, as she was sure she could get temporary access to the Zeta Tube network in a few days. Damn, she had so much work to do. Looking around herself, she dropped a handful of her drones on the property and ordered them to act as sentries. It wasn't really necessary yet, but the little devices were easy and cheap to make, so it wasn't a loss, and she thought it was better to be safe than sorry. Finally, she found the phone of the one currently in charge of the company, a Mr. Derek Blackwell, and left him a message to set up a meeting. She thought about getting a head start on getting things in order by using her super speed to clean the place up a little, but fuck it, she hated cleaning things up and she had more important things to do. Like eating lunch. Finding a small restaurant in town, Kara sat at an empty table and started working on the future of her company. After thinking about it a lot, she had decided to start with something that Krypton had been particularly good at: solar energy. Kara was pretty sure she could improve a contemporary Earth solar panel by at least 200% using only human technology and without making it too expensive to produce, creating clean and cheap energy while making a killing and dominating the market. The only question was, did she start slow, use only the money she had available to build up her resources with the panels before branching out, or did she start with a bang? She could probably get a loan from Bruce or at least a huge contract with advanced pay to supply some of his companies. Who was she kidding? Of course she'd get Bruce's help. It would make everything from capital acquisition to recruiting to distribution so much easier, and she wouldn't even feel like she was taking advantage, since she'd make sure her tech was worth it. In fact, she'd make it so it was Bruce who got the better deal. Her pride as a member of the L family wouldn't let her do anything less. She laid back on the chair and started composing her proposal. She had to do things by the book if she wanted her company to work within the law, and so anybody looking wouldn't find it strange. She didn't want to build a secret base and get it found out because she cut corners. Jumping through the hoops necessary to get a meeting with Bruce and secure his support was annoying, but it would also put a certain distance between them in case anybody discovered her identity, or Batman's. A shout to Exaust Hero, Akuma SMAG, Iori Demona Angel, Alliterative Arts, Eric Faust, Icewing, Comics, Dermonian, Davy Chappie, and Philip Nguyen for supporting my work. You can currently vote for Kara's future costume on patrayon.com/capcaverna. https://www.paypal.com/donate/question_button_ID =8EVXGFH49RVUS. Chapter 18, Chapter. Thanks for bringing me here, Miss Kara. Billy said for the third time, a bouquet of flowers held firmly in his hands. I know you may not like her after what she did, but Amber really wanted to meet you and apologize. Don't worry, kid. Kara said as she handed the guard their day pass and identification. The man checked their information on his computer and nodded. Besides, I'm not heartless. I can give people second chances if they're working to get better. The kid gave her a huge smile at that. A second later they stopped in front of a metal door and waited until the guard buzzed them through. Star Labs wasn't exactly a maximum security prison, but their preparations to protect their research were very thorough, and they did work with the Justice League to monitor and help metahumans with dangerous or uncontrollable powers. Seeing as Amy was still underage, had willingly handed herself over when rescued from Mr. Mind, and Billy had vouched for her as Captain Marvel, the law had allowed her to stay in one of Star Labs' facilities if she also went through mandatory therapy. Hello, you must be Kara Danvers, said a middle-aged woman as she saw them approaching. I'm Sharon Banks, Amy, and Amber's psychologist. I'm glad you could bring Mr. Batson here, they both greatly enjoy his visits. They're still separated? Kara asked as she shook the woman's hand. Yes, Amy was able to absorb the other two personalities we identified as her ID and inner child, but Amber is still separated. The doctor said and stopped in front of a thick metal door. Billy, why don't you go ahead and meet with them while I talk with Miss Kara? Right, thanks for letting me see her, Mrs. Banks. Billy took a breath and entered the room, his flowers in front of him. Hi Amy, Amber. Billy. Hey Pipsqueak, about time you showed up again. The door closed behind him, leaving Kara alone with the psychologist. The woman seemed to be watching Kara's face in search of something, so Kara just lifted a quizzical eyebrow and decided to wait her out. Finally, the doctor sighed. Right, I was told Amber had hurt you before. As her doctor I must know, are you here to yell at her or blame her? For a brief moment Kara just looked at the closed door and thought about it. Did she blame Amber for her actions? A little bit, but the girl was only 14 and had been abused by her parents. Kara wasn't exactly the forgiving type, but, surrounded as she was by people like Billy, Corey, and her cousin, she couldn't help but want to be a better person. She hadn't lied to Billy earlier, she was willing to give the kid a second chance. The girl hadn't even caused any deaths before she was controlled by Mr. Mind. I haven't exactly forgotten what she did, but I'm willing to forgive it, once. Kara confessed, to which the doctor smiled at her. Good. I wasn't completely certain if you should meet with Amber yet. It could do a lot of good to the girl, yes, but it could also set her back by a lot. The doctor looked at the door with a frown on her face. Turning back to Kara, she took a deep breath. It's not a chance I would have taken myself, but I was overruled by Dr. Wilcox. Still, I'm glad my fear appears to have been groundless. Kara prepared herself to enter the room but decided to give Billy a little more time alone with the girls. Say, do you know why they're still separated like that? Dr. Wilcox believes it's something in her metagene reacting with Captain Marvel's powers. Amy and Amber were the only ones to retain their powers when separated. The doctor believes their power has taken over and changed after getting supercharged by the captains and is fueling their separate existences. And you? Kara had to ask. The woman really didn't seem happy with her superior's decisions. I believe they don't want to be united. Retreating from the door, the doctor sat down on a couple of chairs in the hallway, then leaned back against the wall. Amber's personality was formed as a way to protect Amy from the rest of the world. I believe she's refusing to unite with the original because she wants to protect Amy from the guilt she feels about what happened. Wouldn't it help if I forgave her? Possibly, but not forgiving her could do far more damage. Lifting her glasses and scratching at her eyes in frustration, the doctor continued. At this point, I'm not certain they can ever be joined. We have been keeping the both of them in the same room and going through the same procedures, but they have been separated for such a long time their experiences have greatly differed. Is that a bad thing? That's just it, we still don't know. I'm a psychologist and even in my area of expertise I'm not certain. They're the first known case of split personalities also having split bodies, and her condition doesn't really have a cure. The doctor gave Kara a bitter smile. The standard treatment is usually just tries to integrate as much of the personalities together as possible into one while finding a way to manage the dissonance, but they have diverged so much and are acting so independent from one another. It could be best to just stay as they are now. I take it that's not the healthiest option. Kara had to ask. Again, we don't know. Can she even stay separated indefinitely, or is their independence only gonna make it worse when it ends? That's not even considering the possible physical side effects. We're doing our best, but her case is complicated. Kara didn't know what else to say, and the doctor seemed to realize she had said too much, leaving an awkward atmosphere between them that stretched for almost a full minute. All right then, I think I've given them enough time alone. Kara finally broke the silence and opened the door. Both Billy and Amy sat on her bed, their legs crossed, while Amber was sitting beside them and pretending not to be interested. Billy had a cell phone out and was showing them some pictures while telling her about his latest training session with Sitara. Beside the bed, Billy's bouquet of flowers rested inside a jar of water where Amy had put them. All three of them lifted their heads and looked at her when she entered. Amy smiled at her, but Amber just avoided her eyes. Hey, I heard you girls were receiving visits already. Yeah, Dr. Wilcox said we should start interacting more, Amy said while leaning over Billy. He's even going to start letting us out of the lab for exercise. Yep, guy's an asshole, but at least he knows we're getting fed up with being lab rats. Amber. The original twin scolded, but Amber just shrugged. What? Are you gonna tell me he isn't an utter asshole? Amber looked at her twin with annoyance. Bastard tries to separate us every chance he gets. This time it was Amy who avoided her twin's eyes, too polite to answer the question. Kara frowned. Wasn't Star Labs trying to keep them together to avoid deviating their personalities and experiences even more? Guess the good doctor decided they were better off separated. Either that or he was a complete bastard only interested in research data. Something to follow up on later. Grabbing a chair, Kara pulled it closer and sat together with Amber so they could hear Billy's story and watch him cast a very basic ball of light. Kara immediately looked for any cameras, but it seemed like the girls weren't monitored while in their room. Amber seemed incredibly on edge with her, but she eventually relaxed and became much more focused on Billy's fledgling magical abilities. Kara thought the three of them looked incredibly cute together. Despite being older, the two girls hung on Billy's every word, with Amy leaning over his body, their shoulders touching, and Amber herself squeezed on top of the bed with them while peeking over her twin's shoulders, acting incredibly interested in his fights as Captain Marvel. An hour later, the doctor knocked on the door and poked her head inside, warning them that visiting hours were over. Billy hugged Amy under Kara's amused eyes, then he went towards Amber and the rebellious teen looked at Kara, then towards her twin and back at Kara. With a long suffering sigh, she let the boy hug her, her face flushed with embarrassment. Kara managed to keep from snickering. Just before they left the room, Amber grabbed at Kara's shirt, causing her to stop and turn towards the girl again. What is it? Are you all right? The girl asked with a tiny voice, her eyes meeting Kara's with a desperate need. Shit, I don't know how to do this. Look, I'm really sorry about what happened, I didn't mean to hurt people so much. Kara looked at the girl again and saw deep regret. Putting a hand over her head, she messed up her hair. Look, kid, I'm not gonna say it was nothing, but most of it wasn't really your fault. You didn't kill anybody, or even hurt me that seriously. Just don't do it again and I can forgive you. I'm not a fucking kid. Amber slapped her hand away. And I won't, I swear I won't. She glanced back towards Amy, her face turning into a protective smile. Then don't worry about it. Just try to find a way to make up for the damage you caused when you're out of here. Kara told her and saw the kid nod in understanding. Could you find that little kid's name? I know I fucked up and hurt her family, so I wanted to. She swallowed hard as she seemed to gather herself. To apologize. I'll find out. Looking towards the hallway, Kara saw that Billy was already waiting for her at a corner. I'll visit again next week, all right? Yeah, thanks. Kara and Billy stepped out of the building and made their way towards the Zeta Tube. Kara still had a meeting with Corey and Wonder Woman for some training, but she wasn't in a hurry. It wasn't even 3 in the evening. Corey trained with her mentor until 8. Thanks for coming, Miss Kara. Billy said as he squeezed her hand. I know I could come as Captain Marvel, but Amber is always on edge when I show up like that. It's fine. We wouldn't want your little girlfriend to be uncomfortable, now would we? She smirked. Ack. That's not, never mind. He just gave up when he saw the amused smirk on her face, causing Kara to laugh out loud. So, which one do you prefer, the delicate one or the tomboy? She couldn't help poking at the kid. Once they were completely out of sight, Billy checked his phone and got excited. Releasing her hand, he stepped back from her. I'm sorry, Miss Kara, but the League is calling for me. Shazam. With a flash of lightning, the little kid was gone, leaving a large man in its place. Kara snickered again. I can't believe you're fleeing in terror from me. Sorry, can't hear you, have to go. He said while avoiding her eyes, then he flew away as fast as he could, leaving a highly amused Kara behind. Half an hour later, Kara stepped onto Wonder Woman's private beach in Greece. She quickly made sure there weren't any cameras or surveillance devices turned her way and pulled her mask away from her face. From further into the beach, Kara saw Corey waving at her before taking a punch to the face for a distraction. Quickly refocusing, the princess started fighting back against Troya, their bodies floating a few centimeters above the sand as they traded blows. Wonder Woman herself turned towards Kara and smiled. Kara, Starfire said you'd be coming over today. Hello, and thank you for the invitation. Is that what she's gonna call herself now? She asked, somewhat surprised despite herself. Kara had already changed things so much she half expected Corey to call herself Wonder Girl or something. Yes, Princess Coriandar decided to use the translated meaning of her name while acting as my apprentice. Wonder Woman replied. Lifting an arm in front of her face almost faster than Kara could react, the heroine deflected a starbolt towards the sea, causing it to explode and shower them in a thin mist. Do not aim towards the spectators. Not all of them are going to be as powerful as me, and it creates a bad habit. Apologies. Corey shouted back while dodging a kick aimed at her head. They seem evenly matched. Kara commented, and Wonder Woman shook her head. No, Starfire almost matches me in skill. She holds back to allow Troya to grow. Looking at the fight going on, Kara couldn't really see it. Then again, both fighters were far more skilled than her. Watching as Corey put Troya's arm in a joint lock and dropped the both of them violently towards the sand, Kara considered how she'd fight them. Well, besides turning hundreds of drones into teleporting bombs like her prosthetic eye or bombarding them with heat vision from a kilometer away. Even wounded, Kara was clearly still far stronger, faster and more resistant than both of them. Her best strategy would be to take a few hits and get close enough to use strength to end the fight in a single hit. She could probably take 4 or 5 blows for every one she dealt and still win the fight. Unable to escape from the joint lock, Troya tapped out on the sand. Wonder Woman nodded towards Kara and went to talk with her sister, letting Corey fly closer and give her a back-breaking hug. Friend Kara, you came. Told you I would, she said as she hugged her friend back. Punching my problems away may not be my preferred method, but that doesn't mean I can't see the advantages of knowing how to do so. It is wonderful to have you here. Corey finally released her and floated away. Please, would you like to do the sparring with me? Starfire. Wonder Woman called as she helped Troya back to her feet. Sorry to interrupt, but I was thinking of testing Kara's skill before anything else. It is not a problem. I have only taught Kara for a short time, but she is a most adroit pupil. What do you say, Kara? Feeling up for a spar? Wonder Woman asked with a jovial tone as she waited at the same spot Corey and Troya had been fighting. I guess. Kara said and started stretching her arms as she walked towards the heroine. You know I had no martial training before meeting Starfire less than 3 months ago, right? Don't worry. I just want to get an idea of your condition. I'll hold back. Fine, just say when. I'm ready when you are. Wonder Woman answered with a kind smile. Fight well, friend Kara. I am sure the Wonder Woman will refrain from breaking too many of your bones. Corey so helpfully cheered from the sidelines. Well, she had been considering how she'd do in a straight-up fight. Guess it was time to find out. Without warning, Kara accelerated as fast as she could and tried to punch her opponent in the face with a surprise attack. She tried to put everything behind the blow and end the fight as soon as it started. Fair fights were for idiots and people willing to lose after all. Wonder Woman punched her back, her fist hitting Kara's with enough strength to cause a shockwave. Not exactly prepared for the collision, Kara was sent flying back, her feet digging into the ground and sliding back for almost 200 meters before she managed to stop herself. Her entire arm had gone numb from the collision and she had to shake it a little to regain the feeling, opening and closing her fist. Kara finally used her flight to float up and pull herself out of the ground she had sunk into. Looking back towards the hero, Kara saw the woman hadn't moved from the spot, her body relaxed and only an eyebrow lifted at her. With an amused smile, the Wonder Woman asked, "What was that?" Kara considered her answer. Did she really think she could sucker punch Wonder Woman, or that she'd be stronger than her for that matter? Yes she did. Arrogance, I guess. She said with a sigh, looking at the undisturbed sand under Wonder Woman's feet. She couldn't help but frown. Damn, you didn't even move. Kara, we can fly just by thinking about it, pushing against the ground for leverage is almost never the right option. Right, I knew that. Kara grumbled, then got serious and started using what little Corey had taught her. At first she tried to bombard Wonder Woman with short blasts of her heat vision, but the heroine deflected them all with her bracelets and it seemed like doing any damage that way would cost far more than Kara was willing to use. Her heat vision was one of her most costly abilities and she didn't want to waste it. She also didn't want to use her shouts or ice breath when she anticipated they wouldn't really do any damage and only cause her pain. The two of them clashed with incredible strength. Moving as fast as she could, Kara delivered an overwhelming series of blows which Wonder Woman either dodged or blocked before striking back and forcing her to defend herself. At first the heroine's blows sent her flying back for dozens of meters or caused her to sink into the ground, but, after only a couple of exchanges, Kara started to get the hang of things. Eventually, she only had to take a few steps back every time she was hit. Then Kara started using her heat vision while in melee range, making Wonder Woman have to always keep track of her eye. In truth, at their level, the ground was more a suggestion than the actual field of battle. Both of them could easily sink several kilometers into the ground without even making an effort if they wanted to. The answer then on how to prevent being sent flying was, obviously enough, to use her flight ability. The only reason Wonder Woman didn't fly back or sink into the ground for hundreds of meters with every blow was because she was stopping herself from doing so. Unfortunately, that also meant you had to take the full brunt of the blow every time, absorbing it all instead of dispersing it or turning it into momentum. Good, you really do learn fast. Wonder Woman complimented even as she leaned back, dodging a punch and making Kara overextend before kicking at her exposed ribs. Sometimes, if you have the range, you'll still want to let yourself be sent flying. It gives you a few more seconds to counter the force of the blow or take a breath, but we're often fighting in a populated area so it's best not to count on that being an option. Breathing hard and with her clothes soaked in sweat, Kara held her aching ribs and nodded towards her sparring partner. Wonder Woman herself wasn't completely unscratched. Kara managed to get a few lucky hits in and the heroine had a new bruise on her cheek. She also had a light coat of sweat and a few strands of hair falling over her face. That was a great warm-up, Wonder Woman laughed when she saw the disbelief in Kara's face. She waved a hand through her hair tucking the stray strands back and continued. Don't worry, we're not sparring anymore, you wouldn't benefit from it anyway. Oh thank Rao. I don't think I could go for another round. Have to say, I didn't think you could last so long, Blondie. Troya commented from the sidelines. Not much skill there, but still much better than I expected from someone with so little training. I informed you of her prowess, friend Troya. Corey stated happily while bringing a cup of water for the two. Yeah, I suppose you did. Troya nodded and looked at Kara with newfound respect. So, are you going to be joining us for training from now on? Kara grabbed at the water and drank it all in a single gulp before pushing against her knees and straightening her body again. Considering things a little, she breathed out and nodded. Yeah, I can't do this every day, but I think I'm going to start coming at least twice a week from now on. After that, Wonder Woman started teaching them how to fight against stronger opponents and having them test their moves against each other. In her last life, Kara had always heard that footwork was one of the most important things in a fight, but that meant less than zero when you could fly. In fact, most of what the Amazon was teaching them was about how to avoid causing destruction and, if you were pushing against the ground and using footwork, you were probably causing a lot of damage to the streets. Also, being hit through a building was surprisingly dangerous for the building, and for everyone inside it. No matter how often Kara had seen it in comics and cartoons, a significant part of her lesson was reserved for how to avoid becoming a person-shaped wrecking ball. They only stopped an hour after the sun had set. Wonder Woman's house had half a dozen showers and, after washing themselves, they had a nice meal prepared by a chef she employed and trusted. Outside of combat, both Diana and Troya wore comfortable white dresses with no sleeves. Corey herself wore only a tank top and gym shorts that hugged her body and left most of her legs and belly exposed. Since her own clothes had gotten soaked with sweat, Kara had borrowed one of Troya's dresses with leather shoulder straps that was surprisingly comfortable and fit her incredibly well. She still preferred to wear pants, but having a few dresses wouldn't be entirely bad. After dinner, Troya threw herself down onto the sofa before starting to look for a movie to watch, and Corey followed her out of curiosity. Seeing as they were left alone, Kara decided to take the chance and ask the woman about something. "Say, Miss Diana." Kara started to say. "Just Diana outside the costume, Kara." The older woman interrupted with a smile as she drank a glass of wine. "Right, Diana, do you know how I could get in contact with Bruce in my civilian identity?" She asked. Kara could probably find out a way to do it herself, but there was no way to know how long that would take. "I wrote a business proposition I know he'd be interested in, but I'm not sure how to approach him without being suspicious." Diana looked at her with some curiosity, but didn't ask how she knew Batman's secret identity. Looking at Troya and Corey busy in the living room, she thought about the question. "Well, Bruce does have a reputation as a playboy," she finally said with some hesitation. "There's gonna be a fundraising event in Gotham 2 days from now. The best way to approach him would be as a beautiful woman there." Kara lifted an eyebrow at her in disbelief. "Are you saying I should?" "Well, you did ask and it is the easiest way." She smiled at Kara with amusement. "It definitely wouldn't raise any alarms about why he might be interested in your proposal." "Ugh, just, ugh. Damn it." Kara supposed Bruce Wayne was handsome enough, but he was her cousin's best friend, and old compared to her. Although, now that she thought about it, that last part didn't weight as much for her, considering her previous life and all. "Fine, I guess it wouldn't hurt," she said after considering the matter for a full minute. "Still, letting people think I got a deal because of my body just leaves a bitter taste in my mouth." "Then don't do it. It's not a matter of life or death, is it?" "No, I suppose it isn't." Kara sighed and took a glass of wine herself. "Don't tell Clark I let you do that." Diana joked as she filled her glass. "What? We're in Greece and I'm already 18 anyway, it says right there in my documents." Kara answered back smugly and traded amused smiles with the Amazon. Soon, all four of them were sitting comfortably on Diana's giant sofa. Even Diana had taken off her shoes and lay sprawled between a little mountain of pillows. This time it was Corey that laid her head over Kara's lap as they relaxed while watching DC's version of The Lord of the Rings. A shout to Exaust Hero, Akuma SMAG, Iori Demona Angel, Alliterative Arts, Eric Faust, Icewing, Comics, Dermonian, Davy Chappie, and Philip Nguyen for supporting my work. An even bigger thanks to Eric Faust for also helping me improve this chapter. You can currently vote for Kara's future business partner in patrayon.com/capcaverna. https://www.paypal.com/donate/?? hosted_button_ID =8 EVXGFH49RVUS. Chapter 19, Chapter. Kara read the information on her computer one last time before letting out a sigh. Dropping the device on top of the table, she scratched at her good eye before looking at the android still on the bed. Fixing and improving Firebrand had been a very interesting project. The android's new Sunstone batteries more than tripled her previous output, the new alloy improved her armor by 54%, and her new wiring should make her reaction speed nearly twice as fast. Despite all that, Kara just couldn't reactivate her. It seemed like Dr. Morrow had put a failsafe in order to prevent anyone else but him from turning the android back on. Kara's computers could brute force it, but the risk of activating another failsafe and damaging Firebrand's programming was just too high. Kara had wanted to rescue the woman and give her a second chance, not finish killing her. Mad scientists were such bullshit. There was no way Dr. Morrow should, using Earth technology from over half a century ago, have been able to block a hacking attempt by a Kryptonian program. Unfortunately for Kara and Firebrand, nobody had told that to Dr. Morrow, so the old man had done it anyway. Once again, Kara cursed herself for having morals. Things would have been so much easier if she didn't care about the android's memories and personality. Pushing her chair back, Kara let her computer continue attempting to find a weakness on Dr. Morrow's programming without risking her core and decided to focus on something else, namely, giving the gynoid better senses. Kara had wanted to turn her on as soon as possible, but, since that wasn't going to work out, she could start developing the necessary equipment to give her an actual sense of touch and taste. Both things that Dr. Morrow had neglected since it didn't affect her fighting ability. Integrating a complete synthetic somatosensory system under Firebrand's synthetic skin would take another full week, and that was only because Krypton already had such things, so Kara didn't have to invent them, just adapt them to work with Firebrand. The annoying beep of Kara's alarm finally made her stop and look at the time. She was almost late for Bruce's party. Stepping away from the chair, Kara made her way out of her ship and looked towards her newly grown moon base. It was still only 2 small rooms sitting on the surface and had already delayed the completion of her ship by a week, but, moon base. She sighed. It was such a pity that she hadn't been able to get her own teleportation network working yet. Krypton had teleportation technology, but it required some pretty rare materials and she didn't have access to them while on Earth. Row, she didn't know if Earth even had them to begin with. Arriving back at her apartment an hour later, she tidied her clothes and grabbed the door handle. With only a second of hesitation, Kara opened it. Corey was already waiting for her, a huge smile on her face and her eyes shining with unholy light. Kara froze, shivered, and tried to close the door. Excitement. Ecstasy. Euphoria. The Tamaranian princess almost shouted as she tackled Kara and forcefully dragged her inside the living room to stand amongst more than a dozen different dresses. Friend Kara, you have finally arrived. Master Diana and friend Troya have left a large amount of clothes for your discretion. Let us start with the dressing up, yes. Kara looked at the room filled with dresses and outfits of all shapes, colors and sizes, most of which left entirely too much of her skin exposed, before shuddering. I was thinking I'd just wear a sway. She stopped talking as she looked at Corey's huge, puppy dog eyes. Please, what is the quandary bothering you? Corey asked as she put her face uncomfortably close to Kara's. Taking a step back, Kara looked at she counted them, the 18 dresses arrayed around the room. She looked back at Corey's eager face and shining eyes. Admitting defeat, she dropped her shoulders and breathed out. I guess I just don't know where to start. She didn't even finish the sentence before Corey was holding a red high-slit dress in front of her body. All right, let's get this over with. Using her speed, she grabbed the dress and went to her bedroom before putting it on in less than a minute. Standing in front of the mirror, she lifted an eyebrow as her image stared back at her. It looked incredibly good. Stepping back out, she saw Corey waiting for her. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Kara opened her arms and slowly turned in place. When she completed her turn, Corey was already holding a second dress. Kara just took it. She knew when she was beaten. In the end, Kara had to test every single dress there. The only surprise was the fact that it wasn't a completely unpleasant experience. With her speed, it hadn't been that much of a time waste and she had enjoyed Corey's reactions. Kara suspected she'd have enjoyed it far more if their roles had been reversed, but Corey wasn't going with her this time. In the end, she chose a black cocktail dress with a single strap over her left shoulder. It was unexpectedly comfortable and left her feeling elegant. She liked it. Sorry you can't come with me, Corey. Do not worry. We can most certainly do the clubbing at another opportunity. Corey waved her goodbye as Kara grabbed a thumb drive with her business proposal and made her way towards the Zeta Tube. Getting to Gotham City, she called for a cab and let it bring her towards the party. Gotham's newest fundraising was actually being organized at Wayne Manor, so she was absolutely sure to meet the billionaire at least once without attracting unwanted attention or suspicion. It was quite the circuitous way of doing things, but the point was that even if one of their identities was found out, it wouldn't splash on the other. Stepping out of the cab in front of the huge gates, Kara could already see nearly 1,000 people in fancy clothes partying. She wondered just how many of them were part of the Court of Owls. With her senses, it was pretty easy to find Bruce. She also found someone else of interest amongst the guests. Selina Kyle fit in perfectly with the fancy nobles on the property. Kara briefly considered which one to approach first. Bruce seemed to be really busy receiving guests while Selina seemed unable to stop herself and already had a large jeweled ring hidden in her purse. Hello, Selina. Decided to ditch the leather today. She called from behind the cat thief, almost causing her to jump out of her skin. Giving her a death glare, Selina grabbed a drink from a nearby waiter and drained it halfway in a single gulp. Narrowing her eyes, she practically hissed. What are you doing here? Trying to hand in a business proposition to the host. Kara replied matter-of-factly. She had already revealed her identity to the woman anyway, so there was no need for too many games. HAAA. I didn't think you would be after the Wayne fortune too. You didn't seem the type. Selina gave her an appraising glance, looking from her elegant shoes to the top of her black dress. Shows what I know, I guess. Kara made sure nobody was paying attention to them before answering truthfully. I'll have you know I'm not after his fortune, I'm after my own. Kara tried to get her own drink only for the waiter to deftly avoid her hand and give her a disapproving glare. Right, we're in the United States. Anyways, I have a proposal Wayne can't refuse, but it'd help keep my identity a secret if people think they know why I got the deal. Well, who am I to judge? It's not like I don't use my body as a distraction too. She laughed and leaned against the table while finishing her drink. Have to say though, I would definitely recommend getting to know Bruce Wayne. He's wonderful in bed, you know. Spare me the details. Kara looked at Bruce again and had to admit, the man did fill his clothes well. She thought about Corey and sighed. But no, I'm kind of interested in someone already. Well, good for you. Selina said and continued to look at the guests. Are you gonna be stopping me today? No, I don't think I will. Kara answered after only a brief moment of thought. Just try to target people who really deserve it, it shouldn't be hard in this crowd. I'll just avoid the waiters then. That seems about right. Kara cringed at some of the things she was hearing from the conversations around her. You know what, want to dance a little? Sure, why not? Relaxing a little, Selina pulled her into the middle of the dance floor. Despite Kara taking the role of the male, it was Selina who controlled the dance, being far more experienced and skilled. She made sure to guide them closer to the older dancers or the ones who seemed most distressed at their presence, making sure to be particularly sensual around the most prudish of the lot even as she stole from their pockets. Kara was actually having fun for a while when she finally noticed the important guest stop arriving and Bruce being freed from his responsibilities. Say, wants to introduce me to the owner of the house. Well, if you want people to believe your proposal was accepted because you were a good lay, a threesome would probably do it. Kara snorted, but didn't deny it. Mostly, she was amused to see Selina still didn't seem to know Batman's identity despite having dated Bruce before. The man himself was inside the building talking with a kid Kara had never seen before. The boy was about 13 and looked somewhat small for his age, wearing a fancy suit and a tie. It seems like Richard Grayson was in the house. Bruce caught sight of them approaching and lifted an eyebrow at Selina, then a second one when he recognized Kara in her arms. Hello Bruce, wonderful party you're throwing. Have you met Kara before? Selina, good to see you again, and I can't say that I have. It's a pleasure to meet you. With a smooth smile Bruce held Kara's hand and lifted it to his lips laying a light kiss on top. Robin grunted in disgust causing Bruce to introduce him. This is Richard Grayson, my ward. Kara Danvers. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Wayne. Kara said with her best smile, and then turned towards the boy. And you too, Mr. Grayson. Ugh, you can just call me Dick, everyone does. Robin dismissed her greetings under the disapproving glance of his mentor. Oh, I'm really sorry. With the kindest smile she could manage, Kara put a hand on the boy's head and bent down, making sure to accentuate how much taller she was. Frankly, I know kids can be cruel, but there's no need to call you names. Hang in there, young man. Selina snorted and even Bruce had a glint of humor on his eyes as Robin was left speechless. Before he could recover, Kara got up and turned back towards Bruce. I really wanted to talk with you, Mr. Wayne. I'm sure I can manage to make it worth your time. I see. I can definitely make some time for you after the party. Ugh. This is totally not whelming. Turning away from them, the boy wonder lifted his arms and started walking further inside the mansion. I think I'm done here, I'm going to my room. Once mostly alone, Selina almost threw herself on Bruce's arms. Leaning on his chest she kissed him on the cheek and smiled. Well, my work here is done, so I'll leave the two of you alone to talk. See you later, Bruce. The both of them watched as the woman walked away with a distinct feline movement to her weights. Finally, Bruce turned back towards Kara. I'm surprised you know Selina. I can't say I really know her, but I liked her club and met her at the party. Kara commented, still staring at Selina's back. You know, I think she's planning to steal from everyone in the party. What are you here for, Kara? Bruce questioned while ignoring her unnecessary comment and dropping the pretense of a Casanova. So he already knew she was Catwoman, interesting but not surprising. Exactly what I said, I wanted to present you a proposal without having to wait years and your reputation gave me a good excuse. Kara replied. Fishing inside her own purse, she pulled out the drive with her proposal and handed it to him. Don't worry, this is strictly business related. I appreciate you trying to keep both things separated, but, next time, just send it through your cousin. He told her as he pocketed the device. If an alibi is needed, I'm far better prepared to create it. Well shit, Kara could see he was kinda right. Not that her own excuse was bad, but Batman had trained his entire life for it and, if she remembered right, even Alfred had been a secret agent before. Fine by me. Didn't really like slinking up to you like this anyway. Passing a hand through her hair she adjusted her dress and sighed, should I stay until the end of the party now? No, you're not important enough for people to pay attention to you and, even if they do, they'll just assume I had you over another time. I have let them believe that often enough. Fine, do look at it, I'm sure you're gonna find it lucrative. Leaving the mansion, Kara made sure to keep a wide smile on her face. It wasn't very hard since her memory of meeting Robin was still fresh on her mind. Damn shorty making eyes at Corey, in the future, probably. Shaking her head to dispel that strange train of thought, Kara considered how to get home, deciding to go for a short walk towards the teleport instead of just flying there. Gotham City may be incredibly dangerous at night, but not for someone like her. In truth, she was kind of disappointed. She had half expected some disaster to hit the party while she was still there and start a crisis for Batman. Guess even in DC those things don't happen every day, it just seemed like it when you're reading from the comics. There probably wouldn't ever be charity galas in Gotham if every one of them got attacked by madmen. In fact, after the way things had turned out as soon as she got to the planet, Kara had been expecting to constantly get attacked every time she looked out of the window. Kara knew her luck would run out eventually, but she was enjoying the peace and quiet in the meantime. Walking through the city, she couldn't help but hear cries for help and stopped 4 muggings and a shootout by using her speed to just steal the weapons involved and stun the criminals with a very light tap to the head without anyone even seeing her. She briefly wondered what people would think the next day. That the Flash had been in town. Then she heard 2 punks laughing and joking as they hit something, stuffed it into a bag and were walking towards the bridge to throw it. Row be damned, she hated animal cruelty. She arrived at the bridge and watched the bastards from behind, turning her head sideways to consider how she'd deal with them. Damn, this cat's going crazy, man. Ah. Come on, you think it's gonna die when it hits the water or when it drowns? One of the assholes filled with too many piercings asked. Who cares, just throw it. The second one said and grabbed for the bag. I do. Kara finally interjected as she kicked the mofo off the bridge and watched him sailing down. I don't think it's high enough to kill him, but do you think he knows how to swim? What the fuck are you doing, bitch? The remaining asshole shouted, looking from his belly-flopping friend towards her face with a hateful glare. Yeah, I agree, you should totally go help him. Grabbing the bag out of his hand, Kara lifted the second mofo by the collar and flung him out of the bridge. I guess both of them can't swim. Kara gently opened the bag to find an extremely angry, light blue cat. The kitty immediately went wild trying to scratch her, but Kara ignored its attempts. Shhhh, it's alright, the bastards are gone now. Look. The cat just tried to take out her eye, its claws bouncing off her fake one without leaving a scratch. Kara held it close to her chest and slowly started petting it while looking at the 2 bastards desperately trying to survive in the river. Eventually, one of them managed to reach the riverbank and drag himself out of the river, but the second one finally lost his strength and started to truly drown. Kara waited a few seconds, then sighed and saved the bastard. Grabbing both assholes, Kara saw they had soaked drugs inside their pockets and dropped them on top of a police car. The cat had finally calmed down and was actually staring at both guys as if it held a grudge, his sharp claws digging into Kara's arm with barely contained rage. Kara petted it again until it relaxed and calmed down. Ah, you're a good kitty after all. She called out in a stupid voice as she looked at its collar, a little metal plaque in the shape of a fish with its name and owner phone. So you're Dexter, come on, let's see if we can't find your owner. Finding Dexter's owner was easy. Kara just called the number and got the address. Unfortunately, the woman was dead and it had been a policeman who took the call. Kara let the cat see its owner one last time and managed to convince the police to release some of its things that weren't in the same room the crime had happened, but the cat couldn't stay in the midst of a police investigation. Kara looked at the exhausted cat as it slept in her arms and couldn't bear to leave it. New cat in hand, she had to fly back to Fawcett City since he wasn't recognized by the Zeta Tube network, and then spent the rest of the night getting it adjusted to her apartment. The next week was busy but otherwise uneventful. Dexter got into a few fights with Corey, but the Tamarinine eventually won the kitty over and he seemed to be getting better. Still incredibly aggressive, clawing at everything he could reach, but also incredibly needy when sleeping on her bed. Kara trained with Wonder Woman another 2 times, both of which were entirely focused on diminishing collateral damage and protecting civilians. Bobo called her and said he had some new information about the light, but the Shade hadn't contacted her and Green Arrow had asked her for a little more time for Roy and his clone. With Firebrand still out of commission, Kara didn't mind the delay so much. She had gotten the detective trying to locate Dr. Morrow's location, but that too would take some time. Even better, Kara and Cal had spent 2 entire days going over the information on Kryptonian technology, and Kara had managed to convince Cal to not destroy every doomsday weapon in it. He had refused to build anything too powerful, but if a planet-eating monster showed up they could make something useful in only a day or 2. Kara had also gotten the fortress to build her an emergency armor. It wasn't anything too impressive since the fortress only had a very limited amount of the materials needed. That, and Kara wanted to keep it in reserve in case it was needed for something else. In the meantime, her company was getting back on its feet. With access to new funding, Mr. Blackwell turned out to be a surprisingly competent manager. They had an appointment in a few days to hash out the details, but Kara could already see it was gonna work out as soon as Bruce finished analyzing her proposal. Maybe she'd get Dub-Ilex involved too. It would be mostly his people working there, and his management could make her life easier until she found a fitting CEO, or at least a COO to run the day-to-day. Mrah. Dexter protested and tried to sink his claws into her tights as Kara tried to move him out of her lap. He couldn't hurt her, but her clothes were paying the price for defiance against the little overlord. Sorry, Dexter, I have to take my little cousin to a meeting today. She finally pried the cat away from her pants and he hung bonelessly from her arms. His first plan thwarted, the kitty looked at her with huge eyes and started purring, almost forcing Kara to put him back down and accept being late. Fortunately, Kara resisted his mind control powers and let him down on the sofa while getting up. Sorry, I really have to go. Taking the closest Zeta tube to Smallville, Kara put on her mask and started flying the rest of the way towards the farm. Khan had his first reunion with the sidekicks today and Kara had promised Cal she'd be there for him. Well, with everything going on, she had forgotten to make a public costume so she wouldn't be meeting the rest of the team herself, but she'd at least bring him to Corey and the two of them could arrive together. Approaching the farm, she started concentrating on the noise coming from there, quickly locating Martha, Jonathan, and Khan talking about the day he had ahead of him. Khan really seemed to love the Kents. He found the farm's lack of noise calming and farm work to be very relaxing. Having already raised one super strong kid, they had experience with his problems and Khan seemed calmer and calmer every time Kara visited. Seeing as she was a little early, Kara slowed down and just enjoyed the sensation of flying. There was nothing better than the sheer pleasure of the wind passing over her body at high speeds, or even just letting herself drop in freefall then recovering at the last second and flying up again. Her mind was concentrating so much on the farm she only heard someone approaching her from behind when it was too late. A shiver on the back of her neck was Kara's only warning. She reacted on instinct, turning around and protecting her head with an arm, just catching a brief glimpse of a long chain as it hit her in the shoulder with so much force it shredded her jacket and made her cry out in pain. The chain wrapped itself twice around her body until the sharp point of a hook hit her just above her collarbone. Though unable to break through her skin, it still left a bruise and made her lose control of her flight. Suddenly, her enemy whipped the chain down. She hit the ground with a bang, immediately using Wonder Woman's teachings to try and stop herself, but still creating a 100 meters wide crater. Furious at the cheap shot, Kara grabbed at the chain with both hands and, seeing as they were in the middle of nowhere, returned the gesture, whipping whoever had just attacked her down into the ground and creating a second crater, one twice as big as her own, and lifting another cloud of dust into the air. From the middle of the dust cloud she could hear a very amused male laugh, then the owner of the chain started pulling on it to drag her closer. Gathering her will, Kara put everything she had on her flight and tried to resist the pull. When that didn't help, she got worried. Finally, the cloud dispersed and she could see who was attacking her. There was only one thing she could say. Ah shit. And. A shout to Exhaust Hero, Akuma Smag, Iori Demona Angel, Alliterative Arts, Eric Faust, Icewing, Comics, Dermonian, Davy Chappie, and Philip Nguyen for supporting my work. A huge thanks to Eric Faust for helping improve this chapter too. You can currently vote for Kara's future business partner in Patreon.com/Capcaverna. https://www.paypal.com/donate/?? hosted_button_ID =8EVXGFH49RVUS. Chapter 20, Chapter. Ah, shit. Kara repeated herself, her muscles straining uselessly against the chain wrapped around her body. Standing only 50 meters from her was the giant and shirtless form of Lobo, DC's most infamous bounty hunter. Lobo was just huge. While Cal had more of a swimmer's build, the bounty hunter was made of muscles upon muscles with arms as large as Kara's waist. He basically looked like the stylized album cover version of an 80s heavy metal singer on steroids. The very end of his chain was still wrapped around his bulging arm and the pale man was pulling her slowly towards himself with a smile on his face. Lobo, what the hell are you doing here? Kara grunted, equal parts fear and anger. Heh, seems like even Kryptonians know to fear the main man. You guys really are as smart as they say. Lobo mocked, but continued to drag her closer. In a hurry, Kara grabbed at the chain and tried to break it, but the metal was able to resist her strength somehow and only released a groan. Trying to fly away was useless, so Kara did the opposite. Rushing Lobo caused the chain to give her enough slack that she managed to slip out of it and kick him in the face as hard as she could. Lobo took the hit without even trying to protect himself and went flying, skidding across the ground for 100 meters before his hand grabbed at the floor and he stopped himself. Feisty. I like it. He laughed as he snapped his nose back into place and snorted a glob of blood out. I'd offer you a. Kara hit the asshole with the strongest blast of heat vision she could manage before he could finish the sentence. The attack hit him with physical force, driving his body back and through the ground for nearly a kilometer and incinerating a path of destruction. The farmland around her attack caught fire, its flames spreading rapidly through the crops. Kara cut off the attack and turned away from the Kent farm. Before Lobo could recover, she started fleeing. A single command activated her panic button, sending a message to the Justice League, Corey, Cal, and even Batman at the same time as her leg started reconfiguring itself into her emergency teleporter. Kara was just starting to think she had escaped when her ears caught a sound that chilled her blood. From the Kent's direction she heard Khan telling Martha he was gonna check out a noise he heard. Fuck. Kara didn't know if Lobo had come specifically for her or if any Kryptonian would do, but she wasn't willing to risk it. Stopping herself in the middle of the sky, Kara turned around to see Khan taking a huge leap towards Lobo's location. The bounty hunter himself was just getting up and seemed in no hurry to follow after her. Kara wanted to scream. Bastic, I think I'm in love. Lobo shouted as he got back to his feet, his burned face already starting to heal and his black hair to grow back. Pulling a giant cigar from his back pocket, Lobo bit the tip off and used the fire around him to light it up. He took a huge drag on the cancer stick and finally looked up at Kara, lifting an eyebrow when he saw she wasn't running. Heh. And I thought I'd have to hunt you down again. Kara was paralyzed with indecision. She wanted nothing more than to fly away, but, with Khan coming here and Lobo seemingly disinclined to follow her, she couldn't do it. She considered catching Khan before he arrived, but she also didn't know how fast Lobo was and couldn't risk leading him any closer to the Kent's farm. The man wasn't exactly known for his aversion to killing innocents. Why are you here, Lobo? Kara repeated herself, hoping that she could get him talking and delay him. Seems like you stole something from some pussy-ass lizard people and they put a bounty on my head. Something about their progenitors or some shit. He pointed at her with 2 fingers while puffing out a huge cloud of smoke. Always wanted to bag myself a Kryptonian, so I took the bounty, and the main man always delivers. Shit, how the hell did they find out about her? She and Corey had made sure to destroy all the data in the ship when they took it over. Also, Kara hadn't stolen anything from them. Well, maybe the ship itself, but it was just a common ship, damn it. Kara took the chance to release every drone she carried in her pockets. The little round devices weren't really weapons, but she could overload their self-destruction and turn them into low-power grenades. Not like that would hurt someone like Lobo, but it could distract him. Damn it, Kara just knew things had been going too well. Why didn't she bring an actual weapon? Lobo started calmly walking towards her, twirling his chain in his hand and causing it to sing as it cut through the air. Now come here, princess. The damn lizards are mostly interested in some bullshit organ they put in ya, so let the main men make your insides into the outsides and we can find it together. The chain flew towards her faster than she could see. Kara was ready and still managed to dodge to the side, but Lobo pulled on the chain and whipped it towards her, almost taking her head off. On reflex, Kara ducking under the swing, but she wasn't fast enough to dodge Lobo himself as he jumped up and grabbed her boot. Gotcha. Now let me punch your face in for ya. Fuck off. Kara stomped down on the brute, but Lobo only grabbed her other leg and squeezed, his strength so great it actually caused her pain. Looking at Lobo, Kara tried to burn his face off with heat vision again. The Zarnyen just leaned his head away and swung them both around in the air, causing her shot to go wide, burning a line through the farmland and hitting a barn a few kilometers away, setting it on fire. Fuck, even here she had to worry about collateral damage. Lobo took the chance to grab at her shirt and pull himself up her body, cackling in amusement the entire time. Using the interface on her eye, Kara ordered one of her drones to fly into Lobo's eye and explode. Arg. He finally took a hand away from her body to protect his eye. Kara acted fast. Twisting her body, she ripped the leg of her pants off and caused Lobo's remaining hand to slide off her body, holding only a piece of cloth. His body started tumbling down to the ground fast. With a shout of rage, she took the chance to punch him in the kidney and accelerate his fall. He hit the ground with a shockwave and immediately turned around, but Kara was already on top of him, delivering a knee to his stomach. She used her speed to punch him in the face twice before activating her heat vision again and trying to burn through his neck. The blast was so hot it vaporized the crops around them and scorched the ground. She just managed to burn her way to his spine when he grabbed her face, his enormous hand blocking her vision. Kara felt herself being lifted as Lobo got to his feet and ordered all her drones to bombard him, forcing the bounty hunter to use his other arm to destroy her small army. Having never stopped using her heat vision, Kara's drones brought her enough time to burn through Lobo's hand and amputate 2 of his fingers, loosening his hold. Before Kara could take her distance, Lobo kicked her in the chest, folding her body in half and sending her flying back. Fetalsgiz, what a rush. I ain't had this much fun since I stitched my granddad's eyes shut and sent him walking through traffic. Lobo screamed. A giant smile on his face. 100 meters away, Kara held her chest with a hand and tried to recover her breath. Heat vision was probably her most costly ability and she had been abusing it. Kara. Khan shouted when he finally got close enough to see them. With another giant leap, the boy dropped by Kara's side in a superhero landing. Putting a hand on her shoulder, he checked her for any wounds before looking towards Lobo. Bastic. Another one of you Kryptonians, I knew I was gonna have fun today. Just fraggin' knew it. Lobo laughed out loud as he shook his wounded hand, his fingers already starting to grow back. Kara, who's that? Khan asked as Kara finally righted herself, her chest still hurting. Lobo, psychotic bounty hunter extraordinaire. Kara glanced at Khan and saw the boy was tense, his eyes glued to the enemy as if he just wanted to charge in and start punching. Don't. I already called for help, we just gotta delay him. For a second, it seemed like Khan wasn't gonna listen to her, but then he released a breath and nodded, causing Kara to smile. Alright punks, it's kinda a tragic fraggin' waste, but the main man is on the clock. And if your buddies are coming, I'm gonna have to stop playing around with ya. Lobo cracked his neck and rolled his shoulders. Tell you what, the more you struggle the more it's gonna hurt, so, feel free to go crazy. Lobo exploded into action, his speed much faster than before. Both Kara and Khan ducked under a swing of his chain, and Kara barely had time to cross her arms in front of her chest before getting hit by a flying knee. Khan tried to punch Lobo in the face, but the hunter reacted instantly. Grabbing his hand, Lobo pulled Khan out of balance and headbutted him into the ground. Kara recovered and attacked with a kick which Lobo blocked with his chain wrapped around his arm. Kara managed to avoid getting grabbed again, but Lobo's hook glanced off the side of her head with enough strength to disorient her. The Zarnian turned towards Kara, giving Khan enough time to jump to his feet and punch him twice in the side, then climb on his neck and try to put him into a sleeper hold. What's this, amateur hour? Lobo grabbed at Khan, but it left him open for Kara to strike him in the balls. Gah. No matter how Khan tried to hold on, Lobo still managed to pry the arm away from his throat with a single hand. He then swung at Kara, using her little cousin's body as a bludgeon. Kara managed to dodge it and kick at Lobo's arm, but the bounty hunter didn't release his new club. Arg. Khan screamed and grabbed at his arm with his free hand. No. Unable to keep her mind calm, Kara charged right in, tackling Lobo, which caused him to drop Khan but rewarded her with a knee to the face. Before Kara could recover, Lobo lifted both hands and delivered a devastating hammer blow to the back of her head, burying her body deep into the ground. Under the ground, Kara realized they may not be able to buy enough time. The fight had only lasted for a few minutes and Kara really doubted she could survive another. She thought about the teleport in her leg. It was already ready. Activating it would be so easy. A single command and she'd be away from here and safe inside the fortress. Unfortunately, it could only take one Kryptonian to the fortress. She couldn't take Khan with her or send Lobo instead. A huge arm dug into the ground and grabbed her by the hair, lifting her up with barely any resistance. Bringing her head up, Lobo stared into her face with a grin. What's the matter? I don't already. Reiwa. Khan screamed as he rushed from the side and punched Lobo in the head. The Zarnian dropped Kara and took 2 steps back, but Khan didn't stop there, raining a flurry of blows at his face and screaming all the while. Kara tried to help, but she was still disoriented from the last blow and couldn't even manage to fly, only managing to stumble towards them. Finally, Lobo had enough. Grabbing his hook, he swung up, forcing Khan to stop his attack and jump back. In the air, Khan was unable to dodge the second hook strike. Not being fully Kryptonian, he wasn't as resistant as Kara, and the hook dug deeply into his side, splashing blood all over Lobo's arm. When Khan fell back to the ground, he stumbled and fell to his knees in pain. In desperation, Kara tried to rush to his help, only to fall down, her legs unable to support her. With one last effort, she used her eyes interface to delay her teleport by 3 seconds. Ripping her prosthetic leg off, she threw it as hard as she could towards Khan. Lobo reacted, his instincts making him swat the projectile out of the sky. Kara watched it hit the ground and, with a loud pop, disappear. Huh. The Zarnian looked at where the leg used to be, then shrugged and walked towards Khan with a maniacal grin on his face. You know, you punch like a chump, but you're tenacious, I'll give you that. I'm almost sorry to have to kill ya. Ah, who am I kiddin'? I'm not sorry at all. Khan tried to fight back, but Lobo kicked him in the head one last time, sending him back a few dozen meters, worsening his wounds and causing him to finally pass out. Now, I never fragged a Kryptonian before, why fella gonna be my first? I'm almost shy. Unable to get herself up, Kara dug into her eye socket and pulled out her last prosthetic before throwing it at Lobo as hard as she could. Once again the bounty hunter swatted it out of the sky with his chain, his swing so fast the bomb flew a few meters away before it had time to implode. The effect was devastating. The displaced space first drew Kara a few centimeters closer to its effect, then it seemed to break with a deafening bang, violently and randomly cutting everything in its range into 1,000 pieces and teleporting them into different directions. Kara stayed down for a few seconds. Finally, she managed to push herself into a kneeling position and laugh. She had done it. The device should have splattered Lobo all over the place, buying them enough time. It just had to. Hey you fraggin' bitch, those chains cost money. All color fled from Kara's face as she heard the Charnian's voice. I was gonna do you the favor of killing ya, but nobody gets away with breaking mainman toys like that. Now I'm gonna hand you to the bastards alive. Kara finally saw the bounty hunter. Lobo hadn't escaped the explosion unharmed. He was missing his entire right arm and most of his chest, his head was only connected to the rest of his body by a small strip of flesh, and his ribcage was left fully exposed. He also didn't really seem to care. Blood flowed freely through the ground and he seemed to barely be on his feet, but soon the blood stopped and his exposed flesh started squirming as it regenerated. Getting his feet back under him, Lobo used hand to hold his head in place until it grew enough flesh to stay on his body. It must have taken an entire minute, but Kara just stood there, looking. No, she just refused to believe it. She refused to believe this utter asshole was just gonna kill her newest little cousin. She absolutely refused to believe he was gonna hand her back to the Psions, to once again become one of their experiments. No. In her first life, Kara had just been getting her life in order, had gotten a job and started to be happy when it was all taken away as she died. No. She had been gifted a second chance. A second life on Krypton where she had a family, a bright future, maybe even a chance to leave her mark on the world. But that too had been taken away, even more completely than her previous one. No. Now she had just started to rebuild it all, she had a best friend, she had a family again, she had people who loved her, and this thing was just going to. No. She refused. With a roar of absolute anger, Kara threw herself at the regenerating Lobo, a red aura manifesting itself around her, sharp spikes of pure rage forming around it. Lobo used his remaining arm to punch her, but one of the spikes dug into his flesh and divided his fist in half. Kara seemed to forget about her wounds, forget about her pain. The only thought in her mind was to utterly obliterate her enemy. Die! She shouted, her voice distorted by emotion. In her anger she grabbed his arm and turned one of her spikes into a thin blade, severing it completely before throwing it away as hard as she could. The aura around her arm turned physical, lengthening her fingers into claws that she used to push an arm through his chest and pull out his heart. Lobo head-butted her, snapping her head back. He then did it again and again, laughing like a maniac the entire time, but it only served to increase her rage. Grabbing his head with both hands, she twisted it all the way around and ripped it off before hundreds of rage spikes ripped his body into pieces. Die. 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 Kara squeezed his head between her arms and activated her heat vision one last time, the heat burning through Lobo's flesh until there was only a skull left, then even that crumbled into ash. Despite Lobo's total destruction, Kara continued to rage, screaming out like a madwoman. She completely lost track of time as she struck against an inexistent enemy and sent spikes of red light cutting through the ground. Finally, she fell back to her knees breathing hard, her rage having diminishing and the red aura around her slowly fading away. Breathing hard, she felt the tears falling down her eyes and into the completely ravaged ground. Strong arms enveloped her and pulled her closer to a chest covered with the red symbol of House L, SHHHH, it's all right. He can't hurt you anymore. She looked up to see Cal, his face concerned but also filled with half a dozen small cuts. His costume too was filled with small cuts from her power. A second set of arms hugged her from the front. Kara turned her eyes to see Khan, a huge gash on his forehead, an eye already starting to swell up, but otherwise fine. She cried harder. Gently, Cal lifted her into his arms and cleaned her face with a thumb. Still crying, Kara buried her face into his chest and shook as the Kryptonian equivalent of adrenaline left her body. Lifting his eyes, he considered the destruction around them, his face turning into one of utter fury, his eyes shining red with barely contained power. Again. Cal quietly whispered. His voice was sadder than Kara had ever heard before. I won't allow this to happen again, I can't. Friend Kara. Corey shouted as she finally arrived. The Tamaranine princess dropped right in front of Cal and was quickly followed by Wonder Woman. With some of her regained strength, Kara managed to push her face away from Cal's chest. Her cousin reluctantly released her, letting Kara float under her own power for a brief second before Corey glomped her. Kara buried her face in Corey's shoulder and held on with everything she had. The Tamaranine hugged her back, her hands carefully supporting Kara in case she lost her power. It is all right, I am here for you. Corey soothed and held Kara's head in her hands. She adjusted Kara's hair away from her face with a finger and kissed her in the forehead. I will always be here for you. Kara let herself be held in Corey's arms, enjoying the fleeting sense of security she could bring. She knew she'd have to let go, but she really wished they could stay like that forever. So, what are you doing after? 'Cause Bastic, that fight was hot. Said someone from the ground. Everyone reacted. Corey held Kara in her arms and floated up to get some distance from the sound while Cal put himself in front of Khan, his eyes shining red. Without anyone to protect, it was Wonder Woman that advanced, finding a pool of blood and pieces of meat with a half-regenerated head inside. What's the matter? You never seen a guy regenerate from his own blood before. Said Lobo's head, still missing most of its left side. Wonder where you threw that arm, 'cause I tell ya, that's gonna be a pain to deal with in a week or two. A shout to Exhaust Hero, Akuma SMAG, Iori Demona Angel, Alliterative Arts, Eric Faust, Icewing, Comics, Dermonian, Davy Chappie, Bon Bao, Ian Michael, Wandering Demon, Scott, Tony Martinez and Travis Cox for supporting my work. If you like the current chapter, think about supporting too at patreon.com/capcaverna. https://www.paypal.com/donate/question hosted_button_ID =$8EVXGFH49RVUS. Chapter 21, Chapter Warning, my notebook died once and for all, so next chapter may be delayed or suffer a drop in quality. Really sorry about that. And. 15 minutes later, Kara was still feeling a little shaken. She and Corey watched as Cal used his frost breath to put out the fires all around them. Unfortunately, the cold probably also killed the crops around the place. Khan himself had woken up angrier than ever, but he had calmed down after a minute or two. As a half-Kryptonian under sunlight, he still had some impressive regeneration, and the wounds Lobo had given him were already closing. The largest chunk of the bounty hunter himself hung from Wonder Woman's shoulder. He was still only a head with the bare hints of a neck starting to grow. His hair was tied into a convenient handle, and Wonder Woman had used her lasso of truth as a gag to keep him from talking. "You sure you should be using a divine artifact like that?" Kara couldn't help but ask. After all, the lasso was usually used to force people to talk, not the other way around. "Do not worry. While this isn't exactly its intended purpose, I have to confess I hardly used the lasso for a more satisfying cause," the heroine told them as she started looking around the devastated farmland. "I do believe even the gods would approve." An old farm truck approached them from the direction of the city. The young man driving it parked just before the devastated area and got out. "Jesus, my crops!" Without knowing what to do, the man just grabbed at his head. With the fires put out, Cal started floating down to talk with the farmer, a smile on his face. "Tell him I'll pay for the damages." Kara whispered and saw the slight tilt of her cousin's head indicating he had heard her. The damage of their battle was extensive, and the farmer's insurance probably didn't cover villain damage this far away from a big city. "I'll start marking the area Lobo's blood has affected." Wonder Woman put a hand on Corey's shoulders and nodded. "Superboy, you willing to help me out by making sure I don't miss anything?" "Yeah, sure." Khan pushed himself to his feet. As Cal continued to explain to the farmer what had happened and how the League weren't going to leave him in the lurch, the two heroes started trying to mark a large area around the battle for incineration. The crops were already dead anyway, and it was best to be sure no new Lobos would grow from a piece of him they missed. Kara wanted to help out as well, but was still feeling exhausted and confused. Together with Corey, they just floated up and went to sit on top of the half-destroyed barn to wait and watch until everything was done. Kara would react to any strange noises, and only Corey's presence by her side prevented her from fully freaking out. "Sorry, you and Khan are missing the sidekicks meeting." Kara apologized, but it only earned another hug from Corey. "Absurdity, foolishness, madness. How could I abandon you after that Zarbnov, no, that Glempork attacked you?" Corey said, her fists shaking with anger as she stared directly at Kara's eyes. Suddenly she threw her arms around Kara's neck and squeezed. "I am so overjoyed you are safe, friend Kara." Feeling Corey's arms around her body, and knowing her cousin was near to deal with any danger, Kara finally let herself sag into Corey's embrace, her entire body shaking. Squeezing her eyes shut, she took in Corey's feel, her scent and her aura before pretending everything else didn't matter for a few minutes. Slowly, Corey adjusted her position and laid Kara's head on her lap, gently caressing her hair and starting to make tinny braids. Eventually, the two of them had to fly up. Wonder Woman held Khan by their side while Cal opened his eyes wide and released a controlled blast of heat vision, incinerating everything on the demarcated area, turning it into ash to prevent Lobo's regeneration. "Is it done?" Cal asked, and Wonder Woman shook her head. "No, we could not find his missing arm," she said as she grabbed Lobo's head from her shoulder. "Well, I'm not seeing it either. I'll inform Batman, but, at this point, I think we'll just have to deal with it when he shows up again." Cal sighed and turned his gaze to Kara and Khan's way once again. He looked back at Wonder Woman. "Accompany us to the fortress. I know they're mostly fine, but I want to do another scan on them." Diana gave Cal a kind smile and let him take Khan from her hands. Holding Lobo by his hair, she nodded. "Of course, I can make some time for this." Together, all five of them flew as fast as they could towards the fortress. Inside a planet's atmosphere there was very little difference in their speed, and soon they dropped in front of the crystal structure. Khan seemed annoyed he had to be carried around, but Cal laid a hand on his back and smiled. "I used to have to walk everywhere too. Only got my flight when I was, 20? Khan stared at Cal for a second, then nodded with a small smile on his face. "Thanks. Don't worry too much about it. Heck, Batman doesn't have any powers and he gets around just fine. I'm sure you're gonna adapt before long." Cal opened the fortress and they all walked inside, even as he continued talking, almost as if he wanted them to distract them from what had happened. "I remember I even beat the Flash in a race once. Don't think I can do that again. I'm a lot slower now that I don't run so much." "Clark, you do know the Flash let you win that race, right?" Wonder Woman asked with amusement, causing Cal to turn on her with a surprised look. "What? Slander. I won that race fair and square," he said in indignation. "It was for charity, Clark. He let you win once," Wonder Woman said with an amused smile on her face. "Lies," he mock shouted, then saw the fortress AI manifest in front of them. Alright, prepare the healing pods for Connor and Kara please. As you wish Master Kal-El, the image of Jor-El said and turned towards Kara. Miss Kara, I took the liberty of getting one of your spare prosthetics ready for you. Kara traded glances with Corey and finally released her hand, a slight blush on her face. Alright, were you able to recover my leg? Yes, the krypton casing is perfectly fine, but the sunstone inside it had to be completely replaced. Jor-El's image said and Kara nodded, using her flight to stay on her feet. How long is it gonna take? Again, I took the liberty of scrapping the damaged sunstone and placing one of the spare sunstone crystals inside. It will only take a few hours in the solar chamber before it is finished growing. Kara nodded. She had programmed a few spare crystals with the configurations of her leg in case it was ever damaged. In a solar chamber, the crystals should be able to absorb sunlight much faster and develop at an accelerated pace. Kal accompanied Khan inside one of the rooms while Jor-El guided Wonder Woman towards the emergency cells inside the fortress so she could finally drop Lobo off. A second manifestation of Jor-El guided Kara towards another of the healing rooms. Stopping right at the entrance, Kara gulped and turned towards Corey. Keep me company. I will not leave your side, friend Kara. Corey said as she followed her. Looking at the healing pod awaiting her, Kara took a few deep breaths and squeezed Corey's hand. Finally, she gathered her courage and took her damaged clothes off, stepping into the pod and laying back against the comfortable seating. In the fight against Lobo, Kara almost choked at her own words. After a second she swallowed and completed her sentence. Lobo said there was an important organ inside me and I also showed a new power while fighting him, something not common to a Kryptonian. Can you take a deeper look at it? Certainly, Miss Kara Zor-El. The AI nodded and briefly looked aside as if it was reading something. I have to say, it is entirely possible this is simply a different manifestation of your Kryptonian heritage. There are thousands of possible powers a Kryptonian can manifest under yellow sunlight radiation and would therefore not register as abnormal to my programming previously, but I will certainly look into the matter. Thank you. With that said, Kara gave Corey one last look and let the pod's door close. She thought she'd be able to stay awake for the entire time but, once the pod started healing her, she was quickly hit with the sheer exhaustion she had been holding back and fell asleep. Kara woke up with a startle. Her hands immediately started banging against the lid of the pod with frantic hurry as her mind flashed back to her time under the psions. With a strong kick she sent the lid flying and jumped out of the pod, falling down to the floor and hyperventilating. I am awake. Corey shouted as she slipped from her chair and fell to the floor. I am here, friend Kara, you are safe. Seeing her friend with dark bags under her eyes, Kara finally calmed down. She let herself sit down and lean against the pod before sighing. At least she only damaged the lid. The fortress could fix that fairly easily. Banging her head against the pod, she noticed her shaking hands and grabbed at them, forcing her limbs to stop trembling. Only a second later did she feel Corey's own hands grabbing at hers and squeezing. How long was I out? She finally asked. Nearly 20 hours. Truthfully, you were completely healed in 7. However, the Superman and I decided to let you sleep a little longer. Taking another deep breath, Kara noticed she had both her leg and eye back. Looking down at her leg she wiggled her toes to test their motion and nodded in satisfaction. And you, were you awake the entire time? Kara asked, seeing the bags under Corey's eyes. I did not wish for you to awake and be alone. Corey said, glancing at the pod's lid piercing the ceiling and causing Kara to snort. The pod of healing does resemble a psion device. Thanks. What would I do without you? Together, they got up from the ground and Kara found an empty bedroom for Corey to rest. Despite her increased resistance, Corey had been awake for nearly 2 days now and her dislike of the situation didn't help. Tamarinines were incredibly vulnerable to negative emotions, it made them weaker. Are you certain you do not need me anymore, friend Kara? Corey asked even as her eyes struggled to stay awake. Don't worry, I'm feeling much better already. Just rest, Corey. After Corey finally started resting, Kara waited a few minutes just thinking about things before asking the room. Did you find anything in the examination? Certainly. Jor-El materialized at her side, his face impassive as always. It seems like your body has fully integrated the alien organ inserted into it, it's no longer inert. What exactly is it doing then? Kara asked. Jor-El briefly glanced at Corey before starting to talk. The organ seems strangely similar but not exactly equal to Tamarinine biology. It is constantly releasing a minimal level of psionic energy and, while this is only a hypothesis at the moment, said energy seems to fluctuate with your mood. So it gets stronger the angrier I get? Kara asked, feeling both tired and curious. Incorrect, it still needs further observation, but seems to react to any strong emotion. The AI said with an amused smile. Even then, the fluctuations are very small and it would need an extremely large emotional response to manifest. Well shit. Kara couldn't help but say, leaning back on her chair she snickered, Her laughter grew louder and louder until she had to put a hand over her mouth to stop herself from waking Cory up. What the hell were those stupid lizards trying to do? Apologies, Miss Kara, but the fortress does not have that information at the moment. Of course it doesn't. It would be too easy if it did. Kara wanted to curse, if only she specialized in biology. Who was she kidding? If she had the necessary knowledge to solve this particular problem, she was probably gonna have to deal with a rogue AI or some problem with her soul instead. Uncle, please, scrap that power armor I ordered built, Kara said after a few moments of thinking. I'm gonna have to start from scratch. Miss Kara, I hope you're not thinking of using the blue star radiation suit. Jor-El looked at her with enough disapproval on his face to almost make Kara wince. You know it may increase your powers, but it will also vastly accelerate the deterioration of your damaged cells. I'm not going to be using it constantly, or really, before I'm fully healed. Kara defended, and already started considering the modifications she'd make. But I need to have the option. I can't allow myself to be that vulnerable again. Jor-El sighed and shook his head. May I suggest you speak with Master Kal-El first? Good idea, I'm gonna ask him to incorporate some of the weapons we discarded. Maybe unlock that file with the really dangerous tech. That was not what I had in mind, Miss Kara, and you know it. Jor-El tried to intimidate her with his stare for a few seconds, but she kept in mind he was not the head of her house and he gave up when she wasn't responding. Very well, I'll start the modifications. Kara spent the next few hours modifying her plans for a power armor, including a variety of things such as energy weapons strong enough to stun even a Kryptonian and various prototypes based on the teleporting grenade Kara kept in her eye. She also started working on turning her drones into teleporting grenades. It would make them slightly bigger and less stealthy, but the ability to destroy a cubic meter and a half of space around themselves more than made up for it. As she continued tapping into the screen of her device, Kara saw a hand grabbing at her arm and stopping it, causing her to notice she had been shaking again. Staring at her trembling limb, she willed herself to stop, squeezing the device for a second or two before finally looking up and meeting Kal's eyes. Come on. Let's talk where we don't risk waking up your friend. He nodded towards the exit. Fine. Kara barked, already feeling insecure. She was supposed to be the older one, the one looking over him. Not the one who needed help every rowdy damn time. Kara followed Kal towards the same table they once had breakfast on. 2 glass bowls of ice cream waited for them. I'm not a kid. You can't placate me with ice cream. Kara grunted, but sat down and started eating it anyway. It may not placate her, but it was still ice cream. Kal just gave her a look and smiled. I'm not trying to placate you, just to make you feel better. Is it working? Kara scooped another spoonful of vanilla ice cream and sighed. Yes, kinda. I'm still gonna be filling my armor with enough weapons to blow up the moon. She grumbled before taking a third bite. Lobo may have been the fastest to track me down, but I really doubt he's gonna be the last. I know. Kal said, dropping his amused smile for a more serious look. And we're gonna deal with them when they show up. Until then, I won't stop you from improving your armor. You won't. Well, I'll stop you from putting a nuke inside it, but I won't stop you from using the fortress resources to improve it as long as you don't use it recklessly. Picking his own bowl, Kal started eating his own ice cream, earning a glare from Kara. She had wanted to eat both of them. Alright, so what are we gonna talk about? You know, I thought you weren't gonna be getting into those kinds of fights. In hindsight, that was kinda foolish of me, but I thought you were just gonna act as tech support and your training with Diana would be enough. I was wrong. That makes 2 of us. Kara snorted in bitter amusement and oddly poked her spoon at the ice cream. Yes, well. I already spoke with Connor. Seeing as the both of you can't stay away from trouble, I'm offering to personally teach you how to fight. Leaning over the table, Kal continued. It's going to be after his school hours, but I'm gonna be teaching him Kryptonian martial arts every day from now on, and I want you to be there too. Would it even help all that much? Kara asked with uncertainty. It's not that she didn't want to learn, but she doubted she could get good enough in a short amount of time. I mean, I don't have 10 years to train with you. You'd be surprised. Torquasm Vo and Torquasm Rao were made to be mastered in 10 to 20 years by Kryptonian warriors, but that was on Krypton. Lifting a hand, Kal poked at his temple and smiled. Yellow sunlight improves more than just our strength, you know. Not only do we think faster and better, even our muscle memory is created faster. So, I can be some kind of master in months or something. Not exactly. In truth, I'd say I'm only above average if we're only talking about skill. Kal leaned back, his hand flashing forward and snatching his ice cream from the table just as Kara was about to steal some of it. What both disciplines have taught me is how to use my powers to their fullest. What do you mean? You know just how good our senses are. Most of the time I have to block most of the things I see and hear, letting them become almost like white noise in the background in order to stay sane. He told her as he finished his cup and laid it to the side. With Torquasm Rao I can process all that information and act on it almost on instinct. It allows me to use the full extent of my powers in a fight. Torquasm Vo, on the other hand, is a completely mental discipline. John tells me it taps into my latent psychic power, and it does allow me to fight off mental influences and even some specific magical effects. Of course, during Kara's upbringing as well as in her last life had heard about these Kryptonian martial arts, but she had never been able to fully understand them. So, one just allows you to fight better but doesn't improve your skills per se, while the other is a mental defense. Well, let me ask you this, Kara, how do you fly? I just will it. Kara answered, flight was almost second nature for her now, and it wasn't really any strange power or propulsion system. She wanted to fly, she believed she could fly, so she flew. Exactly, it's mental. Now this isn't really the goal of Torquasm Vo, but greater control of my latent psychic power does give me certain advantages. With a smile on his face, Cal gently touched the cup with just the tip of his finger, causing it to slowly float up as if flying by itself. It used to be that I had to hold something in my arms to make it fly, now I can just touch something and extend my protection field. I think that, if I fully master the art, I could make something fly without even touching it by extending my field at range. Kara already knew about the protection field, it was how she could catch a plane and prevent it from crumbling around her, or allow her to carry a normal person in her arms while flying extremely fast. If she could use that actively instead of just on instinct. Well damn. Even under yellow sunlight it still won't improve you immediately, but I bet that, in 6 months to a year, you can become a competent fighter. You won't be defeating Diana or Bruce in a contest of skill, but we do have our tricks to make up for it. I see. Cal seemed happy to just talk with her, explaining a few tricks he could do with his powers that Kara hadn't thought about and telling her about beautiful spots she could fly to if she wanted to relax. Finally, Cal sighed in frustration. This is much harder when it's personal. What is it? Kara asked. Kara, I really wanted to wait until you decided to talk about it, but you know I had access to the Fortress medical scans, right? Cal tried to extend a hand to hold Kara's, but she pulled away from him, feeling exposed. I know at least some of what happened to you. Kara's first instinct was to tell Cal to go fuck himself, but she managed to stop herself and think about things. So what, it's over, Cal, what do you want me to do about it? Talk with someone, it doesn't need to be me, Kara, but you don't need to go through this alone. Do you need to talk with someone every time something happens? She grumbled while shifting her eyes away. Yes, not always mind you, but even I have to ask for help sometimes. Cal said with a tired, haunted voice as he remembered things. Nowadays I just talk with Ma and Pa, but it was hard to accept some things when I was starting out. Kara just stayed quiet, it's not like she hadn't needed help from a psychologist in her previous life. She knew how much it could help, but she had wanted to be stronger. Finally, as she saw the concern on her cousin's face, Kara nodded. Fine, I guess I can talk with someone. She'd have to search for a good psychologist very carefully. Far too many of them turned out to be supervillains in DC. You know, Black Canary is a licensed therapist and she has personal experience our kind of problem. Cal said as if he could read her mind. And I can indicate several others if you need it. Right, I'll think about it. Kara said with a tired voice and poked at the remains of her ice cream, it had melted while they talked. After further discussions, planning, and ice cream placation, Corey woke up after only 2 hours of sleep and the both of them returned to their apartment. Billy had been there to feed Dexter, but he had no wish to stay any more time than necessary with what he called the demon cat, all caps. The two women eventually got settled in, but Kara wasn't able to fully relax, her mind was filled with far too many thoughts. What had the Psions put inside her? Did they already know where she was, or had Lobo been working by himself? Could Torquasm Vo help her control this new power? Had she actually used the red light of rage and had that attracted Atrocitus' attention? Was he even a thing here? A loud and indignant meow caused her to turn to Dexter. The cat lifted his tail in the air and started guiding her to the bathroom sink before meowing again. Dexter, you have your water fountain, it's right there. Kara huffed and pointed at the small fountain connected to the socket. Corey just snickered from her place on the couch. Meow. Fine, here. She slightly opened the faucet, letting just a trickle of water run down the sink. Dexter just continued to look at her. Right, of course you want me to lift you too. All right, but you have to pay the toll. Grabbing the cat, Kara squeezed it tightly against her chest, earning herself a few more meows and scratches of indignation. Toll paid, she dropped him next to the sink and watched as he drank the water for a minute or two. Sitting on the carpet of the floor, Kara pulled her mobile computer out and continued working on improvements to her armor. She wasn't going to leave the house without at least some heavy protection. At her bedroom, her device started printing a mixture of new bomb drones and full stealth cameras to refill her wasted devices. Eventually Kara noticed her hands had started shaking again, but then Dexter jumped on her lap and started kneading her clothes while purring and her shaking stopped. Silly cat. She complained, but started petting him anyway. Her hand going through his fur calmed her down by a lot. Billy is completely wrong, you're a good kitty. Still tired and laying on the sofa, Corey smiled as she watched them and finally went to sleep, and. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna. A shout to Exaust Hero, Akuma SMAG, Iori Demona Angel, Alliterative Arts, Eric Faust, Icewing, Comics, Dermonian, Davy Chappie, Bon Bao, Ian Michael, Wandering Demon, Scott, Tony Martinez, Travis Cox, and Chaos for supporting my work. Chapter 22, Chapter. Warning, my notebook died and I'm having to write from my phone. My patrons are helping out to PR my chapter so there shouldn't be any loss of quality, but it does mean updates are going to be slower until I can get a new PC. I'm sorry Miss Danvers, what exactly is going on here? The large man asked, his huge beer belly touching the table as he used his elbows to lean forward. I mean, I'm glad things are working again, but why now? Kara thought about what to say. She could lie and come up with an excuse, but did she even need to? Were you close to the Danvers, Mr. Blackwell? She asked, buying herself a few more seconds to think. No Miss Danvers, I never really met your parents. I'm just a grunt trying to keep everything working after that asshole ran away with the company's money. The man told her and scratched at his beard. From what the boys tell me, they were never that involved with things anyway. I see. Well, suffice to say that, for personal reasons, I too did not know them very well either. That the personal reason was the fact that she was an alien from another planet with no actual relation to the Danvers didn't need to be pointed out. It took me some time to get access to my inheritance once I found out they were dead. I see. He sighed, then shook his head. Or well, I don't, but I guess that's not any of my business anyway. All I wanted to know is, do I still have a job? And what about everyone else? Yes, you still have a job. Mr. Donovan will be taking over the CEO position for the time being. However, Kara pointed to Dub Ilek's disguised form at her side, a middle-aged black man wearing glasses. And, since we're going to be expanding, you're actually getting a salary bump despite the demotion. Derek Blackwell had turned out to be a surprisingly simple man. Far from being the best man for the job, Blackwell had, nonetheless, been the only one capable of doing it until now. Thankfully, Dub Ilex had agreed to act as CEO for a few months until Kara could get someone better. She was already compiling a document with all she could prove about Lex's crimes to try and entice her first choice away from the unscrupulous business tyrant's side. Right, can't say I'll miss all this damn paperwork, and I'm really glad the guys still have a job, but... Blackwell cut himself off, as if afraid of actually asking something. Go on Mr. Blackwell, I won't be firing you for asking questions as long as you're polite about it. Kara waved for him to speak. Well, it's just, a few of the boys and I stopped by the factory earlier today and, well, it's awfully in order ma'am, and there were some strange people working there, people nobody had ever seen before. The overweight man pushed himself away from the table and his eyes avoided Kara's. Not that there's anything wrong with that, mind you, but a man hears things. Now, I don't mean to insult you ma'am, but you just showed up out of nowhere, fixed the old factory in a week, and now you're not only hiring the boys back, but a lot of other people too, all this because of some miracle contract with Wayne Tech of all things. Blackwell's legs started tapping against the floor from anxiety and he kept glancing at the door. I had to think to myself, the city is awfully quiet and away from anything exciting. Ain't nobody gonna be asking too many questions if strange shit starts happening around here. I don't want the boys getting caught with some kinda metahuman or mad scientist deal. Don't worry, Mr. Blackwell. I'm only going to be doing exactly what I said, which is to produce affordable technology. Kara sighed. In hindsight, getting the G-Trolls to help put the factory in order was kind of a dead giveaway. Even when Dub Ilex kept them under his illusions the entire time, they were still too fast and too strong to be normal humans. Is anyone else going to cause trouble because of the ridiculous notion that I'm some kind of supervillain? No ma'am. Most of the boys are too happy to see the company back on its feet again to even think about it. Blackwell said, and now that Kara was looking for it she could see the clear signs of fear on his face. At least now she knew why he was being so polite to her. Machiavelli may have been a prick, but if it really was better to be feared and that kept Blackwell in line, Kara wasn't about to go out of her way to correct any misunderstandings Blackwell might have. They finished talking about the new hiring policies and having Blackwell act as a guide so Dub Ilex could get to know the company better. With that out of the way, the now former CEO of her company left the room feeling both apprehensive and optimistic. With Bruce having accepted her proposal, Kara had spent 2 weeks designing new solar panels that they could produce. Cal had not been happy she was putting off her talk with the League's unofficial counselor, Black Canary, but he hadn't pushed the issue yet. Still, Kara had managed to get her panel's efficiency up from around 13% to a whopping 26% just with the technology her company had access to, and decreased the cost of producing them by 35%. However, even this improvement was pitiful considering what she could do with her own tech, but it was the absolute limit with the current materials in use. They weren't exactly the quantum leap forward she'd hoped for, but she'd make her panels even better in a year or two. Miss Danvers. Ilex shook her shoulders, causing Kara's eyes to snap open with a startle and her fingers to dig a hole into the table she had been holding. When was the last time you slept? Sleep is for the weak. Kara joked. Seeing the unamused look on X's human face, she pushed herself to her feet and explained. Kryptonians don't really need to sleep, Ilex. Miss Danvers, I was in charge of your little cousin and read Cadmus files on Kryptonians. While you can achieve a state where sleep is unnecessary, it requires years of exposure to yellow sun radiation. I slept plenty yesterday. Kara defended herself, but didn't tell the xenomorph it had only been for 2 hours before waking up in a cold sweat. I'll sleep a little tonight when I get home. Very well, I'll start working on getting the company fully operational right away. Remember to put some genomes to watch over the employees, at least for now. Like Blackwell said, I don't think anyone is going to be asking questions at the moment, but we did it mysteriously, get a Wayne Tech contract, and the factory site is full of xenomorphs. It's better to be safe than sorry. Of course. Miss Danvers, before you leave, can I ask you about a personal matter? Ilex said, his illusion appearing to be hesitant. Sure, go ahead. Kara mumbled as she scratched at the bags under her eyes. Many of us xenomorphs wish to meet the metahumans used as a base to produce our kind, but the Cadmus database only has the location of a few of them. Could you ask the League about it? Of course, I'm sure that even if the League doesn't have that information, Batman should. Thank you. With a yawn, Kara allowed Ilex to take her seat and start working on the company systems. Walking into one of the storage rooms, she typed a password on her cell phone, causing both the floor and ceiling to open and revealing the Zeta tube she had installed in the building a few days ago. In truth, she really wanted to fly back home, but the Lobo locked on the Fortress of Solitude was already completely healed. It meant there was far too big a chance that a copy of the bounty hunter had already regenerated from his missing arm and was hunting for her. Lobo really was incredibly annoying. She didn't even dare go back to her moon base alone since he could travel through space with his motorcycle. As a result, she had to get Corey to go with her and relocate some of the projects there into the fortress. Thankfully, Kel had agreed to separate a corner of the fortress for her use, and she trusted him to give her privacy while she was there. When she got back and saw the state of her apartment, she groaned. There were feathers spread everywhere and even some drops of blood. With a sigh, Kara made for the linen closet when Dexter came running from her bedroom, his little paws barely making a sound on the floor. He threw his body against her and waved between her legs once or twice before dropping a pigeon head at her feet and glancing up with an incredibly smug look on his face. Meow. Ah. Who's my cute little murder machine? Kara couldn't resist and crouched down to scratch at his ears until the cat laid on the floor and presented her his belly. Kara knew it was a trap, but being a Kryptonian had some advantages, so she scratched at it anyway. You're a good kitty, eliminating all those flying rats. I just hope you know you're gonna need a bath now. Dexter had been in the middle of clawing at her hand with all 4 legs when he heard the dreaded word. With a hiss, he kicked away from Kara's fingers and fled under the sofa. You know that's not gonna help you. She called out as she got the cleaning supplies and started using her speed to clean the apartment once again. She was in the middle of washing the yowling cat when something on the TV caught her attention. A supervillain with wind powers had attacked Happy Harbor and caused a lot of property damage. Right, almost forgot about that. She said and finished getting rid of the blood on Dexter's fur. Pulling her phone out, she first called Cal's number. Hey Kara, is something wrong? Cal asked in a worried voice when he picked up the phone. Nope, just calling to warn you I'm gonna be improving the defenses on Mount Justice. She said in a calm voice. What? Just saw it on the TV. Corey and Khan subdued a villain over at Happy Harbor less than a week after they moved into the mountain. She told him with a tired voice. I just wanted to warn you I'm turning that mountain into an impregnable fortress. And I'm not avoiding deadly force. Ah, look, can we talk about it later? I'm working right now. Sure. I'm not gonna change my stance, but you can talk. Hanging up the phone, Kara immediately started dialing a second number even as her mind was filling with the defenses she'd put on the mountain. Was poisonous gas too much? I thought we'd only talk next week, Miss Zor-El, said the older, male voice over the phone. Hello Bobo, have you found out anything about Dr. Morrow yet? Kara asked in a curious voice. 'Cause I just saw one of his robots attack Happy Harbor not even 2 hours ago. That certainly explains some things. The chimp said from his side of the phone, then seemed to stop to think about something. Yes, I do believe I can narrow down the scientist's location by the time of our first team meeting. Good, while the light is a far more dangerous long-term enemy, T.O. Morrow is our most immediate priority. Kara said before ending the call, already thinking about how much of a powerhouse Firebrand would be. Worst case scenario, she was pretty sure she could reverse engineer at least some of Morrow's hardware if she could get her hands on another one of his androids. While Kara had no confidence in replicating Red Volcano's AI, she could probably make less intelligent robots with a version of his hardware. Also, a geokinetic modification to her armor and drones could improve their capabilities by a lot. When was Red Volcano born anyway? Kara wondered. She was pretty sure she could slightly modify his core programming to make him less of a homicidal robot supremacist, but doing that after he was activated felt too much like mind control, or even mind or **** for her liking. She wouldn't feel all that bad about destroying him if he didn't give her a choice, but mind control was a step she wasn't willing to take. With Dexter angrily staring at her from under her bed, Kara sat down on the carpet and started messing with her latest experiment. 2 small platforms, just big enough for one of her smaller pillows to fit on and connected by a myriad of cables. Kara used her X-ray vision to stare at the components inside it, then pulled out the fried circuit board, fixed it, adjusted its configuration and used her heat vision to weld it back in place for another try. Her front door bell rang, causing Dexter to dart out of his hiding place and go check out who had arrived. Looking through her apartment's walls, Kara saw it was just Billy, making sure she was all right. The boy had been coming over so often the doorman just let him through now. Grabbing for her phone, she buzzed the door open and shouted, "Come in, Billy." Kara hated that her friends and family felt the need to keep an eye on her every day since Lobo attacked, but she understood their reasoning. She and Corey hadn't exactly been perfectly stealthy when coming or going from the building. And most people didn't know she had enough firepower to face an army hidden in the residence. "Hello, Miss Kara. Thanks for Arg." Billy started to say from the entrance when a terrifying hiss and loud yowling interrupted him. Dexter had already started defending his home. He was such a good and loyal kitty. Get it off, get it off. Shazam. A few seconds later, Kara saw her cat walk back into the room, his tail held high. In a much better mood, he jumped on top of a chair and started licking his claws clean. That cat is a menace. Billy grumbled as he peeked through the door and glared at Dexter. Don't be silly, Dex is just protecting his home. Kara dismissed the boy's concerns and smiled at him. She liked Billy, he was a good kid. Come in, make yourself comfortable. You're gonna be here until my training with Cal, right? Yeah, sorry about the ruckus, Miss Kara. He scratched at his neck and sat down on the bed to watch her work. So, what are you doing? Trying to make a commercially viable teleporter, but it's not going very well. Don't we already have the Zeta tubes? Do you know how much those things cost? Kara snorted and put one of her small pillows on top of a platform. Zeta tubes are incredibly expensive to make and maintain. They are made from very exotic materials and require constant upkeep. Not only do we not have enough materials to build them for civilian use, it would cost more than anyone could pay to use them. So, you're just making something new? Billy asked, now becoming interested. Well, I'm trying. Krypton had its own teleporters, but Earth doesn't have the technology or the materials to make them work. Kara glanced at Dexter with a guilty look, but she pressed the activation button anyway and winced. With a crack of displaced air, space crumbled in a circular hole around the pillow and it was sucked in as if by an irresistible force, then the hole healed and the pillow appeared resting on the second platform. Yes. It worked. Don't know, but there wasn't an explosion and the stuffing is still inside the pillow, so that's progress. Taking the pillow off the platform, Kara looked it over and didn't see anything wrong with it. She nodded, time for another test. The most annoying thing about the teleporter was the constraints Kara had to work under. She could make a teleporter fairly easily, but it would either need to be made completely with Kryptonian tech or with Earth tech that made each activation cost more than $250 million in resources. She wanted something accessible. Something like $1,000 or $2,000 per activation would already be groundbreaking. She'd offered to substitute the current Zeta tube network too, but the technology was also much harder to block or intercept and had a galaxy-wide range. She thought she had managed to get everything working affordably, but every time she activated one of the platforms to send something, it ended up creating a mess. The concept was simple: you take 2 fixed platforms, you gather enough power and pierce through the space between those 2 points, the person steps through the portal and Viola. The problem is that she couldn't create a bridge through spacetime gently, not yet. The connection would traverse the object through space like a bullet and the exit was far more violent than the entrance. Not only would whatever was sent come out in a violent and noisy bang of displaced air, the space around the exit would also expand, causing the teleported object to explode as it stayed in its expanded form even as the space around it snapped back to normal. Her answer was to change the direction of the space tunnel. Instead of sending something, she'd pull it. Which seemed to have worked. At least the pillow had not contracted or imploded. Huh, this is new. Billy commented. Usually, when I see mad science, I'm trying to stop it from happening, not just watching with interest. I prefer the term super science. Thank you very much. She threw the pillow at his face in mock anger before looking around for a new test subject. One of her drones would probably work, right? They were inexpensive to make anyway. I don't know, it seems like mad science to me. Billy mocked as he looked around the messy room. A super scientist would probably have a tidy room. Kara snorted, aren't we feeling cheeky today? Making sure the first teleport hadn't messed up anything inside the bases, Kara pressed the button again. A second later, her drone teleported from one platform to the other without apparent damage. Eagerly, she ordered it to fly only to release a frustrated breath when it didn't move. Using her vision, she confirmed its insides were fried. Taking the entire thing off the socket and making sure it couldn't turn on again, Kara put the entire device away and sighed. Not today, I guess. What went wrong? Don't know, gonna need better equipment than I have here to find out. She confessed and scratched at her tired eyes, she really had to get some sleep. So, what's this I hear about dangerous villains at the sidekick's place? Ah, it was great. Billy almost jumped on the bed, his eyes shining with excitement. A villain attack was great. Well, no, but it wasn't a human enemy, and it wasn't really trying to hurt anybody, so Red Tornado and I agreed to let the team take care of it and they were awesome. Billy seemed to regain his energy, motioning with his hands like mad. Miss Coriandar took charge of the situation instantly, and Robin disappeared so fast when I wasn't paying attention. Do you think he'd teach me how to make my laugh come out from everywhere like he does? Lame. Tell me more about Cory and Khan, did they get hurt? No, Connor worked really well with her. The enemy was this cool robot that could use wind like Red Tornado and... Billy sat up on the bed and started reenacting the scene while Kara imagined what it must have been like to be there. But the robot was too strong and made a huge tornado. If Robin hadn't been waiting to sneak attack it, I don't think Aqualad would have made it with his electricity. Then the robot self-destructed. So, there was nothing left. Kara asked, from what Billy said the fight had gone much better than in canon. It was a pity they hadn't managed to save anything then. Well, Kid Flash did manage to steal its head as a souvenir before it exploded. Oh, really? Kara's eyes focused on the boy with a much bigger interest. So they had managed to save something. Could she track Moro using the head? Did some of its wind control abilities remain? See. That's totally a mad scientist look right there. Billy jumped up on the bed a second time and pointed right at Kara's face, making her lose the definitely not evil smile she had. Get down from my bed, Billy. She scolded, causing him to float a few centimeters above her bed before setting down on the floor. And, are you gonna stay transformed the entire time now? Billy only gave a quick glance towards Dexter, peacefully sleeping on top of the chair, and gulped. Yep. Eventually, Billy escorted her towards the Zeta Tube and Kara teleported to the fortress. She had actually taken a quick nap and arrived a few minutes late for her daily session with Cal. Both Cal and Khan waited for her with the same disapproving look on their faces, almost making Kara laugh out loud when she saw it. Sorry. Captain Marvel was telling me about your fight today and I lost track of time. She lied almost on instinct, then grimaced when she noticed she was trying to avoid talking about her problems again. Walking to their side, Kara sat down on her knees, her back perfectly straight and her arms resting on top of her legs. At their side, one of the fortress screens was reproducing the sound from an out-of-tune TV. Now, today we're gonna start on Torquasm Vo. As I already told you, this art has a lot to do with meditation, so that's what we're gonna be starting with. Cal said, looking at the both of them seated at his flanks. Now, I want you to close your eyes and focus on the sound of the white noise. Don't try to ignore everything else but just let it drift away while you focus. Trading one last glance with Khan, Kara saw that Cal had already closed his own eyes and was slowing his own breathing. She followed his example, closing her eyes and trying to concentrate on the TV. She breathed in, drawing the cold Arctic air into her lungs, and breathed out, letting out some of her worries every time. Her mind became clearer and clearer. She was safe, she was with family and under the strong defenses of the Kryptonian fortress. Right now she didn't need to worry about improving her armor or hunting down the light. She didn't need to ask herself what happened with all the pieces of Lobo hit by her teleport grenade and if they'd all regenerate into a new one. She only needed to relax and focus. Before even 10 minutes had passed, Kara's head fell forward, her body tilting to the side until she was touching Cal's shoulders as she fell asleep. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna. A shout to Exaust Hero, Akuma Smag, Iori Demona Angel, Alliterative Arts, Eric Faust, Icewing, Comics, Dermonian, Davy Chappie, Bon Bao, Ian Michael, Wandering Demon, Scott, Tony Martinez, Travis Cox, and Chaos for supporting my work. Chapter 23, Chapter. Cory, no. Kara said, but there was no strength in her denial. Ah, but friend Kara, you said I could. The Tamaranine ignored her words and continued approaching. No, bad Corey, and wait, where do you think you're touching? But how are we going to proceed if you are still wearing clothes? Corey, down. Down. I can do it by myself, you know. Kara took a step away and managed to avoid Corey's hands. Besides, I just wanted your opinion on the 3 costumes I already had. Not for you to bring new ones. But, mayhap you will like it. It is certainly better than your uninspired black armor, yes. Corey protested as her feet slowly lowered back to the floor, a pout on her face. Friend Troya even helped me choose some that are inspired by your cousins. It is perfect to maximize exposure to sunlight. Kara glanced at the blue outfit with a red skirt, one with far too little cloth, far too much leather and suspiciously placed zippers. And where exactly did she say that comes from? Friend Troya said it was from a movie, Superman XXX, Return to the Dungeon. She even bought the movie so we may watch it together. Nope. Kara shuddered from horror and seriously considered incinerating the thing with a blast of heat vision. For the record, please, don't show me anything that associates my cousin's name with 3 X's, ever. Please, you do not wish to watch the movie with me. Corey flinched with a hurt look on her face. Ugh, I'm gonna kill that bitch. Kara grumbled and sighed. She really didn't want to explain the birds and the bees to her friend. Especially because she wasn't sure Corey would share her dislike of depicting Cal in any sexual way. Fine, I guess I can try some of the other costumes. Wonderful. Start with this one. Kara glanced from the costume on Corey's hands to the huge smile on her face and sighed. From his place atop the sofa, Kara swore she saw Dexter taking mental notes about how to manipulate her. The first costume Corey had brought was a simple copy of her own, with the typical Amazon look and leaving plenty of skin exposed. At least the chest armor seemed resistant enough to block a few blows and protect her organs. Still, Kara felt like she was cosplaying while wearing it. Using her super speed, Kara darted back inside her bedroom and changed into whatever the second outfit was without even paying attention. Once changed, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror and froze. She recognized the costume. With her face flushed, Kara stepped out into the living room wearing Power Girl's costume. The white swimsuit left both of her legs fully exposed and clung so tightly to her body Kara could see all of her muscles through the fabric. The boob window left her modest breasts exposed and Kara felt the need to cover it up with an arm when she caught Corey staring at her for too long. What? It is perfect. Corey shouted, her eyes shining with green light. Friend Kara, you have to wear this. It is perfect for you. On instinct Kara put a hand against Corey's face and had to strain to prevent the Tamarinine from hugging her. It doesn't even have pockets, where would I put my drones? It has a utility belt. Just like the Batman. Please, will you wear it? Never. Kara shouted and dodged aside to let Corey pass her by before dashing for the bedroom. Unfortunately, Dexter took the chance to attack her cape and forced her to slow down in order to not send him flying. Corey pounced, well done feline friend. The both of them struggled for a few minutes before Kara submitted, swearing she'd keep the costume in her wardrobe, even if she wouldn't ever use it, in public. After finally being freed from the twin terrors Kara put the Power Girl costume away and brought out her 3 personal choices. One was a lesser version of her power armor. Dark blue, it had the L House symbol on its chest, only increased her bulk by a little bit and had a lot of armor covering her vitals. Various compartments all over the suit held dozens of devices for her use. It could also store a lot of solar radiation if she was ever in an emergency. Truth be told, she'd really prefer to use her full power armor, but her public persona had to not look like a threatening walking tank and this was the next best thing. The 4th costume was just a version of her cousin's, a blue bodysuit with a red cape and boots. It also had a few belts all over in order to hold her devices. The 5th one was completely different. It didn't have a cape but a dark blue coat with gold detailing, the L House symbol covered her chest. It also had red boots that ended just below her knees and matching gloves. To the side she had her mask. Made with a thin layer of kryptonium, it was painted white, with only a few details in gold and without any human features or even a mouth. Inside the mask was a breathing device with half an hour of air in case she lost her powers while in a vacuum or was exposed to a harmful gas and light-blocking lenses on the eyes to prevent anything from blinding her. Friend Kara, please, did you have to cover your entire body in every costume? Corey complained with a disappointed voice. She didn't. Kara had actually been thinking of using a far more revealing outfit. It would help to accentuate the differences between her public persona and the one she'd be using on the secret team. In fact, she was pretty sure Corey could have convinced her to actually wear the Power Girl costume. She couldn't deny she looked hot wearing it, but that was before Lobo's attack. Kara hated it, but she just didn't feel comfortable taking the risk anymore. Perhaps her mind would change in a few months, after she was fully healed. No, but I feel better with a full outfit. Plus I need the space to keep my devices. I postulate you would not consider using a skirt with the second one, yes? Kara just gave her a look. Very well, this last one is better. Kara considered it. She really would prefer to wear the mini power armor outfit, but the coat had enough space for her devices and it was far too easy to connect the first one to the full power armor she'd use with her own team. The coat also looked cool. Thanks Corey, I'll just make some last-minute adjustments and we can go. Kara lifted Dexter from atop one of the costumes and started gathering everything in one arm to put away. With one last scratch behind the cat's ear she remembered something. Ugh, never mind. I forgot I had to pick some things at the fortress before going to the mountain. I continue to regard the white outfit as superior. Corey grumbled, but then smiled at Kara and squeezed her hand. I cannot wait to introduce you to the team. You will love them. I'm glad you like them. Kara squeezed back and went to her bedroom to start adjusting her new costume's gloves. Introducing small quantities of nth metal on the fabric in order to disrupt magic. Any tips? Do not call Robin a sidekick. Corey yelled from the living room. I tried following your guidance when we first met but, despite the honor of apprenticeship under the Batman, he does not seem to enjoy the title. You sure? Kara asked when she finished snickering. Perhaps I should try too. Yes, do not call him that. I do not understand why, but he seems to consider it demeaning. Fine, I guess I can just call him by name then. Kara finished adjusting the costume and wore it for the first time. The coat fit her like a glove and the material didn't restrict her movement at all. Stepping out of her bedroom, she found Corey already wearing her own heroic outfit. The pair flew together to the Zeta Tube, but Corey went directly to Mount Justice while Kara teleported to the fortress first. Kara had installed a Kryptonian stealth device on the apartment which masked their presence until they were a certain distance away. Unfortunately the device was too big to carry or she'd make it a part of her costume, but at least it made coming and going from the apartment much harder to track. Over an hour later, Kara heard the robotic voice of the Zeta Tube network announce her arrival at the mountain. The huge cart filled with equipment she was pushing in front of her was far from everything she had prepared, but it was enough for her to start working. Supergirl, you came. Captain Marvel shouted and flew towards her, only stopping when they had nearly collided. Kara smiled under her mask and nodded towards the boy before looking at the entire room. The sidekicks were sparring with each other under Red Tornado's gaze. Supergirl, Captain Marvel has told me a lot about you. Red Tornado stated evenly as he started walking towards her. Khan had been sparring with Miss Martian. The girl was using her shape-shifting abilities to actually overwhelm him despite his superior strength. Kara smiled and waved at him, causing his face to open into a huge smile. Taking a pause, Miss Martian turned around to see what had caused the boy to smile. Her eyes went wide as she stared at Kara. She smiled but retreated closer to Khan. Titans, reunite with me please. Red Tornado called out with his mechanical voice, causing everyone to finally stop sparring. So, they already chose a name? Kara asked in curiosity. From what she remembered of the show they had been simply the team or outsiders. Indeed, the group felt that, if they were to work together, they preferred to have their own identity. Red Tornado commented idly. They voted on the name Titans soon after. Kid Flash was the first to arrive, his speed nearly a match for Kara's. He stopped beside Marvel and leaned over him with an elbow. You called. Whoa, hello there beautiful. Marvel frowned down at the boy but, when Kara didn't react, he didn't say anything. So, who are you supposed to be, a new recruit? He asked and showed off his speed by darting away from Marvel and towards Red Tornado. You got here just as we were about to spar, so maybe I can show you some moves. Somehow you're less annoying than I thought you'd be. Kara told him with a smile. She had always thought Wally would be unbearable, but the combination of his young age and clear inexperience made it more amusing than anything else. But no, I'm not joining the Titans. I guess you can consider me tech support. Huh, is that all gear for us? Sweet. The boy tried to run towards her cart to take a peek, but Kara decided she had enough and slapped his hand away even while he was moving. Ouch. Try to keep your hands to yourself, will you? You must be Kara. Coriandar spoke well of you. Aqualad put a hand forward to compliment her. I'm Aqualad, current leader of the Titans. Pleased to meet you, but please, call me Supergirl while in costume. Kara shook his hand with a smile. I kinda want to keep things separated while in costume. Friend Supergirl. Corey shouted and glommed her, causing Kara to take a step back to keep her footing. Soon, all members of the Titans were gathered. They seemed more in tune than in the cartoons, with Aqualad having been voted as their leader and Starfire as vice leader. In truth, Corey had more experience and better training than Calder, but her lack of familiarity with Earth and the rest of the team meant they preferred the Atlantean over her. Still, from what Kara had heard, the boy had a good head on his shoulders and actually listened to her opinion often. Titans, after hearing about Mr. Twister's attack 3 days ago, Supergirl has offered to help update the mountain's defenses. Red Tornado told them with the same impassive voice. She has also offered to act as tech support for the team. I am certain her help will prove invaluable. She's some kind of tech genius then? Robin asked while lifting an eyebrow. She's my cousin. Khan replied and actually approached her for a hug. One thing doesn't exclude the other, you know. I may be a Kryptonian, but I'm a much better inventor than a fighter. The L's were a prominent house of the Science Guild, not the military caste after all. Kara was so proud of him, not that long ago he wouldn't have even known how to ask for a hug, he'd also get angry at not knowing. She hugged him back. I don't see Zatara's daughter here, is he still holding her back? Yeah, Master Zatara really doesn't want to let her come. This time it was Marvel that answered while scratching at his neck. But Miss Zatanna is gonna break him soon. Kara snorted at that, and then took stock of the Titans. Aqualad and Starfire stood together, leader and vice-leader of the Titans. Kid Flash was still rubbing his stung hand with Robin by his side. The boy Wonder seemed annoyed, but Kara didn't think it was about losing the leadership position. No, from the way he was glaring at her, he'd probably figured out who she was. Corey probably talked about her a lot and Calder had used her real name when shaking her hand, so she wasn't exactly surprised. Plus, Kara wasn't making an effort to mask her voice. Robin probably recognized her from Batman's fundraiser and was feeling irritated. How amusing. After releasing her from their hug, Khan had stepped back to Miss Martian who was still acting shy, hiding behind his body and only giving Kara quick glances. Connor the Martian whispered in his ear as quietly as she could. Yo, your cousin, is she a robot? Khan gave his friend a strange look and shook his head. With a startle, Kara finally realized the problem and laughed out loud. Ah, sorry about that. I have a telepathic blocker in the mask. She quickly tapped her mask twice and deactivated the blocker. It's still in testing and I doubt it's enough against a Martian, but it should keep any stray psychic from noticing me if they aren't already looking for it. Better now. Yes, thank you. Miss Martian finally relaxed and smiled at her. I could feel something when I focused on you, but it was very unnerving and I didn't want to push. Don't worry, Megalicious, I'm always here to protect you. Kid Flash appeared at her side and tried to hold her hand, but only made her more uncomfortable. Aqualad released a sigh when he saw it. Kara swore he was praying really hard he wouldn't have to deal with the situation while Robin actually facepalmed at his friend's actions. Kid Flash. That is enough. Corey intervened with a hard tone on her voice, her hands at her waist and a disapproving look on her face. Right, sorry. He sheepishly said and stepped back. Kara smiled. She would have disciplined the boy herself but, unfortunately, she didn't really know him very well. She'd probably have to talk to the Flash about that. It was amusing when he was doing it to her, but Miss Martian was clearly bothered. Right, anyway, I spoke with the League and they let me make some improvements to the costumes you guys use. Kara said with a smile. Grabbing the cover of her cart she pulled it away dramatically to reveal the equipment inside. So, what do you guys think? Kara stepped away from the cart and let the team of teenagers charge in. With the approval of the League, she had worked hard to replicate their costumes and increment them with her tech. The adults had still refused to allow weapons on the costumes, but Kara had prioritized safety anyway. Kid Flash was the first to pull out a copy of his costume. While it looked almost exactly like his original costume, all of her gear was made from Kryptonian fabric stronger than spider silk and had shock absorbers on the torso. The most distinct feature, however, was a bulge at the back that resembled a small backpack. Kid Flash immediately noticed it and started poking the thing. So, what exactly is this? Well, the costumes were all made at the fortress. They're strong enough to block gunshots and knife wounds and have plates on the torso capable of absorbing most mundane kinetic impacts. Even high-caliber rounds should only leave bruises. Kara told them while giving Khan his own costume and messing his hair at the same time. The costume can also monitor your life signs and the bulge at the back is an emergency teleporter. It's a copy of something I use myself and I just couldn't make it smaller. Cool. Kid Flash said. Robin didn't seem convinced, looking at his own costume with distaste. So, this is gonna let us teleport around then? Not exactly, it's a one-time thing, really. Kara explained while lifting Miss Martian's device. She hadn't been able to replicate Martian clothes so, the best she could do was to create the device and hope Miss Martian's costume could assimilate or grow over it. You can activate it manually or it will trigger when it detects you're unconscious or mortally wounded. The device will only bring you back to the mountain once before I have to replace it. So, do make sure to tell me if that happens. Yeah. I'll have to talk to Batman before using this. Robin said. Go ahead. Try to convince the Bat to wear one himself, will you? Kara said while handing the teleporting device to Mgan. Here, see if your costume can hold this in place at your back. Ah, thank you. The Martian said with a blush and tried to place the device at her back. When that didn't work she grew a third hand from her back to help out. I have to ask, can this device bring more than one person? Aqualad questioned while looking at his costume. While I appreciate the chance to escape a dangerous situation, I don't think the Titans could use it if it meant abandoning someone. Unfortunately, making it able to teleport a second person or work repeatedly would more than triple its size. Kara explained while picking up the rest of her devices. Still, I created a dozen spare devices the Titans can carry on the bioship in case they're needed. I see, thank you. That should greatly increase our ability to act. He nodded her way. Kara looked towards the cart. There were still 4 large metal boxes inside. Picking up the one with the spare teleporting devices, she laid it to the side and laid the other 3 in front of the Titans before opening them. The first box had hundreds of her little civilian drones. With access to military tech, the little flying cameras had become obsolete to her, but they were still very useful for the team and Kara had a large supply of them. The second box had a new holographic device Kara had produced. It wasn't anything special, but it was about the same size as her drones and, once it was laid on the ground, it could selectively make anything in a 10-meter radius around itself invisible, or project an image that wasn't there. The final box had a far more complicated device, and one that used materials so rare even Kara had a very limited supply. Even with Kryptonian tech, it was incredibly hard and expensive to create a stable portal big enough for a person to pass through, but Kara didn't need a huge portal. Instead, the device would stealthily create a very small connection between 2 points in space. Even a finger wouldn't pass through, but it was perfect to send communication signals. It meant that, even if someone had the tech to block communications in an area, unless they also blocked this particular form of teleportation, the Titans wouldn't lose contact with the base. The Titans quickly distributed the equipment between themselves, with only a couple going to Captain Marvel after he had made a face at them. Kid Flash kept pressing the sign on his chest and changing his costume between the usual yellow, black, and several versions of camouflage for any environment he found himself in. Even Robin couldn't resist playing with the drones, using his own devices to control them, even when he wouldn't put on his new costume. 02, Batman, announced the robotic female voice from the Zeta tube, causing Robin to jump up and hide the drones behind his back. Batman only gave a quick glance towards the boy and nodded. You can put on the costume. When the entire team was gathered in front of him, Batman activated a holographic display showing a picture of an island. This is Isla Santa Prisca. It is a sovereign island nation on the Caribbean Sea that the League doesn't have access to. It's also the primary producer of venom. The Bat said without preamble. You're sending us against Bane? Robin asked with surprise and not a small amount of eagerness in his voice. No, as far as we were able to find out, the island was taken over by the cult of the Cobra last month. A picture of both Cobra and Bane appeared on display, with a red X over Bane's face. Bane attempted to take the place back and was reported dead a few days ago. Is he dead, I mean? Robin asked again while leaning closer. Unknown. His body wasn't found, but his forces were devastated and the island is completely under Cobra's control. Batman pressed a button and another 4 pictures appeared. Kara recognized one of them as Blockbuster, but the other 3 were unknown, only showing the same signs of Blockbuster use as the original. It appears that Cobra got control of the Blockbuster formula and is mixing it with Venom to create new super soldiers. Besides Blockbuster himself, the League has faced 3 other users of the substance in the last month alone. After considering Supergirl's new supplies, the League has decided to make this the Titans' first mission. What is our mission? Aqualad finally asked. The League cannot be seen interfering with a foreign nation, but with Bane gone we have an opening. Your goals are threefold: arresting Cobra, stopping the production of Cobra Venom and finding out how he got access to the Blockbuster formula. With another click, Batman made a picture of another man appear. He was a thin man wearing a suit and tie. This is Camilo Pena. Bane used to have effective control over the island, but, when he organized his revolt, he caused unrest on the island and there was a purge of many of his supporters. Mr. Pena used to be a small politician, but, with the purge, he has grown far more important. If the Titans can disable Cobra before Cobra re-establishes control over the island, Mr. Pena has a real chance of getting to power. An honest politician. In Santa Prisca. Robin snorted and Batman nodded at him. Camilo Pena isn't exactly honest, but he's making a very risky play for power, one that would require him to open the island to the League if he wants to remain alive. Batman turned off the projector and turned to the team. While the other goals are very important, taking out Cobra is your highest priority. We're not under any illusions that it would immediately solve the problems on the island, but allowing the League to operate freely on its territory would be a huge step forward, the first in many decades. The Titans traded glances, eager smiles on their faces despite the situation. Looking Batman in the eye, Aqualad asked. When do we leave? 20 minutes later the Titans stood in front of the bioship, the portal machine safely held in the ship. Kara adjusted Khan's costume. Instead of a jeans and t-shirt it was a black version of Superman's costume, without the cape and with an armored chest plate. The costume had sunlight absorption and storage capabilities that would constantly feed him the radiation, or allow him to quickly regain his strength if he was ever deployed. Here, remember to keep some drones with you. Kara stuffed a few more drones into a pocket at his side and settled his hair in place. And don't just start punching things. You have a good mind, use it. Khan nodded with an embarrassed face, Miss Martian taking a few peeks at them from inside the ship with an amused smile. Don't worry, Captain Marvel and I will be monitoring the mission. Red Tornado told her, causing Kara to smile. He was surprisingly empathic for a machine. Do you wish to accompany us? Kara thought about it, but eventually shook her head. No, I still have to improve the mountain's defenses. It's probably gonna take me the entire day. Keep an eye on them for me, will you? Certainly. Red Tornado said. I will. Marvel commented and squeezed her shoulder for comfort. Well, until someone comes to replace me. Kara watched as the bioship left the mountain, then excused herself and went towards the Titan's souvenir room which already held a certain robotic head. Acting quickly, she attached several cables to the head and put her computer to work trying to find anything about Dr. Morrow's location. Finally, Kara started bringing the rest of her equipment from the fortress. Despite how wide the Zeta tube was, Kara still had to use it 5 times before she had everything she needed. Well, let's get to it. The League had demanded that the mountain's defenses have layers, where the outer layers would only trick or dissuade invaders away and the subsequent layers increasing in power slowly. It reminded Kara of playing Dungeon Keeper, only with non-lethal traps and defenses. She worked for hours, installing hundreds of devices all over the mountain, making sure no one would crawl through the air ducts or drill through the walls. She was only allowed to go all out at the last layer and, when she was done, Kara was sure that even Darkseid himself would think twice before attacking the place. She even used the last amounts of nth metal she had to block magical teleportation or use. Kara thanked Rao for her super speed and strength. Without it, the renovation would probably have taken her an entire month. Still, she only completed it in less than a day because many of the defenses were programmed into sunstone crystals. Kara would still have to make sure to bombard them with sunlight for a few days to make sure they finished growing, but it was much easier to carry and install than the complete equipment. The best thing was that many of the defenses were independent from each other, and from Mount Justice's own security protocols. Even if someone managed to disable one of them, it wouldn't affect the others. Approaching the souvenir room again, Kara checked her device and cursed when she saw it hadn't been able to find anything in Mr. Twister's head. Grabbing the deformed robot head, she carefully put it back in place within the case and put away her equipment. Going into the kitchen, Kara brewed some extra strong coffee and drank 2 cups before filling a third and finding Red Tornado still monitoring the Titans. Captain Marvel's shift was over and it was Hal Jordan that sat with him. Coffee. She offered and handed Hal a cup when he eagerly nodded. How are they doing? Very well, the Titans have successfully contacted Mr. Pena without drawing attention from his enemies. The robot answered while only briefly glancing her way. They're preparing to infiltrate the Venom factory now. Do you want to watch? Kara hesitated. She really wanted to keep watch over things, but she trusted Corey and Khan to be fine. Red Tornado was also watching things closely. No, I can be the chair guy another time. Take care of them. Red Tornado stared at her for another second before answering. It is what I'm here for. Then he turned back to the screen. Kara took the Zeta tube towards the fortress one last time. Storing her equipment, she made her way towards her private area with sure steps. She briefly stopped in front of Firebrand's room and watched the android for a few moments, then asked. Kal still hasn't found out about this. Master Kal-El continues to respect your boundaries, Mistress Kara. The Fortress AI answered as he materialized by her side. Although I truly don't understand the need to hide it. Need is too strong a word. I want to keep this quiet until I'm ready, but I don't need it to. Firebrand would probably reveal herself to her old teammates, and thus the League, as soon as she woke up anyways. Kara just preferred to keep things close to her chest. Is the power armor ready? It is fully operational. The power armor was a masterpiece. It still had a human silhouette, but there was no way to tell the gender of the person inside, and it was filled with as much equipment as Kara could manage. Fully enclosed, the armor actively filtering any radiation while absorbing sunlight to feed directly to her. Although it was sleek, the armor still made her as big as Blockbuster when she wore it. Putting it on, Kara tested her range of motion and dexterity and was very satisfied with the result. Engaging her stealth tech, the military one that didn't leave any signs of its use, Kara flew towards her second important meeting. She arrived at the nondescript building and sneaked inside without anyone noticing. Sitting on top of a box, Kara waited until everyone had arrived and was very satisfied when none of them seemed to notice her presence. Apologies for the delay, she said while disengaging her stealth and watching Green Arrow jump to his feet. Holy eep, the blonde trailed off as he glanced at the boy by his side, then he glanced from his bow to the giant gun at her back and sighed. Damn, now I feel underdressed. The Shade just tipped his hat to her and Bobo nodded while both Speedy and Red Arrow crossed their arms at the same time, then noticed it and became awkward about the entire thing. Kara glanced at Speedy's robotic arm and shook her head. You sure you don't want a new arm? It isn't all that hard to make. The boy looked at his gray hand and squeezed his fingers into a fist. Not until they're arrested, I don't want to forget it. Kara briefly glanced at her own prosthetic leg, she couldn't wait to replace it and move past what the Psions had done but, well, she wouldn't blame him. Very well, let's start then. Hey, do you guys want me to write an interlude about the team's mission? There's one coming soon about what's happening in the world. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna. Chapter 24, Chapter. Kara looked at all the members of her little team. Her armor made it so she towered over everyone present. She had to look down to do it, but it also made her feel safe so she wasn't complaining. The Green Arrow group still wore their basic costumes, with Red Arrow and Speedy wearing almost the same outfit and, by their way they were avoiding even looking at each other, not feeling very comfortable about it. The Shade wore a black trench coat over antiquated formal clothes, with a large top hat on his head. He carried around a dark cane, with a raven head for a handle, and had smoked glass spectacles in his face. His back was perfectly straight and he seemed to be enjoying the hero's unease at his very presence. Bobo was wearing his old Sherlock Holmes costume, complete with his plaid coat and detective cap. He sat on top of an empty crate and smoked from a pipe, but still made sure he wasn't puffing up smoke towards Speedy. Very well, let's start then. She said, the armor speaker masking her voice and making it impossible to know her gender. Detaching a large backpack from her armor, she threw it towards the archers. If you guys are gonna tag along, we can't have anyone recognizing you, it's best if our enemies remain ignorant of the League's involvement. Also, we're probably gonna be infringing on the League's UN charter. Someday. Kara had prepared all 3 costumes. They were all a variation of dark tactical gear with metal plates for protection and sleek black helmets. Green Arrow and Red Arrow costumes had small compound bows and a simple sword, while Speedy's had a rifle and 2 laser pistols. Green Arrow pulled out his costume and lowered his head in shame. Great, we're playing disposable minion now. You're not disposable minions, you're super soldiers. Kara said in an annoyed voice. Green Arrow, I designed the outfits myself, they probably provide more protection than anything you ever wore, and have better mobility. Nope, that's not how it works. Green Arrow shook his head sadly. One guy wearing this armor is a badass super soldier. 3 guys wearing the same armor are just faceless minions. That's just how it works. I can already feel my accuracy dropping just by looking at them. Kara decided to ignore the men from now on. Turning to Bobo, she asked. Have you truly located Professor Morrow? The chimp had informed her he had a major breakthrough in his case, but gave no details on the phone. Possibly, what I do have is the location of his newest workshop. The chimpanzee said while puffing out another cloud of smoke. Usually, finding a new super scientist is just a question of following the money, or the materials. They use money to gather equipment, materials, minions, and all that. Tomas Oscar Mora was an old hand at this, and a good enough polymath to overcome some of those needs, but even he couldn't produce some of his higher-end devices completely by himself. He revealed himself then. Maybe, if you don't interrupt me, you'll find out. Bobo grumbled, causing Green Arrow to snort in amusement. Kara just shook her head and motioned for him to continue. As I said, Professor Morrow can produce most of his tech alone, but some of his equipment requires rare materials, equipments like the devices he uses to give his robots their elemental control. Now, when our boys in the Capes defeated him for the last time, back when they were still the JSA, they cracked down on his operations like mad. Raided 6 of his bases and apprehended all of his gear. Bobo continued his lesson but got up from his position and stretched his back. I managed to get my hands on the list of apprehended materials, particularly the more exotic ones, and, only a few weeks ago, there was a break-in at one of Star Labs' subsidiaries, one that stored quite a bit of an element that matched those on the list. Finished stretching, Bobo pushed the crate he had been sitting on to the front of the group and opened a blueprint on top of it. After that, it was a simple case of solving the theft, easy. Lifting his cap, he scratched at his fur. Everything points to this building. It's been empty for the last 2 decades but, somehow, it's maintained in stellar condition. I also found some complaints of strange noises and tremors made by its neighbors back then. I'd bet anything there's some kind of underground facility there too. There's always one of those. Both Kara and Green Arrow studied the blueprint with attention. It was a large, 4-story building with many smaller rooms. Say, how exactly is this Professor Morrow? I mean, the League never had to deal with him, and Red Tornado is an okay guy. My old companion was an arrogant man. The Shade opened his mouth for the first time. Arrogant, narcissistic, perfectionist and obsessed, he took particular pride in his programming skills. His androids tended to be a little too human, but he refused to lower their intelligence or make them any less sophisticated, no matter how many times they grew a conscience and betrayed him. I doubt he has changed too much. Shade, can you take us there? Kara asked. But of course, do you prefer to land inside the building or close by? He asked as he pushed away from the wall. Kara looked around, everyone seemed ready to move. The later, I'd like to have a chance of gathering more information before attacking. Wait. Green Arrow shouted. What do I call myself? Also, what do you call yourself? You can call me Forge while in this armor. Kara said, she really hadn't thought a lot about her superhero name in this costume. Hopefully, nobody would ever need to use it. As for you, I think you're right, you're Minion C from now on. Hey. I guess that make me B then. Red Arrow asked. I can live with that. I was gonna use Arsenal, but I guess I can save that for when I'm acting openly. Speedy nodded. Do prepare yourselves. The Shade said with a smile. This will only take a moment. In a second, every shadow in the room converged on them, stretching unnaturally, their tips curving as if becoming thin arms that grasped towards their bodies. Kara had to stop herself from moving as the darkness enveloped her, a weight settled over her shoulders and she completely lost her vision. It felt suffocating, as if the weight of the world was pressing down on her, the darkness stretched endlessly and, for a second, she lost any sense of direction, then the shadows were gone and they were all left standing on top of a building. Red Arrow stumbled, almost falling to his knees, Bobo shook himself and even Kara would have swayed in place had she not locked her armor before the trip. The Shade stood in front of them looking amused. His own shadow far larger than it should be. Was that entirely necessary? Bobo asked when he finally recovered. It seems not everyone can face the weight of the Shadowlands with the same ubiquitous aplomb as me. My apologies. The Shade lifted his cane and laid it against his shoulder. With his free hand he pointed towards a building 2 blocks from where they had appeared. I'll attempt to tone down its presence next time. There's our target. Thanks. Kara told him when she fully recovered. With a motion of her arm, a compartment at her back opened up and released thousands of little devices. 2 millimeters in size, they spread in the air and soon disappeared from view. Every single one of the devices could transmit sound and sight towards her receptor, but they could also connect to each other, creating different equipment on the field. Kara laid down a holographic projector and all 6 of them watched, in real time, as her devices mapped the entire building, managed to infiltrate the underground facility and continued to map everything inside it. The little things mapped 4 underground floors before something on the 5th finally managed to block their signal. Finding a connecting port, Kara ordered a dozen of her drones to reconfigure themselves. They fused together into a hacking tool and attempted to enter Professor Morrow's systems. Eventually, Kara shook her head. Such bullshit. What, having trouble? Green Arrow, now Minion C, asked. Earth tech should not be able to do shit like this. She complained. In front of them stood the nearly complete map of Morrow's hideout, as well as recorded images of Morrow and his associates. Something in the 5th floor is completely blocking my signal. The entire floor is also fully isolated from the rest of Morrow's systems. I just can't fully subvert his programming. I can disable it, and even take over some of his equipment, but not only is he gonna know we're coming as soon as I do it, the 5th floor's defenses will also stay active. Can't the Shade just teleport us down? Arsenal asked. Certainly, it would be simple. However, without an image of the 5th floor, I fear the trip would be much longer, and far less pleasant to you. Yeah, I think I speak for all of us, I'll pass. Green Arrow said and shuddered. Minions. Kara called Green Arrow and his protégés. Your arrows and bullets are all filled with small EMPs, they should be able to disable any of Professor Morrow's creations in an area around themselves, but he could have shielded them, so try to pierce their armor anyway. She pointed at his subordinates one by one. This is Bromstick, Professor Morrow's human assistant, he's not really a fighter, but he could be wearing a second Mr. Twister suit. This is Red. Kara laid out all she knew about Morrow's resources and abilities, including the possibility of a new geokinetic android. It didn't take her more than half an hour. Then they attacked. With a command, Kara disabled all surveillance on the first 4 floors and the Shade teleported them all down, dropping the entire team in front of the 5th floor entrance. This time he made an effort to keep the terrifying effects of the Shadowlands back. As a Kryptonian, and someone wearing literal tons of armor, Kara breached the new floor first. The laboratory was surprisingly spacious, with clean wide corridors and white floors. There were no exposed cables or robots in sight. Kara tried commanding her drones forward, but they dropped to the floor as soon as it happened. Her armor immediately informed her there was some kind of signal blocker being used in the hallway and the devices were too small and vulnerable to overcome it. Stepping back, she ordered a few of her devices to latch onto her back and physically connect to her while reconfiguring themselves into a transmitter. It wouldn't be enough to cover the entire base, but could still allow her to use the drones in a dozen meters around herself. When she stepped back into the room, there were two enormous turrets sprouting from the walls. They immediately pelted her with bullets. She let them bounce off her armor and lifted her own weapons, shooting both turrets with lasers and causing them to explode. "Who is this?" came Professor Morrow's annoyed voice from speakers all around the base. "Ah, no matter, I was expecting dear Evo to send someone after me as soon as he stole my red inferno. My Morobots will make short work of you." Morobots? Really? Kara couldn't help but ask, getting a pat on the back from Green Arrow. "Ah, villains and their ridiculous minion names. Don't worry, you get used to it." Detective Chimp peeked down to the 5th floor and looked at the turrets. "All right. I have to confess chimps have a weakness, we're deadly averse to getting shot up, and I am a detective, not a fighter. I guess I'll stay up here and, investigate or whatever." "Fine, the disabled systems won't be coming back on anytime soon. Try to see if you can find a connection to other villains," Kara said. I'm pretty sure Professor Morrow kept a watch on his fellow scientists. The sound of metallic footsteps came from over a corner, making Kara lift her gun back again. The androids that came over were still humanoid, but they were faceless and completely white. They lifted their guns in unison and Kara was about to destroy them when an arrow flew and pierced the one in the middle before releasing a pulse of EMP. With a discharge of electricity, the robots crumbled to the floor, the EMP having fired their circuitry. They pack quite a punch, don't they?" "Yep." Kara nodded. The end of the hallway opened into 3 different directions. Kara tried to activate her X-ray vision to find the best path, but Professor Morrow had managed to stop that. The walls were filled with at least a small layer of lead. "Spread out," Red Arrow asked. "Spread out," Kara and Green Arrow said at the same time. Choosing the left patch, Kara started walking. Waves of robots came towards her, some held traditional guns, others had laser weapons and a few had the weapons embedded into their limbs. Kara barely paid them any attention. A hail of buell pinged off her armor as she walked towards the center of the base. Kara had started to feel kind of silly holding her gun in front of her, so she put it back into place. Instead, she had ordered her modular drones to form into a turret on her armor and start shooting laser at the robots automatically from its place at her shoulder. Grabbing one of the androids, she lifted it up to her face and couldn't help but admire the craftsmanship that had gone into it. The thing was clearly mass-produced, but Morrow still showed considerable skill and attention to detail on the things. Suddenly, thick metal doors cut off her advance, falling to the floor with such weight the entire base trembled. A quick glance behind her back confirmed what Kara already knew. A second door had fallen and locked her in the hallway. A green gas started filling the small space even as the ceiling started to lower in order to crush her. All that was missing was the floor opening up into spikes. Sealed safely inside her armor, Kara couldn't care less. Lifting an arm, she stopped the ceiling from falling. Pushing the ceiling back, she walked right towards the door, her turret already reconfiguring itself. It quickly shot a stream of plasma like a blowtorch and, in less than a minute, melted a hole through the meter-thick door. Picking up her pace, Kara massacred the robots as soon as they appeared. She knew her companions must have been doing the same thing because, soon, Morrow spoke again. "You're destroying all my robots, you pest. Granted, they're not masterworks and it pained me to make them in such a hurry, but, please, have some respect for my genius." Finally, Kara broke through one last door and into a wide-open room. A white copy of Mr. Twister stood at the other end of the room. "So, you've arrived. I confess I'll..." Instead of waiting for the villain to monologue, Kara shot him with her shoulder gun. The laser hit its armor harmlessly. In one fluid motion, she grabbed for her larger weapon and lifted it up towards the robot. The thing seemed to recognize the treat of the gun and dodged aside while directing a wave of wind towards her. She tanked the blast and continued to shoot, but the robot was enveloped in a cyclone and controlling the wind to move its body around at unexpected angles. Finally, she managed to clip his arm and send it flying aside, but it only dented the armor. "What the hell? Well, I doubt a brute like you can appreciate this, but what do you think of the new body I was building for my dear Red Tornado?" Morrow said, his voice coming from the robot. While Red Tornado's wind and programming are far superior, his casing is a little obsolete by today's standards, although he deserved an upgrade. Kara felt her feet sliding a few centimeters through the ground towards the robot as it drained all the air from the room. She didn't know it could do that, and it could be dangerous if one of the archers had been here, but she wasn't affected. Another 4 shots hit the robot on the head, deforming its armor even further, but not causing much damage. Morrow protested. "How rude. Fine, I guess we're doing it the hard way." Kara had wanted to keep as much of her capabilities as she could a secret. She didn't know if Morrow was under the light's employ, or if there was anyone monitoring him, but this was starting to be annoying. Dropping the gun, Kara grabbed at the turret on her shoulder and reconfigured it into the plasma blowtorch. It detached from her armor while she rushed the robot. The thing tried to shot her with more wind blades, but it wasn't strong enough to push her back, and its cyclones couldn't build up speed in such small room. It tried to retreat, but she grabbed it and, while the metal managed to resist the amount of strength she was willing to reveal, it couldn't get free. Kara pinned it to the ground and applied her blowtorch to its chest. After about 2 minutes, she had managed to expose its insides. Her drones flooded inside the android, attaching to its cables and circuits until Kara could disable it. She did carry around stronger weapons, ones capable of overcoming even this android's armor, but, again, she didn't want to reveal it if she didn't have to. And she could make use of anything she didn't damage too badly. She was looking forward to having an army of robot minions. Well, that was unexpected. Morrow's voice came from some speakers in the room. Still, it's a good thing I took precautions. I'll see you pests next time, if you survive, ta-ta. Self-destruct sequence starting in 10, 9, 8, 7. Row be damned, he was gonna collapse the entire secret base. No. My spare materials and androids. For the first time, Kara ran, driving her shoulder through the door and blowing right through it. She completely ignored the few surviving robots. Bursting through the command center, she found Brom stick with his arms on the air. The Shade held T.O. Morrow's android replica's head in a hand, while his other was pointed at the human assistant, a drop of ink-black darkness at his fingertip. Ignoring the scene, Kara rushed towards the computers and started tipping. With direct access to the central computer, her hacking program started working at an astonishing pace. 4, 3, 2, her programs broke through the computer security and gave her access to the device. Kara tapped as fast as she could. Self-destruct sequence interrupted. Was it really that dangerous? The Shade dropped the head of Morrow's replica on top of a table and asked in a conversational tone. Not really, most of the explosives were on the upper floors, I had already disabled them. She said while releasing a deep breath. But, as much as I disliked the guy, Professor Morrow was a genius. I didn't want to lose any of his work stored in the main server. A second door opened and Green Arrow walked in. He was limping, his bow was broken and his armor was dripping water everywhere, but, behind him, Red Arrow and Arsenal dragged Red Torpedo's disabled body, a dozen EMP arrows stuck in a single hole on his armor. Don't get the computers wet. Kara scolded. I'm fine too, thanks for asking. Green Arrow said. His eyes then saw Professor Morrow's severed head. Well, when I heard the self-destruct sequence initiating, I just knew Morrow had lost his mind. Behind him, there was a loud smack sound as both his sidekicks facepalmed in shame. A minute later, Kara found the signal blocker and disabled it. Their communication started working again and Kara checked on Bobo to see he was perfectly fine. Sitting on top of a disabled android, he was reading a document while puffing on his pipe. Well, what now? Arsenal asked. Now I check if we got our objectives. Kara said and grabbed Morrow's head. Beside his decapitation, the robot wasn't all that damaged. She connected his head to the central computer and used his own systems to bypass his protections. The information she recovered was annoying. Alright, there's some good news and some bad news. Which do you want first? I'd like to know the location of my former partner. The Shade asked, holding his cane with both hands. I'd thought to trade a few words with him, and he wasn't one to use fetches. He's not here. It was Brum that answered the Shade, his voice trembling from fear. He's alive then, else you wouldn't fear for him. The Shade lowered his glasses slightly and stared at the men. Don't fear. I'm not one to kill without provocation and, despite the situation, I merely wish to speak with him. Brom's stick seemed incapable of making a decision, so Kara decided to push. I didn't find his location on record, but I know he's sick. You're not gonna be escaping here, Brom. Who's gonna take care of him? Finally, the thin man realized his predicament. Head lowered, he answered. He's bedridden, I watch over him while he's on life support. He gulped and told them the address. Morrow was being taken care of in a small home in the same city. Alright, that's taken care of, what's the good news? Red Arrow asked, losing patience with the cowardly men. Good news, we got everything we came here for, and more. Kara told them, a smile on her face as she imagined the amount of things she could learn from Professor Morrow's notes in the intact main server. She had even gotten Firebrand's activation code. We got Prof. Morrow's information, hundreds of spare androids and even Red Torpedo. Or should I say, Dr. Jim Lockhart. I doubt he'll want anything to do with heroics when he wake up, but we still saved him. And the bad news? Asked Green Arrow, his voice already tired. Professor Morrow's android managed to make a copy of his memories and Red Torpedoes into his newest creation. Red Volcano was still incomplete but, with Morrow's memories and knowledge uploaded, he'll probably be able to finish the job himself. Kara leaned back and wanted to massage her eyes in frustration. The android also thought we were hired by Professor Evo to steal his research. He's going after Professor Morrow's old rival in order to get revenge and a new base of operations. That doesn't seem like bad news to me. Arsenal dismissed the news. I'd say, let them fight. The problem is, what happens when one of them wins? Red Volcano has all of Professor Morrow's knowledge and skill in his memory. Unless one of them gets completely destroyed, the winner will get access to the loser's tech. I really don't want to see what happens after that. Prepared as she was, there was almost nothing Professor Morrow or his creations could do against her, but, together with Evo, they could achieve so much more. Kara could already see it in her mind. With her luck, Red Volcano would win and she'd have to face the damn genocidal robot in Amazo's body. Even if Professor Evo won, he'd have access to Morrow's knowledge and be able to give Amazo an actual human-level intellect, or even improve his tech, allowing the android to use all his abilities at once like in JL and JLU. That'd be just great, wouldn't it? If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna. Chapter 25, Interlude. Coriandar felt her entire body lighting up with pain as the psions bombarded her with synthetic sunlight. Tamarinines could absorb, and even survive exclusively on sunlight, but everything had a limit, and Coriandar could feel her own approaching. She felt the light entering her body break through a limit and continue, more and more sunlight entered her cells. She felt like she would explode, the energy she had always carried with her pulsating inside her body and reaching a crescendo. Hall's breath. She heard her sister scream in pain despite the metal wall separating them. No. Her mind rebelled. They would kill Commandar. Her sister had been born sick, she could not absorb sunlight, and the very act caused her physical pain. Her wrists strained uselessly against the manacles even as a stream of fire seemed to enter her very veins. Coriandar screamed even harder. Even with the pain she was feeling, Coriandar heard the explosion in the other room. It was followed by a short struggle. Soon, she saw her sister break down the door and look inside her room. Swallowing her scream, Coriandar smiled on the inside. Commandar was free. They could escape. For a few seconds, her sister stared at her, her face impassive. Gritting her teeth, Commandar turned her face aside and stepped away. Sister. Coriandar managed to scream through the pain. Commandar paused. Without looking back, she lifted a hand and 2 bolts of purple energy flew from her finger. One hit the solar generator and stopped her torture, the other pierced through the machines around her and hit her right hand manacle, breaking through the reinforced metal and sending another jolt of pain through Coriandar's body. Lowering her hand, Commandar stepped away from the door. Thank you. Coriandar whispered as she heard Commandar's steps running away. For a moment, she had believed her sister would leave her locked there to be tortured. The fact that she did not brought no small amount of joy to her heart. Gathering her strength, Coriandar pulled her arm away from the broken manacle, sending shards of metal flying through the room. Grabbing her remaining manacle, she pulled against it with both arms at the same time. Coriandar felt something rising inside herself. She channeled that feeling into her actions and, with a shout, her hands burst into green light as she ripped the manacle in half. Directing her newfound power towards her legs, she felt the energy leaving her body. Green bolts of energy flew from her hands and exploded against the locks on her legs. It was not enough to destroy them, but the attack had damaged them enough that she could pull herself free. A Psion security drone appeared on the door. Prisoner 0124555781, do not resist, lethal force has been authorized. The electronic voice commanded. Hands still glowing, Coriandar looked at the robot and released twin bolts of light from her eyes, driving the robot back against the wall with surprising power. The drone tried to recover but, after a single step, it tilted sideways and fell down. 2 more took its place, their weapons raised and already shooting lasers at her. Coriandar's training kicked in, she floated aside and grabbed a heavy apparatus hanging from the ceiling. With a powerful twist, she ripped the appliance off its support and threw it towards the drone on the right, then followed it up with a pounce. Her makeshift projectile hit the drone and crushed it against the wall. Her own punch was a perfect example of Okara's martial arts, her hand piercing all the way through the robot's head. Grabbing its disabled body, she used it as a shield against a hail of lasers from her right side. Coriandar grabbed the robot's gun and pointed it forward, pressing the trigger repeatedly, only for it to refuse to fire. It must have some security feature to prevent any prisoner from stealing it. Looking at her own hand, Coriandar thought about her energy bolt. She still felt the ultraviolet light just under her skin and, while she had never been able to use it as such before, gathering a bolt of light into her hand felt instinctual, almost as easy as flight. The lasers kept hitting her drone and melting their way through its armor. With a warrior scream, Coriandar held the drone with a single arm and charged her assailants, using her other arm to return fire. Her starbolts were not strong enough to destroy a drone with a single shot unless she could hit their heads, but she was trained in the use of projectiles, and she still managed to destroy 3 of the robots before slamming her makeshift shield into a 4th. Now in melee range, the drones stood no chance against her. She weaved between them like a cat and disabled their weapons with a single hit each. She also discovered that her new powers could increase her strength, allowing her punches to break through their armors no matter where she struck. 12 drones lay destroyed at her feet in less than a minute. Woefully, that was far from enough. From the other side of the hallway, Coriandar saw at least another 30 drones, led by an armored scion. She wanted nothing more than to slay the lizard where he stood, but she had no cover. The robots were also far enough, and in enough numbers, that she was unlikely to survive another charge. Turning around, she flew away as fast as she could manage. Coriandar hoped she could find an escape ship or, barring that, a less protected scion she could capture. Instead, she found an open area filled with robots and scions, all of them armed and ready for her. Stopping in place, Coriandar felt her body sinking to the ground. She was not going to escape, there were too many and they were too well armed. Closing her eyes, she remembered her sister had also escaped. Commandar had always been physically weaker, but she had also been an even better fighter than her. Yes, her sister would survive. Despite their differences, Coriandar knew Commandar cared about Tamarin. She would be a good queen. Hall, give me strength. She prayed. Her duty was clear. If she could not escape, she could at least keep as many of their defenses busy. She could distract them and, hopefully, buy her sister enough time. The prospect did not scare her. Instead, Coriandar felt her flight stabilizing, her heart filling with hope instead of fear. With a scream of fury, she charged her enemies. Green energy gathered at her fingertips and on her eyes as she waved between laser shots and returned fire. Any enemy that got into melee range was quickly dispatched, with prejudice, and those far away were bombarded with starbolts. Coriandar felt the lasers start to hit her. Despite her newfound strength, there were too many, and she was tiring. She fought, she screamed, she destroyed. Every time she thought of giving up, Coriandar remembered her sister, her family. Coriandar was acting more on instinct than conscious thought. Her body hurt everywhere and her arms felt heavy. Then she noticed another woman suddenly joining the fight. For a second, her flight faltered as she thought her sister had failed to escape, but she quickly noticed the woman had blonde hair. She was also devastating the enemies. This stranger had little skill, but was acting with overwhelming power and savagery. Coriandar quickly recognized the woman's prowess, how laser shots could not even cause her to flinch, how a single punch could shatter a robot as if it was made from glass. Changing her approach, Coriandar started fighting smarter, eliminating hidden enemies and those who thought to reorganize their defenses. She had hope. They could win. The fight was brutal, and the woman, no, the girl, devolved into a mess. Her attacks became more brutal, her screams showing pain despite nothing in the room seeming capable of hurting her. Coriandar knew she was not a fighter. Despite all her power, the girl did not have the training. She had not been a warrior before this, but, after the battle, that would change. No one went through such an onslaught and remained a civilian. When the fight was finally over and the girl was left blind to her surroundings, attacking a dead scion in a fit of rage, Coriandar approached her. She was careful, she had seen what the girl could do, but she could not leave her alone, she could not abandon her here without help and in the state she was in. A simple touch on the shoulder was enough for the girl to turn her rage upon her. Coriandar stepped back, her arms raised in surrender, but her muscles were tense and ready for a fight. Despite all her power, Coriandar knew she could subdue the girl if it was needed. She hoped it was not. She was right, the girl's eyes stopped shining with red light, and her arms dropped to her sides as she took deep, long breaths. Slowly, and with very deliberate movements, Coriandar warped her arms around the girl and pulled her closer, letting her cry against her shoulder while holding her tightly for comfort. Just as she had hoped Commandar would hold her. Do not cry, rejoice, our fight has destroyed most of the forces they were willing to send. Coriandar told the girl with a reassuring smile. The girl ignored her, as if still lost in a rage. Grabbing her shoulders, Coriandar turned the girl's face towards her. Do not grieve, we are safe now. You are safe now. She said, and felt the urge to hug the girl which had so recently been turned into a warrior against her own will. The girl's eye finally focused on her, and Coriandar could see she was sane and calming down. The girl spoke, but Coriandar could not understand a single word. Had the Psions captured someone from outside the sector? Coriandar was glad she could help with that. While the girl still would not be able to communicate with others, Tamarinines would not have that problem. Coriandar nodded in understanding and cupped the girl's face in her hands. Her ability could be activated just by touch, but she was not that experienced, and a kiss would be far more effective, and far less likely to lead to mistakes. Coriandar kissed the girl. She was briefly surprised, but far from displeased, when the girl kissed her back. Oh. Ngen gasped, causing Coriandar to snap out of her memories and turn towards the blushing girl. What troubles you, friend Ngan? Coriandar asked, feeling safe to use the superhero's name while in their mind connection, but making a mental remark to start utilizing their code names while on a mission. While the other Titans were still feeling uneasy at letting the Martian into their minds, Coriandar had perceived how the girl was starved for a mental connection and freely let Ngan into her mind, even allowing her to make a deeper connection. Nothing. Ngan shouted, her blush growing even more pronounced despite her ability to shapeshift. Coriandar did not understand. She knew the girl had been able to see her memory, at least the last moments of it, but what could have caused such a pronounced reaction? Humans, and Martians too it seemed, were most peculiar. Everyone, are we ready? Aqualad checked one last time. Ah, let's go already. Kid Flash could barely contain himself. With an effort of will, Miss Martian opened the ship's hatch and the attack team jumped down. As the team's leader, Aqualad would be acting as the field commander for this operation. He, Robin and Kid Flash, had the correct training in order to lead a stealth operation, while Miss Martian's shapeshifting gave her a natural advantage, which ameliorated her lack of training. Although Coriandar had the correct training, stealth was not her specialty and Superboy was still far from being capable of infiltrating anywhere. They would stay on the ship and act as support, or reinforcements, as the situation demanded. It was best if they were completely unwearied if they were needed. All four of them released Kara's drones into the air as soon as they approached the Venom factory. The devices shimmered and disappeared from view, quickly spreading through the location and conferring an immediate display of the entire location. Coriandar and Superboy watched closely as the robots located every objective they had. Cobra himself was overlooking the operation, and there were at least 4 Cobra Venom enhanced on the factory alone. Still, there were places deep within the factory they dared not infiltrate remotely. Crap, I hate when the villains are smart. Robin cursed as he looked at the computer on his wrist. They don't keep any important information on the local servers. Alright, remember, capturing Cobra is the primary mission. Aqualad informed them through their communication devices. That had been one of the first lessons the Atom and the Green Lantern had given them. As some of the only heroes who had been representatives of a military not focused on individual prowess, they had been an indispensable constituent of the Titans' initial training. Yeah, we all remember the debriefing. Robin huffed. He was far too accustomed to working with the Batman. Having to communicate his actions was both inefficient and unfamiliar to him. Control, we will start the mission in 1 minute. Coriandar informed the Red Tornado. Being the one responsible for monitoring the mission, Coriandar held her breath and looked at the enemy's locations one final time. She gave them the signal. Proceed. All 4 attacked at the same time, each one responsible for a few guards. Their enemy's surprise was total, and the attack left no chance for any escape, or even the raising of the alarms. A second later, Supergirl's holographic devices were thrown on the ground and immediately started replicating the guards' movements for the last minute, making sure none could notice their attack, at least not with a simple glance. Coriandar gripped the edge of her seat tightly and leaned forward, her heart pounding against her chest. She did not know having to act as Overwatch could be so exhilarating. All targets neutralized, proceed. Superboy said on his comms. He too had to relax his grip on the dented chair. Poor bioship, Coriandar hoped she could not feel pain from such a small location. Then she gasped, had she just been pinching it? She really disliked when Commandar pinched her. Apologies. She whispered while gently patting her seat. Using the drone images, Coriandar and Superboy guided the 4 Titans through the facility, utilizing the holographic projectors to delay their discovery for as long as possible. I've located a shipment of Cobra Venom, it seems ready for delivery. Robin called out over his comms. Turning her head towards his screen, Coriandar frowned. A large quantity of Cobra Venom was neatly packed and ready for transportation, too large to be distributed locally. Typing fast, Coriandar opened a screen with the information Robin had been able to hack from the local servers. There really was no immediately important information, but there were records of an increase in security and change in guard locations every week at the same time. Coriandar quickly sent the information to the 4 of them and got up, crossing her fingers. She stretched her tense arms above her head, then behind herself and bent down. With how much tighter the security was going to get, Coriandar knew she and Superboy would have to intervene. What are you doing? Superboy asked with an uncertain voice. I always observe proper stretching techniques. She answered and grabbed her leg, pulling her feet up to her back, pressing her chest forward. Come, friend Superboy, join me. What do you think it means? Kid Flash asked while punching out a minion and setting another holographic dummy. A sale. Robin answered, his voice becoming more animated by the second. Come on, not only can we capture Cobra, we can get one of his buyers too. I'm really feeling the Aster here. Friend Robin, I do not see any flowers from the surveillance drones. Coriandar commented as she finished her stretches. What? Everyone asked in confused voices. Please, were you speaking of the cellular structure then? But, there must be so many, to be able to feel them. No, I mean, aster as in, the opposite of disaster. Robin explained in a frustrated voice. I did not know the vernacular could be used in such a way. Coriandar mumbled while blushing. She would have to search for the idiom later. Friend Robin was most confusing. The mission continued, Miss Martian acting as lookout to keep anyone from noticing while Kid Flash installed explosive devices on the factory's machines and Robin searched Cobra's documentations and personal computers, trying to find proof of other villains' involvement. They had discussed simply disabling the produced drug supply, but, even without Cobra or Bane, the factory could still be used to restart Venom production. It was best to destroy it all. Also, Robin did enjoy blowing up things. Finally, a drone caught sight of an approaching helicopter. Also, Cobra himself appeared. Flanked by 2 Cobra Venom users, the cult leader left the building and walked calmly towards the helipad. Main target located. Superboy informed everyone. All 4 heroes quickly dropped what they were doing and converged on Cobra's location. Robin just disappeared from view, his new stealth suit allowing his impressive skills to reach a new level. Aqualad threw a holographic display and hid inside it. A second later, Kid Flash slid into place beside him. Alright, how are we going to do this? He asked. Starfire, Superboy, how long until you arrive? Aqualad asked. The bioship is already floating above the factory. Superboy replied, cracking his neck. He and Coriandar stood in the middle of the ship and prepared to open the hatch. Have we identified the buyer? We have not. The drones do not have a good view of the helicopter. Coriandar informed them. She commanded one of the drones to approach, but the wind was disturbing its flight. I could try and approach, but the drone's stealth cannot overcome the harsh wind. Hello, Megan. I'll try to take a look myself. Using her powers to camouflage her body, Miss Martian started approaching the helicopter from the air. Miss Martian. Aqualad grumbled under his breath, but it was too late. Cobra lifted an eyebrow and glanced up for a second. He took another 3 steps and then wiped his arm up, throwing a dagger exactly where Miss Martian was floating. Miss Martian was able to react in time, but the dagger still pierced her shoulder and she dropped her camouflage. Eliminate her. Cobra shouted in anger, but he didn't move himself. Lifting his arm, Cobra spoke at a device on his wrist. Nothing must disturb us, activate the jammers. A batarang flew through the air towards Cobra, but one of his bodyguards blocked it with an arm. With a beep, the batarang exploded and covered them with a cloud of smoke, obscuring their visions. Attack! Aqualad ordered, and that was the last thing he managed to say before their comms stopped working. Miss Martian, mentally connect us. Coriandar shouted in her mind and ordered the bioship to open her doors. Aye, just a moment. Miss Martian shouted back. She pulled the dagger out of her shoulder and hid behind the factory while using her shape-shifting to heal the wound. Grabbing the edge of the door, Superboy looked around and located one of the large Cobra Venom guards rushing towards Aqualad's location. Pushing against the ship, he caused it to swing around in the air while he pounced on the giant men, smashing his entire body on the floor and causing the earth to shake under their combined prowess. Coriandar dropped out of the ship and floated in the air for a second to access things. The situation on the ground was chaotic, but she decided to focus on the helicopter which was turning aside to reveal a giant artillery piece. Coriandar shot a starbolt at the weapon, but the metal proved far more resistant than she had believed. A wave of bullets hit the ground causing it to explode in a shower of gravel. Kid Flash had been waving between cultists, utilizing his celerity to steal their weapons and disable the lesser minions, but he stumbled on the impaired floor and fell down. Another 3 shots of her starbolts disabled the aircraft's munitions and Coriandar turned her face to the ground again. Suddenly, a javelin flew towards her right from the helicopter she had already dismissed. Coriandar reacted fast and floated aside. With lightning-fast reflexes, she grabbed the projectile midair and twirled it in her hand before throwing it back with all her strength. It had barely left her hand before it exploded, only a few centimeters away from her body. The shockwave sent her hurtling right into the factory building, bursting through the roof and into the steel beams. A little help here. Kid Flash's desperate voice shouted in Coriandar's head. Kinda busy. Robin yelled and Cory could feel his concentration. This is totally not whelming. Miss Martian, support Superboy before he's overcome. Starfire, help Kid Flash. Aqualad's voice overcame the chatter in their minds. I'll help with Cobra. Coriandar was already moving. She burst through the factory's wall and took in the scene again. Robin was desperately fighting Cobra, but it was clear the cult leader was stronger and more skilled. Superboy was facing 4 Cobra Venom cultists. He was stronger and faster than them, but the cultists were more skilled, and the half-Kryptonian was getting overwhelmed by their attacks. Kid Flash was also struggling with 2 Cobra Venom cultists, and there were several people trying to shoot him. Usually, he could run circles around them, but his fall seemed to have contused his ankle, and he was far slower. Coriandar narrowed her eyes. Leave him alone, she growled, shooting the closest Cobra Venom cultist with a green starbolt before slamming into the second one with a knee to the face. Bullets pinged against her skin with bruising strength, but Coriandar ignored them to fight the enhanced. Despite their size and appearance, they were competent martial artists. "Thanks," Kid Flash shouted. "What about the buyers?" Robin shouted in their minds, but Coriandar could feel Aqualad shaking his head. "Priorities. Disabling Cobra is our main concern." Focusing on the Cobra enhanced, Coriandar weaved between their blows and hit them. Unfortunately, she had never personally battled a chemically enhanced regular human and didn't know how resistant they were. Without the heavy hitters, Kid Flash was able to disable the remaining cultists, allowing Robin and Aqualad to fully focus on Cobra without having to worry about stray bullets. When Coriandar finally subdued her enemies, she saw the aircraft starting to fly up with the latest delivery of Cobra Venom. A blonde man wearing a metal mask was supervising the liftoff while using projectiles such as darts and javelins to assist Cobra. The cult leader himself seemed to be trying to escape, but Kid Flash had joined the fight and, together, they were keeping the men from running away. Coriandar rushed towards the masked man, throwing starbolts at him to stop him from helping Cobra. Reaching him, they started fighting. The man was incredibly skilled, and he knew to avoid her blows instead of blocking them. They danced around each other as Coriandar disabled his weapons. Shooting a starbolt from her eyes, Coriandar forced him to duck under the blast and leave himself open for a kick to the chest. He tried to block her kick with an arm, but her strength blew right through it and hit his armor. At the very last second, the man had jumped up so that his body flew back. Coriandar was just about to follow him when she heard the beep coming from her leg. It exploded with incredible power for a device so small, sending her flying back. She reoriented herself quickly, only a slight burn on her leg. But the aircraft was already flying away, the man hanging from a rope connected to a harness at his waist, one of his arms broken while the other held his wounded chest. Coriandar shot a starbolt at him, but the helicopter swirled aside at the last moment and someone inside shot a missile at her. A second starbolt blew it up, but, by the time Coriandar could see again, the helicopter was already far away. She flew after it. She was just about to start hurling bolts again when the vehicle revealed another compartment. In a second, the aircraft shot 3 smaller missiles towards where the Titans were still fighting. Coriandar did not even stop to think, letting the helicopter escape in order to intercept the projectiles. "He's gonna make a run for it," Robin shouted in all of their minds, as Cobra looked around and finally bought himself some space. Throwing a bomb to the floor, Cobra caused a large black cloud to rise around them. "No, he isn't," Kid Flash shouted. Already warned by Robin, he quickly ran around their location and used the generated wind to disperse the cloud. Cobra had made surprising progress in his escape even in that short time. Keeping close to the ground like an Ophidian, he had almost literally been trying to scurry away, but the cloud dispersed too soon and both Miss Martian and Superboy were already blocking his path. The two heroes were a little battered. Superboy's costume had several dents in it, but they had proved superior to the venom-enhanced cultists they had fought. Coriandar finished destroying the missiles and floated down to face the cult leader. Cobra took a look at the Titans and gave a resigned sigh. Straightening his back, he lifted his arms with a smirk on his face. "I surrender." "No shit," Kid Flash said. Robin just threw another batarang at the man's face. Cobra grabbed the weapon midair and it released a small green cloud, causing the cult leader to collapse face first to the floor. Everyone looked at him. "What? It's safer this way." He shrugged. "Pity the buyer escaped." Kid Flash sighed. "And they took so much of the drug too." "About that," Robin smirked. Pressing a button on his wrist, he deactivated the holographic displays revealing all the disabled cultists, and also revealing a large quantity of the Cobra Venom dumped to the side of the factory. Since they had already prepared the drug for transport so conveniently, I thought it best to move it away for the moment. "So, what did they carry away?" Miss Martian touched down on the floor and asked. "A tracker." He snickered. "Well, I also had to fill it with some random crap for weight, and a holographic device to keep the disguise." "Nice." Kid Flash lifted his hand in the air and Robin high-fived it. "Do you think they'll check on the drugs before arriving at their location?" Superboy asked, making them all trade glances. "Communications are still blocked." Aqualad informed them after checking. "I'll contact the mountain." Miss Martian called and hurried towards the bioship. "I'll look for the signal blocker." Kid Flash ran towards the factory. "Hey," Robin called for Coriandar's attention. "You don't think Supergirl is gonna be mad I let the villains take some of her devices? I know Batman hates when that happens." "Do not worry, friend Robin. Supergirl has installed assorted means of self-termination in all of her devices." Coriandar nodded with a smile. "It will most likely explode after some time, or if they attempt to study it. She will not care." Robin and Aqualad traded uneasy glances, then looked at their own costumes and the teleporting devices at each other's backs. Now, when you say it will explode, do you mean the... Come, friend Robin, this is a victory and I was informed that, after victories, it is custom to do the partying. Coriandar grabbed Cobra by his coat and hoisted him onto her shoulders. I am most eager to have some mustard with pizza on the bottom. The mustard party was magnificent, and it became even better when the Batman informed them the League had been able to pursue the signal. The villainous enemy Coriandar had faced was identified as Sportsmaster and had been arrested by Wonder Woman herself. They had also found a most villainous sanctuary where animals were being experimented on in India, a member of the UN Charter, so the Justice League had been able to interfere. The Batman suspected the villain, the Brain, to have been involved, but the mastermind had still escaped. Feeling somewhat enervated, Coriandar arrived home, and that very prospect already brought a smile to her face. Taking a quick shower, Coriandar paused in front of Kara's room. The blonde was already sleeping, her body in a fetal position, her arm curled under the pillow. She had a frown on her face and her entire body shook. Dexter stood on top of her body, his claws kneading at her shoulders. Stepping inside the bedroom, Coriandar sat down on the bed and, carefully, laid beside her best friend. Kara did not wake up. You are safe now. She whispered at Kara's ears and, when her friend's hand grabbed at her shirt, Coriandar lay down on the bed beside Kara and held her tightly against her body until the girl stopped shaking. Coriandar felt the cat curling into a ball between their bodies and smiled. Closing her eyes, she fell asleep. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna. Chapter 26, Interlude. Dubilek stared at the grave with an impassive face. He was currently wearing the guise of a young woman, unwilling to connect his Donovan disguise with this particular trip. He really didn't know how he should be feeling right now. In front of him rested his mother, sister, DNA donor. He supposes the third option was probably the most accurate. The others implied an emotional or familial connection that just wasn't there. They had never even met after all. Ace had been a little over twice his age when she died and, according to the documents he read, her powers had been what caused her death. Dubilex had since gotten all the xenomorphs a new medical check. The results weren't good. It seemed like his entire race had an expiration date, a little over 20 years with the proper care. He really didn't know what to think about that. Most humans lived about 70 to 80 years these days, but there were alien races that lived much longer, and much shorter lives. Shaking his head, Dubilex kneeled in front of the grave and deposited the flowers he had been holding. It had been interesting to meet Ace, in a manner of speaking, but it didn't really change his life. No, it was important to remember her, but his focus should be on his still living brothers and sisters. Discovering just how short their lives would be gave him a new drive. He couldn't keep wasting time anymore. Thank you, brother. He nodded towards Connell, the young man who had volunteered to accompany him, and he appreciated the gesture. Let us return, I still have much to do. Kara's keeping you busy? Connell asked with some interest. Indeed, managing both Cadmus and her company is difficult. I do hope she will find a new CEO soon. Dubilex said as they left the cemetery. Starfire is starting to talk about organizing an intervention. Connell grimaced. I don't think Kara's gonna react well to that. No, I suppose not. Dubilex smiled thinking about his employer's continued efforts to escape her therapist. I'll warn her that her time is running out. How's Craig doing? He still misses you, but he's adjusting well to the outside world. Dubilex told him. The little G-Gnome had been one of the first to volunteer at Kara's new factory. I dream of the day we can walk freely, but, clearly, that is still a work in progress. Is there anything I can do? Connell asked, feeling Dubilex's frustration. For the moment. No. Dubilex shook his head and turned towards his brother. However, when the time comes, I hope you can stand with us as we reveal ourselves. Of course. Connell said with some hesitation. Dubilex could see his brother wanted to fit in, that he was willing to give it up for the sake of their race spoke well of his character. Laying a hand on his shoulder, Dubilex smiled. Don't worry, brother, I have spoken with Kara and Batman, there is still much to be done before we're ready to move. When the time comes, I know you will be ready. Connell nodded. His shoulders relaxed as they got into the car. Dubilex kept the image of the woman until he stepped into the Zeta tube that delivered him to Cadmus's door. Finally, he dispersed it and simply made himself invisible to anyone looking his way, trusting Kara's tech to keep his image from any cameras. Once inside, he relaxed his control and felt at home, surrounded by his family. He nodded towards Beth as she stepped out of her power generator and stretched her limbs, electricity leaving her body until she was no longer shining with power. Going to the cafeteria? He connected to her mind and asked. Yes, just finished a shift. Beth flicked all her limbs, getting rid of the last sparks of electricity. Want to come? Benny and Karen will be joining me there. Yes, I haven't eaten anything yet. He decided to take some time before starting to organize Cadmus's latest reports. He was eternally thankful for Kara's help, but, since a little over a week now, it had been nearly impossible to get her away from her workshop. You work too much, should I have a talk with the boss lady? Kryptonians aren't immune to lightning, I could give her a lesson. Dub-Ilex snorted. No xenomorph would hurt Kara Zor-El, of that he was certain, but Beth liked to joke about it. No need, it shouldn't be much longer before we have things in order. He dismissed her concern. It wasn't the time to be slowing down. Eating a nice meal at the cafeteria, Dub-Ilex smiled as he saw the xenomorphs and human researchers interacting as if it was normal. The humans' genome handlers didn't even have to do anything. At the beginning, the human workers had found it strange to see the xenomorphs free, walking around, having breaks and eating amongst them, but ultimately, the genomes only had to interfere a few times, and that interference was minimal. Instead of mind-controlling the humans, which many of them, including Dub-Ilex himself, were loath to do, they just used their telepathy to inform Dub-Ilex, and he pretended to be their superior, berating them for releasing company secrets and reminding them of their work contracts. Kara's tech intercepted any electronic report, and, since they still believed the xenomorphs were under their control, the humans adapted quickly. Not to say there weren't some unpleasant individuals, but they were few and far between. Sitting down at his desk, Dub-Ilex relaxed his body on the comfortable chair and used his telekinesis to lift the physical reports he had to sign. He read them one after another, and signed them with only a minor effort of will, his pen moving in the air with incredible skill. Since finding out his own origin, Dub-Ilex had been using his powers more and more. Ace had been able to grow from only being able to alter the perception of those who met her eyes, to warping reality in an area around herself. Dub-Ilex doubted he could reach that level of power, and he certainly didn't want to share her fate, but he was being careful and already noticed a large growth of his abilities. Telekinesis came easier and with more skill. His telepathy was already effortless, and now it grew in range and finesse every day. He felt nearly twice as strong as he was before Kara had freed him, and that was far from his limit. Never again would he be unable to help his people. He refused to stand by once more. Dub-Ilex was a natural pacifist. He did not wish for conflict and, more importantly, he would not start conflict. But, he wouldn't stay quiet if his family was attacked or enslaved, not again. Leaning forward, Dub-Ilex opened his own laptop, one given to him by Kara so nobody could hack it. Typing his password, he waited until the computer finished scanning him, reading his fingerprints, retina, body shape, and even his temperature, then started working on his CEO responsibilities, making sure the factory would be able to produce their first prototype on time. Suddenly, his screen flashes red and the notebook starts releasing an incredibly annoying noise. A single click later and Dub-Ilex was redirected to the cameras outside Cadmus. For a moment, he couldn't see anything, then Kara's tech changed to heat signals revealing several assailants. Reacting immediately, Dub-Ilex stretched his power, connecting to several people inside the facility. Guardian, this is an emergency. Start the evacuation procedures, abandon the upper floors and focus on the remaining xenomorphs. Aaron, make sure to retrieve everything and destroy any information on our creation or other sensitive projects. All others, start making your way to the xenomorph cave. He didn't wait for their answer and cut the connection, focusing back on the cameras. He recognized a few of their hidden enemies from Kara's documentation, while most of them were too well hidden. Hook and Black Spider weren't as skilled as the others. The League of Shadows was here. From the main road, a black car arrived and parked right in front of Cadmus. Lex Luthor himself stepped out of the vehicle, pulling something from inside his suit. He pressed a button and Dub-Ilex saw Cadmus' own security be completely disabled. Every camera stopped working at the same time. Thankfully, Kara had long since provided an alternative surveillance system in the form of her drones. Some of the xenomorphs had also disconnected a few of the security features from the central Cadmus system, making them work independently. Then a small, cylindrical robot with a brain appeared from the other side of the car, a large gorilla with a red beret following closely behind. The gorilla was carrying a large metal pole on his shoulder. With a grunt, he drove it into the ground and the entire thing unfolded, revealing some kind of antenna. Dub-Ilex ordered a few of the drones to come closer for a better look. The drones registered a pulse as it was released from the device. Several warnings started activating on his screen and, before he could react, a bullet hit the closest drone. In quick succession, all the drones on the outside of the building were disabled. Pressing a button, Dub-Ilex ordered them to self-destruct. Unfortunately, at least a dozen of the devices had completely stopped responding before he did. Kara still had incorporated defenses against tampering on every device, but, with so many spares, they would have far too many tries to break through her defenses. The drones weren't actually that important, but Kara absolutely hated losing any advantage she had, and Dub-Ilex could already see the young Kryptonian becoming paranoid of her own tech being used against her allies. A few seconds later, he found out what went wrong. While Brain's device couldn't destroy Kara's drones, or even disable them, it could disrupt their stealth, making them easy pickings for the trained assassins. Ordering the remaining devices to hide themselves in the ventilation or any other tight space, Dubilex reprogrammed them so that any movement less than a meter from them would trigger their self-destruct. This way he'd be able to keep an eye on the light's progress while minimizing the chances that they could capture more of the devices. Grabbing a tablet, Dubilex got up from his chair and almost ran from the room. Hopefully, they could all be out of this place soon, leaving the light empty-handed. The first 5 floors were completely evacuated before the light even entered the building. Some data and experiments were left behind, but really, the upper floors were left for anything they did not mind leaving behind anyway. All their personnel started gathering beneath the last floor of the facility, where the Xenomorphs had opened a large cavern they could use to escape. Around him, Xenomorphs lead humans towards the evacuation area. Taking the humans away was a risk, but there was no way to know if the light wouldn't kill them and blame his family as a power play. Checking his tablet, Dubilex finally had the names of the entire raid team. Leading from the front was Lady Shiva. He had disabled the elevator so the assassin and martial artist was running down the stairs with astonishing speed, followed closely behind by Cheshire. Behind them, and running much slower, were Ubu, Hook and Black Spider. They tried to keep up, but the 2 females were just too fast. Lex Luthor seemed to have decided to wait outside. Dubilex managed to send one of the surviving drones outside to watch him, but the man rested calmly against the car, messing with his own cell phone. Brain, Ra's al Ghul and Ocean Master walked calmly around the facility, as if they didn't have a worry in the world. Dubilex made sure to save the footage of it. At least he could prove they were working together. Dubilex tried to send a copy to Kara's computer, but something was interfering with communications to and from the facility. He almost wanted to smirk. So they thought themselves safe. Reaching the last floor, Dubilex grabbed one of Kara's portal communicators and activated it. He sent all the information towards her computer, while also sending a copy to his own device at the company. He also sent out a call for help, but the device only connected to a single place, and there was a chance Kara would notice the warning too late. They hadn't thought they'd be found out so soon, but there had been too many things to do. Kara had given him the first device she produced, but they had forgotten to get more. At least he had gotten the footage out. It was not definite proof, but Dubilex was happy to take any chance of causing Luthor problems. Guardian arrived at his side. The clone had been keeping watch on his own device, and his face didn't seem as satisfied as the situation demanded. Is there a problem? There's too many, it's taking too long to get everyone safely to the other side, and they're advancing too fast. He frowned as he watched Lady Shiva punch through a door and throw daggers at the few defenses his family had managed to restart. We'll have to delay them. There are still some working defenses on the lower floors. Are you sure they won't be enough? Dubilex asked. Karen stepped at their side and grunted, causing the both of them to turn towards her. She used a large claw to point at her own device. Dubilex's eyes widened. It seems like, while they had been paying attention to the Vanguard, Brain was working on opening the elevator doors. The elevators are still disabled. Even if he reactivates them, we made sure they were too damaged to move. Brain is too good a scientist, and Ocean Master is a mage. They will find a way. Guardian said while Karen just shook her head. Very well, Guardian, focus on giving me cover. I'll delay them for as long as I can. Dubilex said. Karen grunted. Her voice was much harsher than before. Dubilex knew the G-Trolls had impressive size and strength, but they had no training and, as the Titans had proved, that made all the difference. Most G-Trolls were gentle beings, even more gentle than other Xenomorphs. Only Karen had been willing to train and defend her family. Are you sure, sister? He asked. The G-Troll didn't even stop to think about it. She nodded and grunted her confidence. Very well, try to stay out of sight. A surprise attack can give us a large advantage. The elevator shaft only went down to the 48th floor. Dubilex chose a large room on the 50th floor for their confrontation. There were large support pillars and a giant open space. The room used to house thousands of cages that perpetually drained his family of their electricity. Nobody would come to check on them for weeks. Once the Xenomorphs were free, most G-Sprites decided to destroy the cages and never again step into this place. Dubilex had left it empty since then. It was a low enough floor to be blocked from most employees, and he didn't need the space. Dubilex closed his eyes and breathed deeply, concentrating fully on the moment. There was a chance that Kara or someone else would get here in time, but, if he was truthful, he welcomed the chance of fighting them, the chance to defend his people himself instead of cowering and putting all his hopes in others. He also sent an order to Kara's devices. Since he no longer needed to watch the upper floors, it was best that they be destroyed before the light had the time to search for them. Lady Shiva and Cheshire were the first to arrive, followed closely behind by Hook, Ubu, and Black Spider. Instead of attacking, Dubilex used his telepathic illusions to trick them. While he wanted to fight them, his family was more important. Delaying them was the true goal. The assassins wandered the floor in circular patterns, running as fast as they could, only to end up at exactly the same place. Lady Shiva was the first to notice. Stopping in place and closing her eyes, the assassin tried to use her other senses to find out his location. Double-X didn't let her. The very moment she stopped moving he attacked, putting pressure on her mind without revealing his location. Lady Shiva frowned, but her mind was too strong and Double-X couldn't overcome her defenses while also keeping his location hidden. Unfortunately, Cheshire too noticed them, throwing several needles towards Guardian. The men managed to block the attack, but that was enough to break Double-X's illusions and reveal the both of them. Guardian attacked, trading blows with Cheshire and actually driving her back for a few seconds. Double-X kept his focus on Lady Shiva, bombarding her mind with his power since he no longer had to affect the others or hide his position, causing her to stumble back. Hook shot his weapon at him. The large metal hook connected to a chain flew straight towards his face and finally forced him to stop his attack. With a telekinetic blow, Double-X smashed the hook to the floor with so much force it broke the chain and caused the ground to explode in shards of concrete and ceramic. From one of the pillars, Black Spider shoots webs at his body. Double-X motioned with his hand and a piece of the damaged floor rose in the air. The sticky red substance struck the physical barrier and stopped. The boulder was too heavy for him to throw with any speed, but it was already damaged and he had been working on finesse. A simple application of his power broke it apart, creating hundreds of smaller projectiles. Another wave of his hand sharpened their tips before he sent them flying as fast as possible towards all 5 enemies. The attack forced Ubu to stop his charge and dodge aside. Lady Shiva recovered fast enough to jump back. Black Spider was pierced in the leg by a projectile and fell down, and Hook turned his back, tanking the attack with his armor but leaving himself open. Another wave of his hand, Double-X telekinetically grabbed the discarded hook and used it to pierce through its owner's ankle, then dragged him through the air and threw him against Cheshire. The ninja jumped away and regrouped with Lady Shiva while Ubu and Black Spider hid behind a pillar. Guardian had held his own, but there were several needles sticking from his shield and helmet. They nodded to each other. Lady Shiva and Cheshire attacked, throwing a wave of knives and needles which Double-X blocked with ease. The needles stopped dead in the air, while the daggers were parried aside. Wiping his hand to the side, Double-X actually hit Black Spider with one of the needles, causing the assassin to stumble and letting Guardian smash his shield on the man's face, knocking him out. Ubu engaged with Guardian, while Double-X desperately tried to keep both female assassins away, using the discarded daggers and rubble as projectiles. Then a flash of light caught his attention and he had to step back, letting a magical projectile pass him by and explode against a pillar. Well, it seems like you're having trouble here. How peculiar. Brain said in an electronic voice. The large gorilla walking by his side just grunted. Lady Shiva, why haven't you eliminated him? Asked Ras Al Ghul, his hands hidden behind his back. He's a powerful telepath and telekinetic. I would overcome him, but he managed to delay me until now. The lady assassin said in a calm and even voice, as if their fight had never happened. Guardian actually subdued Ubu and stepped back. His face was filled with sweat and he was desperately trying to catch his breath. Seeing his situation, Double-X nodded and opened their mental connection. Thank you for the support, Guardian. Retreat before it's too late. What about you? I can delay them for a few moments more. Double-X looked at his eyes with confidence, then focused back on their enemies. Karen, it seems like we can't avoid it. Looking at the 3 new enemies that had arrived, Double-X was happy to see they weren't in a hurry to finish this. All 3 of them just observed the situation, and didn't show any signs of wanting to act themselves. With a wave of his hand, Double-X sent Ubu flying back towards Shiva and Cheshire, forcing them to dodge while getting pelted with anything he could get his telekinetic grasp on. They had learned not to use projectiles, and Double-X was exhausting himself to keep them away. He couldn't keep it up for long, but even they couldn't advance under his attack and he managed to block them for nearly a full minute. Enough, I'll deal with him. Ocean Master shouted and pointed at him with his spear, releasing another blast of magic. Double-X was already moving, stepping aside without a lot of movement while sending a stone towards the villain. Ocean Master destroyed the stone with a wave of his spears and charged, moving with incredible speed towards him. Double-X started walking backwards and, when Ocean Master was nearly upon him, Karen attacked. From the start of the fight, Karen had been waiting behind one of the pillars, feeling anxious. Now she used all her nervous energy on a single, devastating punch. Double-X swore he could see the villain's eyes widening as the punch approached. Lifting his spear, he had enough time to form a magical shield, but the blow was so strong the shield exploded into shards of light and Ocean Master's body was sent flying. The G-Trolls were big. Double-X would go so far as to say they were giants. Taller, larger, and heavier than elephants, their every movement had enough strength to match most supers. And in case that wasn't enough, Karen wasn't a normal G-Troll. Once it was clear Double-X couldn't deal with them by himself, Karen had consumed a G-Troll-sized dose of the last blockbuster serum they had. Her muscles were twice as big, her tusks sharper than ever, and her very skin could barely contain her power. Blockbuster could make a normal human match a G-Troll, used by a G-Troll. Double-X believed she could match Superman, at least in strength alone. Stepping out from behind the pillar, Karen's feet shook the ground. With some concentration, Ilex used his telekinesis to raise his body until he was standing on her shoulder. Karen roared, her voice driving them all back with the sheer power. Fascinating. Brain said, still with his confident voice. At his side, Ocean Master picked himself up, he spit some blood on the ground and cracked his neck. Suddenly, he shot a new blast from his spear and Karen wasn't fast enough to dodge. The magical attack hit her in the arm and blasted all the way through. Ilex could see the exposed bone from the wound and Karen roared again, this time from pain. Telekinetically keeping himself above her. Ilex had to focus his entire power on blocking Ocean Master, keeping the tip of his spear pointed away from Karen's body with any means he could as the G-Troll fought the others by herself. Her power meant that all but Ocean Master couldn't survive a single hit. Unfortunately they all knew how to fight a super strong opponent, and they were all too fast for her. Even with Roz and Brain staying back, her wounds started accumulating. Lady Shiva herself was cutting through Karen's body like a madwoman, weaving between Karen's attacks without even stepping back. Several times, the assassin managed to climb Karen's body and attack Ilex himself. His chest was hurting from a deep cut, and his left arm had stopped working when it was pierced by Shiva's sword. Ilex also felt himself weakening, finding a needle piercing the back of his knee. Karen was a mess. She must have been cut almost 1,000 times, and there was blood all around her on the floor. She was breathing hard, one of her tusks missing from when Ilex almost couldn't completely redirect one of Ocean Master's attacks. Finally, he knew they couldn't hold on any more. In a desperate move, he stopped disrupting Ocean Master and blasted everyone around them with a wave of telekinesis. Lady Shiva, Cheshire, and the gorilla flew back, but one of Ocean Master's magical blasts hit him in the side, blowing a hole through his body and destroying at least some of his organs. Ilex's feet slipped from Karen's shoulders, his telekinesis no longer able to keep him in place. Karen caught him in a large hand just before he hit the floor, unable to even speak, he ordered in her mind. Run. She ran, the enemies were about to follow them, but Guardian must have been watching the fight, because he activated the last defense, using the explosive charges to collapse the ceiling just as they stepped into the stairs towards the lower floors. Karen didn't stop, her blood flying all over the place as she carried him down into the secret cave. Ilex was barely conscious, but he used the very last of his powers to telekinetically pinch his wounds close. He was sure it was doing even more damage, but the effort kept him from bleeding out. Karen finally reached the last cave and collapsed to her knees. Guardian managed to catch his body as it dropped from the G-Troll's hand. Ilex. Let's, cough, go. Behind him, the ceiling collapsed, Ocean Master dropped from the hole and fell, making a superhero landing. Lady Shiva soon dropped lightly by his side, the same calm expression on her face. Ocean Master lifted his trident and the entire world flashed as Guardian smashed the button for Kara's Kryptonian teleportation device. It was built to let xenomorphs go from Cadmus to Kara's factory. Fully made with Kryptonian technology and materials, not only was it powerful enough to take them all away, but it would also act as a transportation vehicle, not a platform, teleporting with them and leaving nothing behind for the light to study. It had taken several trips, and even longer for the people to move, but they had bought enough time for all Cadmus personnel to teleport away. It was with a sense of relief that Ilex passed out. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna. Chapter 27, Chapter. Warning, I updated the first chapter with an improved version. It doesn't change anything in the story, but it should make for a much better read. Mwahaha. It's finally finished. Kara said and pushed herself away from the controls. Want to be there when he wakes up again. At her side, Danette Riley gave her an odd look, but Kara didn't mind. Sometimes, she just felt like laughing after working, nobody would sue her for it. The android nodded her head. She was wearing civilian clothes rather than her superhero outfit, had also cut her hair short and had a haunted look on her face, something that Kara hadn't been able to remedy in only a few days. With the Moro android's knowledge, Kara had managed to reactivate both Red Torpedo and Firebrand. The first had wanted nothing to do with superheroes, while the second was complicated. Danette had woken up startled, thinking she was still back in 1945 and having just taken a shot meant for Flash. Finding out she was currently more than 60 years in the future had been hard, finding out she was an android, even harder. The young woman was confused, distraught and highly emotional, refusing to meet anyone and keeping close to Red Torpedo since Kara had reactivated him. The old man was another story. Dr. Lockhart had an entire human life of experiences to draw upon in order to calm himself, a lifetime as a doctor, where he had faced death and grief quite a few times. He also had nearly a month of time to think about his new situation, even if that time was under Professor Moro's control. He had acted as a touchstone for Danette, but really, he wanted nothing more than to go back to his normal life, to the point that he had begged Kara to reapply his synthetic skin as soon as possible. He also wanted to look old instead of returning to his prime. Although, he did ask Kara to modify the part of his programming that gave him arthritis. Apparently, he was willing to miss out on that part of being old. The two of them quickly entered the operating room to find Dr. Lockhart just as he was putting on his coat. "How do you feel?" "Old, grumpy, strange." "Humph, thanks." The old man grumbled and nodded towards her. "I don't think I'll ever be the same again, but it's good to be able to at least pretend to be human again. I could give you the back pain back if you want, or the deteriorating vision, for realism." Kara offered with a smirk. "No thanks." The old man combed his gray hairs and then looked at Danette. "Thanks for keeping me company, didn't think I'd have a family at my age." 70 isn't that old, brother," Danette said with a shrug. "I'll go prepare the teleporter. You two can talk, but try not to take too long, I don't want to be here for much longer," Kara said as she started to walk away. "Humph, supervillains and moon bases, I'm too old for this shit." Making an effort not to listen, Kara walked towards the teleport room on her moon base and started getting it ready. Since she had last been here, the moon base had grown from a single room into a moderately sized installation. With Lobo still after her, Kara hadn't dared to come here alone. The man was known as one of the best bounty hunters in the galaxy, and one capable of tracking his prey anywhere, but, with Dr. Lockhart begging her, she had decided to take the chance anyway. All of her advances on the synthetic skin and touch receptors had stayed on the ship after all, as well as her supply of the materials needed. In truth, it's not like the fortress couldn't replicate those components, but it would take time and resources best used elsewhere. Kara decided that the short trip wouldn't be too risky and, even if Lobo could track her there, she had her armor now, as well as Red Torpedo and Firebrand for backup. Still, the base's location was supposed to be kept secret, so Kara had installed a device that blocked any incoming or outgoing signals from the location, but the lack of communications was leaving her feeling anxious. She still had her miniature portal creator integrated into the armor, so it wasn't as if she couldn't call for help if it was truly needed. In a way, she was safer here than at her own apartment, it just didn't feel that way. Kara caught herself tapping her feet against the floor and had to forcefully stop herself, then she started again. Crossing her arms, Kara glanced towards the interior of her base and couldn't help but activate her X-ray vision, catching sight of Danette and Dr. Lockhart approaching before releasing a breath. It had only taken 3 hours to install the new touch receptors and coat the old man in his synthetic skin, but Kara regretted every second of it. She should have just dealt with his complaints and waited for the fortress to create the necessary facilities. The three of them stepped into the teleportation device and Kara pressed the button. In a flash of light, they appeared back into the fortress. Kara's armor reconnected with her communication network and she stumbled. With several warnings blaring into her head, Kara jumped away and released her drones on instinct. The majority of the drones formed a defensive barrier around her, while others became weapons aiming at everything around them, ready for the ambush. There wasn't one. Her heart beating in her throat, Kara took the time to look around and found the fortress empty, then she glanced at the warnings on her armor and cursed. What happened? Danette yelled, a ball of blue flames above one hand while the other held a barely contained field of plasma in the shape of a sword. Sorry, it's not here. Kara waved her away and dropped back to the ground. It took her 2 seconds to read everything. It seemed like the light had discovered her takeover of Cadmus and decided to raid the place. With the wave of a finger, Kara connected to Aaron, the G-Elf in charge of communications. The second Aaron answered, Kara started yelling. What's the situation? Miss Kara, it was. The G-Elf swallowed and Kara could hear the yelling in the background. One of you, help him. Guardian was shouting. We don't know how. Xenomorphs that showed defects were either repurposed or put into a healing tank. Without the equipment we can't. Kara didn't wait to hear more. Turning towards Dr. Lockhart, she asked. Do you know how to operate someone? Ever worked on an alien or mutant? Yes and yes. I had to operate on a metahuman before retiring, but he was still mostly human. The old man grumbled and squinted at her. Good enough. Aaron, use the platform to bring whoever needs help to the fortress. Even if I can't cure them, I can put them in stasis here. Grabbing Dr. Lockhart by the arm, Kara dragged him through the fortress and towards the main room, Danette following closely behind her. As they walked, Kara thought about what to do. She needed more information. Digging into the data sent her way, she found the video Dub Ilex sent and watched it as fast as she could manage. Ra's al Ghul, Brain, Ocean Master, and Lex Luthor were at Cadmus. They were all together at Cadmus, without Clarion. Fuck, why did Dub Ilex stop her from putting a bomb in the facility for self-destruction? It would have been so easy. Right, the collateral damage. Haphazardly collapsing 52 floors in the middle of Washington, D.C. could kill a lot of people, and Kara just hadn't had the time to make the necessary calculations or preparations to make it safe. Still, she could get them all. With a flash of light, the large teleportation platform appeared in the middle of the fortress front entrance, the only place big enough for it at the moment. On top of the platform, a giant G-troll collapsed to her knees, large wounds bleeding all over her body. For a moment, Kara didn't recognize the G-troll, then she saw her face and realized it was Karen, the gentle xenomorph who liked to read fiction. Beside her, Guardian was kneeling together with a black woman. Both of their hands were soaked with blood as they tried to keep Dubilex from dying. "All right, let me see." Dr. Lockhart yelled and jumped up onto the platform, taking Guardian's place. "What happened?" Kara asked the clone as she approached. "There wasn't supposed to be any fighting. Brain was able to disable most of our defenses remotely. We had to delay them to get everyone out, and Ocean Master managed one last hit on Dubilex," Guardian said and squeezed his hands in anger. Taking his helmet off of his head, he threw it down on the floor with all his strength, causing it to bounce through the room. "Was Clarion there?" Kara asked, grabbing the man's shoulders and shaking him. "Was he there, or just the four of them?" "Four. No, the League of Assassins was there too, but I only saw Roz, Brain, and Ocean Master from the leaders." "Good. Take care of him." Kara turned towards the Zeta tube. With her armor, she was pretty sure she could take care of all of them. Even Ocean Master wouldn't be a challenge outside of the water. With a command, she contacted the Fortress AI and ordered it to start calculating the correct amount of force needed to destroy Cadmus. She didn't have a bomb, but she could throw a rod of metal down into the facility, utterly destroying it. Hell, even if it caused collateral damage, the light certainly had evacuated anything nearby to prevent getting found out. It took the Fortress a full minute to make the proper calculations. Kara knew she didn't have the control to follow them, but her armor did. And it was strong enough. Roz, Brain, and Ocean Master weren't really a threat towards her or her cousin, but Lex Luthor was, and taking out 4 of its members would be a huge blow. She couldn't resist. Just as she was about to activate the Zeta tube, Kara froze in place. Fuck. Fuck, F-U-C-K. As fast as she could, she called Red Arrow's phone. Thinking a little about it, she also called Green Arrow's phone, both his hero and personal ones. While the call was going through, Kara composed a message towards Cal. She wrote as fast as her computers could handle, informing her cousin of the raid on Cadmus and the fact the villains were still there. Then she made a copy for Corey and Batman, but she didn't send it. Once she informed anyone with a stiff enough moral spine of what was going on, she knew her nascent decapitation strike was off the table. Supergirl. Green Arrow answered his heroic phone first. "Where is Red Arrow?" Green Arrow sensed the haste in her voice and didn't ask anything. "He told me he had an operation. I offered to help, but he said he could do it alone." "Where?" Kara almost yelled at the phone. She could already hear the man running through his arrow cave. "He didn't tell me." "Wait, I'm activating a tracker." Kara heard the man acting as fast as he could, fumbling through his equipment in a hurry. "What's going on?" "The light just raided Cadmus, Green Arrow. They know someone's found Roy," Kara said while gritting her teeth, her feet tapping against the floor at super speed until she had to stop herself to prevent damaging the Zeta tube. "Shit, fuck, he's on Infinity Island," the men shouted. "Send me his location." Kara had to wait a few whole seconds before she had Red Arrow's location on her display. Gripping her weapon, Kara silently cursed herself, her eyes waving between Cadmus and Red Arrow's location as she struggled with herself. Red Arrow could protect himself. He was an experienced hero who had been fighting for far longer than her, and he had some of her equipment. Kara had given him one of her emergency teleporters and several of her civilian drones. He wouldn't die, or even get hurt. To be able to eliminate so many of the light in one single action would be a devastating blow, one they wouldn't be able to recover from. Kara could send Red Arrow's information to the League and the Titans. Even if they weren't ready immediately, it would only take a few extra minutes. Row damn it all. Kara screamed and activated the Zeta tube. The closest Zeta tube to Infinity Island was in Miami. From there, Kara flew directly south as fast as she could. While moving, she sent the Cadmus information to everyone. She could be overthinking things, but if the Light suspected Cadmus enough to organize a raid, they probably had someone ready to capture or eliminate Red Arrow as soon as they confirmed he was a liability. As she approached the island, Kara made sure to activate her own tracker and start broadcasting her location to the Justice League, making sure the anti-jammer was activated the entire time, even if it wasted a lot of resources. At her top speed, it would only take a few minutes to reach the location. Kara spent the time briefing herself on the lay of the land. Turns out that Infinity Island was actually a sovereign island on the Caribbean Sea. The place was a suspected home of Ra's al Ghul, but nobody could prove it, and the island refused entry to the Justice League. Not that she cared. A new warning almost caused her to falter. It seems like Red Arrow's emergency teleport had activated. Kara almost released a breath of relief, but then she noticed his tracker was still on Infinity Island. Taking a second, she connected to the mountain security system and used its cameras to look at the video. There, trembling against one of the mountain's walls, was a young woman of around 20, wearing a lab coat covered in blood that didn't look to be hers. Row damn it. Suddenly, she stopped herself over a military complex. It was filled with armed guards and its walls were protected with some layer of lead, just like Professor Morrow's headquarters. Her HUD immediately caused her to curse. The building was actually owned by the government. A closer look at the guards revealed that the vast majority of them were just soldiers, with only one being recognized as part of the League of Assassins. They may not even know for whom they were working, just following orders. Just killing them would make her job so much easier. Kara could just drop as fast as she could, bursting through the building without care for the damage she caused. The men were working for Ra's al Ghul anyway, they probably deserved it. Damn it, she didn't want to resort to murder just because it was easier, not when they possibly didn't deserve it. Glancing at the still active tracker, she saw it going deeper and deeper into the building. Shit, that's not good. Kara didn't know whose blood had been on the scientist's coat, but, if it was from Red Arrow, he probably wouldn't last too long without medical attention. Kara simply didn't have the time to be careful. Shock and awe it is. Releasing thousands of drones from her armor, Kara ordered them to spread around the compound below. They'd cover her retreat later if it was necessary, but she didn't have time to wait for them to spread through the base. With one last look at Red Arrow's location, Kara saw he was actually already underground. Taking a deep breath, she let herself drop. A second later, she accelerated. Kara hit a spot of jungle 200 meters away from the fortress with so much strength she created a crater, sending pieces of trees flying high in the sky, but not hitting anybody. She continued to move down for a few meters, the earth only offering minimal resistance. When she reached the same height as Red Arrow's tracker, Kara turned back towards the fortress and pressed forward. She broke through the fortress's underground walls only 100 meters away from Red Arrow. Kara still couldn't see through the lead-covered walls, but, with the signal there, she knew the general direction. Kara didn't dare go too fast lest she kill anyone in the way. Instead, she just hastily walked towards the signal, bursting through the concrete and metal walls as if they weren't even there. Her armor gave her enough protection that she just ignored anyone in her way. From her right, she saw one of the guards lifting a weapon and shooting at her. Moving fast, Kara caught a bullet and looked at it. It wasn't special in any way, no magic or exotic material, just a normal projectile. Dropping the piece of metal to the floor, Kara continued to ignore any attacks coming her way. Usually, she wouldn't dare take a bullet for fear of it being made from kryptonite or enhanced with magic, but no kryptonite could go through her protection, and she wasn't so paranoid as to fear a kryptonite bullet enhanced with just the right spell to pierce her armor. Suddenly, the lights around the bunker cut off. Kara broke through a new wall and found herself in an empty large room. Using her improved vision, she saw a single man standing in the other end of the room, cutting off her progress towards Red Arrow. The man wore a large purple robe and a cowl with golden details. Kara lifted her gun and shot him in the face. Well, that was unexpected. I believe that answers the question of you being a hero. A mocking laugh came from all around the room. The image of the men didn't disappear and, instead, multiplied into 3 as purple fire ignited all around the place, encircling Kara's location. I hate magic. She grumbled, only making the enemy laugh harder. Kara analyzed her enemy and thought about DC's villains, mainly the ones who worked with the light. Felix Faust, I presume. The same. You know, you're currently keeping me away from something very important right now. The sorcerer said as all 3 copies of him started spreading around the room. Kara activated all surveillance systems in her armor, but even they seemed unable to locate the men. Usually, that would be truly terrible for you, but I am in a hurry, so I'll finish this quickly. A magical circle appeared in front of each copy and shot her with a bolt of lightning. Kara just used her speed to step aside and let the attack pass harmlessly by. At her shoulders, several of her drones connected to her armor, forming 3 small weapons and shooting each clone simultaneously. Kara didn't believe the enemy was one of them, but it didn't hurt to check. A third-rate magician like you can't stop me. In answer, hundreds of purple magic circles formed all around the room, shooting a barrage of magical lightning towards her. Using her speed, Kara dodged the attacks as deftly as she could. The magical attacks weren't as fast as true lightning, but they were still incredibly fast, and incredibly powerful, causing explosions everywhere they hit. Kara waved between them with superhuman speed, using the nth metal in her hands to dispel the worst of it with her punches, but the barrage showed no signs of stopping. Some of the lightning bolts hit her armor and were dispersed, but Kara had to lift an eyebrow at just how effective they were. Her armor was made to withstand Superman's levels of strength. It should have shrugged off anything Faust could throw at her. Unfortunately, magic was bullshit. That or the magician was actually far more powerful than she expected and, while the armor took the blows, its AI quickly warned her that the attacks would eventually overwhelm her protections. Then the situation changed when the purple circles started moving and layering themselves. Instead of hundreds, she was now faced with 66 circles, but they were triple layered and hit about 10 times harder while moving twice as fast. Kara dodged as a bolt exploded against the ground and pierced all the way through the concrete, showing her the lower floor. On reflex, she retreated, dodging a second bolt and punching a third, dispelling its magic with the nth metal in her gloves. Row, how she wished she had enough of the material to make an entire armor. She doubted there was so much of the metal on the entire planet, but it was a nice goal. Clearly, this wasn't working. So, new plan. Protecting her head and chest with her arms, Kara ordered some of her drones to form into shields in front of her. They quickly gathered into little hexagons and started projecting energy shields around her. Each one was only enough to block 2 or 3 bolts, but they still gave her enough time to concentrate on something else instead of just dodging. Turning off the sound filter on her armor, Kara focused her attention. 5 seconds later, she turned towards a corner of the room and shot it, repeatedly. Felix Faust's illusion was powerful, but he'd forgotten to block the sound of his own heart beating. The illusion around her was gone, as well as half of the magical circles which had turned into a shield around Felix, protecting him from her weapon. Without wasting any more time, Kara flew towards him, tanking 5 blows from the magical bolts before punching his face in. Kara didn't hold back, it wasn't the time for that. Her nth metal gauntlets broke through the shield and hit him directly, sending the man flying back until he smashed his back against the wall, broke through and only then stopped. Her armor AI warned her of critical damage done to her right leg, the armor having lost mobility there, but Kara didn't actually need the armor's help to move, so she just disabled the notification and started using her own strength to move the limb. Seeing Faust's intact body, she frowned. What? Kara looked down at her hands, with the nth metal dispelling his protection. She had expected the sorcerer's head to explode, instead he was merely left bleeding, but clearly alive. How the hell are you alive? Foolish, my new master has given me power beyond imagining. Faust crackled, laughing like mad as purple flames gathered around him. Interesting you should mention hell. Perhaps it's time you face it. With a wave of his hands, Faust threw the fire to the ground, causing large cracks to spread through the floor from which lava spewed out. From the cracks, 2 clawed hands burst out. A second later, a single demon pulled itself free and looked around. The creature seemed to have yellow skin with fur-like covering, it was incredibly muscular and had 2 small dark horns on top of its head, wearing red armor with a green cape. The creature's red eyes looked at Kara and frowned. Come, you will not keep me from my goal. Screamed Faust before descending into mad laughter. Purple flames gathered around his body and started healing his wounds. Kara squinted at the new enemy, the demon cracked his neck and smiled, revealing a row of sharp fangs. She really didn't like that smile. Yeah, speaking of goals, Kara didn't dare move lest she restart the fight, but she made one of her drones look at the hole one of Faust's bolts had made into the floor and saw it wasn't some kind of hell dimension, just the lower floor. Kara made her decision. Her goal here wasn't to deal with Faust, it had never been, and it had been a mistake to even waste her time on him. Plus, that demon looked far too much like Etrigan for her liking. Before anything else could be said, Kara broke through the floor, then flew towards Red Arrow's tracker. With enemies behind her, she no longer had the luxury of caring about collateral damage. It also didn't hurt that all the minions weren't around, not anymore. She broke through the walls in a straight line, hearing the demon following after her. The creature was slower than her and couldn't fly, but he didn't have to break through walls. Finally, Kara burst through a cave revealing 8 assassins dressed in dark clothes led by an extremely beautiful woman of olive skin. One of them was carrying Red Arrow's limp form on his shoulders. As soon as Kara appeared, the woman lifted a hand, revealing a remote control device. Kara hesitated, then she was punched in the head, hard. Her armored body flew and hit the wall, causing the entire cave to shake. The demon was just about to pounce on her when Felix appeared on the wall, floating on top of a pentagram. Stop, I wish to enjoy this. Why? The demon asked, his voice so deep it rumbled through the cave. Our goal is already met, I had no idea it was right here, but this makes things much easier. Felix said and had a wide smile on his face. Kara frowned, she really didn't like the way Felix was talking, and she had no intention of believing he wouldn't get involved, but she'd take any time he gave her to think. Very well. The demon nodded. My task was to obey you, if you fail, it will be your sole forfeit to the Lord. Kara looked back at the woman. The assassin still held the remote control in her hand, but she was now frowning towards Felix, causing Kara to think there was a classic case of villain backstabbing going on. Still, she didn't want to get involved. Give me Red Arrow and I'll leave. She told the woman. You can deal with whatever this is then. The woman, who Kara thought to be Talia al Ghul, seemed conflicted for a few seconds before taking a breath and turning towards her. You avoided any casualties, making sure even our agents weren't hurt. If you approach, you'll never see him again. Kara looked at the woman's impartial face, then back at Felix's delight. What are you gonna do, kill your only leverage? Kara looked with all of her senses and, seeing as they were all completely normal humans, snorted. If you kill him, I'll make sure to eliminate everyone here, even if the demon tries to interfere. Just the aftermath of our fight will be enough to kill you if I don't try to stop it. I'll bet that the life of Ra's al Ghul's daughter is far more valuable than a single sidekick. She would do it too. The demon punched harder than her, but not by that much. Kara was pretty sure she could take him if it came down to it. And Faust, even as magically strong as he seemed, just wasn't in her league without a prepared battlefield. Then Felix burst out laughing again, causing Kara to rethink the situation. Why hadn't Talia put a blade to Red Arrow's throat or threatened to stab him in the heart? What was that remote control for? Looking around the room, she finally caught sight of the pit. It was a square depression on the cave floor, with a fancy coffin suspended above it. The pit was blocked with metal doors and Kara saw hundreds of explosive charges positioned all around it. Felix Faust cackled like mad, almost bending over with laughter. It's truly amusing, you really think the boy is still alive. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna. Chapter 28, Chapter. It's truly amusing, you really think the boy is still alive. Felix Faust mocked, his body hidden behind the large frame of his demon. You see, I killed him myself as soon as I got the order. The words hit Kara like a raging flame dragon, causing her to freeze in place as she tried to process the information. In truth, Kara hadn't been very close to Red Arrow, but he was working with her. She had spoken with him, given him equipment, even lead him in the Professor Moro raid. In a way, he had been her responsibility. Kara knew that continuing to use him as a mole against the light was a huge risk but, in the end, it hadn't been his failure that caused his death. Damn it all. Kara noticed a red haze starting to fill her vision and had to stop herself from moving. She wanted nothing more than to tear into the damn sorcerer, but she knew that, if she gave in, she'd probably slaughter the whole base, and that wasn't who she wanted to become. Taking a breath, she forced herself to think. Accelerating her thoughts until the world around her seemed to be moving slowly. Once again, Kara was thankful for her armor, her enemies couldn't see the conflict on her face as she desperately tried to think about the situation. She was angry, no, she was beyond angry. Kara wanted nothing more than to rip Faust's head off his shoulder and stomp on it, but she knew that acting harshly would only cause problems. Should she kill them all? She definitely wanted to, but then what? Row damn it all, Kara didn't have the training for this kind of thing, her accelerated thoughts helped, but even then, it couldn't solve everything. Faust, what's the meaning of this? Talia frowned, her hand still holding the remote control. Deal with the intruder already. Kara glanced at the woman and activated every sensor on her armor, she also used her X-ray vision to look inside the remote. She detected at least another 5 controls working on the same frequency amongst Talia's followers, as well as a dead man switch that would trigger the explosives if Talia was killed. She was probably fast enough to disable them all anyway, but there was nothing stopping someone from triggering them from outside the room. Kara detected at least 2 cameras on the cave already. Her armor could probably block the signal, but could she take the risk? Did she ever care? If she wasn't gonna use the pit, she couldn't care less if it was destroyed. Kara assumed the pit was a Lazarus pit, used to resurrect Roz every time the old bastard was killed, but could she trust it with Red Arrow? Kara wasn't an expert on the Lazarus pit but, from what she remembered, every time it was used on a hero, things didn't turn out well. From what she remembers, the Lazarus pit had been used twice to resurrect 2 different Robins and, both times, it had caused them to go crazy. Kara had to wonder if Ra's al Ghul had always been so crazy, or was he such a warped person because of the pit's influence? Using the display on her armor, Kara ordered her drones to reconfigure themselves and waited. She decided that she was willing to let her enemies talk as long as it gave her time to think and plan. It would also give her enemies time to think, but Kara had a huge advantage there. She was convinced that she'd get far more from whatever time was brought, even if it was incredibly hard to hold back her rage. In a moment. I believe I have to deal with you first, my dear. Faust said, tapping a finger against his chin in thought. After all, the intruder isn't threatening my goal right now. You are. What's the meaning of this? Your master should have been clear on your orders, sorcerer, obey them. Talia said, her voice hard. Kara saw the woman's eyes subtly glancing all around the room, trying to find a way out of this situation. Ah yes. In truth, I doubt the little abomination will care overly much as long as what I do amuses it. More than that, I have a new master now. Faust shrugged with indifference. I confess, I could probably have taken the boy alive, he was quite pathetic, but, seeing how desperate for information your group was, I thought it possible you'd try to revive him. If I knew a Lazarus pit was right here, I wouldn't have bothered. Turning away from Talia, Kara focused all of her attention on the sorcerer. Really, he was the real threat here, and the one responsible for Red Arrow's death. She wanted him to hurt, she wanted to tear him apart with her bare hands. It was time to figure out how to do that. Kara knew the sorcerer should be dead. While she certainly hadn't hit him with all her power, her punch had been strong enough to explode any human's head, even a moderately enhanced one, not to mention how his body had broken through a wall and damaged a second one. Clearly, his powers gave him some kind of protection. Seeing as he still got hurt, it was probably some form of body enhancement and not a shield, plus some regeneration with how he'd been recovering. His magic was also greatly empowered, but he still didn't have much experience in a direct fight at this level. Now, if only she could get through his pet demon. Kara had watched some records of Etrigan in action from the Justice League's files. The rhyming demon was fast, strong and capable of magic. This wasn't Etrigan, but he looked almost exactly like him, so probably family. From what she knew, Etrigan was a prince of hell, which meant he was at the upper level of power. Kara didn't know much about the sealed demon's family, but anything related to a prince of hell couldn't be weak. A pity. It seems like our intruder has more self-control than I first thought. I was certain he would attack me if I mocked the boy. Faust gave an exaggerated sigh. Kara was paying close attention to him and still barely saw a shadow leaving his body. I guess we should resume this. I have bought enough time after all. Everything happened at once. As soon as Faust finished talking, Kara shot him with her gun as well as 5 laser pistols formed from her drones. The demon's arm flashed and he actually hit the projectile out of the air while blocking one of the laser bolts. 4 lasers still hit Faust's body, but they were blocked by a shield just above his skin. The sorcerer waved his arms, one hand aiming for Talia and her followers, while the other sent a wave of purple fire towards the Lazarus Pit's doors. A purple pentagram appeared under Talia, enveloping all of her goons at the same time. Kara had to choose quickly, block the flames and save the pit, or save Red Arrow's body. She chose the latter. She acted fast. Moving just below the speed of sound, Kara saw the demon watching her with amusement, but he didn't intercept her as she flew towards Talia. Kara still managed to snap off a shot at the purple flame. The projectile dispersed some of the spell, but it still hit the metal doors sealing the pit and started melting them. Flying through the pentagram, Kara threw 5 of the assassins away from the spell's area of effect before reaching Red Arrow. She grabbed his body and noticed purple bars starting to grow from the floor, aiming to lock her in place. Kara briefly noticed that Talia was able to jump away too, then she flew out of the area of effect with Red Arrow's body on her arms. Behind her, the purple bars formed a dome with 3 assassins still inside. One of the assassins tried to jump through the bars. They offered no resistance to his body and he passed right through. Then he fell to pieces, the bars having cut through his body like a hot knife through butter. Inside the dome, both remaining assassins also burst into flames, burning from the feet up and turning into ashes. Demon, kill any who tries to interfere. Faust yelled as he flew towards the Lazarus Pit. As you wish. The demon smiled and turned towards Kara. Talia rolled through the floor and attempted to get up, but her own shadow seemed to come alive, holding her in place. She tried to press the button on her device, but shadows enveloped her hand and pulled it through the floor as if it was intangible. Talia screamed in pain. The demon took a deep breath, then spewed a wave of hellfire into his own hands. Molding the flames into the form of a large sword, he released a roar of rage and pounced towards Kara, moving almost as fast as she could. A shield generated by her drones intercepted the first blow, but the sword broke the shield easily, destroying the drones used. The deflection still brought Kara enough time and left the demon exposed. Making sure to keep Red Arrow's body away from him, Kara punched out, a sharp blade protruding from her gauntlet towards the demon's heart. The creature was fast enough to twist aside, but Kara's blow still pierced all the way through its left shoulder. Kara herself managed to dodge his swing completely and, before she could twist the blade, the demon kicked her in the chest, driving her away from his body with another roar. Ha! Good one. The demon laughed, his shoulder healing almost instantly. I am Vortigar, son of Belial, and I will enjoy spilling your blood and adding your skull to my throne. Kara didn't reply. The fight was only making her angrier and she just didn't feel like trading barbs with her enemies. She just wanted them to die. Noticing that her drones had finally finished attaching themselves to her gun and modifying it, she pulled it from her back and pointed it towards Vortigar's chest. The demon was arrogant enough to stand in place while her weapon locked into his position. Kara pulled the trigger. There was no noise, no projectile, but Vortigar suddenly stumbled as a portal opened inside his chest and sucked out a piece of his heart. From the side of her gun, a capsule was ejected, the demonic flesh compressed inside so as to not create a mess inside her weapon. The demon roared. The noise was like a tiger's roar, only 1,000 times worse. It caused the entire cave to shake and almost froze Kara in place. With a grunt, he threw his sword like a javelin towards Kara's chest. Another drone shield formed automatically in front of her. It broke almost instantly, but deflected the projectile enough that Kara was able to snap out of the stun and dodge just enough. The sword still pierced through her side, but it only hit the metal of her armor. Almost in a daze, Kara released the gun, letting it swing back into place and touched the sword that almost pierced through her chest, her heart beating like mad. She didn't know if the weapon could have pierced her Kryptonian skin, but she most certainly did not want to find out. The sword started to heat up, its metal turning back into hellfire. Kara quickly ripped it out and threw it aside, but it still left a melted hole in her armor. Then the demon pounced. Missing part of his heart seemed to have some effect though, as he was a little slower than before, allowing Kara to use her speed to fly back. Making sure that Red Arrow's body was always protected, she pulled out her gun again and aimed towards him. Vortigern was certainly arrogant, but he wasn't completely stupid, never staying in place enough for a teleportation weapon to get a lock on his position a second time. Kara was so focused on the demon she didn't see Faust cast a new spell. A bolt of purple lightning hit her armor and sent her flying back, her display flashing red from the damage. Turning towards the sorcerer, she saw a flow of green energy being sucked from the pit and towards his body. His eyes flashed with unholy light as veins of green pulsed through his body. Her armor's display warned Kara that his latest attack was 5 times stronger than before. Her systems had also finally gathered enough information to analyze its effects. It seems that Faust's spells weren't just strong, they had an exotic effect capable of warping the materials it hit, corrupting its attributes with every subsequent hit. Every blow that Kara blocked made her armor weaker. Thankfully, the attacks weren't able to encompass her entire armor, only affecting a small area around the hit, and only for a certain amount of time. But, with his powers constantly growing, that area was increasing, and she didn't dare take more than one blow right now. Row fucking damn it, couldn't she get a fucking break? Her vision started to become red again. With a growl, Kara aimed her gun towards Faust, but Vortigern jumped at her again, forcing her to dodge and lose the lock. Hitting the ceiling, the demon took a deep breath and released a wave of hellfire towards her. Kara's armor could take it, but she was still carrying Red Arrow, forcing her to fly back. Floating atop the Lazarus pit, Faust gathered another bolt, layering 5 pentagrams to increase its powers. Kara also noticed a wave of mud rising from inside the pit. Doubtlessly, it was yet another enemy she'd have to face. With a scream of frustration, Kara sent 3 blades of red light towards Vortigern. They cut through his hellfire and forced the demon to dodge, one of them cutting right through his wrist and sending his hand flying away. She took the chance to aim back towards Faust. The bolt he had been preparing flew towards her. Without a choice, Kara released Red Arrow and blocked the bolt with her nth metal gauntlet, then pressed the trigger. With a click, a capsule was ejected from her weapon. The teleport had pierced right through all of Faust's shields and pulled a piece of his brain out. Kara released a roar of satisfaction as she saw the sorcerer's eyes growing dull. Releasing her weapon, Kara flew down and grabbed Red Arrow's body right before it hit the ground. Faust's body hit the mud creature and bounced off, falling inside the Lazarus pit. A wave of green light exploded from the pit, sending the monster flying away. Oh fuck no. No. Kara roared. The cursed sorcerer was not about to get a fucking second form. Glancing down at Red Arrow's body, Kara gritted her teeth, the red haze around her eyes growing thicker. The Lazarus pit released another wave of green light and Kara gave the order. While Faust had been speaking, a few of her drones had flown towards the explosive charges, using their stealth tech to remain undetected as they attached themselves to the explosives. Kara's goal had been to use the drones to block any transmission towards them, eliminating any danger of the charges going off. Now, she did the opposite. Using her X-ray vision to look through the stone, Kara saw as the sorcerer's body started to move inside the pit, then it, and everything around it, exploded. Pieces of stone flew away from the pit. Kara batted one of them aside with an arm and briefly saw another flying towards where Talia was. Glancing towards the woman, she saw that the shadows holding her in place had been dispersed with Faust's death. Unfortunately, Talia's hand was still inside the floor keeping her in place. With a shout, Talia used her sword to chop her own arm off, then rolled aside as the rock smashed into the place. The explosion caused the waters from the Lazarus pit to spread through the entire cave, while also sending pieces of Faust's body flying. Kara saw the sorcerer's remains falling to the floor with a thud. Faust was left with only one arm, missing most of his body from the chest down, and covered in burns. He still had a wave of unholy green light covering his body, his magic desperately trying to heal his wounds, but it wasn't enough. His wounds were just too much. With another roar, Vortigern tackled her, causing Kara to drop Red Arrow's body once again and smashing her armor against the wall. With only one hand, the demon grabbed her by the throat and spewed a wave of hellfire directly on her helmet. Growling in anger, red spikes of light exploded from Kara's body. They were unfocused and only left shallow cuts on Vortigern's skin, but the demon seemed to still be weakened from the missing heart, his actions slower than before. With satisfaction, Kara managed to grab Vortigern's head and aim his mouth away from her helmet before he did too much damage. Using her superior strength, she twisted around, reversing their positions before smashing the demon's head on the wall. Grabbing his head with both hands, she used her super speed to smash him against the wall over and over again. One of his horns broke from the blows, then she pulled his head back and smashed it one last time, driving his head inside the wall up to his neck. Taking 2 steps back, Kara pulled out her gun and aimed at his chest. A second later, she pressed the trigger. Then did it again, and again. 3 capsules were ejected from her gun, each one holding a piece of his heart or lung. Finally, Vortigern's body stopped struggling, falling bonelessly to his knees, his head still stuck inside the wall. A weak bolt of purple energy hit the wall to their side and Kara turned back towards Faust. The sorcerer had one hand aimed towards her, but his body had stopped regenerating even while he still didn't have an arm or anything below his stomach. Somehow, he was still alive, his unholy powers keeping him from fully moving on, but clearly, he could no longer put up a fight. Breathing hard, Kara felt the red haze retreating from her vision as she stumbled away from Vortigaux's body. She almost fell to her knees from the effort it took to take a look around the destroyed room. Kara saw that Red Arrow's body was still intact, while Talia was running towards an exit while wrapping a piece of cloth around her missing limb. Unfortunately, the mud monster that had left the Lazarus pit was following her, the mud flowing and forming into the deformed body of a blonde man from the waist up. Kara kept an eye on them, but decided to deal with Faust first. Walking towards the sorcerer, she saw his eyes widen with every step. She stopped in front of his body. The sorcerer was struggling to breath, his hand and head shaking with effort. Several times he tried to form new spells, only for them to fizzle before they were halfway done. Kara stared at his form for a second, then kicked his arm away and stepped on his face with her armored foot, pressing it into the cave floor. "You know, I thought this would give me more pleasure," she commented as she increased the weight. She felt Faust's nose break before she stopped. "In a way, I'm glad it doesn't. I took far too much joy in killing the Psions, and it made me afraid of what I'd become, but this doesn't bring me pleasure. I'm not really enjoying your pain right now." Without taking her foot away from Faust's head, Kara thought about what to do. She glanced at Red Arrow's fallen form, then towards Talia facing off against a blonde man, her sword cutting through his arm, only for it to reform from mud. "I know that most of the people I care about would tell me not to kill you. You're no longer a threat to me. I should arrest you," she said again, but she wasn't really talking to Faust. "And, if I felt any kind of pleasure right now, I probably would listen to them." Then she increased her strength and crushed his skull, bone and brain leaking around her armored feet. Stepping away from the body, Kara lifted her weapon and changed its configuration once again, releasing a wave of fire that scorched the rocks and turned Faust's body into ashes. In truth, if she had felt any kind of sadistic pleasure at Faust's situation, Kara probably would have stopped herself. She didn't want to become a monster. But no, the only satisfaction she felt was from winning the fight and surviving. She'd killed Faust because he was a monster. The kind of monster that wouldn't stop, that would kill children and torture souls while laughing about it, the kind of monster that wouldn't repent. Kara didn't know if she wasn't just making things up. Perhaps she was just justifying her actions and she had killed the sorcerer for revenge, but she didn't think so. Some villains just needed to die. "You left me there," the mud monster screamed, still acting uncoordinated while fighting Talia. "You used me. It was what you deserved," Talia answered with disgust. Even without an arm, the woman was dominating the fight, but the monster wasn't affected by her blade, and managed to keep itself in front of the exit. Glancing at her HUD to check for any other threats, Kara started to walk towards Red Arrow. She had recognized the mud monster as Clayface. With a single order, she made some of the drones attached to Talia's body since the start of the fight transfer over to Clayface, then activated them. Lifting Red Arrow into her arms, she watched as both shadows were shocked. The electricity ran through their bodies for several seconds until they both fell to the ground, unconscious. Above her, the same thing happened to every human agent on the fortress as hundreds of drones shocked them too, disabling the entire building. With one last command, Kara used some of her drones to physically connect with the servers on the fortress and start downloading everything she could. Looking around the room, she noticed Vortigaux's body had turned into flames with Faust's death. Now, how long do I have before they get reinforcements? Kara wondered to herself while looking around. 10 minutes later, Kara was hovering a few kilometers above the fortress. At her side, Red Arrow's body floated atop one of her energy shields, Talia's unconscious form beside him, as well as a jar holding Clayface. Below, the unconscious guards laid into a huge pile a kilometer away from the fortress. Kara had always wanted to have a mountain of defeated enemies at her feet. Doing so while keeping them all alive had been a little complicated, but she had managed it. They were protected under several of Kara's shields. Lifting her arm, Kara also lifted a huge metal box she had found inside the fortress. It had been a giant safe, but Kara had already emptied its contents, together with everything else of value on the fortress, on top of a different shield. She wasn't looking to keep the already cracked safe as a souvenir. No, she simply needed something sturdy with a lot of mass. A command later, her armor followed the precisely calculated movements and threw the safe down, hard. The metal caused a sonic boom as it flew down, then hit the fortress like a hammer from God, sending large pieces of gravel flying up. The entire island shook from the blow and a cloud of dust rose, almost reaching her own height. Kara watched the rain of debris for a few moments, then, when there was no longer any danger, she retrieved all her drones and flew away. Utterly destroying the League of Shadows' main fortress and base of operations may have been a little much, but, after today, it had been very cathartic. Now, Kara just had to find out what the hell she was gonna do next. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna. Chapter 29, Chapter. Warning, Chapter 2 has been updated. It doesn't change anything in the story, but should be much better to read. Also, next chapter will be focused more on Kara's development and relationships. It will be her day out with Superman. Kara rested Talia's unconscious body into the suspension chamber and activated it, sealing the woman inside while making sure she was unable to wake up. Turning to the side, Kara saw Red Arrow's body resting inside a second suspension chamber, with Clayface's mutated body frozen inside a third one. Stepping away from the pods, Kara half-heartedly threw her tablet at the wall. The Kryptonian tech bounced off the wall and hit the ground twice before slipping under a crystal desk. Kara sighed and dropped heavily into a chair, her eyes never leaving Red Arrow's pod. The boy was really dead. Kara had known it as soon as Faust opened his mouth. No, she had known it much earlier, when she had burst into the cave and been unable to hear his heartbeat. She had just refused to face it before Faust threw it in her face. After the battle, Kara had to consider what to do with her newly acquired prisoners, and the mountain of documents and artifacts she had stolen from the League of Shadows base. She didn't want to bring them to her home, nor could she risk her new company. That left her with the moon base or the fortress. Kara had decided to use the fortress. It would probably mean explaining things to her cousin, but the fortress was just better equipped to hold someone, and Kara refused to fuck up again. Sitting on the chair, Kara felt the world starting to close in on her. What was she gonna tell Cal? What was she gonna tell Green Arrow? Grabbing at her helmet, Kara tried to take it off, but Vortigar's last attack had melted part of it and damaged the lock. Growing desperate, Kara threw away her gauntlets and grabbed the helmet with both hands. Her fingers found purchase on the deformed helmet and Kara pulled, her muscles strained for a few seconds until, with a loud crack, the helmet broke in half. Breathing hard, Kara hurried out of the armor as fast as she could, only calming down when the metal protections were fully taken off. Sitting back down, Kara rested her head against her arms and tried to regain control. For a moment, Kara took time to center herself, trying to use her lessons with Cal to recover. Slowly, her breathing returned to normal. Inevitably, Kara glanced at where her tablet had ended up. Row, she had to check on Dub-Ilex, tell Green Arrow, organize the genomorphs at her factory. Suddenly, a holographic projection snapped in place in front of her, showing her an image of Dub-Ilex resting inside one of the fortress's healing pods. It wouldn't really do much for a non-Kryptonian, but it was fully equipped to deal with a long recovery period. It was comfortable, capable of monitoring his vitals, stimulating his muscles and easy to move. Karen sat by his side, her giant body already mostly healed thanks to her healing factor. A second screen quickly opened up, showing her guardian, Danette and Dr. Lockhart sitting at a table and eating. Mr. Zor-El, I thought you'd want to check on your guests. Jor-El's AI materialized in front of her, his hands crossed behind his back. I'd like to remind you that you aren't alone. Thanks. Kara glanced at the AI and sighed. Can you ask Cal to bring Green Arrow here? Red Arrow's body is here and I think he deserves being told in person. I am informing Master Kal-El now, do you need anything else? The AI glanced at the pods, then towards Kara's pile of loot thrown at a corner. I could start cataloging the materials acquired from the League of Shadows. Right, there's that too. Kara narrowed her eyes at the pile. Yeah, you can start. You can use the reprogrammed Morobots if you need to physically move anything. I think I finished 7 of them. Yeah, 7. The pile contained thousands of documents, artifacts, art pieces, and tech devices. Basically, everything Kara could grab from the League of Shadows base. Everything was held inside of a containment field that blocked any signals from getting out. Hopefully, the AI would be able to find some useful things amongst the plunder, and find any tracking device so she could actually use the devices without fear. Turning back towards the desk, Kara pulled out her phone and called Aaron once again. She spent the next half hour getting the genomorph situation in order. Their housing below the factory was almost ready and Kara had bought a lot of the land around the small town so most of the priors had been taken care of. Genomes would still have to work overtime keeping curious eyes away, but Kara was convinced that part of the ordeal was gonna be alright at least. Turning back towards the room, Kara saw 7 white robots carefully taking the pile apart, separating and categorizing the contents under the watchful eye of the Fortress AI. Looking on for a moment, Kara's eyes were drawn to a metal cylinder about a meter high. Pushing herself up, Kara grabbed the device and started analyzing it. The cylinder wasn't made from lead, so she could actually see through it. Inside, millions of microscopic drones rested in neat little rows. Connecting one of the fortress cables to the cylinder, Kara made sure that the drones wouldn't just activate, then opened the device and pulled out a single drone. Damn, it was quite an interesting little device. Kara could actually do better with Kryptonian tech, or, well, she could do smaller. Still, its design was impressive, and Kara made a mental note to hire the scientist who made it as soon as she could. That or neutralize them, if it was needed. She was guessing that had been the woman Red Arrow rescued. Kara didn't remember her name, but the micro-robot should actually be the Fog, created to infiltrate and steal information while destroying any and all materials in its path. Mistress Zor-El, Master Kal-El has arrived. The AI informed her, all 7 of the robots turning their heads towards the door. Swallowing hard, Kara gave one last glance towards Red Arrow's body, then closed the cylinder and pushed herself up. Sure, both Red Arrow and Green Arrow had understood the risks of trying to be a mole, and Red Arrow hadn't even been working for her when it happened, but it was still a devastating blow. One that Kara didn't know how to explain. Green Arrow burst through the door fully geared in his superhero costume. Where is he? Behind him, Kal stepped into the room and quickly took everything in. His eyes flashed towards the 3 pods and he frowned before turning his gaze toward Kara's face. Kal's frown immediately turned into a blank expression. Green Arrow. Kal spoke softly. The archer whirled on him, looking at Kal's face with some semblance of hope. Kal put a hand on Green Arrow's shoulder. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and gave a very small shake of his head. Green Arrow's bow clattered to the ground, his face became a mask of anguish as he grabbed onto Kal's arm and almost collapsed. But using Kal's arm as support, Green Arrow turned towards Kara, looking confused and in pain. Where is he? Kara glanced at one of the pods, causing Green Arrow to run towards it, collapsing to his knees at its side. Kal didn't say anything, he just walked towards her and cupped her face in his hands, lifting her chin up. He stared at her face for a few seconds to make sure everything was all right with her. Once he was certain everything was physically fine, he gave her a relieved hug. I just... Kara attempted to explain things, but she couldn't gather her thoughts. Shhhh, foolish little cousin. Kal chided, his voice filled with affection, but also frustration. How many times do I have to say that I'm here for you? You don't have to do things alone. In fact, please don't. Kara snorted at just how heartfelt that last part was. Pushing her face away from his chest, Kara sighed, avoiding his eyes. I'm sorry. I didn't want to worry you. It was Kal's turn to snort in amusement, squeezing her tighter, he rested chin on top of her head. Sorry to tell you, cuz, but you don't seem to be very good at that. What happened? Green Arrow's voice trembled with anger, one of his hands was still on top of Red Arrow's pod, while his other one was tightened into a fist. Tell me everything. Kara did. She told them everything to do with Red Arrow's death and her raid on Infinity Island. She explained about Cadmus, showed them the video of the light attacking, as well as the recordings from her own armor. Both Kal and Green Arrow watched everything without saying a word, but Kara had a pretty good idea of their reactions. Keeping a poker face was far from enough to keep things from a Kryptonian's senses. After watching the end of Kara's fight with the demon, Green Arrow kept staring at the holographic display for almost a full minute. Finally, he asked. How did they discover Cadmus? I don't know. Kara scratched at her face. Luther was gonna discover it sometime, but everything was perfect on our end. It should have taken at least another month for him to even grow suspicious. You're not the only one working against them. Also, Lex is incredibly paranoid, who knows what silent security protocols might have been set off. Kal pushed himself up and started pacing around the room. Batman was gonna bring this up at the next League's meeting. There seems to be at least 3 distinct villain groups working behind the scenes. What? Kara looked at him dumbfounded. There wasn't supposed to be any other secret society in YJ, not at its level. Instead, the first fight she had was with the Monster Society of Evil, then the Light, and now there was a third one too. Row damn it. Banging her head against the desk, Kara cursed herself. This was DC, of course there was gonna be more than one evil cabal around. With her luck, there would be at least a dozen. Does he know who they are? Not yet, he was only able to find out some of their actions. Kal opened a holographic window using the Fortress AI, it showed them a map of the world with 5 colors indicating several incidents. Batman thinks that they're actually getting in each other's way. Captain Cold was arrested together with 3 other cold-powered villains about a month ago. It was obviously a part of some kind of scheme, yet only a few days ago, he was found immolated inside his room. Someone killed him, and they did it before he could execute whatever plan they had in mind. Kara whispered while looking at the map. Right there, over Belle Reve, were 3 blue spots marked with cold-themed villain names, and Captain Cold's name, as a scarlet red spot. Taking in the entire map, Kara saw only a few other red spots on it, but, if Kara traced a line between the 5 spots on the US, she easily formed an enormous pentagram over the entire country. That really didn't look good. I don't fucking care about that. Green Arrow raged, smashing his hand on top of the desk with as much strength as he could manage. I want to know about the Light and how I can hurt them. No, I need to know. Green Arrow. Kal looked at him for a few seconds. Green Arrow just stared into Kal's eyes, unflinching. Eventually, he turned back towards Kara. And don't you try bullshitting me, you know more than you're letting on. No. Yes. But can I prove it? Not so much. Looking from Green Arrow's eyes towards Red Arrow's coffin, Kara released a tired sigh and waved both hands through her hair. Finally, she glanced at the fog on display. Say, what exactly happened at Cadmus? Green Lantern, Batman, and I arrived in time to catch them in the act, but Brain had a teleporting machine with him. Cal shook his head sadly. We managed to arrest some of their minions, but the leaders escaped. And Luthor. We arrested him but, despite all his intellect, Lex is, physically, an average human. It's pretty easy for him to claim he was forced. Cal leaned against the desk and looked up, his voice filled with frustration. We managed to justify detaining him for his own protection but, at this point, it's just a minor inconvenience. So, he's still being held. Kara smiled as a plan started to form. It wasn't the best plan, and it wouldn't be decisive action against the light, but she really needed a win, no matter how small, and Green Arrow needed an acceptable target before he snapped. Well, I think I know how we can hurt them. Cal didn't approve, but he didn't stop them either and, 4 hours later, all three of them floated far above a building in Metropolis, under one of Kara's optical camouflage. Kara had to make some changes to the fog, put some restrictions so it couldn't damage organics, optimizing its AI and programming it so the micro-robots would go directly for computer servers, only destroying things like concrete and metal when it was absolutely needed in order to carve a patch towards any electronics. Green Arrow was using his tactical gear, holding a black compound bow, a quiver filled with Kara's own arrows at his waist and the fog cylinder safely attached to his back. The archer hadn't said much since finding out about Red Arrow, gritting his teeth and fiddling with his arrows. With a nod, Green Arrow jumped down, falling towards LexCorp main building at an astonishing speed, his body still invisible to most forms of observation. 10 meters above the building, he activated his thrusters, slowing his fall just enough that his gear could absorb the impact of his knees hitting the top of the building. Acting fast, Green Arrow released the fog, watching as a cloud of microscopic devices dug a small hole through the floor and infiltrated the building. Floating invisibly above the building, Kara started typing. Less than a minute later, the fog had breached LexCorp's security, giving her access to all of their files and defenses. About a minute and a half later, the fog finally dug into some important servers, ones protected by more than just mundane tech. Some of the robots were fried with some kind of electromagnetic pulse, but the vast majority was able to disable the defenses. Green Arrow, hostiles are aware of your situation, 3 minutes until they get to the rooftop. Kara whispered while watching a few security guards trying to fight the fog, to no effect. Mercy Graves burst through the rooftop's door and immediately rolled aside, dodging an arrow that hit the guard behind her before expanding into a dense block of foam that barred the door. Turning towards Green Arrow, the woman lifted her arm, which was already turning into some kind of cannon. Green Arrow didn't let her. A second arrow hit her atop the elbow, piercing through the thinner armor there before discharging an EMP that caused her arm to go limp. Mercy reacted quickly, immediately ripping the arrow off and pulling out a pistol. She attempted to shoot at Green Arrow. The hero was having none of that. With yet a third arrow, he hit the barrel of the gun and caused it to fly away from her fingers. Dropping the bow, Green Arrow rushed her while pulling out his sword. Mercy's arm was truly top of the line, it was able to reboot completely in less than 15 seconds. She tried to shoot him again, and watched with gritted teeth as the energy blast went wide. With a single step to the side at the right moment, Green Arrow let the energy shot fly harmlessly towards the horizon. He didn't give Mercy time for a second shot, shortening the gap between them with a single leap and delivering a devastating overhead strike. Mercy tried to block it, lifting her metal prosthetic in front of her body, but the sword cleaved right through the metal with barely any resistance, cutting through Mercy's meticulous business suit and opening a giant gash from her shoulder to hip. The minion fell to her back, out of breath, her blood soaking her clothes at an alarming rate. Standing beside her, Green Arrow pointed the tip of his sword towards her heart. Slowly, the weapon tipped down and started to dig into her flesh. Kara sensed Kel tensing beside her, his muscles straining to contain his power, but he remained in place, arms crossed in front of his chest. I thought you'd interfere. Cal turned towards her, uncrossing his arms he shook them and attempted to relax, but eventually gave up and just sighed. I trust him. Are you mad at me? Kara turned away from the surveillance and met Cal's eyes. For killing Faust, I mean. No. I'm mad, but not at you, not really. Scratching at his neck, Cal looked back towards the LexCorp building. Are you willing to accompany me next week? I think I need to show you something. Yes. She nodded almost immediately. It wasn't like following him would be a chore for her. And Kara needed a break from dealing with things. Green Arrow glanced at his sword, his arm was steady as always, but he didn't seem able to continue. With a snort of disgust, he pulled the sword away and snapped it to the side, getting rid of the blood on it. Who are you? Mercy gurgled, blood flowing through her mouth. You can call me Minion 3. Green Arrow opened a compartment on his costume and pulled out a needle. Kicking Mercy's remaining hand aside, he applied it to her neck, and then sprayed her wound with some foam. The needle was a healing agent made, weirdly enough, by Cadmus. It only accelerated natural healing a little bit, but it should be enough to keep her alive, while the biodegradable foam sealed her wound and stopped the bleeding. A minute later, 3 military-grade hover drones floated up from the side of the building. They were large things, equipped with a pair of machine guns and 3 missiles each. Before they could even aim correctly, an arrow pierced right through the vulnerable gaps on their armor. Each arrow actually held one of Kara's micro-drones and, once inside their armor, with direct access to their hardware, the devices were able to hack them fairly easily. Soon, the military-grade hover drones were stationed in front of the rooftop's door, further blocking any reinforcements from arriving. Retrieving the fog. Green Arrow warned them over the comms while a cloud of the machines spilled out from inside the building. What's next? As soon as the fog entered the cylinder, Kara started accessing their information, using keywords to find anything suspicious. Soon, she smiled. I have the next location. The defenses at Luther's private bunker were a little more impressive, but they still couldn't block the fog, or Green Arrow. Still, by the third target, Kara was left with only half of the fog they'd started with thanks to Luther's defenses slowly chipping away at the amounts she had available. Cal followed her, keeping watch on the entire operation without saying anything. Kara gave the okay and watched as Minion 3 physically infiltrated Luther's 4th building. With only 48% of the fog left, she wanted him to disable more of their defenses. The hero didn't protest. Kara was just about to start planning an assault on Luther's personal house when Cal held her shoulder and shook his head. Lifting an eyebrow, Kara looked at him. I thought you'd stop me earlier. So, going after his private property is too much for you? Not exactly. Cal floated closer to her and used some of her drones to form a shield before sitting down on one of them. I just don't think going after another target will get you any new information, and we have given them enough time to prepare against us. Kara checked the clock. With their speed and access to the Zeta Tube network, all 4 attacks had only taken a little over an hour, just enough time for people to realize she was attacking them, and possibly predict her next move. Yeah, I think I got what I needed anyway. Kara sat down beside Cal, her legs swinging freely under the shield. I didn't think you'd be alright with this kind of action. Kara, you seem to be mistaken about something. I stand for many things: truth, justice, hope, life, liberty, the ability to dream and pursue happiness. He looked down as Green Arrow finished eliminating the base's automatic defenses and releasing the fog. What I don't stand for are laws for their own sake. Not that they aren't important, because they definitely are, but vigilantism was against the law when I first dressed like a strongman and started saving people. Kara stopped moving her legs, her eyes focusing fully on Green Arrow. The hero was utterly exhausted, copious amounts of sweat dripping from his face. He could barely pull the string of his compound bow anymore, but he still managed to retrieve the fog before anyone could intercept him. You think I did the right thing? Kara turned towards Cal, but she already knew the answer. I think your heart was in the right place. Cal sighed, pushing himself up. He offered her a hand. I really wish you hadn't felt the need to kill Faust, but I understood why you did it. I don't agree with it, but I understand. Thanks, that means a lot. Kara took his hand, allowing him to pull her to her feet. Despite everything, Kara smiled. Talking with Cal had lifted a weight off her chest, and the information gathered with the fog was invaluable. She couldn't wait to leak all of Luther's misdeeds. Let's see the slippery bastard get out of it this time. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna.